Chapter 701. Silence, a long silence, so silent that not even a single thought could form in his mind. Su Xinruo's move of reselling had directly disrupted his plan. Actually, the Su Corporation was, at best, an icing on the cake for him now. He was so ambitious that he even disdained mere tens of billions in assets. But the Su Corporation was like a child he had raised with his own hands, his life's work. His obsession wasn't the profit the Su Corporation could generate, but to win that argument, to display his authority as a father to those rebellious daughters. Even if he had severed ties, he still wanted to let everyone know that a father is a father, and under his command, those rebellious daughters would never be able to stir up trouble. As a result, the Su Corporation was actually sold. Su Kaiming's body went soft, and he stumbled to sit on the chair, his face devoid of spirit. He didn't even notice Yin Sha leaving him. Suddenly, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. Good, diverting the disaster? Shifting the pressure directly when you can't bear it yourself? Relieving yourself and still making a profit on the way out? Third child, you've truly surprised me. But that's your family's home. With a roar, Su Kaiming grabbed the plate and slammed it to the ground, his face contorted with rage. He had lost. From the very beginning, he had been calculated by his third child and his industry seized. He had thought of making a comeback, but one who played outside the rules had caught him off guard. The other party retreated victoriously, while he didn't get what he wanted. He had lost from the beginning to the end. Even though he still held 40% of the shares, these shares only came with dividends and no rights. After a reshuffle, the people of the Su Corporation no longer recognized him as the old chairman. Now that it was sold to outsiders, he could never reclaim the Su Corporation. His self-righteous calculations had been nothing but a joke from start to finish. He even suspected that those rebellious daughters were laughing at him, their father, in every possible way. He thought he was playing a back-and-forth game, but in reality, the other party hadn't even entered the game. Old Su, are you okay? I'm fine. You guys eat. I'm going back. Su Kaiming left with a cold face, leaving the puzzled crowd behind. He couldn't just sit and wait anymore. He had to speed up the progress of all his affairs. The Su Corporation had now become an obsession, and no matter what, he had to reclaim it. And he would not let those ungrateful brats off the hook either. The Qi family. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you anymore. His figure disappeared into the darkness, bringing with it an unknown. From this moment on, a late bloomer who would become a rising star would appear in everyone's sight, attracting attention and fear, adding a rich stroke to the tapestry of Beijing's landscape. In the early morning, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the living room, bringing a comfortable warmth to the rather chilly weather. The others were either busy with their own affairs or still asleep. Even Su Xinruo was uncharacteristically sleeping in, making up for her recent hard work. Su Bainian, who was the most idle and always had nothing to do in the family, was playing on her phone on the sofa after waking up. Wearing a thin pink nightgown and 2 pairs of over-the-knee white socks on her legs, her kev swung back and forth, exuding a playful and cute charm. Why are you up so early today? Su Sun sat on the sofa, pulled up one of her white socks, and flicked it hard. He immediately received a speechless eye roll. However, the eye roll was fleeting, and only her small feet continued to flail in front of him. Big sister woke me up. She said I'm not allowed to sleep in anymore. It's so annoying. Then she's quite outrageous, not letting you sleep in? That's a severe punishment. Why does it feel like you're being sarcastic? Su Bainian looked back again, this time with confusion and scrutiny. Huh, really? Speaking of which, can you stop swinging your feet? They're like a helicopter, about to hit me in the face. And about your nightgown, do you want to see where it's tucked in? You're exposing yourself, you know. Upon hearing this, Su Bainian turned back and calmly pulled her skirt down, then glanced at Su Sun with disdain, pretentious. It's not like I haven't seen it before. If you were really exposed, you'd probably be the happiest, right? Chapter 702. Hey, don't slander me, a gentleman. Let's keep things separate, alright? Humph. Shameless. I sentence you to kiss this queen's feet. Saying this, Su Bainian turned around, lifted her slender, beautiful leg, and brought her white-socked foot towards Su Sun's face, drawing circles in front of him with great interest. Su Sun grabbed her ankle and met her teasing gaze, his cheek leaning a little closer. This made Su Bainian even more smug, a flush of inexplicable confidence rising to her cheeks. Humph, a mere man, easily handled. But who would have thought that Su Sun would bend his index finger and give the sole of her foot a series of drill-like impacts, followed by a pained wail echoing through the living room. Ah! From the kitchen, Su Muyan was making breakfast. Already troubled lately, she frowned upon hearing the commotion, turned, and pushed open the sliding door, shouting, Su Bainian, what are you yelling about so early in the morning? Don't force me to slap you. We of you. Wahahaha. However, Su Bainyan's protest did not come as expected. Su Sun was pressing down on her, covering her mouth and silencing her. She could only let out muffled whimpers and blink her big, watery eyes. Are you going to yell or not? If you don't yell, I'll let go. Su Bainyan blinked rapidly, finally able to breathe heavily. She didn't retaliate immediately as she usually would, but instead cupped her foot and rubbed the sole, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. Ha! No way. This pitiful, on the verge of crying appearance completely confused Su Sun. You're not going to cry, are you? Don't mess with me. Su Bainyan stared at him pitifully, her eyes reddening. It hurts. It really hurts, do you know that? Alright, don't cry, don't cry. It's my fault, I apologize, okay? No, I want a hug. Okay, hug. Su Bainyan nestled into his arms pitifully, burying her head in his chest. Su Sun patted her back as he held her, but the more he comforted her, the more the small figure burrowed into his embrace, like a young beast lacking security. Finally, Su Bainyan curled up entirely in his arms, her cheek close to his neck. Her soft breaths against his neck evoked a sense of inexplicable tenderness. Does your foot still hurt? Shall I rub it for you? Su Sun lowered his arm, fumbled for Su Bainyan's knee, and slowly took off the white sock. Finally, he held her small foot and gently massaged the sole. Gradually, a soft hum came from her lips. The pretty little face buried itself deeper into his neck, and the arms hugging his chest gradually tightened. Suddenly, a message notification sounded. Su Sun instinctively reached for his phone. Someone had sent a message to Su Bainyan. They all knew each other's phone passwords, so Su Sun instinctively entered the password and opened the message. At this, his brow immediately furrowed. Sun, why did you stop? My soul still hurts. Sensing Su Sun's pause, Su Bainyan reminded him timidly by his ear. Su Sun's voice turned cold. Good, Su Bainyan, you're really good. I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What? Su Sun shoved her away, punched his chest twice, his face filled with disappointment. I treat you with all my heart. I tolerate everything about you. Can you find anyone else in this world who would indulge you unconditionally? Yet you take my tolerance for you as a capital to tease me. Fine. You're really something. What are you talking about? Su Bainyan was stunned. Had her pretending to be pitiful been discovered? But it shouldn't have warranted such a strong reaction. Sister Bainyan, I miss you so much. I'm at Blue Court Hotel right now. Su Sun muttered and tossed his phone over. Su Bainyan picked it up and her face immediately changed. What is this? Where did this idiot come from? After a smooth deletion and blocking, she threw her phone away in panic. Silence, deathly silence. Su Sun smiled with disappointment, his voice filled with heartache. You think I didn't see it when you deleted and blocked me? Do you think I'm blind? No, you listened to my explanation. I really don't know anything. Su Bainyan anxiously stepped forward, only to be ruthlessly pushed away. Chapter 703. Enough. If you have nothing to hide, why would you throw away your phone? Su Bainyan was stunned. That's right. Why would I throw away my phone if I had nothing to hide? Realizing her mistake, Su Bainyan couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up with tears. At the same time, her anxiety grew, but her action of making a mountain out of a molehill had already been done. It was too late to regret it now. In a panic, she immediately hugged Su Sun, choked, and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong, but I really don't know what happened. Someone must have framed me. Others have nothing to do, so they're framing you? Are you kidding me? Besides, if you didn't do anything wrong, why would you admit your mistake? Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll be angry that I'm admitting my mistake? Calm down, can you calm down first? Su Bainyan adopted a policy of rapid prostration, admitting fault and apologizing first, regardless of right or wrong. However, this method didn't seem to be very effective at this moment. Su Sun chuckled coldly. Brother Chan? How intimate. Your nickname for me is Stinky Dog Poop, but you've given him such an affectionate nickname? I'm really inferior to him, aren't I? It's not. Su Bainyan hugged Su Sun tighter, her eyes slightly moist as she looked up. I really don't know where this Brother Chan came from. You know I don't have anyone other than relatives and classmates in my phone. I really don't know what's going on. Then why did he immediately say he missed you? And report the hotel location? You're still quibbling. I really don't know. Su Bainyan stomped her feet anxiously, her eyes filled with pleading. Believe me, okay? You know, since childhood, you've been the only opposite sex around me. I don't know any other men. Humph, a shattered mirror cannot be restored to its original state. Once there's a crack in the heart, there will be a rift. You play pitifully time and again, and I soften my heart time and again, but now, I won't be fooled anymore. Su Sun's face was cold, his tone heavy, and he slowly pushed her away. This house suffocates me. I never want to see you again. After all, you are their beloved sister, and they won't let you leave. So I'll leave. Goodbye forever. No, no, don't go, you big scoundrel, you can't go. See, you're still cursing me as you leave. You really don't take me seriously. I was wrong. I was wrong. Sun Sun, I was wrong. Don't go. Don't go. Su Sun was resolute, and Su Baiyan desperately pulled at him. They tugged and pulled, neither willing to yield. But how could a frail woman resist a strong, adult man? Su Baiyan was at a disadvantage, and was about to reach the door. What are you two fighting about again? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in her ear. Su Baiyan seemed to see a ray of hope. Big sister, quickly persuade Su Sun. Su Muyan interrupted directly, don't come to me to complain. There's something important. Grandpa and Grandma are here in Jiangqing. Grandma just said that you deleted Qin Yangqiang's friend, right? Who? Qin Yongqiang. Su Baiyan's head went blank. Yes, he's the youngest son of your maternal uncle's family. Speaking of which, you have to call him cousin. He said you sent him a message and then inexplicably deleted him. Grandma even called me to ask what was going on. Su Baiyan suddenly realized. She seemed to know who that brother Chan was. It was her seldom seen, idiotic cousin. That damn thing almost made her take such a huge blame. Bastard. And, percent dollar, and. Su Baiyan looked up pitifully and poked Su Sun's stomach with her finger, her eyes wide as if to say, see, it was just a misunderstanding. What did you two do? Why are you being so strange? Su Muyan looked at them doubtfully, feeling that the atmosphere was a little off. Su Sun laughed heartily, put his arm around Su Baiyan's waist, and said, I wanted to go out just now, and she insisted on me bringing her milk tea. I refused, so she's throwing a tantrum. Hearing this, Su Muyan pursed her red lips speechlessly and gave Su Baiyan a deep glance. Drink, drink, drink. You've gained so much weight from drinking milk tea every day and you're still unaware. Breakfast is ready, no one is allowed to go out. Su Muyan turned to call everyone for breakfast, while Su Sun and Su Baiyan stood awkwardly in place. Su Baiyan complained a little, you don't trust me. I won't talk to you anymore. Hey, don't do that. Su Sun pulled her back and hugged her tightly. Do you know why I was so agitated? I know. You don't trust me. Wrong. I care about you too much. If I didn't care about you, do you think my reaction would be so strong? You're quibbling. I don't believe your nonsense. Student Nian Nian, you're wrong about this. You can't blame me entirely. Who told you to behave so abnormally? Su Sun stared into her eyes and retorted, you were so flustered at that time, and your first reaction was to delete friends and throw away your phone. Normal people would overthink it. If you were me, wouldn't you be angry? I was so worried about you that I lost my reason. How can you bear to blame me? With a few sweet words, Su Baiyan also began to reflect on her own issues. She had indeed acted a bit recklessly just now. If the roles were reversed, she would have also overthought it. Under the barrage of sweet talk, she gradually accepted this explanation. She leaned her head on Su Sun's chest and said weakly, okay, then we both made mistakes, and neither of us is allowed to blame the other. We both made mistakes. So, how are we going to settle this matter of you suspecting me of not trusting you? I'm so hurt. If you don't give me an explanation, this isn't over. Then what kind of explanation do you want? Anything is fine, it depends on your sincerity. Alright then. I'll see if I can ask Big Sister for leave to go out and play, and then you'll accompany me, and then we'll go to a hotel. By the end, Su Baiyan couldn't help but blush, her head buried in Su Sun's chest. Okay, then I'll reluctantly accept. Let's go eat. It wasn't until everyone sat down that Su Baiyan's agitated heart calmed down, but because of this, she also realized that something was wrong and muttered to herself, this isn't right? I was the one being suspected. Why am I apologizing? Chapter 704. What? Grandpa and Grandma are here. This news made Su Wangqing frown. Her impression of the two elders was not very good. Grandpa was okay, but mainly Grandma. She had severe patriarchal views, and even her mother was often ridiculed for having 5 daughters. Even though they had fallen out with their parents, it didn't mean they supported Grandma's ideas. She wasn't the only one with reservations. Su Qingxia immediately stated her position upon hearing the news. If they come, they come. I'm not going anyway. Su Muyan was a little helpless. I've already promised them, so let's go. It's been 4 or 5 years since we last met. It's considered making up for the elders' wishes. I know you all have a lot of opinions about that side. If you act like before, think of it as the last time you'll see them. But Big Sister, I really don't want to go. Su Qingxia's memory of her grandmother was always of a harsh and snobbish old lady. She had been scolded and even hit many times whenever she visited her grandfather's side. Since they hadn't seen each other for so many years, she felt there was no need to see her. But who would have thought that even though she had stated her position, her second sister, Su Wanqing, would change her mind? Fourth sister, let's go. Let's just clarify the situation with them, so that Grandpa and Grandma won't come to ask us about family matters in the future. With the matter brought up to this point, and with no other reactions from the others, how could Su Qingxia refuse? She naturally couldn't be the maverick one, so she could only grit her teeth and let the minority obey the majority. Su Muyan then turned her gaze to Su Xinro, then, third sister, what are your thoughts? No, I will follow everyone's arrangements. Su Xinro's expression was calm, as if she didn't care about the matter at all. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Su Muyan smiled, alright then, everyone get ready and let's go. No, what about me? What about me? Su Baiyan's sudden interjection made Su Muyan stunned. She looked at her with some confusion. What about you and me? What do you want to do now? Big sister, you asked everyone, right? Why didn't you ask for my opinion? Hearing this, Su Muyan was immediately speechless, got up, and started clearing the dishes. Your opinion is to obey everyone's opinion. What? I don't accept that. If you don't accept it, go wash the dishes. Living room. After washing the dishes, Su Baiyan reappeared, her face puffed out with anger as she scanned the people sitting there. She felt deeply ignored and treated differently. She squeezed herself next to Su Sun, almost causing a fight with Su Qingxia beside her. Fortunately, Su Muyan shot a warning glance from the other side, which stopped a dispute. Looking at her flushed face, Su Sun found it amusing and teased, why are you so temperamental after washing a few dishes? If you have a temper, why don't you show it in front of your big sister? Sulking will only make yourself sick. What are you talking about? Su Baiyan glared at him fiercely, sneering, there are always villains trying to harm this young lady. If you want me to get angry in front of big sister, I think you want me dead. Oh, aren't you quite spirited behind people's backs? Where did the aura of that mere Su Muyan go? Humph, I just can't be bothered to argue with her. Otherwise, would that little runt Su Muyan dare to control me? I'm giving her, this big sister, some face. Big sister, fifth sister just cursed at you. The remark was like a thunderclap. At this moment, everyone was sitting on the three large and small sofas in the living room. Su Qingxia's complaint immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Baiyan was scared to death by these words. She turned her head and pounced on Su Qingxia, who was beside her. You vixen Su Qingxia, how dare you slander me? Big sister, my loyalty to you is as bright as the sun and moon. Don't listen to the slander of a villain. Big sister, she really cursed. I'm not lying to you. Ah, you slut. The two then engaged in a competition. Since Su Baiyan had the upper hand by attacking first, she covered Su Qingxia's head with a pillow and beat her wildly. I told you to slander me, I told you to sow discord. That's enough, you two. Su Muyan, with a headache, stepped forward to pull them apart. Seeing their relentless fighting, she angrily slapped each of them on the forehead before separating them. Chapter 705. Su Baiyan said aggrievedly, Big sister, she was clearly the one sowing discord, why did you hit me? You wicked person suing first. Su Qingxia grabbed a pillow and threw it, angrily accusing, Big sister, believe me, she really spoke disrespectfully to you just now. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. A sentence of recording followed, humph, I just can't be bothered to argue with her. Otherwise, would that little runt Su Muyan dare to control me? Su Baiyan was stunned. Her pitiful expression instantly turned ashen with fear. Her eyes widened in horror. You actually recorded it. I was just editing a video and accidentally included your voice. That's how I caught the evidence of your insubordination. Su Qingxia, I'm going to fight you. If it was just a playful scuffle earlier, this time it was a fight to the death. Su Baiyan had completely lost her composure and even ignored Su Muyan's attempts to stop her, pouncing to choke Su Qingxia. Green tea bitch. Pure villain. How dare she secretly scheme behind her back? Today, she was determined to make someone realize the price of scheming behind their back. Su Qingxia was not to be outdone. Her constant forbearance had only resulted in her being taken advantage of. In that case, she would no longer indulge that crazy girl. The fight was so intense that it was dark. Okay, they didn't actually fight. Su Muyan slapped each of them again, and the fighting spirit in their hearts was extinguished. Second and third sisters, are you dead? Come and pull them apart. It was only with the joint efforts of the three of them that the sisters' duel was finally broken. Su Sun was amazed, applauding thunderously, and generously praised the two. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I haven't seen such a passionate scene in a long time. It made my blood boil. Boiling blood. Hearing this, Su Muyen, who had been harboring resentment towards Su Sun for the past few nights, finally erupted. Don't you have hands? They're sitting right next to you, can't you stop them? You only feel satisfied when things get out of hand, right? Don't worry, I'll take action when the time comes. Then what were you doing just now? Bending down and grabbing, an apple was thrown out just like that. Su Sun sneered, casually grabbed a corner of her clothes and pulled it over. A figure directly blocked the attack for him. Ouch! At noon, everyone arrived at the appointed hotel. Even Su Sun, who was reluctant to join, was dragged along. The group was in full swing. Su Bainyan held an ice pack to her forehead, her delicate little face filled with displeasure, and she glared fiercely at Su Sun. You damn scoundrel, if anything happens to this face that could topple cities and kingdoms, I'm not done with you. It's not that serious, is it? Besides, I was originally going to pull Su Wonking, but who knew you guys switched seats? Su Wonking on the side, huh? Grinning at Su Wonking, Su Sun then whispered in Su Bainyan's ear, you shouldn't blame me, you should blame your big sister. She threw things around carelessly. She injured your cute little face, you should ask her for compensation. But big sister apologized to me. What good is a verbal apology? Take this opportunity to extort her. Su Bainyan fell into thought. She felt that this kind of taking advantage of the situation was not good. She, Su Bainyan, was not the kind of person who would push her luck. At this moment, Su Muyen walked over and said softly, Fifth sister, does your forehead still hurt? Not, it hurts like hell. Changing her tone abruptly, Su Bainyan immediately put on a pitiful look. Big sister, have I become disfigured? I'm dizzy and my forehead is hot. Did being hit cause something to happen? If I'm really disfigured, I won't live anymore. Su Muyen's brows furrowed tightly. Don't talk nonsense, nothing will happen. It was Big Sister's fault earlier. Big Sister won't let anything happen to you. What good is just saying it? I still got hit for nothing. Big Sister, this is your problem, you should give me some substantial compensation. Alright then, what compensation do you want? Give me back my 90,000 yuan. After a moment of silence, Su Bainyan, don't force me to lose my soft heart and slap you. Haha, I was just joking. Chapter 706. With her two index fingers twisting back and forth, Su Bainyan's extortion plan failed, making her extremely frustrated. But who would have thought that while she was dejected, her phone suddenly received two transfer notifications. She picked it up and saw the transfer of 20,000 yuan. Big Sister didn't say anything, but this warm gesture truly warmed her heart. She hugged Su Muyen, almost tearfully. Big Sister, I knew you still loved me. Su Muyen disgustedly pushed away the small head on her shoulder. Alright, spend it wisely. I won't give you a single penny for the next 2 months. Wah! Long live Big Sister. With money, her head no longer hurt, her brain was no longer feverish, and she no longer worried about being disfigured. Su Bainyan raised her head, pouted her mouth, looking smug and triumphant. In this state, she finally met her long-lost grandparents. Oi, old folks. Su Muyen's eyes were quick, her 5 fingers grabbing the impudent little mouth, and her voice was cold. Fifth sister, your skin is itching again, isn't it? Sorry, Big Sister. I got too excited. Su Bainyan's eyes widened in terror, her words slurred. Although the relationship with maternal grandparents was a bit delicate, basic politeness towards elders was necessary. After a warning glare, Su Muyen finally moved her hand. Fortunately, the other side hadn't realized what had just happened. Muyen, you're here. Oh my, Nian Nian has grown so much. You're getting prettier and prettier. And Zhang Pingfang showered her with compliments, making Su Bainyan a little embarrassed. This time, the sisters were to meet not only their maternal grandparents but also their second uncle's family of 4. The second uncle, second aunt, their son Qin Yongchang, and their daughter Qin Xuanya. The number of people surprised even Su Muyen. When she received the call, she thought only her cousin Yongchang would accompany her grandparents. At this moment, the 2 imposing elders sitting at the very back slowly rose and walked towards them. Grandfather Qin Jian, dressed in a sharp black tang suit, leaned on a gold-carved cane, stepping forward one by one. His wrinkled, aged face showed the vicissitudes of life, and his salt-and pepper hair lent him an air of authority. Grandmother Wang Xiaohua, wearing a light purple jacket, was thin-faced. Her cloudy eyes, coupled with her slight hunchback, seemed to appraise everyone. She appeared to be a difficult old lady to get along with. Qin Jian stepped forward with a warm greeting, bestowing kind smiles upon the 5 sisters. Grandmother Wang Xiaohua, however, merely nodded in acceptance of their greetings, fully displaying her elder status. Her sharp old eyes, however, remained fixed on Su Sun. What's with that old hag? Su Sun disliked the arrogant scrutiny and, not to be outdone, stared back. An exchange of glares ensued. A young man and an old lady. The scene appeared rather peculiar. Su Muan sensed the situation and immediately went to her grandmother, presenting the gift she had prepared. "Grandmother, this is a jade bracelet for you. Let me help you put it on." Wang Xiaohua glanced at it casually, ignored it, and didn't even extend her hand. She asked indifferently, "Muan girl, who is this young man?" "Grandmother, he's Xiao Sun." "Oh, is that Su Sun?" "Yes. I didn't expect you to remember, grandmother." Su Muan called out to the person behind her. "Xiao Sun, this is grandmother. You weren't home when grandmother visited 5 years ago." "Oh. What oh? Say grandmother." "No need. You shouldn't have brought outsiders." Wang Xiaohua shook her head and returned to her seat. Her statement instantly silenced the previously lively atmosphere, filling the air with a heavy, oppressive silence. The sisters watched Su Sun's reaction, but Su Sun seemed unfazed and found a seat for himself. It was grandfather Qin Jian who, seeing the awkward atmosphere, quickly invited everyone to sit and hastily changed the topic, redirecting everyone's attention. As everyone took their seats, Su Bamian was originally seated next to her cousin Xuanya, who was 2 years younger. After Qin Yongchang whispered something to Qin Xuanya, they switched seats, much to her disgust. If it were just a seat change, it would be fine. The key was that her idiotic cousin was really too talkative, his attentiveness so over the top she couldn't stand it. "Alright, I don't want to hear about your glorious achievements. Can you give me some peace? Sister Nian Nian, don't you like listening to gossip?" "Big brother, I like gossip, but I'm not interested in your love life. Can you stop mentioning your ex-girlfriend?" "Okay, I won't mention her. But Sister Nian Nian, why did you delete me as a friend? I wanted to invite you out to play. Don't you have any self-awareness? What decent person starts with that kind of misunderstanding? We're relatives, otherwise, I wouldn't even bother with you." Su Bamian was truly at her limit, speaking without any regard for politeness. She desperately wanted to switch seats to get away from the imbecilic Qin Yongchang, but Su Qingxia was next to her, making her pleas useless. In that case, Su Qingxia also had a very poor opinion of Qin Yongchang, so the opportunity to interact with such a character could only fall to her good fifth sister. "Sister Nian Nian, do you have a boyfriend? You deleted me because your boyfriend was jealous, right?" This sudden question left Su Bamian speechless. "What business is it of yours? So what if I do? Do I need to report to you?" "What? You really have one? Who is that man?" "As your brother, I need to vet him. He's so narrow-minded, he's definitely not a good match." "Idiot, get lost. Don't talk to me." To everyone else, Su Bamian seemed to be enjoying the conversation. And Zhang Pingfang watched with a fond smile, pointing at the two and teasing, "Look at Nian Nian and my Kangzi, they're as close as they were when they were little. Look how happy they are, chatting and bickering." Pfft. Su Qingxia almost spat out her drink. As she turned her head, she met a pair of resentful eyes. "Ha ha ha." She laughed uncontrollably in her heart. For some reason, the more Su Bamian's face darkened, the happier she became. This was perhaps sisterly affection. Su Muan raised her glass and smiled. "Yes, fifth sister has always been rambunctious since she was little. She's still like this when she's grown up. Please excuse us, aunt. I'll toast you." After putting down the glass, and Zhang Pingfang said, "Muan, where are you working now? I heard you had a falling out with the family, is that true?" "Yes, it is." "Alright, then I'll be direct. We actually came here hoping you could help us with something. Ask your parents a favor." Chapter 707. "What? You want us to go back and ask for favors for you?" Su Muan frowned, slightly confused by this request. Knowing that the two sides had severed ties, they were asking them to do such a thing, which was purely to make things difficult for them. Out of respect for their elders, she didn't say much, but her silence clearly indicated her stance. However, Aunt Zhang Pingfang clearly didn't think so. She thought Su Muan was hesitating and continued to persuade her. "Muan, we really have no other choice. Our Qin family's industries are facing problems. Your father has become successful and strong, shouldn't he help out his mother's family?" "What?" Su Muan didn't quite understand. What did she mean by her father becoming successful and strong? Wasn't he completely sidelined by their third sister? She cast a questioning glance at Su Xinro, who could only return a look of bewilderment. Seeing this, Zhang Pingfang said, "Don't exchange glances, you two sisters. Your father told us. He is now the big boss of Xintian Group. It was only upon investigation that we were shocked. This low-key company, which we had never heard of, is a $50 billion entity. Your son-in-law is truly amazing." This news stunned everyone, their minds buzzing. They found it hard to imagine that their once stubborn and obstinate father had made a comeback, and in such a short time. He had seemingly lost everything back then, so how could he have amassed such capital so quickly? Moreover, Shen Group sounded so familiar. Could it be that the suppression of the Su family was orchestrated by them, relying on this powerful conglomerate? This thing, isn't it Qin Yu's business? Sun Weian, not wanting to argue with her aunt any further, simply let Su Wangqing handle it. Just then, a mumble from Su Sun caught her attention. She leaned in and asked softly, Shen Tian, that's Qin Yu's business? Then how did the Su family get it? I've dealt with Qin Yu quite a bit. This is indeed his business. As for why, perhaps your dear sixth sister married Qin Yu, and he gave it as her dowry. Ah, sixth sister. Yes, sixth sister. Su Sun turned and grinned at her. It's your blind old man's illegitimate daughter, Su Miao Miao. I heard Qin Yu mention the alliance between the two families back then. They must be married by now. You, the eldest sister, don't even know. Su Muiyan truly didn't know. If no one had mentioned it, she wouldn't even remember having a sixth sister, Su Miao Miao. However, this dowry was too substantial. $50 billion given away so casually, what a gesture. Qin Yu. Well, Qin Yu did seem like the type of person to do something like that, given his previous abnormal behavior, being so narcissistic and fawning. Oh, right, did anyone move into the house opposite ours? If I remember correctly, Qin Yu lives across the street. It's been a while since I've seen him. Su Muiyan was stunned. It was true, she hadn't encountered Qin Yu in a long time either. Could he have really married into the Su family and become a house husband? Aunt, I'm truly sorry. We've already been disowned by the Su family, so we really can't help you. Wangqing, what are you saying? No matter how much you quarrel, you're still blood-related. What real enmity can there be between family members? Aunt, you don't understand them. They don't care if they're family. They only care about their own face and interests. Eldest sister worked hard for years only to be discarded like worn-out shoes. Fifth sister, who was once so beloved, was abandoned first when she became worthless. And the other side colluded with Suwan to slander fourth sister, ruining her reputation. Su Wangqing spoke truthfully and with increasing indignation, her voice growing heavier. Ever since we left home, we've faced suppression from them in many ways. Even finding a job meant facing blacklisting. Third sister was forced to fight back and take over the Su Corporation, but ever since, there have been constant problems. Hearing you mention Shintian Group just now, I finally understand everything. It's the result of their greed and their efforts to reclaim the Su Corporation, leading to relentless pressure, even at the cost of the Su Corporation's reputation built over years. Chapter 708. They've gone mad. They are no longer the parents we remember. We are truly powerless. With that, their stance was quite clear. They couldn't help with this favor, and even if they could, they wouldn't. If not for the sake of maintaining harmony, they wouldn't have explained so much. However, Su Wangqing's tact did not earn her understanding. Zhang Pingfang's expression gradually turned grim. Seeing that soft persuasion was not working, she sent her husband forward. And Qin Yi, the second uncle, was much more direct. Wangqing, if it weren't urgent, we wouldn't be looking for you sisters. The Qin family's industries have been losing money for several years. The former for big, three small have seen the Qin family removed from the three small families, and the situation is deteriorating daily. If we hadn't been so harsh on your father back then, if the family hadn't wronged your mother back then, we would have shamelessly approached the Su family for help. But now the situation has reversed. Your father not only has Shintian, but it's also said he's made achievements in the capital. He revealed this to us to see our reaction, right? Now that your father has come here, let's not even mention him. With your mother's personality, she would never miss an opportunity to gloat. Can you bear to see your maternal grandparents being ridiculed and mocked by your mother? To put it bluntly, the Qin Corporation now has a deficit of 30 billion. If it's filled, it might even reach a higher level. If not, your maternal grandfather is the responsible party, and he will be in trouble. Can you bear to see him spend his final days in prison? At this point, everyone finally understood why their maternal grandfather's face lit up with a smile upon seeing them. Although their maternal grandfather was better than their grandmother before, he had never been this enthusiastic. No wonder their aunt spoke while their grandfather remained silent, and why he showed no reaction when industries were mentioned. It turned out their maternal grandfather was the true protagonist. Eldest, second, third, I'm not forcing you. If you're truly unwilling, we won't insist. Actually, there's another way. Su Wangqing had a bad premonition and asked, second uncle, please. Alright, then I'll be direct. I heard that Xinro is now the helmswoman of the Su Corporation, completely controlling the Su Group, is that right? Su Wangking frowned and didn't reply. The second method is to incorporate the Su Corporation into the Qin family's industries. You lend the Su Corporation to the Qin family for 3 years. Once the Qin family uses the Su Corporation to generate profits to cover the deficit, we will return the Su Corporation to you. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into silence. Sun Lian's brows furrowed, her gaze filled with a question that seemed to say, "Do we look that foolish?" Only then did everyone understand the true purpose of their maternal grandfather's visit. The request to plead with the Su family was merely a smokescreen to lower their guard. The real objective was the Su Corporation. Let alone not being able to give it now. Even if they did give the Su Corporation, would they ever get it back? At this juncture, they were simply relying on the fact that the sisters had a complete falling out with their family and were trying to take advantage of their youth to annex the Su Corporation. At this moment, the thread of so-called kinship snapped completely. The almost blatant calculation left the sisters utterly disappointed in their so-called maternal grandparents. "I disagree." Suddenly, Susan shouted, took a large gulp of red wine, and slammed his glass onto the table. "Listening to you all spout nonsense, I, Su, refuse to agree." Qin Yi's expression darkened, and he cast a sharp glare at Su Sun. This was, after all, their family matter. How could an outsider possibly meddle in this? "Muyan, control the person next to you." Su Sun coldly snorted, "Sorry, she can't control me. Just an orphan living under someone else's roof." "Muyan, if you can't control Su Sun, then I, as your uncle, will manage him for you." "Su Muyan, sorry, second uncle, I can control Su Sun, but his name is Su Jua, and I can't control him." "What did you say?" Anger instantly boiled over. Su Muyan actually dared to mock her uncle. At this moment, a sharp gaze swept over. It was grandmother Wang Xiaohua's displeased look. "Eldest girl, I know you're unwilling, but this is our family matter. Don't let outsiders interfere." Chapter 709. Grandmother, he's not an outsider. Compared to us, he is an outsider. Do you think maternal grandfather and grandmother mean less to you than him? Pfft. Susan scoffed, "Old hag, please don't be so narcissistic. Who gave you the courage to compare yourself to me? If you don't want to eat this meal, then let's just end it. Let's go home." The most laughable thing in the world is a lack of self-awareness. They didn't know where Susan's confidence came from, actually believing he could surpass two elders? No matter what, the two elders were still the sisters' maternal grandparents. Even if they had some affection for a found orphan, could they really turn their backs on their maternal grandparents? What a joke! "You oblivious thing, fine, if you want to leave, then leave. Anyway, this isn't your..." The words stopped abruptly. Qin Yi was completely stunned. The five sisters actually got up. "Muyan, Wangking, what do you mean? You're leaving too?" Sun Lian's expression was unreadable. "Since you said the gathering is over, then we naturally have to go." "Sun Lian, you're disrespecting your maternal grandparents for an outsider. Where is your upbringing? It's enough that you are filial to the elders. We are women, after all. We are not as useful as you men." Qin Yi was shocked by these words. If the previous moment was a revelation of their true intentions, then this was a clear demarcation. These were words their maternal grandmother often repeated. Now, Sun Lian, her granddaughter, dared to use such words to mock them. Had she no regard for family ties at all? Su Sun gave him a provocative smile. "Hey, you oblivious thing, how could you think you could compare to me?" Sun Lian behind him nudged him speechlessly. "Alright, stop being narcissistic. Let's go back." "Fine, let's go home." The people on the other side were dumbfounded, especially grandfather Qin Jian and grandmother Wang Xiaohua. They never imagined that their standing in the eyes of their granddaughters would be so weak, actually losing out to a found orphan. The two quickly exchanged glances with their second son's family. Qin Yi's family of four immediately stepped forward to block them. Qin Yongchang was the most agitated. Seeing Su Bamian and her cousins leaving, he rushed forward. "Sister Nian Nian, cousin Qingxia, don't go. Sister Wangking, Sister Xinro, my dad was just drinking too much. Please don't take it to heart." Even his cousin Qin Xuanya grabbed one by each hand, preventing Su Wangking and Su Xinro from leaving. Zhang Pingfang rubbed her hands and gave an awkward smile. "My nieces, please don't leave yet. We can talk things through slowly, can't we?" "Talk about what?" Su Sun directly signaled for a retreat. "Stop dawdling, just get out of here." Qin Yongchang cursed loudly, "You useless garbage orphan. Who do you think you are to bark orders here?" Instantly, there was silence, an eerie silence. For some inexplicable reason, the previously noisy scene suddenly quieted down. Numerous gazes converged on Qin Yongchang, making him feel conspicuous. Qin Yongchang was confused, and his entire family looked perplexed. Su Xinro patted her cousin's head and gave her a kind smile. Xiaoa, run further away later. Stay far away from here. Su Bamian's face was stiff, as if she had seen something terrifying. She bared her teeth and slowly backed away. The brother and sister were instantly dumbfounded. Qin Yongchang asked confusedly, Cousin Kingxia, what's with your reaction? Why are you so strange? Su Kingxia sighed heavily. Kangzi, you're going to get strange soon. Everyone kept a distance from him as if he were a plague. Even his sister Qin Xuanyao was pushed aside by Su Wangqing. At this moment, Qin Yongchang seemed isolated, completely cut off from everyone else. Qin Yi, his father, became even more confused. What do you mean by this? Can you just say what you need to say directly? Is it just because Kangzi cursed just now? My hands are itching, Nguyen, you won't stop me, will you? In Qin Yi's bewildered gaze, he saw Su Nguyen's expression suddenly turn solemn. Be careful, don't escalate things. Then Wangqing, you won't suddenly call to stop it, will you? Su Wangqing's helpless voice sounded, you know we can't stop you. Then, third sister, Ro, do you have any objections? Su Xinro's expression was calm. As long as you're happy. Okay, understood. Understood what? Understood nothing. Qin Yongchang was agitated by the strange atmosphere and cursed again. Are you going to curse back? With your stinky orphan status, I bet you wouldn't dare even with 10 times the courage. Slap. Fast. It was too fast. Like a shooting star across the sky, Qin Yongchang was slapped flying into the air, tracing a beautiful parabola. Son, you little beast. Slap slap. Before Qin Yi, his father, could finish speaking, he was pinned to the ground and beaten soundly. The sound of slaps was incessant, his face a picture of misery. Husband. Zhang Pingfang rushed forward angrily, but as soon as she reached them, she was forcefully silenced with a slap. The loud slaps and muffled groans of pain echoed. Su Sun, as the super fighting man, resumed his duty as the slap hero with an unfeeling iron hand, his face filled with righteous determination. Dad, Mom, brother. Watching her family being beaten, Qin Xuanya, the daughter, could no longer bear it. Her not-so-ugly face contorted, she grabbed a wine bottle and swung it at Su Sun from behind. However, her ambition was cut short. A nimble thief's hand snatched her wine bottle away. A graceful figure, half a head taller than her, pressed her against the wall. Cousin, you're being very naughty. Su Bamian grabbed Qin Xuanya's collar and proceeded to slap her repeatedly. I'm going to slap you for attacking from behind, for being sneaky, for not listening to advice. Slap slap. After a few slaps, Qin Xuanya was dizzy and let out cries of pain. Su Kingxia, standing nearby, was stunned. That's enough. It's too much if you hit her anymore. Humph, I'm doing this for her own good. Otherwise, if Su Sun gets his unfeeling iron hands on her, it won't be just a few slaps. Su Kingxia looked at her eldest sister speechlessly, as if hoping for a response. But Su Nguyen merely cast a cold glance at her cousin Qin Xuanya, then remained unresponsive. Ah, you useless thing. How dare you hit my precious son, my precious grandson? Get lost, you old hag. A heavy punch landed, and Wang Xiaohua clutched her nose, crying out in pain. Wife! You little beast, how dare you? Thomas flying cyclone impact. No one knew how Su Sun flew out. Everyone just saw Su Sun, who was squatting on the ground and beating someone, suddenly spring up like a spring. His entire body spun in a low-altitude circle, and then a headbutt, like a cannonball, was launched, hitting Qin Jian heavily in the chest. With a loud bang, an old man fell from the air and crashed heavily onto the dining table. Su Kaiming, you damn scoundrel. Your wretched son beat me and your father. You must give us an explanation. At the Su residence, Su Kaiming, who had just hung up the phone, looked bewildered and asked Qin Xinlan. What? What are you saying? I didn't hear clearly. Chapter 710. Old Su, that's not right, that voice sounded like my mom. What? Your mom? Su Kaiming picked up his phone doubtfully and looked at it. The number was unfamiliar. It's not your mom, is it? Did she change her number? Let me see. Qin Xinlan took the phone and looked at it. Honestly, she hoped it was just an auditory illusion, but the caller ID immediately gave her a bad feeling. Oh no, this looks like a call from the hospital, and it's from Jiangqing. That really sounded like my mom just now. What? She's in Jiangqing? Then what was she mumbling about just now? Qin Xinlan swallowed nervously, her unease growing. Old Su, if I heard correctly, my mom said our son beat up her and her husband. What nonsense? Are you sure? You said that with a leaky mouth. Are you sure that's what she said? Yes, although the voice was a bit strange, how could I, her daughter, not recognize my mom's voice? The couple knew very well how formidable Qin family's mother was, and they still had lingering fear from her past actions. Back when Qin Xinlan was with Su Kaiming, who was then a poor young man, her family strongly opposed it, even resorting to imprisonment and threats of disownment. And her mother was the chief culprit. Later, after narrowly avoiding a complete falling out with her family, they finally got together. Su Kaiming was then tricked into signing something akin to a contract of servitude, almost becoming a son-in-law of the Qin family. Fortunately, Qin Xinlan was rebellious and loved bravely, so the two eloped directly, even cutting off contact with her family. After their children were born, their relationship slightly eased, but every time Su Kaiming returned to the Qin family, he was met with sarcastic remarks. Because they had given birth to daughters, she, the eldest daughter, was often subjected to cold words. Su Kaiming eventually used work to numb himself and didn't dare to approach the Qin family, while she, their daughter, was full of resistance to returning home. Now that her mother had arrived, both of them involuntarily recalled those unpleasant experiences. Could it be? Little Wen caused trouble and they tracked him down to Jiangqing. Qin Xinlan said weakly. Su Kaiming fell into silence. If that were the case, it would align with the Qin family's motive for coming to Jiangqing. Could it be that Su Wen, that scoundrel, was actually fine, and his disappearance for these days was just him going to the magical city to beat up those two old people? But that didn't make sense either, as the two sides had no prior grievances. They hadn't even had time to bring the recovered Su Wen to meet the Qin family. Could it be that that scoundrel knew about their conflict with the Qin family and went to their aid? Su Kaiming immediately dismissed the thought, finding it utterly ridiculous. However, news of Su Wen was not good news for him. If the situation was true, then he should indeed go and confirm it. Qin Xinlan, let me say this first, if your mother is as overbearing as before when we meet them, don't blame me for turning ruthless. Times have changed. Previously, the son-in-law was inferior and hesitant, but now he commands the Xintian group, has the backing of influential families in the capital, and even has the guarantee of several massive industries left by Qinyu. The mere Qin family, he no longer took them seriously. Qin Xinlan also understood Su Kaiming's arrogance. After all, the fact that the two of them could do such a thing as exchanging their son for a change in fate was largely due to the immense pressure from the Qin family. They wanted to hold their heads high in front of the Qin family one day. Now that they had sufficient confidence, they no longer needed to curry favor with anyone. Alright, I'll call them first to contact them. At the hospital, in a special ward with 6 beds, the Qin family lay neatly on the beds. Su Kaiming and Qin Xinlan were both stunned upon entering. With everyone leaning against their headboards, each with a bruised and swollen face, one would think the elders had taken the two youngsters to a street brawl. Chapter 7:11 Qin Xinlan was extremely shocked. Dad, Mom, what on God's name did you do? How did second brother's family get beaten too? Qin Xinlan's unreserved scrutiny made Qin Yi, her second brother, furious. Qin Xinlan, look at your good son. It's one thing that he hit me, a strong middle-aged man. He even hit the young and the old. Look at your good nephew, look at how he's been beaten. And look at Dad and Mom. Can these old bones of theirs withstand this kind of beating? I'm telling you, if you don't give us an explanation for what happened today, I'll send your good-for-nothing to big prison. Fine, then call the police and arrest him, Su Kaiming said immediately. What? Not only Qin Yi, but even the old father Qin Jian in the next bed was stunned on the spot. Is this the expected reaction? Shouldn't there be some back and forth, followed by negotiation, and then they state their demands? Qin Yi's face turned ashen. Su Kaiming, are you serious? The injuries we have are not minor, and with so many people, it can even be considered a serious offense. If this blows up, there won't be any good outcome. Alas, brother-in-law, it's our negligence as parents. Since he made a mistake, we naturally cannot cover for him. We are willing to accept all consequences. Su Kaiming sighed deeply, his tone heavy, his face full of disappointment as if he had truly lost faith in his son, which made Qin Yi feel a wave of shock and utter confusion. Su Kaiming wished for Su Wen to get into trouble. Now that he had the overall situation in hand, and everything was proceeding according to his plan, if that unstable factor returned at this moment, it would likely ruin everything, and he himself might suffer from that good-for-nothing's unpredictable temper. Therefore, it was best for Su Wen to be arrested, and even better if he couldn't get out. Qin Jian, the father-in-law, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. They were indeed injured all over, but it also gave them an opportunity to make a fuss and extort some benefits from Su Kaiming. But who knew that Su Kaiming, the father, would actually give up directly? This was still a father. Were these words that a father would say? Kaiming, you two come and sit down first. Let's talk slowly. Qin Jian still suppressed his inner frustration and prepared to discuss matters with the two of them. Su Kaiming and Qin Xinlan exchanged glances and found seats for themselves. Xiaolan, how have you been lately? Your mother and I have been too busy to get away, otherwise, we should have come to see you when Xiaowen was found last year. It was our negligence, Mom and Dad. It was indeed your negligence. If you had come to help your grandson back then, he wouldn't have changed his temperament so drastically, become estranged from everyone, and wouldn't have beaten you all like this. However, some things are better left unsaid. Qin Zinlin smiled on the surface. It's okay, Dad. Why would elders condescend to meet juniors? It's Xiaowen who should come to see you. As long as you don't blame Xiaowen in the future. Wang Xiaohua snorted and interjected, how could my dear grandson blame him? I love him too much to blame him. Qin Zinlin was stunned. When did her narrow-minded mother become so magnanimous? In the past, she would quibble over a slightly harsh tone, but now she could forgive being beaten like this? Mom, you really don't blame Xiaowen. Wang Xiaohua snorted. Am I the kind of person who quibbles over trifles? Qin Zinlin's mouth twitched slightly. Didn't she know her own heart? Then she showed an expression of confusion that no one could understand and asked again, what about Dad? Do you blame Xiaowen? Why would I blame my grandson? Your dad is not so narrow-minded. I don't care about trivial matters. Trivial matters? All right, Dad, you are indeed magnanimous. What about second brother and second sister-in-law? Qin Zinlin then turned her gaze to Qin Yi and Zhang Pingfang on the other side. They both said in unison, we don't need to argue with the juniors. What about my eldest nephew and eldest niece? Auntie, you don't need to care about our opinions. We hope to interact more with little brother Xiaowen. Qin Yongchang forced a smile while covering his bruised and black eyes, and his sister Qin Xuanya nodded in agreement. Chapter 711. Shock, unprecedented shock. She knew exactly what kind of character these people in her family had. Have they all reformed? They are all so magnanimous that she can hardly believe it. She thought she would have to haggle this time, but it turned out to be resolved so easily. Qin Zinlin smiled from the bottom of her heart. She felt that it must be the Su family's prosperity that gave them the right to speak. Wealth, indeed, can make one stand tall. Old man, stop gossiping and get straight to the point. Xiaolan, we need to talk about that good-for-nothing beating people. Your Su family still needs to give us an explanation. The smile on her lips vanished instantly, and Qin Zinlin was confused. No, didn't you say you wouldn't hold a grudge? What explanation do you want now? When did I say I wouldn't hold a grudge? Qin Zinlin anticipated that the two old people would turn their faces sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. She denied it right after the previous sentence. Is this like a fish's memory? She pursed her lips speechlessly. Mom, you said you wouldn't quibble, and Dad said he's not narrow-minded. Even second brother's family is willing to let it go. Didn't you say all this? What? When did we say we wanted to let it go? Mom, this isn't fun playing like this. Are you treating me like a monkey? Who's playing you? Are we saying the same thing? You're trying to muddy the waters. It's you who's making trouble. You deny what you just said, don't go too far. Qin Zinlin. It's no use calling my full name. If you don't want to let it go, then do as you please. Whether you want to call the police or sue, it's all up to you. Anyway, we won't intervene. Are you satisfied now? Wang Xiaohua was furious. Good. Since you're being aggressive, then we'll send Su Sun to life in prison. Whatever. But you be careful of retaliation. Xiaowen is not currently. Her voice stopped abruptly, and Qin Zinlin was stunned. Who? Did I hear that right? Su Sun. Wang Xiaohua snorted. That's right. Wasn't he the one you picked up? In the past, you were afraid of me troubling him, so you never brought him when you returned to the Qin family. You protected him so well, even more carefully than your own son. I'll see if you're really indifferent when something happens to him. For a moment, Qin Zinlin was speechless and exchanged a glance with Su Kaiming. Neither of them expected that the reason they didn't bring Su Sun to Shanghai back then would be seen so nobly by the Qin family. This explanation made even themselves speechless. Humph, you're scared. I knew you still cared about him. Qin Zinlin was speechless. Mom, is it possible that we didn't bring him because we thought he was beneath us? Still trying to cover up. Do you think we'll believe you? Believe whatever you want, anyway, we have nothing to do with him anymore. Do whatever you want. It was a joke. Now they didn't even care about their own son Suwon, let alone Su Sun? She wished for something to happen to Su Sun sooner, so she could vent her hatred. Alright, Dad and Mom, since there's nothing else, we'll leave first. We'll come to see you another day. Seeing Qin Zinlin and Su Kaiming about to get up and leave, Wang Xiaohua's anger finally reached its peak. Both of them were unfilial children. Su Kaiming, the son-in-law, was acceptable, but how could Qin Zinlin, the daughter she raised, have such an indifferent attitude? Want to leave? It's not over yet. Otherwise, it wasn't us who hit you, and the one who hit you has nothing to do with us either. Why should we stay here? Mom, if you really can't bear to part with me, then I'll come to see you tomorrow. Qin Zinlin, you ungrateful daughter. The roar from behind was ignored by anyone. Qin Zinlin grabbed Su Kaiming and quickly left. As they walked out of the hospital gate, Su Kaiming still felt somewhat unfulfilled, as if something was missing. He had originally wanted to have a heated argument with the Qin family and finally show his strength and hold his head high, but the situation ended in this way. It was too cheap for them. The few people in the ward were stunned. Apart from the faint smell of the hospital, the air was filled with a heart-pounding silence. The two of them just left like that? Left as if nothing had happened? Then who would they use as an excuse? Mom, I think Big Sister and the others really don't care about that Susun, so we can't negotiate any conditions. Qin Yi was extremely depressed. He thought he had found his sister and brother-in-law's weakness, but it turned out to be not a weakness but a burden. If he had known, he should have called the police to arrest Susun as soon as the incident happened. Grandpa, Grandma, Auntie, and Uncle aren't standing up for us, so weren't we beaten for nothing? My handsome face is ruined. Zhang Pingfan looked at her son numbly. His eyes looked like eyes, his mouth looked like two circles, and his nose looked like two circles. Now his entire face was swollen like it had been stung by a bee. Although he was her own son, she found it hard to admit that her son could be associated with handsomeness. She didn't know how to comfort him, but Wang Xiaohua, the grandmother, got off the bed and went to her grandson, sitting by the bed and affectionately holding Qin Yanqiang's head. My dear grandson, don't worry, Grandma will avenge you. That orphan is just jealous of your handsomeness, so he kept hitting your face. Grandma won't let him off. Qin Yongchang gritted his teeth and said fiercely, Grandma, I want him disfigured. I want him to kneel at my feet and sing Ugly Duckling. Zhang Pingfang interrupted weakly, son, if he sings Ugly Duckling to you, it seems like you're the one who loses. Zhang Pingfang, are you even a mother? Instead of comforting your son when he's wronged, you're undermining him. Get to the side. Mom, I just said it casually. Even casual remarks are not allowed. Since it's my grandson's request, then I will definitely fulfill it. I want that little beast to sing Ugly Duckling for my grandson. Bang! The door exploded open, and a sharp figure kicked the door open and burst in like the wind, leaping up. Storm, Nebula Rift. Chapter 712. Ah Su Sun, slap. Ah you little beast. Slap slap. Good for nothing, stop. Old man, watch me do the lightning whirlwind chop. Mom and Dad, you chop me too. Husband, chop again, slap slap. A series of crackles came from inside. The chaotic scene was like sparks and lightning, electrifying everyone with screams, but the electricity was generated by Susun, or rather, by the frenzied Susun. At the door, Su Banian, who was holding a milk tea, was dumbfounded, her mouth agape, staring at the explosive scene before her. Who is she? Where is she? What happened? She only remembered that as they passed by this ward, Susun suddenly said there was killing intent, and then he kicked the door open. She never imagined that her maternal grandparents would happen to be in this ward. Useless good-for-nothing girl. What are you still standing there stunned for? Pull this little beast away. Su Banian, who was dazed, was about to go forward to break up the fight, but upon being scolded by Wang Xiaohua, she rolled her eyes and turned to sip her milk tea. What was the commotion? Why was it so noisy? She saw nothing, heard nothing. Milk tea was still delicious. She silently closed the door, leaned against it, and picked up her phone to watch the anime she was halfway through. A passionate clash came from within, thunderous. Vajra fist. Little beast. Damn old woman, your skin is itchy again. I'll let you have a taste of the thunderous Vajra fist too. As if inspired, under Wang Xiaohua's aggressive pressure, Susun learned new moves. He grabbed the old woman from the ground, and in mid-air, he swung his fists like phantoms, delivering continuous stiff punches, finally hitting her jaw with a heavy blow, sending her flying backward and crashing onto the lying Qin Yi. Half of his dentures spun in the air, finally falling onto his good son's face, covered in murky saliva. Ah, my teeth. Little man. With a half-crouch elbow strike, Wang Xiaohua was instantly shut down. Qin Jian was furious. After a brief beating, he forgot his pain and even wanted to fight a god with a mortal body, naturally suffering a period of punishment. Slap. With a crisp sound, Qin Jian fell onto the bed and became motionless. Another mountain pressing down, Susun leaped into the air onto the hospital bed and heavily sat on Qin Yongchang, grabbing his collar and giving him a series of slaps. Still dare to glare at me. Still dare to glare at me. I think you can't even distinguish between 1 + 1 equaling more than 2. Susun raised his arm, his 5 fingers straight, his arm muscles taut, making his biceps bulge like small mountains. With a destructive aura, he swung down. This blow pierced through the star's face. Split for me. Slap. Ah. After a period of commotion, quiet was finally restored, and the world seemed to fall silent. The ward was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The only survivor present, Qin Xuanya, huddled under the covers, trembling, her whole body filled with unimaginable fear. She finally understood why her cousin Su Banian had beaten her yesterday. If her cousin hadn't intervened, the attacker would have been this terrifying man. If she had failed in her sneak attack, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you, cousin, thank you for saving my life. Qin Xuanya kept comforting herself, constantly diverting her attention, trying to deceive herself to escape disaster. But who knew that as she closed her eyes and shivered, the quilt was suddenly thrown open. So mischievous. There's still one hiding. At this moment, fear surged like a tide, and despair drowned her like a tsunami. Qin Xuanya's face turned pale, her eyes widened, and her heart beat like it was on a high-speed chase. Seeing the devil smile at her playfully, under the immense pressure, she completely lost consciousness, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Susun frowned, silently put his hands back into his underpants. Is she that timid? Am I that scary? Don't you know why she's timid? Su Banian looked back and thought silently. Susun looked at her with a sly smile. Classmate Nian Nian, why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 713. Haha, nothing, just looking at how handsome you are. Is it wrong to look at you? Oh, I know, but don't be too infatuated. I'm afraid you'll get addicted. Speechless, so narcissistic. Alright, I'm going to change shifts. Your older sisters are probably waiting anxiously. After leaving, the two walked around two more corners and arrived at another ward on the same floor. In this ward, Su Qingxia was lying on the bed, looking listless. Su Qingxia had a sudden high fever last night and was rushed to the hospital. Su Muian and Su Wangqing had been taking care of her since last night. This was the reason they came to the hospital. It was just that they didn't expect to inadvertently stumble upon some people's backbiting. Su Sun was also puzzled. Why did people curse him wherever he went? They were completely unrelated people, wouldn't they die if they didn't mention him? Really, it made him feel a moment of exhilaration in his anger. Weren't the two of you here long ago? Why are you here so late? Big sister. We just passed by a ward and caught Grandpa and Grandma bad-mouthing people. Susun just went to beat someone up. What? Let me tell you, he was like a superhero just now. She promised to keep it a secret, but Su Banian forgot it the moment she turned around. Her vivid narration made Su Muian and Su Wangqing's eyelids twitch. Could these two old bones withstand such torment? It was lucky they weren't beaten to death. In the evening, in the Qin family's ward. Big brother, he's simply a devil. I've never seen anyone so unreasonable and merciless. Hurry up and come over. Except for Xuanya, everyone else is beaten so badly they can't get out of bed. Our ungrateful sister is resentful and unwilling to come. Hurry up and come to preside over the situation. Okay, I'll have mom talk to you. Wang Xiaohua took the phone, brain big. You're there by yourself. Ha, who's speaking? A voice asked on the phone. Qin shouted, it's mom. He's telling you to come over quickly. Why did mom's speech change like this? He beat her. Dad is okay, but mom's mouth is swollen from being slapped, and half of her dentures are broken. You don't know what mom looks like now. Pfft, grandma is so funny. You little brat. My mistake, I was wrong, Dad. Ah. After a series of crackles, Qin got the phone back. What was that noise just now? Why did I hear someone laughing? Big brother, you heard wrong. Yongchang was just crying out in pain. I'm going to massage him to help him recover. Hurry up and come over, we really need someone to take care of things here. Alright, I'll bring people over tomorrow. You stay put for now, and when I get there, I'll make sure that Brat pays the price. Susan used to wonder why judicial systems rarely appeared in novels. Later, he understood that it was entirely because the rich were arrogant from the bottom of their hearts. Those so-called chaebol and nobles disdained to involve others, relying on their background confidence. In their opinion, calling the police was a way of benefiting others. They wanted to maintain control, to hold the sharp blade of judgment in their own hands. Only in this way could they feel a sense of superiority and control over everything. Under the moonlight, Susun stood by the hospital bed, looking at the distant neon lights. Beneath the calm surface, ripples faintly appeared. It had been peaceful for a while. Ever since the Su family became honest, he had felt a sense of emptiness. The appearance of the Qin family had brought back a long-lost feeling to his simple and unpretentious life of lying flat. Who will be the next punching bag? Su Qingxia, your physique is a bit weak. You can get hospitalized with a fever. Your body is not even as good as Su Banian's. You should exercise more instead of staying at home all the time. Su Banian scoffed. What do you mean not as good as me? She's inherently inferior to me. I can beat 10 of her with her weak physique. Susan smiled and said nothing, just sat on the edge of the bed and silently peeled an orange. Su Kingxia moved closer to him, waiting to be fed, but Susan peeled the orange and threw it into his own mouth without even looking at her, drawing a mournful glance from her. Chapter 714. At this moment, Su Banian was displeased, and this indifferent attitude meant what? Why aren't you saying anything? Are you looking down on me? So what if I am? The burst of orange in his mouth stimulated his taste buds. Su Sun rolled his eyes. You're saying you're fat, and you're getting puffed up. Speaking of which, you're a few pounds heavier than her, yet you always get beaten. How dare you say you can beat 10 of her? That's because I don't want to bully the small. Otherwise, you'll see if I beat her or not now. Looking at the lively Su Banian, then glancing at the pale and weak Su Kingxia beside him, Su Sun pursed his lips. Well, it was possible at this moment. But bullying a patient and then becoming proud? He casually stuffed the peeled orange into Su Kingxia's mouth, causing her cheeks to bulge and a hint of satisfaction to appear on her face, then said, Go buy breakfast. Stop chattering here. Humph, I'm not going. If you go, you'll definitely do something bad with Su Kingxia. Su Sun was instantly stunned. He even stuffed the remaining orange peel into Su Kingxia's mouth without peeling it, turned his head and widened his eyes. Do you know what you're saying? What bad things could I possibly do with her? I'm completely transparent with her, as clear as day and moon. Su Kingxia, you foolish sister, are you questioning us? Aren't you going to say something? Cough cough. Su Kingxia leaned over the bed and spat out the orange peel, her face contorted with sourness, unable to say a word. Seeing this, Su Sun didn't ask further and directly waved to Su Banian to go buy breakfast. But who knew that Su Banian still refused? Anyway, I'm not going. You go. After repeatedly refusing, Su Sun's expression finally turned grim. I bought the food last night. You wanted a late-night snack, and I ran errands. We agreed that it was your turn in the morning, and now you want to renege. Then let Su Kingxia go. What are you talking about? Su Sun immediately looked at her like an idiot. Big sister, are you kidding me? You want a patient who can't get out of bed due to a high fever to buy food for you? You're going against the natural order. Hurry up, don't make me go completely crazy. Humph, then I'll order takeout. Order takeout? I'll let you order takeout. Su Sun angrily stood up, and Su Banian reflexively got scared and fled. Whether the food would be bought or not was still unknown. Fortunately, 20 minutes later, she still came back with breakfast. Ah, what are you doing? But as soon as she returned, she was dumbfounded. What did she see? She saw Su Kingxia getting out of bed and jumping around, posing seductively. Su Kingxia was also startled by the sudden return and immediately got back into bed and hid under the covers, but Su Banian keenly detected something from her unnatural face. Speak, what exactly were you doing? Su Kingxia, what was that just now? You bought breakfast? Let me see what you bought. Don't change the subject. Tell me the truth. Su Sun said calmly, What are we doing? Just doing some morning exercises to warm up. Why are you making such a fuss? Nonsense. She couldn't get out of bed just now, and now she's jumping around. Is that normal? And why is her face so red and her head sweating? Oh, it's exercise. Isn't it normal to sweat a little? Nonsense. Do you think she looks normal like that? Actually, Su Sun wasn't lying. This was a warm-up exercise he had taught Kingxia. As long as she stretched her body and released the energy within, her discomfort would be greatly relieved. This sweating was just a sign of recovery. But as he looked back, her shy expression made him shiver. No, sister, what's with that expression? Why does sweating look so memorable? Aren't you clearly giving people the wrong impression? I'm a little hot. Don't answer evasively. I knew you wouldn't miss this opportunity to take advantage of her weakness. I'll kill you. She threw the plastic bag containing breakfast on the ground. Su Banian raised her arm and charged at him. Wait, Su Banian, you damn. At that moment, Su Banian's fierceness was fully displayed. She was scratching, hitting, and even biting, making it difficult for Su Sun to resist. Su Kingxia hurriedly pulled them apart. Fifth sister, stop messing around. It was really just a warm-up exercise just now. You're also shameless. I want you dead too. While defending himself, the attack in front of him stopped. Su Sun stood there with his arm raised, staring at the scene in confusion. What is this? Why are these two fighting again? That's right, Su Kingxia and Su Banian were fighting on the hospital bed as soon as they disagreed, and they weren't backing down at all. You have so much energy, Su Kingxia, you were really faking it. I'll make you look good. It's me who should make you look good. You darn girl, I've tolerated you all night, and I'll make sure you end up in the hospital too. The two of them were like dragons fighting tigers, evenly matched. However, this was evenly matched under Sue Kingsia's unrecovered condition, and Sue Banian was even slightly at a disadvantage later. Finally managing to gain an advantage, it happened to coincide with the arrival of the heavenly Tao, and she was cruelly punished. 5 minutes later, the door was pushed open. When Sun Wan saw her lively fifth sister pounding the still patient fourth sister on the bed, her exceptionally beautiful face instantly became as cold as ice. Su Bai Nian. Where was Su Sun at this time? Su Sun was not in the ward, but had gone to the outside bathroom to use the toilet. As for why he didn't take care of it in the ward, it was entirely because the bathroom in the ward had poor sound insulation. He couldn't possibly be crackling inside while they were fighting to the death outside. It would have been too inappropriate. And when he returned to the ward, what made him furious happened again, and he had to turn into a super fighting hero once more. Damn it, Qin Zinlin. Wild Charge. Chapter 715. How long is your mother going to make a scene? Can't you stop bossing people around for no reason? Do you think I have nothing better to do than to humor her every day? In the hospital corridor, Su Kaiming and Qin Zinlin were heading to the ward to visit the Qin family again. Su Kaiming appeared annoyed on the surface, but in reality, he felt a hidden sense of anticipation. He couldn't wait to come and provoke those two old people. He was no longer the useless son-in-law who had no say. Now their positions were reversed, and his mother-in-law's family's temper towards him was merely impotent rage. The more they put on a bad face, the more comfortable he felt, as if the years of bowing his head had finally straightened out. Qin Zinlin, unaware of her husband's hidden thoughts, assumed he genuinely didn't want to come and urged him helplessly, "Old Su, bear with it a little longer. After all, they are my parents, my maternal family. Since something happened, naturally, as their daughter and son-in-law, we should come and see them. Of course, coming here isn't about genuinely taking care of them. Don't you think my mother's impotent rage is very satisfying?" As expected of a devoted daughter, and as expected of a couple, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. However, Su Kaiming seemed to scoff at these words, saying with a hint of disdain, "How can you, as their daughter, think that way? You're somewhat ungrateful." "I don't think so." "Oh, darling, have you forgotten how my mother treated us back then? I know you're proud and value principles, but I'm not so bound by rules. I only know that my mother drove me half mad back then. What's wrong with me kicking her when she's down? That's all. She's lucky it's only that much. Indeed, the most venomous are women. I'll leave it to you, but I'm not coming next time. You old fake. I'll come alone next time, is that okay?" As the two got closer to their destination, the curve of Qin Zinlin's lips unconsciously began to rise. Her slightly raised head and her condescending demeanor made it seem as if she wasn't visiting her hospitalized elderly parents, but rather a leader inspecting the premises. "Oh, right, your family called and said someone was beaten up again. It couldn't be Su Sun, could it?" For some reason, as they got closer to the ward, Su Kaiming felt a sense of unease, as if something was about to happen. Qin Zinlin nodded at his words. Who else could it be? Only he would have the audacity to severely harm two old bones. Indeed. It's been a while since we last saw him, and I didn't expect him to still be as mad as ever. I don't think he has any conflict with your parents, he's just doing this to show us, to intimidate us. A thorn existed in both of their hearts, Su Sun's various actions during the period he left the Su family. They provided him with food and clothing, giving an orphan a family. But instead of gratitude, they received conflict. Qin Zinlin had lived a pampered life for many years. Even during the most difficult times, she had followed Su Kaiming and hadn't suffered much, like a young lady from a wealthy family. However, her face had been repeatedly humiliated by Su Sun, a deep and unspeakable disgrace. Su Kaiming was even more enraged. He had worked hard in Jiangcheng for years, finally building a respectable image for himself among Jiangcheng's social elite. Unexpectedly, when he should have been enjoying the admiration of thousands, Su Sun had treated him like a dog, slapping him several times in front of countless influential figures, causing him to lose all face and ruin his reputation, making him a laughingstock. They hadn't mentioned this ungrateful wretch in a long time, but the mere mention of him made their hearts burn and their humiliating memories resurface uncontrollably. They were, after all, people of standing. To be humiliated to such an extent by an insignificant orphan was unforgivable. "Old Su, when will your matters be over? I can't stand it anymore. We must make that boy Su Sun pay." Chapter 716. Don't worry, it's almost done. Once the matters I'm handling are finished, it will be the beginning of his lifelong nightmare. I will make certain people understand the consequences of insubordination and ingratitude, how painful they are. Good. Then I'll break his legs. He likes to slap people, doesn't he? I'll cripple his arms too. I want that little beast Su Sun to wish he were dead. Don't worry, I'll make that beast pay the price. And those unfilial daughters of ours, they haven't sent any news since they ran away. Then, I'll make that little beast suffer in front of them. I want to. Qin Xinlan suddenly fell silent as she spoke. Su Kaiming had always felt he had forgotten something, and now he finally realized the source of the feeling. He suddenly turned his head to the side, meeting the equally grave expression of his wife. The two of them abruptly stopped, their gazes and thoughts colliding, their hearts filled with unease. Su Kaiming swallowed. We seem to have insulted him again. No, it couldn't be such a coincidence. Qin Xinlan's voice trembled. Su Kaiming forced a calm demeanor. It shouldn't be such a coincidence, but we've always overlooked one thing. Where did Su Sun beat up your parents later? It wouldn't be at the hospital. Instantly, alarm bells rang in both their minds, and a bone-chilling cold swept through their bodies. Because they overlooked a tiny detail, it could lead to immeasurable harm. Although the situation was calm at the moment, they both felt as if someone would suddenly appear behind them, and for a moment, they didn't even have the strength to turn around. Old Sua, it shouldn't be, right? I'm not sure. Shall we take a look back? Alright, let's just take a look. The two of them, supporting each other, slowly turned their heads. As their vision slowly shifted from the ground to the seats, from the corridor to the corner, what they saw was so ordinary. The two of them finally relaxed. However, less than 2 seconds after they relaxed, their hearts immediately tensed up again, even reaching their throats. In the empty corner, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure suddenly entered their field of vision. The man, turned sideways, gave them a cold glance. In that instant, Qin Xinlan's face turned ashen. Old Su, I think I really saw that little beast. Perhaps it was due to her last shred of stubbornness that, at this critical juncture, she spoke those 3 words as if she had lost her mind, as if to prove she feared no one present. However, her trembling voice of fear completely betrayed her terror, making her gratuitous action receive even more severe punishment. Damn you, Qin Xinlan, reckless charge. The figure opposite them, with bent arms, charged forward like a bull with a terrifying aura. This charge was like a missile launch. Qin Xinlan was sent flying. During her fall, her terrified face was contorted and ferocious. With a thud, she fell heavily to the ground. In her blurred vision, she seemed to see the figure of an old woman. Grandma, aren't you dead? Su Kaiming was petrified. His heart was filled only with terror. He had wanted to stop him, but the soul-stirring aura had made him give up halfway. It was also fortunate that he didn't try to stop him, otherwise, he would have been the one lying on the ground. However, his cowardice did not yield the desired result. Su Kaiming, you die too. Smack! Su Kaiming performed a beautiful upright spiral in the air, like a graceful waltz, spinning round and round. In his dizziness, he found a familiar feeling and saw fleeting images he had long missed. However, as he landed heavily, a bone-dislocating pain shot through him, and all the beautiful scenery vanished like smoke. Su Sun stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression indifferent. He looked down at the two of them on the ground, like dead dogs, his cold eyes filled with confusion. Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Why do you have to provoke me? Why do you have to provoke me? I don't want this either. Chapter 717. Those 2 old geezers are really something. Either you can't see them, or when you do, they're always cursing. Su Sun is truly speechless. Is there really such deep-seated hatred that they have to keep talking about it? He's a sensitive person with a fragile heart and can't stand even the slightest grievance. Isn't this forcing him to go completely mad? Damn it, I'll beat them up again. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he directly took action. Su Sun gave them another good beating, almost making them see their deceased grandmother. Who? Su Sun wiped his forehead. He was sweating from wearing too many clothes, but he felt much better. So, he grudgingly let them off. Why? Why force me to act? Sigh. With a sigh of helplessness, Su Sun walked away with his hands behind his back, his merits hidden. Evening. In the Qin family's special ward, there were no empty beds. After 2 days of gloom, the Qin family finally saw a glimmer of hope with the arrival of one figure. Eldest brother. You're finally here. The middle-aged man held his old mother's hand, his face full of concern. Mom, I was delayed by company matters. I'm late, son. Not late, not late. It's good that eldest brother is here. Mom can rest assured now. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer injustice in vain. However, the man looked around, his heart filled with anger at the tragic scene. He suppressed his anger, his gaze cold. Qin Xinlan, that unfilial daughter, isn't here. Mom and dad were beaten like this, and she, their daughter, pretends not to see. How outrageous. Chini accused, eldest brother, older sister promised to come tonight, but you're here, and they haven't arrived yet. She even lied to us saying she was already at the hospital? She's clearly treating us like monkeys. This is outrageous. I want to see what she means by this. With that, the middle-aged man immediately made a phone call. As the call connected, the man's furious scolding erupted. Qin Zinlin, you ungrateful wretch. Where were you when mom and dad were in trouble? Do you still have any semblance of a daughter? Eldest brother, I'm at the hospital. Then where are you? Where are you dead? I'm here with mom and dad now. You dare to lie to me. Eldest brother. I didn't lie to you. I was also beaten into the hospital, boo-hoo. I'm lying right next door to you. What's going on? In the adjacent ward, eldest brother Qin Li stared blankly at his bruised and swollen sister and brother-in-law on the hospital bed. Weren't they here to visit their parents? How did these two end up in the hospital? What on earth happened? Don't tell me they fell. Eldest brother, why are you here? Stop changing the subject. Answer me. Boo-hoo. Eldest brother. I was beaten. Qin Li was shocked. Beaten? Who beat you? What exactly happened? Who else? Of course, it's that Su Sun Li. Don't say it. Don't say those words, stupid woman, shut up. Su Kaiming, on the next bed, shouted in terror, which also made Qin Zinlin's expression change drastically. The two of them fell silent as if they had encountered something unspeakable. Qin Li was furious. He had been agitated the whole way, and their hesitant speech made him erupt in anger. Are you all mute? Tell me. It's Su Sun. What? Him again? Qin Zinlin weakly said, that's right, him again. He not only beat us but is also the culprit for beating mom, dad, and second brother's family. What exactly happened? Why did he attack you? No reason, because he wants to. I don't believe anyone would be so unreasonable. It must be that you did something. Qin Li actually had a very vague impression of Su Sun. No one in the Qin family generally mentioned Su Sun's existence. He only got some related information from his parents' conversations, but in the information he received, Su Sun was a meek and very introverted child. How could he be the violent person everyone talked about? He felt something was wrong when he came. It was one thing to beat up the Qin family members so recklessly, but his sister and brother-in-law, who had raised him, how could they have been beaten like this? What kind of deep-seated hatred was this? I'm asking you, are you mute? After several interrogations, Qin Zinlin had to tell the truth. Actually, it's nothing, we just scolded him. What? Just scolded him? Eldest brother, it's true. You don't understand that a chill swept over her, and Qin Zinlin immediately changed her tune. That boy is so violent, he'll really act up if we disagree. You're talking nonsense. Even if he acted, how could he hit so hard? It's true. That key alarm bells rang. Qin Zinlin looked around and changed her tune again. That boy acts without logic. The key is he's like a hypermale, I'm not exaggerating. Qin Li fell silent. Although he felt there was some concealment, the fact that Su Sun acted was undeniable, especially how he had beaten his elderly parents. It was unforgivable. It seems that some people don't know the power of my Qin family because they've never met. I'll make that key. Brother-in-law. Su Kaiming suddenly shouted. Qin Li frowned. What are you calling for? No, nothing. I just hope brother-in-law can be more civilized. Civilized? My parents were beaten like that, and you're telling me to be civilized? I'll definitely make that key. Eldest brother. Qin Zinlin shouted again. Qin Li immediately became furious. Are you all sick? Why are you shouting? Qin Zinlin swallowed nervously. Eldest brother, please don't say those 3 words. I really don't want to see him anymore. What 3 words? What nonsense are you talking about? It's those 3 words, starting with Xia. What? Are you saying Xia Chu? Eldest brother/brother-in-law. Enough. Will you ever stop? He committed a heinous crime, and you won't even let me curse him a couple of times. Qin Zinlin said fearfully, no, eldest brother, if you curse him now, he might suddenly appear. I'm afraid you'll be in trouble too. Nonsense. How can you be so timid? It's not timidity, it's true. Every time it's unbelievably coincidental. He really appears out of nowhere. Nonsense. I don't believe it today. I will curse him. Not only will I curse others, I will curse those 3 words you mentioned. He's just a little beast. Su Sun is a beast. Bang. With a loud bang, the ward door was forcefully kicked open, and an angry figure suddenly rushed in, raising his arm high. Damn it, will this ever end? Smack. Ah, who sneak attacked me? Smack smack. I'll call you Xia, smack smack. I'll call you Xia, smack smack. Ah. At this moment, Qin Zinlin and Su Kaiming looked at each other across their beds. They exchanged glances and surprisingly saw a hint of inexplicable satisfaction in each other's eyes. Yes, the two of them were satisfied. They didn't listen to good advice and suffered the consequences. That man had indeed appeared. And at the doorway, several stunningly beautiful women looked at the scene inside with wide eyes. Uncle! Strange, why hasn't eldest brother returned yet? In the adjacent ward, Qin Jian asked with a hint of doubt. Qin Yi frowned. Could they have started arguing? Should I call and ask? All right, you ask. It's best not to conflict with them. Su Kaiming is not what he used to be. Okay, I'll tell eldest brother to be careful. He picked up his phone and dialed. Eldest brother, why haven't you come back yet? Something unexpected happened? What unexpected event? What the hell? You were beaten. And beaten by Su Sun? You can't even get out of bed next door. Chapter 718. In the ward, the three of them were lying neatly on the bed, creating a comical and humorous scene of peaceful years. Qin Li's heart was boiling with anger, but with the addition of his bruised and swollen face, his ferocity appeared to be tinged with a sense of grievance and the inability to cry. He was indeed wronged. He had only come to confirm the situation, but he ended up lying here. When the doctors and nurses came, seeing that they were family, they didn't even leave the ward and simply put them on the bed and started treating them on the spot. Utter humiliation, and absolute humiliation. Eldest brother, do you believe it now? I told you not to curse, but you wouldn't listen to me. Qin Zinlin's bringing up the past again was undoubtedly like adding fuel to the fire, but Qin Li's anger had nowhere to vent. He couldn't even do something as simple as getting angry, because if he spoke slightly louder, his mouth would hurt intensely. He truly didn't believe Qin Zinlin's earlier nonsensical talk, but now he completely believed it. The world actually had such illogical people. How could someone beat someone half to death just for being scolded once? Damn xia! Instantly, alarm bells rang for both of them, and the air in the ward seemed to drop several degrees. Eldest brother/brother-in-law, shut up. The words were cut short. Although Qin Li didn't feel as terrified as the other two, he was still interrupted and could only sulk. Qin Zinlin patted her chest, her heart pounding wildly. So close, so very close. We almost summoned him again. Qin Li gritted his teeth, feeling immensely humiliated. Qin Zinlin seemed to notice his dejection and comforted him. Don't be angry, eldest brother. When old Su finishes his business, he will definitely make that. After cautiously looking around, she continued in a low voice, he will definitely make that boy pay the price, and he will definitely avenge eldest brother and mom and dad. Qin Li's eyes blazed. Wait, I can't wait that long. I want to make that boy understand the consequences of offending me. Hiss, Qin Zinlin suddenly had an idea. Eldest brother, actually, we can make him pay the price right now. Think about it, we've been beaten like this, shouldn't we inflict a serious injury on him and send him to jail? We'll directly put him behind bars for life. No. Ah. Qin Zinlin asked confusedly, why not? Isn't this the easiest and most effortless way? Qin Li snorted, fighting and brawling only leads to a few years in prison, and with good behavior, he might be out in a few months. Isn't that letting him off too easy? I want to see him pay the price with my own eyes. But eldest brother, we're wasting such a good opportunity. What good opportunity? If the police get involved, it will be harder for us to intervene. Besides, if something happens to him later, he'll definitely suspect us. Aren't you leaving hidden dangers for yourself? So, we're not going to do anything. Humph, a temporary calm is often a deceptive illusion. Let that boy be happy for a few more days. I'll let him understand what true despair is. While talking, Susan's fate was casually decided by the few of them. Qin Li could even see Susan kneeling at his feet, his face full of fear, crying and begging for mercy. This momentary reverie gave him some comfort and made him feel a little better. What's that noise? Has your eldest brother been too stimulated? Why do I hear him laughing? I don't know. I think I heard him laughing too. Su Kaiming and Qin Zinlin whispered to each other, both expressing their worry, wondering if Qin Li, their eldest brother, had gone crazy from the shock. Just being beaten up caused problems? Was he that fragile? Then what was the point of seeking revenge? While they were lost in thought, Qin Li's cold voice sounded again. By the way, eldest sister, why did you drive away Mu Yan and the others when they came to see you earlier? I know your relationship is strained, but isn't this behavior pushing them further away? Chapter 719. Qin Zinlin's face darkened, and her mood instantly turned unpleasant. Don't mention those unfilial daughters. They weren't here to see us, they were clearly here to laugh at us. How can you think that way? If they weren't coming to see you, why would they specially come to the hospital? As the saying goes, mother and daughter share a heart. No matter how big the issue, you are still their mother, and they still respect you from the bottom of their hearts. Bullshit about mothers and daughters sharing a heart. They and that key. Qin Zinlin. Su Kaiming reflexively exclaimed. They are on the same page as that boy. They are not the obedient and sensible daughters they used to be. Their hearts have long since drifted away. Qin Zinlin clutched her wildly beating heart, feeling a sense of lingering fear. So close, she almost uttered those 3 words again. It seemed she would have to control her emotions from now on to avoid saying the wrong thing in a moment of excitement. Eldest sister, what exactly happened in your family? Why did all 5 daughters run away? Don't tell me it's their fault. I'm not an idiot. It's hard to explain in a moment. Anyway, they fell out with us because of that boy, and I don't know what bewitching potion they were given. Qin Zinlin stammered, unable to provide a clear explanation, so she simply stopped bothering to explain. She would act as if she had never given birth to those unfilial daughters. Since the parties involved were unwilling to speak, Qin Li, as an outsider, could not inquire further and could only make some conjectures in his heart. He naturally did not believe that Qin Zinlin and her husband were blameless, but it takes 2 to tango. There must be problems on the daughter's side. For example, when he was beaten, none of his nieces stepped forward to intervene, they were all silently watching the show. What was even more infuriating was that his most innocent, cheerful, and lovely niece back then was actually drinking bubble tea and watching the show with great relish, her face showing no sign of urgency. It was infuriating. At this moment, on the other side, Su Bainian, you're still drinking. You've already had 8 cups of bubble tea today. That's just what I've seen. Is this stuff addictive? Can't you control yourself? Su Bainian put down her bubble tea with a wronged expression. Eldest sister, I was wrong. I won't drink it again from now on. When has your promise ever been kept? You stay here tonight. Forget it, you come back with me. It was time to change shifts again. Su Qingxia still needed to be observed for another night, so she needed someone to accompany her. However, thinking of the scene this morning where the 5th sibling had beaten up the 4th sibling on the bed, Su Muyan still felt uneasy. The 2 of them fought whenever they met. Her 5th sister even bullied Patience. It was truly impossible to let them be alone together. What if they encountered Su Sun when he wasn't around? But she was also uneasy about letting Su Wonking take turns with Su Sun, and she herself would not agree to her 2nd sibling staying. Therefore, only Su Sun could be left here alone. But who knew that Su Xinro suddenly spoke up, eldest sister, I'll stay too. You. Su Muyan looked at her with suspicion. To be honest, she was also very uneasy about putting her 3rd sibling together with Su Sun, as the 3rd sibling might take the opportunity to cause trouble. The key was that Su Xinro had basically not come to take care of Su Qingxia during the past 2 days. This sudden request inevitably made her hesitate. Eldest sister? Why are you looking at me like that? You said that 2 people taking care of her wasn't necessary, but since 4th sister is sick, I can't just do nothing, right? Think about it, 4th sister is a girl after all. She hasn't bathed in 2 days. I can help her take a bath or wipe her down. We can't let Su Sun, a boy, do these things, right? Su Muyan retorted, 4th sister has almost recovered. It's just another night of observation. She can complete these tasks herself. Well, then I won't be making an unnecessary trip. This move of retreating to advance was too clever. Listening to this sigh of helplessness, Su Muyan thought about it and felt it was reasonable. It would be convenient to have a girl here if any problems arose. What if 4th sister had a fever in the middle of the night and needed her clothes changed? It would indeed be inconvenient for Su Sun, a boy. Chapter 720. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Su Muyan nodded. Alright then, you accompany 4th sister tonight. Okay, then I'll be with. Then Su Sun, you come back with us. The smile on Su Xinro's lips froze before it could fully form. Su Xinro was stunned. Did she mishear or misunderstand? Su Sun isn't staying here. Su Muyan hummed in response, anyway, 4th sister doesn't have any major issues now. You just need to accompany her. 4th sister, you and your 3rd sister will be fine here, right? It's fine, but as long as it's fine, the rest of you go home. Without giving her a chance to finish, Su Muyan turned and left with a few of them. Lately, 4th sister and Su Sun had been too close. She suddenly felt that it was time to create some distance between them. Before leaving, Su Bainian inexplicably let out a giggle, drawing everyone's attention. Su Muyan frowned. What are you laughing at? No, nothing. I remembered something fun from this morning. Speaking, Su Bainian glanced back. Upon sensing the chilling gaze, she instantly retracted her head. But the more chilling part was yet to come. Su Muyan misunderstood the meaning of her words, and coupled with her backward glance, she thought Su Banian was provoking Su Kingxia as she left. A surge of anger erupted, and she abruptly grabbed her ear. Ow, ow, ow. Big sister, what are you doing? I haven't settled the score with you for laying hands on your fourth sister this morning. It was one thing that you ran away fast then, but to not repent even now, and with such a smug look. Ha, what are you talking about? I didn't. You didn't. Then what was the meaning of that look back just now? Wasn't that blatant provocation? Big sister, I've been wronged. I really didn't. You didn't, so why are you smiling? You can't possibly be smiling at your third sister, right? Now this was bad. Su Banian was speechless. She couldn't possibly say she was actually smiling at her third sister, smiling at her small scheme falling through, could she? You ran away fast this morning and I wasn't home. See how I'll deal with you when we get back. Big sister, you've been deceived. Su Kingxia was faking it. She was full of life this morning and even did exercises. She did exercises after you knocked her unconscious. Are you even batting an eye when you lie now? I told you she was faking it. Why don't you believe me? As if thinking of something, Su Banian's expression changed. Right, that smelly Susun saw it. He can testify for me. Su Kingxia's exercises were even taught by him. Susun turned his head. What nonsense are you muttering? I wasn't there when you were fighting. Su Banian, still trying to quibble. Wait until we get back and I'll deal with you. I'm wronged, big sister. Only those who have wronged you know how wronged you are. Su Banian felt more wronged than Doi. No matter how she explained, it was useless. After a lecture, she was led back home and forced to kneel in the living room for 2.5 hours. In the past, her eldest sister would go easy on her, but tonight, her eldest sister watched TV in the living room until midnight. Su Banian didn't even have a chance to slack off. It was an incredibly agonizing experience, and she wanted to cry but couldn't. Damn Su Kingxia, damn scumbag Susun, I'll never forgive you, and damn Big. Alright, no eldest sister. Even in her heart, she didn't dare to truly disregard her eldest sister's authority. Her fear of Su Muan was completely etched into her bones. That night, everyone had their own reactions. Su Banian was extremely angry, Su Kingxia felt empty inside, Su Xinro endured in silence, Su Wanqing slept soundly, and Su Muan finally had a complete heart-to-heart talk with Su Sun. Muan, one more round. No more. I have to pick up the fourth one from the hospital early tomorrow morning, so let's get some sleep. They fell asleep embracing each other, with satisfied smiles appearing on their lips. The next morning, Su Banian, following her eldest sister's instructions, knelt in the living room to reflect. Seeing her good attitude, Su Muan cancelled the punishment, leaving her utterly bewildered. Her eldest sister seemed to be in a much better mood this morning. She promised another 2.5 hours of kneeling, but it ended in just 2.5 minutes? Really, it made her worry all night, thinking her little knees would be red and swollen again. Chapter 721. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they majestically headed to the hospital. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Su Xinro had been depressed all night. She hadn't expected her plan to go awry. She had originally wanted to have a night alone with someone, but it turned out to be a night alone, but it was with Su Kingxia. Third sister, why do you seem unhappy? It's nothing, it's just that I'm not used to this hospital bed and I'm having trouble sleeping. Humph, insomnia? You got so much money for nothing, how could you be having trouble sleeping? Following a cold taunt, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and two figures with gloomy expressions walked in. Su Xinro's brows furrowed. What are you two doing here? What do you mean, how did we get here? Can't we come? Look at you, you don't even call your parents anymore. We are no longer related. You personally said you didn't have a daughter like me. Have you two forgotten? Su Kaiming felt a lump in his throat, and then displeasure gradually rose in his heart. Saying it was one thing, but doing it was another. When others actually fulfilled his demands, he became unhappy. But if they really called him dad and mom, they still wouldn't be happy. No matter what they did, they couldn't get any advantage. Su Xinro knew the character of these former parents well and would never show a shred of cowardice in front of them. If you're just here to say these useless things, then please leave. Little Sun will be here later, and I'm afraid you'll be in trouble again. Qin Xinlan's eyes widened instantly. You dead girl, are you threatening us? Whether it's a threat or advice, it doesn't matter. If you want to cause trouble, feel free to stay. If you're not afraid of getting hurt, then by all means. Ridiculous. Qin Xinlan sneered. Do you really think that kid, you little white-eyed, little. Now this was bad. Without the opening of that 3-character golden phrase, she couldn't even speak coherently. For a moment, she was so choked that her face turned red, making the sisters opposite look bewildered. Su Kingxia whispered, "Third sister, what's wrong with mom? When did she start having a speech impediment?" "I don't know, maybe she's being punished for cursing too much." Qin Zinlin was so angry that she was distorted. The words at the tip of her tongue inexplicably refused to come out. She stuttered and was so anxious that she broke out in a sweat. Seeing this, Su Kaiming had to speak for her again. "Don't think that kid can protect you. We'll see who laughs last. You care about him, don't you? Then I'll make him disappear completely." Su Xinruo's eyes turned cold. "What do you two want to do?" "Humph. You know perfectly well what we want to do. Since you two don't respect your parents, we don't need to worry about you anymore. Enough. Don't push your luck." At this moment, the coldness on Su Xinruo's face was bone-chilling, completely disregarding familial ties, leaving only indifference towards enemies. "Third child, you don't need to look at me so fiercely. The more infuriating part is yet to come. From the moment you sold the Su Corporation, we became enemies. I will never hold back against enemies. You sold my hard work to someone else, so you have to bear the corresponding price. Don't think I have nothing without the Su Corporation. I can crush you with a mere flick of my wrist now. Su Xinruo, I don't think you have the ability to manage an industry larger than the Su Corporation." "What did you say?" A casual remark instantly broke Su Kaiming's composure. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with the flames of anger. What he couldn't accept the most was others doubting his ability. How dare this rebellious daughter? Just as he was about to erupt, a pleasant, soft voice pulled him back from the brink of losing control. "Daddy!" Su Kaiming suddenly came to his senses and looked at his well-behaved, worried daughter and his sorrowful godmother behind him. Yes, other blows only caused temporary damage, but emotional wounds could be remembered for a lifetime. Su Kaiming suddenly had an epiphany. He could fight violence with violence against Su Sun, but against his rebellious daughters, he could completely strike them emotionally and make them regret it for life. Su Kaiming suddenly grinned, put his arm around Su Miao's shoulders, and turned around. "Forget to introduce, this is Su Miao, my daughter, and this old lady is my godmother. Third child, I have a new family now, and other aspects are also flourishing. Aren't you going to congratulate us?" Su Xinruo's expression was blank. "I suppose you don't need my congratulations." "That's true, but after all, we are father and daughter. Even if you don't congratulate me, I'm still willing to congratulate you. Congratulations on reaping the rewards of others' labor and getting rich overnight. Oh, and Miao, you haven't met your sisters, have you? Go say hello to your third and fourth sisters." "No need." Su Xinruo coldly refused. "We've met. I don't need greetings from your good daughter." Su Miao looked wronged. "Third sister, do you look down on me? Did Miao do anything to displease third sister? Then fourth sister, can I say hello to you?" "Scram, I don't need it." Su Kingxia rolled her eyes. Although she didn't know where this sister came from, she didn't care. Su Kaiming was furious. "What kind of attitude is that? Can't you speak properly?" "It's okay, Daddy. Fourth sister hasn't met me. It's normal for her to feel uncomfortable with my sudden appearance. Please don't blame her." It was so speechless that Su Kingxia finally understood where that familiar feeling from Su Miao came from. Wasn't this a female version of Suwon? As disgusting as her green tea younger brother. "Mom, after all, we are mother and daughter. I still want to give you a piece of advice. Dad gave you a cuckold, and you can still tolerate him. Be careful he doesn't kick you out." "What are you talking about? This is his goddaughter." "Godchild? Oh, with that attitude, I thought she was an illegitimate daughter." An unintentional remark made Qin Zinlin freeze. Seeing this, Su Kaiming's face changed drastically, and he cursed, "You little beast, stop provoking." "Damn it, you're cursing me again." The familiar chill swept through their bodies. The two instinctively turned their heads and saw a flying kick that seemed to be suspended in mid-air, with a large foot appearing in front of their faces. Swish! Su Kaiming flew out. Su Sun had completely gone mad. It wasn't enough to deal with one, so he grabbed Qin Zinlin and beat her face repeatedly. Slap, slap, so you curse me, so you curse me. Slap, slap, you dare to show off on my territory. It's like you forgot how to walk when you can move your legs. Slap, slap. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 722. Susan took a deep breath and calmed his turbulent emotions. He had to admit he was a little angry. Was he some kind of treasure, worth them thinking about him all day? It was one thing to do it behind his back, but now they were running onto his territory to show off. It was simply too much. No, those two old things still deserve a beating. Keep taking my slaps. He beat them to a pulp again, leaving them bruised and battered, crying out in pain. Su Muyan and Su Banian watched silently from the side, showing no obvious emotion. Qin Xinlin trembled as she raised her arm to signal for help, but she received only indifference, chilling her to the bone. Ungrateful daughters. All ungrateful daughters. Qin Xinlin cursed resentfully in her heart, but she completely forgot that it was all her own doing. When Su Muyan learned that the two had been beaten that day, she took her sisters to visit them in the ward, but instead of gratitude, she received insults and a room full of resentment, which chilled them to the bone. Repeated struggles were met with repeated disdain, so she would no longer show them any kindness. From now on, she would treat them as strangers. You really don't know when to stop. You can barely get out of bed and you're already causing trouble again. It seems I've been too lenient. Seeing Su Sun about to strike again, Su Kaiming hurriedly shouted, Wait. I didn't curse you. I really didn't curse you this time. Do you think I'm deaf? Take this. Slap. Su Qingxia then hesitated to speak. They really didn't curse. Su Sun gave her a cold glare. Su Qingxia, I think your brain is malfunctioning again. Even now, you're still siding with them. I didn't. I was just telling the truth. Enough. I see signs of you betraying us. It seems I need to keep an eye on you from now on. No, I really didn't lie to you, because they were cursing me just now. What? Su Sun suddenly froze, and the hand that was about to slap stopped. You just said, they cursed you. Yes, he cursed me. A hint of awkwardness suddenly arose, and Su Sun grinned, looking at the two lying on the ground in bewilderment, meeting their tearful eyes. It was a misunderstanding. Cough. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll reluctantly let you off the hook. Su Kaiming and Qin Xinlin almost spat blood from frustration. Was this called being reasonable? Was this called being reluctant? They were almost beaten to pieces, and now they didn't even have the strength to move. Was it not too late to say this now? A casual mention of a misunderstanding and they wanted to let it go? No way. Can someone open the door? We need to carry the injured out. Whether the door could be opened was unknown, but the two were carried out of this door and sent back to their ward. As they left, Su Sun added a final blow, running around before you've recovered, and now falling like this, aren't you just asking for trouble? Nurses, you must take good care of them. Su Kaiming wanted to cry but had no tears. Could one fall and get injured like this? They were clearly beaten. If they had the strength to speak now, he would definitely expose Su Sun's wicked deeds. The ward was a bit stuffy. After the two troublemakers were carried away, everyone fell into an awkward silence. Meeting Su Muyan's scrutinizing gaze, Su Sun frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you want to stand up for them. Su Wanqing immediately reacted. Big sister, little Sun was just caught up in the moment. Who told them to keep cursing earlier? This is just a conditioned reflex. Su Qingxia also chimed in. Yes, big sister. Blame me. Blame me for not explaining clearly and causing this misunderstanding. Su Banian then said weakly, I think that smelly Su Sun is not wrong. Although the cursing was a misunderstanding, it's true that they came to cause trouble. Isn't he indirectly standing up for third sister and the others? If big sister is going to be angry, it would be too disheartening. Su Muyan almost laughed in anger. What did she say? What did she do? She was just momentarily stunned, so why did it seem like she was being a pushy villain? Chapter 723. That's enough, all of you. Did I say he was wrong? In your hearts, am I someone who can't tell right from wrong? Su Banian, yes. Haha, I mean, big sister is the most reasonable. Speaking of which, we should go back, right? I'll wait for you at the parking lot. Su Banian scurried away, and Su Muyan angrily pointed at her and shouted, You get back here, and put down the breakfast in your hand. Sister, Su Kaiming, you're finally awake. Qin Xinlin woke up groggily, her mind blank. Big brother? Where am I? In the ward? Speaking of which, how did you go out upright and come in sideways? Don't tell me that kid beat you up again. As if an ignition command, a sentence instantly awakened the memories sealed within the two. That's right. They were beaten up again by that little beast. With a bang, the door suddenly opened. The two's expressions changed drastically, and they instinctively looked at the doorway. Fortunately, it was just a nurse on rounds. You two, don't run around. If you're inconvenienced and bump into something again, you'll have to lie down for another 2 days. So scary. They almost thought their inner curses could summon people. The two nodded and smiled repeatedly, indicating they would strictly adhere to the doctor's orders and would not run around. After the two nurses left, they looked at each other with confusion. They're so badly injured but still smiling. Their psychological resilience is quite something. You two, were you thrown? Or did you faint from a fall? Qin Zinlin found her big brother extremely annoying at this moment but still replied truthfully, "What fall? It was that little Su Sun who beat me." "What? Him again? This is simply lawless." "That's right. I want to tear that kid to pieces. I want him to pay the price for this." Qin Zinlin's anger reached its peak. She now had only one thought: revenge, and a fierce revenge. Su Kaiming felt the same. His constant tolerance had only led to escalation. Since that was the case, he had to make that kid suffer a little. "Since he's ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Zinlin was stunned. "Old Su, do you have a plan?" "That's right. It's time to teach that kid a lesson." Su Kaiming's eyes were dim, and his tone was cold. After speaking, he picked up the phone on the counter and dialed. With a bang, the phone slipped and fell to the ground. The three fell into silence, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Can someone help me pick up my phone?" Old Su, I can't move at all right now. I can't get out of bed." So, the two could only cast their gaze on Qin Li, the elder brother. Qin Li helplessly accepted the burden. He slowly turned over and got out of bed, bending down, but he simply couldn't bend down. "Ouch, ouch. I can't pick it up. My back just won't go down." As he spoke, a crisp crackling sound was heard, and Qin Li directly fell to the ground. "Oh no, I twisted my back." Silence, dead silence. No one would have expected that the three adults present would be helpless against a mobile phone. Or rather, a mobile phone had immobilized three living adults. What's more, with Qin Li's fall, no one could even press the call button on the hospital bed. The three fell into deep helplessness. Can someone call a nurse over? The floor is too cold." "Big brother, I can't reach the button overhead, and I don't know where my phone is. Can you bear with it a little longer?" "Bear with it? Is this something that can be endured? When will the nurse come to check on us?" They just delivered meals. If I remember correctly, they should be on their lunch break for about 2.5 hours. "What? 2.5 hours?" Then, the next 2 days passed uneventfully, and everyone at home was happy and harmonious. Su Wonking had an extremely long holiday. The planned month-long vacation now seemed to be much longer. Su Xinro had also sold the Su Corporation and had no intention of returning to her old profession, leaving her with a sense of relief. Not to mention the others. Su Qingxia, after clearing her name, had been immersed in her creative world. Chapter 724. Su Banian was unemployed, waiting to graduate and get her certificate, and then remain unemployed. Long ago, Su Muyan had lost interest in her career and slowly began to enjoy her life as a housewife. Compared to the deception and meticulous calculations of the business world, her current life was so peaceful and beautiful. As for Su Sun, he continued to live a decadent life accompanied by beautiful women, enjoying himself immensely. Although only Su Wonking had a proper job among the 6 family members, Su Muyan still had over 9 billion left, plus the 10 billion from Su Xinro selling the Su Corporation and her own savings of several hundred million, which was enough for everyone to live extravagantly for a lifetime. Su Qingxia, after clearing her name, had also received compensation from various slanderous organizations. Coupled with the copyright income from her new songs, she was now a small wealthy woman with hundreds of millions even without doing anything. Not to mention the increasing copyright income each month, her return to financial glory was just around the corner. Money seemed to be just a number for everyone. Having such a huge sum but not knowing what to do with it was a source of distress. Of course, Su Banian didn't feel this kind of distress. She was still happily basking in the glory of receiving 20,000 yuan in apology from her eldest sister, unaware that everyone else was already financially free, and she was the only poor one who had to shamelessly beg for money. Especially when she learned about everyone's financial situation, it made her feel even more frustrated. It was understandable for the others, after all, they had all experienced glory. She could even tolerate Su Sun, as he indeed possessed extraordinary skills, and earning money by treating wealthy people was like picking it up. But today, she accidentally saw Su Qingxia's dividends and accidentally learned about Su Qingxia's assets, and she was completely stunned. Why did Su Qingxia, who was so impoverished and needed everyone's help to terminate her contract, become so rich now? She couldn't even come up with 100 yuan before. Why in just a few months, she went from having nothing to suddenly becoming rich? She understood the terrifying nature of celebrity endorsement, and she also understood that Su Qingxia's situation would improve after her reputation was cleared, but that was over 300 million. In just a few months, her bank balance went from 2-digit numbers with cents to a cold string of 8 or 9 zeros. Was this bullying people or what? Why Su Qingxia? Su Banian completely broke down. She could have reluctantly considered Su Qingxia as one of the 2 useless people in the family, with the other being herself. But who would have thought that the person she considered her peer was not in the same world as her from beginning to end? The truly useless one was always just herself. For a moment, Su Banian gritted her teeth in anger, squinted her eyes, and glared fiercely at Su Kingxia beside her, her gaze filled with resentment. Su Kingxia turned her head and was surprised. What's with that look? What are you plotting again? But unexpectedly, the dissatisfaction on Su Banian's face instantly disappeared. She immediately put on a smiling face and went forward to link arms with her, her intimate demeanor making Su Kingxia look disgusted. What are you doing? I've recovered from my illness now, don't force me to beat you. Oh, fourth sister. What are you saying? Is your sister like that? Su Kingxia rolled her eyes and pushed away the little head beside her shoulder. Scram, what trick are you trying to pull again? Don't blame me for not holding back if you cry then. Oh, fourth sister. Su Banian pouted, looking a little wronged. I just wanted to bury the hatchet with you. I didn't expect you to see me like this. It's my fault as a sister. What do you really want? Sister. I just want to reconcile with you. Fighting is love, scolding is affection. After all these years of fighting and scolding, it's enough to prove our feelings for each other. I think it's time we changed our way of interacting, don't you think? Su Sun on the small sofa next door. What the heck? Did Su Banian's brain get hit? What kind of scheme was she planning with this capricious behavior? Su Wanking, did your fifth sister get hit by your eldest sister until she went crazy? Her mood swings are a big problem. Su Wanking glanced at the two, that was eldest sister who hit her. If there's a problem, let eldest sister be responsible. Also, what else? Su Sun was surprised. A jade hand immediately pinched his waist fiercely, causing him to yelp in pain. Hiss. Why are you pinching me? Su Wanking's eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction. What did you call me? Su Wanking? What's wrong now? Didn't we agree not to call you that privately? Don't think I didn't hear you. You call big sister Muyan Muyan, so why is it my full name? No, this isn't private. Aren't the other two sitting there? If only I can hear it, then it's not private. From now on, when others can't hear, you must call me intimately. Call me again. Su Sun was speechless. Okay, Wanking. Is that okay now? Not that one. Not that one, then what is it? The one you promised me. Call me again. Su Sun felt a headache. A mere issue of address could cause so much bickering. He didn't value his wholehearted passion but cared about a useless address, which was truly putting the cart before the horse. Don't play dumb, hurry up and call. Alright, little percent. Are you fooling me? Speak clearly. Oh, I called, didn't I? You didn't hear it clearly, so it's my fault. Su Wanking suddenly pushed Su Sun down, her delicate fingers caressing his neck. Hurry up and say it, if you don't, you won't have a good day today. I said I won't. Say it or not. Su Wanking's face slowly drew closer. Seeing this, Su Sun finally compromised. Okay, I'll say it if you insist. Little Ching Ching, beautiful and charming little Ching Ching. Upon hearing this, Su Wanking's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled slightly. Her pupils, which had been cold, now seemed incredibly affectionate. An inexplicable flush rose on her fair, beautiful face, her eyes were lingering, and her breathing was heavy. This is not right. As expected, that exquisite face suddenly drew closer and was reflected deeply. Instantly, Su Sun's mind went blank. Is this sisterly love? How dare she? The two, and idioms referring to talented individuals, are still here. Second sister. Chapter 725. Hearing the commotion, the two were startled. Su Wanking, in particular, sprang up directly and turned her head to look in the direction of the sound. What met her eyes was Su Kingxia's back. Su Banian was being lectured by her, her small feet struggling and dangling. Second sister, hurry and save me. She's going to beat me to death. Su Wanking felt a pang of fear, having momentarily forgotten about those two light bulbs. Fortunately, she thought her exclamation had exposed her, but it turned out they were just playing around. For some reason, not only did Su Wanking have no impulse to step forward and help, but she also found this kind of darkness under the lamp behavior inexplicably exciting. Gradually, as if accepting this idea, Su Wanking watched Su Sun's face reveal an unexplainable smile, her eyes rippling with waves of light. Su Sun was stunned and made to get up, but two fair palms pressed against his shoulders, forcefully pushing him back. No, what do you mean by this? Don't mess around. Su Wanking slowly leaned down. Little Sun, while she's out buying groceries, let's spend some quality time together. The inexplicable allure in her eyes made Su Sun increasingly uneasy. What do you mean by spend time? Aren't we spending time together now? Or are we fighting? Can you not be so weird? Weird. I just want to spend a little more time with you. Don't you always stay by my side? Get up. If she catches you, you won't be able to explain yourself. It's fine. She pressed down on Su-sun's hand, giving him no chance to resist. Su-sun was shocked. You're being so blatant, aren't you afraid they'll find out? Afraid? If you're afraid, then stop messing around. Get up quickly. Afraid or not, don't you think this is very exciting? If you're seeking excitement, then you must see it through to the end. Su-sun felt his brain struck by lightning, his forehead buzzing. His wide eyes were filled with disbelief. This is bad. Hasn't Su Wonking awakened some strange fetish? This is something a human would say, it's too abnormal. Could it be that under Su Muyan's pressure, she developed a sense of revenge, using this to get back at that autocratic eldest sister and relieve her stress? Or is this simply a test of everyone's reaction? Su-sun suddenly understood. Confronting Su Muyan was the first stage, expressing her thoughts. Eating his food in front of everyone at the dining table was the second stage, revealing that she didn't dislike him, laying the groundwork in advance. And being intimate in front of these two fools was the third stage, preparing them psychologically and even winning them over later. The fourth stage would be a complete revelation to everyone. With so many hints, everyone must have gotten used to it, and she wouldn't need to hide anymore, nor would she need to compete with Su Muyan in secret. This woman has such deep calculations. Su-sun suddenly realized that Su Wonking had probably been calculating everyone for a long time. Rather than explicit statements, it was more effective to let people adapt psychologically. He felt like he had fallen into a carefully constructed trap, and by the time he realized it, he couldn't escape. Well, actually, there was no need to escape. It was just that Su-sun hadn't expected that Su Wonking, who always appeared quiet, would be the one with the deepest thoughts. Little Sun, why are you always looking at me? Her beautiful eyes flowed like autumn water, and Su Wonking's dazzling gaze seemed to possess an attractive force that could draw people in. With her devoted and focused gaze, it was undoubtedly a potent weapon. Her half-tied bun on the side bloomed like a flower. Her jet-black hair was smooth as ink without impurities, and her long, elegant bangs hung down on her forehead. Her refined and graceful face was so fair and flawless. Even without makeup, her beauty was rare, a beauty unadorned by powder. At this moment, Su Wonking was wearing a low-cut camisole, draped with a gray jacket of the same color. Her long, tight-fitting linen gray flared pants perfectly showcased the lines and muscles of her legs. The fitness-oriented attire highlighted her perfect figure to the fullest. Chapter 726. Seeing her about to lean down again, Su-sun frowned and quickly called out, "Stop messing around, they've stopped making noise. Aren't they fighting anymore? Don't worry about them. If they find out, it's fine. We won't have to hide it anymore." Damn it! Su-sun was greatly shocked. My guess was right. Su Wonking was really just testing everyone's bottom line. Can you consider my situation? You might be satisfied, but have you thought about what your fourth and fifth sisters would think of me? What if Su Banyan bickers with me every day? It's fine, I'll discipline her for you then. As she said this, Su Wonking brought her face closer, and just as their lips were about to touch, a sudden shout disrupted her mood. Second sister? What are you doing? A questioning voice made Su Kingxia turn back curiously. Seizing this moment of distraction, Su Banyan switched from defense to offense, and the battle situation immediately changed, angering Su Kingxia and chilling her pretty face. Similarly, Su Wonking was also quite annoyed. Just now, she thought she had been discovered and suddenly stood up, but the other side hadn't noticed their situation at all. However, when she wanted to tease Su-sun again, Su-sun had already gotten up and returned to his room, causing her to feel a burst of dissatisfaction on the spot. Watching the two of them wrestling and fighting on the sofa, she couldn't help but feel furious. She finally understood why the eldest sister often punished the fifth sister, because she was truly annoying. Su Banyan, can't you stop being so noisy all the time? Su Wonking grabbed her ear and lifted her up. Su Banyan was stunned. No way. Every time I'm losing, no one cares? And as soon as I gain the upper hand, I get caught? Is this bad luck or what? Second sister, gently, my ear hurts. If it hurts, then be quiet. Don't forget the pain when you get the treat. Go stand against the wall. Poor Su Banyan was punished again. After Su Wonking returned to her room, she honestly faced the wall, resentful but unable to speak. Su Kingxia was extremely disdainful. A sister is still a sister. To fight with her, you still need to train for a few more years. Little one, you know you're wrong now, right? How dare you sneak a peek at my phone? Who gave you the courage? Su Banyan turned back with a wronged expression. I didn't sneak a peek, I just what? You even opened my photo album. You're peeking at my privacy? You've gotten really bold. Su Kingxia had been terrified just now. She had taken so many short videos in her photo album, and if Su Banian, that damned girl, found out, she would be laughed at for a lifetime. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and immediately launched an attack to divert the situation. Fourth sister, I really opened it by accident. Besides, I'm not interested in your selfies. I just wanted to see how much money you had on your phone. I didn't expect there to be over 100,000 in a green bubble. I'm really envious, you know. What? To see how much money I have? Alright. So you're here for my money. Su Banian said weakly, yes, but I was really just curious. Everyone in the family is already financially free, and I always thought fourth sister was as poor and destitute as me. I didn't expect you to be so rich. Do you know how I felt when I heard your bank statements? My world collapsed. Who said I was poor and destitute? I've had my glorious moments after all. Even if it collapses into ruins, I won't be poor and destitute. Su Banian nodded, that's right, so I really don't feel good about it, but it's not jealousy, it's regret for my own lack of it. Su Banian turned and held Su Kingxia's hand, her face filled with sadness, her gaze sincere. Fourth sister, you're not me, you don't know my situation. Everyone in this family is a successful person with their own wealth, except for me and the eldest sister. But the eldest sister is the eldest sister after all. Even if she has nothing, everyone still listens to her. But I'm a real unemployed little loser, someone who can't contribute anything to the family. Therefore, the eldest sister treats you like adults. Even when you were down, the eldest sister was always tolerant of you, but I always get punished for small things. Chapter 727. Su Kingxia rolled her eyes. You call that a small thing? You almost tore the house down. That's not the point. Su Banian's tone was helpless, and the force in her hand increased. The point is, in the eldest sister's eyes, or rather, in everyone's eyes, I'm a good-for-nothing. I'm the lowest in this family. Each of you is wealthy and can spend as you please without anyone interfering, but I have nothing. If I want 100 yuan, I have to fawn over everyone, and even if I have money, I have to spend it sparingly. Can you imagine such a hard life? So, I was very curious about how much money you had and tried to seek some comfort from you. But who knew, it wasn't comfort, but a merciless blow. Fourth sister, I really didn't peek at your photo album, I just wanted to see your balance. If you don't believe me, anyway, I've already been beaten by you. If you're still not satisfied, then I'm willing to accept any punishment from you. As the saying goes, sincerity is the greatest killer. Su Banian's genuine emotions and sincere tone touched Su Kingxia's heart, and her heart softened. To be honest, she had never felt financially constrained in her life, except for that 500 million breach of contract fee. But so much money didn't affect her daily life at all. After all, she couldn't take out large sums, but she never lacked small sums. She really didn't expect that her carefree fifth sister would have such a sad story. You don't have a cent on you. No one gives me money, so where would I get it? Doesn't little Sun give you any? He's tough on the outside but soft on the inside. If you act a little soft with him, he'll definitely give it to you. Su Banian shook her head, her face full of helplessness. He gave it to me, but the eldest sister confiscated it every time, without exception. And it's not allowed in private either. If she found out in private, the eldest sister would get angry, and over time, I wouldn't dare ask him anymore. So, does anyone give you money except the eldest sister? The second and third sisters also don't give you money. Although the second and third sisters are easy to talk to, they still unconditionally follow the eldest sister's rules. If the eldest sister doesn't say anything, how can they give it to me? Then why don't you sell your treasures? I remember those dogs of yours are quite valuable, right? Those are my treasures, and I won't sell them unless it's an emergency. Besides, the eldest sister is already restricting my spending because of my extravagance. If she knew I sold those things for money, she would only restrict me even more severely. And she would definitely be disappointed in me. I wouldn't dare. After understanding this, Su Kingxia realized that this foolish sister was indeed quite pathetic. If you've never been to the clouds, you won't know what the scenery up there is like. But those who have seen the vastness and then fallen into the mud will naturally find it hard to adapt. Her fifth sister, who used to be extravagant and is now restrained, has not complained, which is actually quite good. That fourth sister. Just say what you need to say. Su Banian seemed somewhat ashamed and lowered her head, weakly saying, Fourth sister, I don't have a cent on me right now. Can you lend me some? Seeing Su Kingxia's confused glance, Su Banian quickly explained, Don't misunderstand. I won't ask for much. I just want to repay Gualebe. I'm using Gualebe to buy things now because I have no money. Since I was punished a few days ago and the eldest sister said she wouldn't give me pocket money next month, I just want to borrow money to repay Gualebe. So those milk teas you had, cup after cup, were also bought on credit. Su Kingxia was speechless. She thought not a cent was an exaggeration, but it turned out that person was really so poor that she couldn't even afford a few cups of milk tea. She felt a bit of pity for her. Okay, how much do you want? I'll give it to you directly. Really? Can you give me 100,000? After a round of explanations, Su Kingxia still transferred 100,000 yuan to Su Banian, and was also instructed not to tell anyone, especially the eldest sister, which she agreed to. As for the use of this money, Su Banian said she wanted to buy a second-hand car. She had always dreamed of buying a car. Because she left the Su family later, her plan was put on hold. Now that she had become a pauper, she could no longer afford a car. Buying a second-hand car would cost tens of thousands of yuan, and she said she wanted to buy a bag with the remaining money. Seeing that she really didn't have a nice bag, Su Kingxia agreed. What else could she do? She was an elder sister after all. In the room, Su Banian sat on her soft big bed, hugging her phone smugly, with her eyes full of the 5 or 6 zeros on the screen. Ha ha ha, stupid Su Kingxia. You were so easily tricked out of 100,000 yuan. If I had known she was so stupid, why would I still be acting so diligently in front of the eldest sister? As she laughed, Su Banian opened her phone, clicked on the shopping mall, and placed an order for a treasure, payment successful, 80,000 yuan. Putting down her phone, Su Banian walked to the wardrobe and slowly opened the cabinet door. It turned out that half of the wardrobe wasn't filled with clothes, but with rows of neatly arranged plush toy dogs. My darlings, you're about to welcome new members. Suddenly, Su Banian stroked her chin and fell into thought, but this time it's a signed edition by Square Root Mountain. Where should I put it then? Time flew by. A week had passed since the Qin family and Su Kaiming's couple were hospitalized. Although some traces remained, they could at least move normally. The group gathered at the Su family's house to discuss the grand plan. Su Kaiming, Jianqing is your home turf. You must capture that kid for me. I want to grind him into ashes. Su Kaiming disdained his mother-in-law's command. He had already planned to do so why did this old geezer need to chime in? On the surface, he agreed that the Qin family came to the Su family to discuss dealing with Su Sun, but in reality, it was to show off. He wanted the Qin family to understand that he, Su Kaiming, was no longer the same as before. He wanted the Qin family to be respectful of him, preferably, to prostrate themselves at his feet. As several figures entered through the door, Su Kaiming's lips curved into a smile. Patriarch Su, you must understand my attitude in coming here today. I also hope you will keep your promise. At this moment, the Qin family members were still a bit confused, not understanding who this distinguished old man was. However, Qin Jian and Qin Li, father and son, recognized the visitor at a glance and were incredibly shocked. Qin Li looked at Su Kaiming in shock. Is that, from the Qi family in the capital? Qi Delong, the head of the Qi family. Chapter 728. The top families in Modu were divided into 4 major and 3 minor ones. His Qin family had barely managed to enter the ranks of the 3 minor families, and that was only in recent years, and they were about to fall back again. The Qi family, however, was comparable to those 4 major families and was an old established wealthy family. How could a small Su family possibly have any connection with someone of this caliber? The most frightening thing was that the head of the Qi family was so respectful to the son-in-law of his Qin family. He knew that when he and his father went to the capital to attend an event, they encountered this old Master Qi, but he didn't even get a word in. Even when his father took the initiative to greet him, he was met with a cold shoulder. But Su Kaiming, shocking, utterly shocking. Patriarch Su, these people are. Qi Delong also noticed the people present and scanned them with confusion. Su Kaiming smiled faintly. Just relatives. Don't mind them. Let's discuss business first. Insult. Naked insult. Qin Jian, the father-in-law, had a very unpleasant expression. It was one thing that Su Kaiming didn't introduce him to Qi Delong, but to summarize their relationship with a mere relatives. How could a dignified father-in-law be compared to mere relatives? Not only him, but everyone else also noticed Su Kaiming's arrogance. This was not an unintentional remark, but clearly intentional, deliberately slapping the Qin family in the face. But with a distinguished figure like Qi Delong present, they couldn't openly express their displeasure for fear of offending the distinguished guest, so they could only swallow their anger. Qin Xinlan was extremely pleased at this moment. Although they were her maternal family, based on the Qin family's past actions, she had long since separated herself from the Qin family. Now that her maternal family looked so dejected, she felt incredibly elated. Mom and Dad, Big Brother, old Master Qi is a friend of my old Su. You absolutely must not be rash and offend him. Wang Xiaohua glared fiercely at this ungrateful daughter, her anger bubbling up. When had she been reduced to the point of looking at her useless son-in-law's expressions? Just as she was about to lash out, Qin Jin grabbed her. Don't be ridiculous, can't you see the situation? Your son-in-law is no longer what he used to be. The superficial camaraderie alone was enough for them to take it seriously, let alone the unknown things behind the scenes. Qin Jian would never allow his wife to make a scene here. Although Wang Xiaohua was displeased, she did not dare to disobey her husband on important matters. Seeing this, Qin Xinlan smiled even more triumphantly, making the Qin family's expressions even more unsightly. On the other side, Su Kaiming and Qi Delong were still conversing. Initially, they were discussing harmoniously, but a sudden exclamation attracted everyone's attention. What? 7%? Everyone was shocked. 7%? Could it be asking the Qi family to concede 7%? Su Kaiming was truly asking for the moon. Business negotiations weren't conducted like this. Qin Li looked at his brother-in-law with increasing contempt. As expected, he was still the same as before, with opportunities but no brains. However, something even more shocking was yet to come. Patriarch Qi, it's not my intention, it's his requirement. It was originally agreed at 60%, but your hesitation made him very angry. Later, I pleaded with him to get the antidote, hoping your Qi family would give a reply quickly. Finally, I persuaded him to take a step back, asking for only 50%. But who knew? You took the medicine and then suddenly went silent? This made him furious. Do you know? He had already given up on the Qi family. Your life or death meant nothing to him. It was only through my persuasion that a glimmer of opportunity was exchanged. And the price for this opportunity is 70% of your Qi Corporation's shares, and this is the last chance. Old Master Qi, you must think carefully. If you refuse, you will never have another chance. The Qin family's minds buzzed. They thought Su Kaiming's mention of 70% was about business profit distribution, but it turned out to be 70% of the Qi Corporation's shares? What's the difference between this and directly taking over the Qi family? Chapter 729. They were stunned and began to doubt the reality of this world. Was this something that could happen in this world? A little-known minor wealthy family dared to make such an exorbitant demand from a century-old aristocratic family? What happened to the world? The key was, what was that antidote? And why did it seem like the Qi family was at a disadvantage? And who was he? Was Su Kaiming supported by some powerful figure behind him? Qi Delong gritted his teeth, his heart struggling immensely, his old face filled with gloom. He had come prepared this time, ready to split the Qi family in two and sever all ties, to gain a sliver of hope. But now, the other side clearly wanted to use this opportunity to annex the Qi family. This was simply overstepping bounds and bullying them too much. Qi Delong was filled with indignation, but did he dare to refuse? Yes, he didn't dare. After various attempts and struggles, he had been unable to find a way to lift the poisoning. He once thought he could look at death calmly, but after going through this experience and multiple efforts, he finally realized how much he feared death. It was simply because he was unwilling. He had lived a healthy life for so many years. Although his body was healthier than people his age, he was supposed to live healthily, enjoy his old age, and end his happy life surrounded by his descendants. But he was only 70 this year. The doctor said his physical condition was such that living to 100 was not a problem, but now he had to die prematurely. How could he accept this? He could still live for 30 more years, he was unwilling. Finally, Qi Delong agreed. Although his life's work was taken away, as long as he was alive, he could still make a comeback, and even have a chance for revenge. But if he died, then nothing would remain. Patriarch Su, all right, I'll sign. Qi Delong's voice trembled. When he picked up the pen, his old hand trembled so much that he couldn't hold it steady. This blow was too great for him. Having his life's work plundered was the shame of his life. The thing he regretted most in his life was coming to the Su family to demand an explanation back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been threatened like this. With the final stroke, the fate of the Qi family was sealed. Qi Delong knew very well that the Qi family would no longer be the Qi family in the future, and the Su family would never give up the opportunity to squeeze the remaining benefits from the Qi family. The Qi family was in danger. Old master, this is a health supplement I brought back from abroad with great effort. Here's a bottle for you. If you find it useful after finishing it, I'll send you more. I wish you good health and a long life. It was inconvenient to say some things with outsiders present, but how could Qi Delong not understand what was in this bottle? This was what he had desperately sought but failed to obtain. This was the reason why the Qi family had fallen to this point. Clutching the calcium tablet bottle, Qi Delong did not feel the expected relief, but rather infinite sadness in his heart. Supported by two bodyguards, he staggered away from the Su family. Looking at the inexplicably desolate back, everyone in the villa fell silent. The Qin family felt as if they had seen a ghost, looking at Su Kaiming with disbelief. Today, they were shocked time and time again, completely refreshing their worldview. Demanding an exorbitant price was one thing, but agreeing after making such a demand, that was another matter entirely. Did Su Kaiming really make the Qi family bow their heads? This meant that the achievements Su Kaiming had made in the capital actually referred to indirectly taking over the Qi family? And at this time, they did not know that Su Kaiming was far more than what they saw on the surface. The Qin family left in dismay. They had come with hearts full of anger, but left greatly disheartened. Such is the unpredictability of life. Qin Xinlin had never felt so elated. The wish she had to hold her head high in her family for so many years had finally come true. From now on, let's see who would dare to criticize her, who would dare to doubt Qin Xinlin's judgment. Chapter 730. Old Su, you were so magnificent today. This is the first time I've seen my mother dare not speak but show anger. Su Kaiming snorted, a thick disdain curling his lips. Magnificent what? They just happened to run into them. After all, we're family, and I didn't want to embarrass them. Yes, you're noble and you're amazing. Qin Xinlin diligently poured tea and asked, but old Su, didn't you only have one bottle of that antidote? What about Ing Sha on the other side if you give it all to old man Qi? It was one bottle, true, but in the future, it won't be just one bottle. Ah, what do you mean? Qin Xinlin was stunned. It means that as long as I'm alive, I can control them continuously, because I've found the formula for the antidote. Su Kaiming recounted the details, leaving Qin Xinlin utterly shocked. Meaning, we can always use the antidote to control them? To prevent them from having any thoughts of revenge. Exactly. Unless they want to die, they will never break the fish in net. Coincidentally, Su Kaiming sometimes really felt like a favored child of heaven, always encountering things that turned his luck around. He had initially worried that if he gave away all the antidote, he would face the desperate counterattack from both sides, because such forceful seizure was no different from stealing a wife. Especially from Ing Sha's side, he probably still pondered how to avenge his master, Qin Yu. As long as people have hope, they won't act excessively. But if they know they are going to die, they will definitely go berserk before death. He couldn't bear the retaliation from both sides. But luck, it just descended so suddenly. When he was at his wit's end, that day Su Kaiming went to Su Wen's room, thinking if he could find anything else useful. As soon as he sat down at the computer desk, he discovered many crumpled pieces of waste paper in the drawer. These paper scraps had lyrics written on them, some had diaries, and some had project proposals for SoCare, all of which were useless things, but curiosity drove him to read them one by one, until he saw several records that resembled medicinal formulas. And one of them, the record of the puppet pill, caught his attention. Upon ingestion, one can control others, blood and qi surge, appearance is terrifying, and the pain is unbearable. Antidote preparation. From just the first few sentences, he was certain that this was the poison that Qi Delong and Ing Sha had taken. He had witnessed the symptoms when they both acted up. The creepy appearance like a purple sweet potato perfectly matched the description. And later, when he entrusted specialists to prepare the antidote according to the formula, he did indeed obtain black pills identical to the one in his bottle. At that moment, he understood that the era belonging to him, Su Kaiming, had finally arrived. Hey, old Su, that Ing Sha seems to have come again. I know, I asked him to come. Mr. Su. Ing Sha arrived respectfully and greeted him. Su Kaiming, with the air of a superior, nodded slowly. Ing Sha, I called you here this time to handle something for me. Mr. Su, if it's urgent, you can contact me by phone. What I need you to do requires absolute secrecy, and only you must know about it. Ing Sha was somewhat silent. He didn't think Su Kaiming had anything important to do. It was a matter of a single sentence on the phone, yet he was called to the Su family. And then at the Su family, he only asked a few useless questions. To put it bluntly, he thought Su Kaiming just liked to make a fuss and put on airs. He was really getting a bit annoyed. However, this time, he was completely wrong. Ing Sha, find out Su Sun's whereabouts, and then find someone to teach him a lesson, preferably to cripple him. Who? Su Sun. You should have met him. He's with Little Qin. I know who he is. I just want to confirm, you asked me to find someone to deal with him? Are you sure? Su Kaiming nodded affirmatively. Of course I'm sure. It's best to find a few more people and cripple him for me. If I accidentally kill him, it doesn't matter, but that would be too easy for him. My goodness. Ing Sha was stunned. He thought he had misheard just now, and it turned out he was really asked to fight Su Sun? Who is Su Sun? He's the man even his main hall can't defeat and needs to temporarily avoid his edge. Is this just a matter of finding a few more people? With the skills of his main hall, it's a matter of minutes to deal with hundreds of people. To cripple Su Sun, who is stronger than the main hall, wouldn't that require thousands of people? It's likely that before they even reach the target, they'll all be arrested on charges of illegal assembly. He realized that this old man in front of him wanted him dead. What's with your reaction? Can't do it. Mr. Su, I've been working diligently for you, but that doesn't mean you can make unreasonable demands. Just say it directly if you want me dead. I'll die anyway if you don't give me the antidote. Ha! Su Kaiming was completely dumbfounded. What are you talking about? When did I ask you to die? Aren't you asking me to die by telling me to cripple Su Sun? Do you know how powerful he is? Is this something that can be settled by finding a few more people? Su Kaiming and Qin Zinlin exchanged glances, and both saw deep confusion in each other's eyes. Even so, Su Sun can fight a bit, but is it worth being this scared? Insha, I know that kid can fight, that's why I asked you to find more people. I've seen you leap over walls and tread on rooftops, and I actually feel like you alone are enough. Confirmed, he really wanted him to go to his death. Insha was speechless. Mr. Su is flattering me. Since you want me to go to my death, then I'll go. Being beaten to death might be a swift end, but the poison taking effect is like every second is like a year. I'll go gather people now. Seeing Insha about to leave, Qin Zinlin became anxious. She quickly stepped forward and stopped him. I say, young man, why are you so timid at such a young age? Weren't you quite capable when you fought my son with your lives on the line before? Why are you so cowardly now? Madam, most people will hold on to hope when facing an unknown opponent, but it's foolish to provoke an invincible opponent. Understood, Su Sun is the invincible one. Qin Zinlin immediately got angry, but fortunately, Su Kaiming stopped her in time. After thinking for a moment, Su Kaiming said to Insha again, alright then, do you have any connections in this area? You can introduce them to me, and I'll find them myself. Good advice cannot persuade a damned ghost. With the conversation reaching this point, Insha naturally wouldn't persuade him any further and immediately recommended several specialized underground hitman organizations. Most importantly, he also had a selfish motive. If Su Kaiming were implicated and met with an accident, the person holding the antidote would become Qin Zinlin. Compared to Su Kaiming's cunning scheming, Qin Zinlin, this foolish woman, would be the key to his freedom. Su Kaiming acted very quickly. Through layers of subcontracting, he, the mastermind behind the scenes, not only remained uninvolved but also found people who were not afraid of trouble to carry out the deed. The six-person cabin sighed. Su Muyen and Su Bainian returned home after buying groceries. The moment they closed the door of the opposite room, which originally belonged to Qin Yu, suddenly opened. Both of them had dyed yellow hair and wore red tight-fitting short-sleeved shirts, with 7/4 pants of different colors on the lower half, and shiny driving moccasins on their feet. The tight pants clung to their slender legs, revealing a pair of ankles that were both black and gray. As they swayed their legs, they looked like bamboo poles that had come to life, slouched against the door of the cabin. Brother Jia, our target is inside. Shall we break in? Break into your head. There are 5 women inside. It would be easy for us to fight that kid alone, but with those 5 women, it's not certain. The slightly thinner, scruffy-faced blonde guy obviously showed disdain. They're just some women, I'm more than enough for them. Brother Jia, you just deal with that kid. Lu Yu, is your brain broken? Who does bad deeds out in the open? Our goal is to cripple that kid silently. Are you afraid that things aren't chaotic enough? Lu Yu paused. That seems right. We finally escaped from the debt collectors. If those people find out our whereabouts, we'll be in trouble. That's secondary. We need to figure out how to separate that kid from those women. Those women are really troublesome. The two had been observing for 2 days. They had already seen 3 of the 5 women in the room opposite, but their target had not appeared. If they hadn't overheard a man's voice from inside while lurking by the door, they would have thought the target wasn't home. Brother Jia, the blonde guy, wasn't worried about things getting out of hand. After all, they would take the money and run away from Jiangchen once the job was done. What made him difficult was that if those women were always around the target, they couldn't make a move. He could handle Su Sun and 2 women alone, but he was afraid Lu Yu couldn't handle those women. Putting aside those they hadn't seen, even the women they had seen were all nearly 1.7 meters tall. Although they looked soft and weak, Lu Yu, who was only 1.6 meters tall and weighed just over 90 pounds, might not be their opponent. Let alone dealing with 3, he probably couldn't even beat 1. Alas, there was no choice. The 5-centimeter difference was like a chasm. Who knew Lu Yu was 5 centimeters shorter than him and 5 or 6 pounds lighter and thinner than him? Moreover, he exercised regularly and had a robust physique. How could his perfect proportions and wild muscles be compared to a bamboo pole like Lu Yu? As the elder brother, he naturally had to share more. Let's go back and wait and see. That kid will come out sooner or later. When the kid is alone, we'll catch him all at once. Okay, what are we doing now? Didn't I say to wait and see? Wait and see, what does that mean? Brother Jia looked speechlessly at the silly Luyu beside him, and only then realized how stupid his brother was. Wait and see. Naturally, we'll go back and quietly watch the defecation. To put it simply, I have a stomachache and need to go to the toilet. I need to go back and have a quiet bowel movement alone. I can't hold it anymore. Brother Jia fled back into the house as if escaping, his legs clamped tightly together, his awkward posture fully demonstrating his urgency. When the door closed heavily, a worshipful compliment could still be heard. Brother Jia is so cultured, he can even talk about defecation so refreshingly and elegantly. Evening, living room. It was almost dinner time. The others were either busy in the kitchen or holed up in their rooms. Susun was lying on the sofa, comfortably watching television, occasionally stroking his jet black hair with his palm. Su Xian obediently lowered her head, her hand clasped tightly with Susun's other hand. She slowly looked up, a little hesitant. Xiaosun, I've noticed something these past few days. I don't know if it's my imagination. Susun looked down and met her captivating gaze. What is it? Across the street from our house, it seems like two blonde guys have moved into Qin Yu's old house. Blonde guys. Susun was startled and said dismissively, maybe they're just new buyers or tenants. Qin Yu hasn't been seen in ages, this house has probably already been sold. Su Xian paused and looked up again. I don't think so. Let alone afford a house here, even the rent is not cheap. But those two, whether it's their clothes or their demeanor, they look like unemployed street thugs, not like people who can afford to live in such a place. Susun immediately frowned, a hint of displeasure rising on his face. Rora, what you said is wrong. Why can you judge people by their appearance? Do you think people who dress ordinarily are not qualified to live in good houses? How can you have such a snobbish thought? I didn't mean that. It's just that those two are really strange. Sometimes they wander around the door, as if they are watching us. Enough. I don't want to hear you speculate about others. You've really disappointed me. If I were to lose everything, would you still think I'm not worthy of this grand haul? Su Xian frowned. You know perfectly well that I wouldn't think that. You know whether you would or not. You're not just looking down on those two blonde guys you mentioned, but also on countless people like my former ordinary self. Su Xian raised her phone. When she saw the photos on her phone, Susun's throat felt as if it were choked. Youthful spirit? The blonde guys you mentioned? It couldn't be these two, could it? That's right. I saw them acting suspiciously when I came back that day, so I took a picture. Alright, Susun was speechless. It was really not Su Xian's fault for looking down on people. The disposition of the poor might not be apparent, but the disposition of these youthful spirits couldn't be faked at will. Could the two of them pool together 10 yuan? Living in a place with rent tens of thousands a month, is that possible? Su Xian slowly got up and sat on Susun's lap, her delicate body leaning forward, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Now I'm not snobbish, am I? What you just said really hurt me. Susun frowned. What do you want? I was wrong just now. I'll apologize, okay? An apology needs sincerity, right? I want. Her eyes seemed to hold a captivating charm. Halfway through her sentence, Su Xian smiled mysteriously and grabbed the sides of her skirt. Susun's expression changed, and his large hands immediately gripped her wrists. Are you crazy? This is the living room. So what? You didn't refuse for so long just now. How did I not refuse? You were the one who insisted on being handsy. But you still didn't refuse, did you? Besides, don't you think it's thrilling? Imagine, what if someone suddenly comes in and sees me helping you? Enough. Seeing that Susun was about to get angry, Su Xian wisely stopped, gave a playful smile, and then held his face, her delicate face gradually leaning in. Susun turned his head to dodge, and was met with another playful remark. What? Disgusted? Are you disgusted with me or yourself? Seeing Susun's angry glare, Su Xian finally leaned in, indulging in the private time with complete absorption. Their cheeks separated, and after a few more light pecks, Su Xian slowly stood up with a satisfied smile. Just when Susun thought it was all over, the enchanting figure in front of him returned to its original position. Looking at the squatting figure, Susun looked down in surprise. Su Xian smiled, raised her head, placed her index finger on her lips, and shushed him. Her exquisite face was full of alluring charm. Don't speak, I just don't want to give up halfway. Helplessly, Susun could only keep his ears and eyes sharp, praying that no one else would appear. Dinner is ready. With the announcement, the missing people all appeared. As soon as Su Banian arrived at the dining room, Su Xian's strange behavior caught her attention. Third sister, what's wrong? Su Xian rubbed her neck as if she was uncomfortable and shook her head at her, indicating she was fine. Seeing that she wasn't speaking, Su Banian suddenly realized, Third sister, do you have a sore throat? I have some throat lozenges. Hey, stop advertising, okay? Su Sun interrupted her speechlessly, causing some displeasure. What advertisement? What's wrong with me caring? Besides, even if I advertise in private, so what? Can they fly over and accuse me of infringement? Look at you, why are you so agitated over a joke? She just choked on water, making a fuss. As she spoke, Su Xian seemed about to say something and opened her mouth. At the same time, Su Sun's expression changed drastically. Damn, this woman is crazy. Restroom. Su Xinro, you're crazy. What do you mean? Do you want me dead? Su Xinro licked her lips and leaned in slowly with a playful smile. What are you talking about? I just want to prove my sincerity to you. Chapter 731. Don't talk nonsense here. I think you're plotting something again. And stay away from me. If you have something to say, rinse your mouth first. I don't care, you're getting picky now. Fine, then I'll brush my teeth before eating. But. Su Xinro picked up the toothbrush and slowly handed it to Su Sun. My hand is a little sore, you brush it for me. Do it yourself. I don't have time to mess around with you. Okay, then I won't brush. I'll sit next to Big Sister during dinner. I hope she can't smell my breath. But speaking of which, I haven't brushed teeth for anyone else yet. Putting on a smile, Su Sun picked up the toothbrush and began a set of teeth cleaning. His meticulous manner made Su Xinro not entirely satisfied. She stared blankly at the man in front of her, a sweet smile unconsciously appearing on her lips. Su Sun, on the other hand, was cursing, damn it, I've been tricked again. I must stay away from this venomous woman next time. At the dining table, the brief disappearance of the two did not attract anyone's attention. When Su Sun returned to the dining room, he found that his sisters were also discussing the two youthful spirits opposite. Second sister, fifth sister, be careful when you go out these few days. I think those two across the street are acting strangely. Su Banian was dismissive. Big sister, are you joking? Those two beanpoles are not even taller than me. I can beat them up by myself. Su Muyan's face turned cold. I'm talking to you seriously. Don't be playful. What's the use of you being taller than them? Do you have more strength than them? Don't you know there's a natural strength gap between men and women? I was just joking. Joke or not, in short, forget it, don't worry about it. You stay at home these few days and don't go out. What? Any objections? No. Haha, your humble servant will strictly obey Big Sister's arrangements. For some inexplicable reason, he was grounded. Su Banian wanted to cry but had no tears, her face full of bitterness. If she had known, she wouldn't have said so much. She had planned to go to an anime exhibition the day after tomorrow, but now she couldn't go. Su Banian's depression was ignored. The sisters were still discussing the matter of the two blonde guys. As the saying goes, it's better to be safe than sorry. For the next few days, no one should go out alone, at least one person must accompany them. Of course, Su Sun's role was also evident, he was the free bodyguard. However, Su Muyan had bought a week's worth of groceries that day. If it wasn't necessary, no one would have to go out for a week, and everyone agreed. Su Sun asked again, by the way, when did those two blonde guys appear? Su Muyan thought for a moment, it seems to have been about a week ago? I don't know exactly when they moved in, but the first time I saw those two was a week ago. They were lurking suspiciously at our doorstep. When they saw me coming back, they ran into the opposite house. Hiss. In that case, it seems there really is a problem? But I really can't understand, if they really have some unspeakable purpose, which mastermind would find two youthful spirits to do the job? Isn't this a joke? Is there a possibility that there's no one behind the two blonde guys, and they actually have their own purpose? Su Sun seemed to have thought of something, and he scanned everyone suspiciously, his gaze finally falling on Su Qingxia. Could it be Su Qingxia's private fans? Everyone was shocked by this. This idea was absurd, but it was also very possible. Su Qingxia was a popular star, and after a net-wide controversy, she had a second surge in popularity. Wherever she went, she was bound to encounter fans. Could this be why her address was exposed? Su Sun continued, think about it, since they have a purpose, the purpose must be one of us. And what can attract them is nothing more than beauty or fame. Your third sister was busy with work and rarely appeared here before, with no contact with people around, so she couldn't possibly be someone who attracts bees and butterflies. Your second daughter, although at home every day, basically doesn't go out after returning home, and has no conditions to attract outsiders. And our eldest sister, Nguyen, goes out shopping for groceries frequently, especially at the market where there are all sorts of people. Someone of her beauty would easily attract attention. However, although youthful spirits of this type like everyone they see, they are inherently insecure. Someone as outwardly arrogant as her would not dare to approach them, nor would they be willing to rent such an expensive place at a high price just to get close. Therefore, the only ones who can attract the two are Su Banian and Su Kingsia. Su Banian often goes out to buy milk tea, which might attract the attention of the blonde guys. But if they really targeted her, her foolish appearance would surely lead to being approached first, rather than a clandestine plan. Then there's only one final possibility: they are Su Kingsia's fans, and the fanatical stalker kind. Otherwise, apart from this possibility, I really can't think of the motive for those two blonde guys. It's not like they're looking for me, right? That's a joke. Su Sun would never have imagined that those two youthful spirits were indeed looking for him, and that a mastermind had indeed sent youthful spirits to deal with him. Although most youthful spirits are poor, it's not impossible that some people are indeed wealthy. They might have known Su Kingsia's address, which is why they appeared here. Su Nguyen suddenly spoke up. I remember, when I came back at noon, I heard one of their phone ringtones, and it was Fourth Sister's song. Suddenly, Su Kingsia's face turned ashen. So after all this, it was her who attracted the trouble. No way? Are my stalker fans here? I don't want this. After a meal of discussion, a decision was made on how to deal with the two stalker fans. Try not to go out and ignore them. The two youthful spirits in the opposite apartment were unaware of their decision and were waiting anxiously. However, they were not waiting for the famous star Su Kingsia, but for the grown man Su Sun. Brother Jie, it's been 8 days. A full 8 days. Why hasn't that kid come out yet? I've never seen anyone so much of a shut-in. I can't take it anymore. You have to endure it if you can't. For that 500 yuan, you must endure. Think about us spending 250 each and living so comfortably. It'll be so blissful. Let's just endure it for now. Chapter 732. Su family. Su Kaiming, sitting on the sofa, held his teacup and stared blankly, his brows furrowed, looking quite melancholic. After Yin Sha introduced him to the hitmen, he had chosen them for their fearless and frenzied personalities. He thought the results would come in a few days, but after waiting for so long, there had been no reaction. 10 days. It's been 10 full days. He didn't know what the other party was doing. Even if he had done it himself, 10 days would have been enough to accomplish something. Yet, those ferocious underground forces couldn't even deal with a young kid. Could it be that they ran away with the money? Thinking of this, Su Kaiming's face turned extremely grim. If those people dared to embezzle his money, then the so-called Blood Fong gang would have no reason to exist. Su Kaiming couldn't sit still any longer. Regardless of whether the other party had run away or not, he should at least find out the situation. So, he made a phone call. Fortunately, the other party answered, and it seemed they had no intention of playing tricks. Mr. Wen. Mr. Wen was the alias Su Kaiming used. To avoid exposing his identity, he specifically bought a foreign number and never showed up, always communicating by phone. As for why his name had Wen, it was to prevent any accidents that might cause him trouble and to divert suspicion. He hoped that Su Sun and Su Wen would clash again. It wouldn't be a loss for him no matter which side met with misfortune. However, compared to Su Sun, he feared his biological son Su Wen more, because Su Wen was truly capable of killing. Mr. Wen, is that you? Is it you not speaking, or is my phone not making sound? Su Kaiming's tone deepened. Sangbiao, how is the matter I entrusted you with? It's been so long, why is there no reaction? You didn't take my 5 million and run away, did you? The other end quickly explained, Mr. Wen, please don't misunderstand. In our line of work, credibility is paramount. How could I, Sangbiao, do such a dishonorable thing? Then why haven't you dealt with that young kid you sent to deal with after such a long time? With this much time, even the richest man's son could probably be kidnapped. Your efficiency is too low. Sangbiao's tone was obsequious. Mr. Wen, this all takes time. It's a society governed by law now. If we want to leave no trace, we naturally have to act cautiously. But rest assured, I've already sent people to act. I'll have an answer for you in a few days. Humph, it better be. Otherwise, I'll make your so-called Blood Fong gang disappear completely. In an office of an underground casino in a certain part of Jiangqing, the bald man with a thick gold chain tightly gripped the hung-up phone, his fierce face filled with displeasure. Bah! Just because you have money, you think you're great. If you have the guts, say it to my face. See if I don't deal with you. Despite his curses, most of the people who entrusted these underground individuals with tasks were wealthy and influential. Without knowing the other party's specific identity, he really didn't dare to turn against him, lest he be settled by a big shot. Therefore, the tasks that needed to be done still had to be completed, and he was also somewhat dissatisfied with the efficiency of his subordinates. It was rare to get money for free from a fool. Spending $5 million just to deal with an unemployed youth in his early 20s was simply using a laser knife to kill a chicken. As a result, his subordinates had made no progress for so long. Wasn't this ruining his reputation? What were those idiots doing? Could they be slacking off and not taking it seriously at all? Thinking of this, Sang Biao's face immediately showed displeasure, and he picked up his phone again, making a call. "Hello, brother Biao. Huze, what the hell are you doing? It's been so long, you haven't been with women and haven't done anything, right? I gave you 500,000 not for you to enjoy and not do your job." The other end was not very frightened. "Brother Biao, how dare I? You trust me so much, I naturally wouldn't dare to be negligent. My subordinates have been following up." "Humph, it better be. I'll give you 3 more days, and I must hear news that the kid has been crippled or is dead. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Chapter 733. Yes, Brother Biao, don't worry, I'll give you an answer within 3 days. At the same time, in a certain club in Jiangqing, the man with a scar and a buzz cut, who had just hung up the phone, angrily slammed the table, cursing, "Damn bastards, there's still no movement after so long. If it weren't for this phone call, I would have really forgotten about this." Saying that, the man also made a phone call. "Who is it? Disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the day. Sleep in the middle of the day, your mother's head. I'm Tai Hu. Pillar, are you blind, you bastard?" "Who? Brother who? I'm sorry, I didn't see the caller ID just now. I didn't mean to. Do I care if you meant to or not? I gave you 50,000 to get the job done, not to sleep. Hurry up and get it done. A certain place." After ending the call, Pillar was completely awake and immediately made a video call with imposing momentum. "Wang Tianri, where the hell are you? How's the thing I asked you to do?" "Brother Zhu, I'm working on it, give me some more time." 3 days. "I'll give you 3 more days. If it's not done, not only will the 5,000 be returned tenfold, your hand will be the price." The man named Wang Jiri's face turned ashen. He took out his phone and started a voice message barrage. "Li Donna, you almost killed me. The 5 days we agreed on, how many days has it been? If you don't act, I'll make you look good. Remember, I'm willing to split the money with you halfway because of our brotherhood, but if you treat me like a fool, not only will the 2,500 be gone, but I, as your elder brother, will also fall out with you. I'll give you 2 more days. Get it done quickly. Then I'll reward you with another 2,500. Otherwise, you wait." Li Donna was both angry and happy. Angry at being scolded for no reason, happy that he could get another 2,500. Thinking of this, his previous depressed mood immediately disappeared. He made another phone call. "Ah wei, hurry up with this. If you finish it within 2 days, I'll add 500, making it 1,500 in total. Sunja, Liwiu, stop dilly-dallying. Although you're living in the luxury apartment for free, it's not yours in the end. Don't just enjoy yourselves and forget about important matters. Even though you spiritual youths can go 3 days without eating 9 meals, the expenses in a place like that must be considerable. The longer you stay, the more food costs. You can't possibly eat instant noodles every day, can you? If you don't want to be in debt, hurry up and get things done. How about this? I'll give each of you a $50 raise as compensation for your food expenses during this period. Aim to finish the job in 1 day, the higher-ups are getting impatient." "Okay, young Master Wei. Brothers are with you in spirit, we'll handle it." With that said, the two patted their chests and shook their heads as they looked at their phones, flicking their heads and sticking out their tongues, displaying the highest etiquette of spiritual youths to the fullest. After the call ended, the two exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of determination in the other's eyes. So, after procrastinating for so long, there was an unexpected bonus. They could earn an extra $50 each, which was $100 for both of them. Add that to the original 500, and it was 600. What a fortune! Thinking this, their dizziness vanished, their hunger subsided, and they felt energized. "Brother Jia, we've finished the instant noodles we bought. It's time to make a move." "Yeah, we can't drag this out any longer. After eating instant noodles for a week, I feel like I've lost weight. It's really time to end this. So, what do we do next? That kid never leaves the house, and even those women haven't come out. We can't just break in, can we?" Under Brother Jia's wise gaze, a hint of malice emerged. "Since that's the case, we can only take the initiative. Let's find a way to tie up those women. Then we'll lure that kid out. I don't believe he still won't come out after that. Livia looked on in admiration. Brother Jia, you're so brave. Fifth sister, where are you going? After several days of staying at home, everyone had grown accustomed to their cramped living. In reality, whether they went out or not made no difference to them. In this day and age, if you lacked something, almost anything could be delivered to your doorstep with a phone call. Chapter 734. However, while home could restrain the body, it could not restrain certain people's wandering hearts. Looking back, seeing her eldest sister's cold expression, Su Bainan immediately stopped in her tracks, forcing a stiff smile. Big sister, I just wanted to go out and buy some milk tea. I'll be back soon. Then why can't you order delivery? Have you forgotten that there have been suspicious individuals around recently? Oh, big sister, the milk tea shop nearby has a $20 delivery minimum. I'm only buying 1 cup. After all, if I buy too much, I won't be able to drink it, and it's a waste of money, isn't it? But you were buying 3 or 4 cups at a time a few days ago, even yesterday. How come today you're only buying 1 cup and insist on going out to buy it? I'm practicing moderation. Drinking too much milk tea is bad for my health. Yes, that's right. You're being considerate now. Oh, isn't this all thanks to your good education, big sister? Stop grinning at me. Stay put and behave yourself at home. Sun Weyan walked up with a cold face, took the crossbody bag off her shoulder, and with a dark expression, flipped through the contents. What is this? Do you need to carry a bag and bring identification to buy milk tea? That. Comic Con entry ticket. Sun Weyan sneered, looking up. Are you going to buy milk tea or attend a comic convention? Su Bainan's small face instantly turned ashen. Sun Weyan continued relentlessly, her eyes cold. How much is this Comic Con? 998 per ticket? Su Bainan, you really have money to burn, don't you? But I'm very curious, where did you get this money? And where does the money for your milk tea every day come from? Su Bainan forced a stiff smile. Big sister, have you forgotten? That 20,000 you transferred to me that day. Milk tea money is only a little over $10, so what does that count for? Is that so? But didn't you just buy a limited edition doll yesterday? Didn't you spend all your money? Actually. Alright, give me your phone. Give me your phone, I'll check your spending records. Instantly, Su Bainan felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. It's over. It's really over. If big sister checks my spending records, and she sees the price of that plushie, I'll explode. Thinking this, Su Bainan immediately put on a fawning smile. Big sister, I won't go out anymore, really. I'm actually at home. Hey, my phone. Sun Weyan ignored her explanation and snatched the phone from her hand, beginning to browse. Seeing this, Su Bainan was greatly alarmed and tried to snatch it back, but was pinned to the sofa instead. Big sister, my arm is going to break. A weakling is a weakling. Someone who couldn't even defeat Su Qingxia could certainly not be an opponent for Sun Weyan, the eldest sister. Sun Weyan held her down with one hand, her knee resting on the sofa, while the other hand held the phone, expressionlessly scrolling through something. The chat app's spending records were still normal. It wasn't until she saw the order records on Taobao that a hint of seriousness appeared on her usually calm face. Root Mountain Signature Special Edition Plushie, 808888. LV Spring New Women's Bag, 188888. Fifth sister, I didn't realize you were a little rich woman. Fear descended like an abyss, her heart pounded like a drum. An absolute panic surged through her entire body, causing Su Bainan's usually handsome face to contort in agony. It's over. Completely over. Su Bainan broke free from the restraint but didn't immediately flee. Instead, she adopted the principle of speedy kneeling and immediately fell to her knees begging for forgiveness, clutching Sun Weyan's leg with a face full of regret and remorse. Big sister, I was wrong. I'll never dare to do it again. I was just momentarily possessed. I promise I won't do it again. Sun Weyan shook her head slowly. Sigh, every time you're wrong, you kneel. After kneeling, you forget. I guarantee you won't remember by tomorrow. How can I believe you? Big sister, I really don't dare anymore. Trust me one more time, sob. Forget it. First, tell me where this money came from. Is it your third sister? Or someone else? Sun Weyan first ruled out Su Wangqing. Although the second sister often opposed her recently, she absolutely agreed with her views on household management and would not indulge fifth sister's extravagant tendencies. As for the fourth sister, it was even less likely. They were like sworn enemies, so only the third sister might have the possibility of indulging her without any bottom line. Of course, there was one other person. It's Su Sun. It was somewhat expected. Su Weyan sighed softly. Alright, I understand. Since you've spent the money, I won't say any more. But you can forget about getting back the money I confiscated, and hand over all the remaining money you have on you. Just keep 100 yuan. Ah. What? You have an opinion? Su Bainan smiled broadly. No, no. It's me who was too extravagant. I'm willing to accept the punishment, but, big sister, can you not tell Su Sun? He always gives me money secretly, but you always find out. If you go ask him again, he might lose face and come yell at me. Su Muyen glanced at her. Are you afraid he won't give you money in the future? No, no. I absolutely don't have that thought. It's just that he always helps me secretly, but I always embarrass him. I really feel bad, big sister, can you not blame him? After a few seconds of thought, Su Muyen finally agreed. Su Sun had indeed given her money secretly many times, but without exception, she had discovered it immediately with her keen eyes. If she questioned him every time, it would inevitably arouse his rebellious nature, which would be counterproductive to controlling fifth sister's extravagance. Seeing that big sister had really agreed, Su Bainan secretly smiled. Since Su Sun was taking the blame, what was she afraid of? Moreover, now that she had found a new sugar daddy, was she afraid of not having money to spend? My good fourth sister, I'm coming to you to complain again. After some sneaking around, Su Bainan still went out, but not to the comic convention. It was because the milk tea she ordered had arrived, and the delivery person didn't know the way, so she went downstairs to get it. Little did she know that her Jingxing Xin Li luck-based mindset/hope would ultimately provide an opportunity for some unscrupulous elements. Brother Jie. Brother, a woman is out. Brother, hurry up, let's go block her. Seeing no response, Liu, who was guarding the entrance, impatiently opened the door and went out. It was just one woman anyway, so they'd subdue her and bring her back first. Thus, he followed Su Bainan downstairs and watched her happily carrying the milk tea back. During this time, Liu kept looking for an opportunity to make a move, but there were too many people coming and going near the elevator, making it difficult for him to act. Instead, his sneaky appearance attracted a lot of attention. To avoid alerting the enemy, he could only return to the 33rd floor. After getting off the elevator, he ambushed in the stairwell and waited. Finally, he saw Su Bainan exit the elevator. At this moment, the corridor was empty. His eyes immediately became sharp like an eagle's, and his body moved with the agility of a leopard as he pounced. Bastard! How dare you try to steal my milk tea? What milk tea? You stinky thief, go to hell. He flung a few cans of milk tea, which exploded on Liu's face, smearing him with a mixture of fruit pulp and tapioca pearls. The hot milk tea, in particular, scalded Liu to the point of wailing. It was already 30 degrees Celsius, who drinks hot beverages then? You stinky woman. You skinny stick, prepare to be beaten. Slap, slap. Ah. Chapter 735. You stinky woman. You've really made me furious. I don't care if you're really angry or faking it. How dare you try to steal my milk tea and then curse at me? I'll make sure this skinny stick knows how formidable I am today. Liu tried his best but couldn't win. Ever since his face was covered in milk tea, he had completely lost his combat effectiveness. He lay on the ground enduring a barrage of punches and kicks. But it wasn't over yet. Seeing him curse, Su Bainan's anger erupted like a volcano. She took off her shoe, gripped it in her hand, and started hitting his unshaven face. The rhythmic slapping of the shoe sole against her cheek was like a symphony by Mozart. At this moment, Su Bainan completely forgot to think. Listening to the beautiful melody, she played this moving tune again and again with her hands. Her pretty face was so focused and serious, yet it was tinged with ferocity. You skinny stick. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. The most desperate thing in the world is not to be defeated by an invincible opponent, but to know that the opponent is inferior to you yet still fall into their trap. Liu scrambled around, covering his head, filled with resentment. He was unconvinced. If it weren't for those 2 cups of milk tea blinding him, how could he have been beaten like this by a stinky woman? Woman, you have successfully angered me. His resentment reached its peak, and Liu erupted with unprecedented strength. Suddenly rising, he launched a ruthless counterattack. Screw you. With a slap, Liu was sent spinning, his surge of passion instantly vanishing. Su Bainan pressed her advantage, grabbed her white flat shoe, and limped towards Liu's forehead, hitting him repeatedly. The shoe was like a sharp blade, and her momentum was fearless. Under her continuous attacks, her opponent was forced to retreat steadily. Suddenly, with a kick, Liu was sent tumbling to the ground. However, at the same time, because she was wearing only one shoe, Su Bainan's sock slipped on the floor. She exerted too much force, causing her to slip and fall on her butt, frowning in pain. This, in turn, completely ignited the flame within her. She simply took off her other shoe, holding a weapon in each hand, and charged forward. Good opportunity. Liweo also seized the moment of respite and finally found an opening to counterattack. As long as he restrained the opponent's hands, how could this stinky woman pull any more tricks? However, before he could even touch her, a shoe slapped his face, causing him to freeze. Then it was his right cheek, then his left cheek, alternating back and forth, hitting him so hard that he stumbled back, his vision blurred. Gradually, Liweo collapsed, his eyelids fluttering, and finally lost all ability to resist. At this moment, Su Bainan finally calmed down and was terrified. Oh no, did I beat this skinny stick to death? In her panic, she ran home without a second word. As for Liweo, he lay alone on the ground, his vision blurred as he fixed on the retreating figure, his heart filled with humiliation. He was defeated, utterly defeated. He, who had roamed the streets, now he couldn't even beat a stinky woman. It was bad enough that he couldn't win despite giving his all, but he didn't even touch the corner of her clothes. What a deep humiliation. It was simply a profound humiliation. Suddenly, Liwea's gaze flickered. No, it's definitely not that I'm too weak. It's that the opponent is too strong. Rich people always look for trouble. This woman must have learned self-defense skills, which is why I lost so miserably. It seems the intelligence was incorrect. If those women have indeed learned self-defense, then we need to act together. Dragging his weak and powerless body, Liweo crawled back to their residence step by step and knocked on the door. Liweo? What happened to you? Did you run into that kid? Brother Jie, those women know martial arts. I was ambushed. The corridor was a mess. The ground was covered in a mixture of fruit juice and milk tea, with plastic bags and burst milk tea bottles scattered around. This scene, no matter how you looked at it looked like spilled milk tea. Su Sun and the 5 sisters gathered here, each with a solemn expression. Chapter 736. Su Muyan frowned and asked, "You said you knocked someone out, where is he?" Su Bainan looked around, puzzled. "I don't know. He was just here a moment ago? Could it be that he's gone back on his own? But it's best if he's fine. After what happened just now, I thought I'd killed him. You scared me." Kicking a plastic bag, Su Sun asked doubtfully, "You said you got into a fight with a blonde guy just now? What exactly happened?" "He tried to steal my milk tea. I didn't give it to him, and he cursed at me. So I flung the milk tea in his face, and then used my shoes to hit his face. But he was really weak, I was really afraid I'd killed him, luckily he's fine." Su Sun couldn't help but feel a hint of speechlessness. "Are you sure he was just trying to steal your milk tea? Are you sure it wasn't that you snuck out and were afraid of the consequences if your big sister found out, so you're downplaying it? It really was just about stealing milk tea. The moment I turned around, I saw him reaching for my milk tea bag. Besides, I haven't offended him, would he want to kidnap me? The key point is, if someone wanted to kidnap someone, who would send such a trashy skinny stick to do it? His elementary school physique isn't enough for me to beat." Now everyone was truly confused. All signs indicated that those 2 blonde guys were problematic, but all their actions suggested they weren't as malicious as imagined. After all, who commits crimes like playing house? Su Bainan added, "You don't know, that skinny stick looked sickly and thin, like he hadn't eaten enough. I was afraid the wind would blow him away. Could it be that they're living in a place like this and can't afford to eat because they want to be close to their idol? If that's the case, 4th sister, you're really to blame." "Ha, what does this have to do with me?" Su Qingxia was stunned. "How is it not related? If it weren't for wanting to get close to their idol, they wouldn't spend money to live in a place like this and be unable to afford food. It's all because they're too obsessed with you, a big star." Su Qingxia was speechless. "Get things straight, okay? They are obsessive fans. They will seriously interfere with other people's daily lives. I won't take the blame for this." Since Su Bainan was the one who caused the mess, the few of them cleaned up the stains in the corridor and then returned home. Throughout their return, someone in the opposite apartment watched everything. Brother Jia occasionally looked through the peephole, his face often looking solemn. Seeing him like that, Liweo also peeked through the peephole and his expression turned a little unpleasant. Yes, he was dizzy again. He hadn't recovered from being beaten just now. "Oh, Brother Jie, is something wrong with me? My head is still spinning." "It's just a few hits, why are you so dramatic?" Back in the day, when we were fighting on the streets, K-Fantasy, Emperor Shao, Emperor Bai, Emperor Yen, and Rax Hasa didn't even utter a word. "You've been whining after being hit by a woman, you're really disgracing our true love invincible combo." "Brother Jie, you're right. I'm being dramatic. Last year, we were knocked out and sent to the hospital without a word. I really miss those times. Okay, I'm not dizzy anymore, I feel like I'm back to my old self." That's more like it. Since you're okay, let's get ready to do the job. The target appeared just now, you saw it through the peephole. Right. After waiting for more than 10 days, the two finally saw the target appear. However, they had always assumed the target they needed to deal with was a weak, bespectacled college student. After all, the intelligence stated he came from a prestigious university, and such intelligent people were usually very frail. But that brief glimpse just now made them a little serious. Those women were all taller than them, and the target was much taller than those women. Most importantly, his physique was as sturdy as a small mountain. It was likely that only by working together could they barely stand a chance against him. If those women interfered, they feared they wouldn't be able to act. It seemed their previous plan wouldn't work. Brother Jia, why don't we take the initiative? Anyway, we'll be leaving Jiangqing after the job is done. Tonight, while they're asleep, I'll pry open their door. They didn't say we had to take the kid away, so as long as we disable him and take a picture as proof, wouldn't that be enough? Chapter 737. Brother Jia remained silent for 2 seconds, then frowned. Good idea. Then tonight is yours. As night fell, all was quiet. Outside the door of the small house, two furtive figures pulled up their tight-fitting short-sleeved shirts to cover their heads, revealing slender, bony abdomen, and were fiddling with the door with a piece of iron wire. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? It's not me, Brother Jia. This door doesn't have a keyhole. It's a smart password lock. What kind of nonsense smart lock? It's all a scam. There must be a keyhole. Brother Jia didn't believe it and studied the door lock. But after a full 20 minutes, he was sweating profusely from anxiety and still couldn't find a keyhole. Damn, what kind of crappy thing is this? How can there really be no keyhole? In a fit of anger, Brother Jia slapped the door lock. With that slap, a cover popped out from the door lock with a click. Ha! Lai Weiyo curiously pushed the cover down with his hand. The lock hole they had been longing for finally appeared. Son of a b*****. The damn cover was blocking it. Who could have figured that out? Lai Weiyo comforted him. Brother Jia, don't be angry, haven't we found the keyhole? Watch me open the door. With a confident smile, Lai Weiyo inserted the iron wire into the keyhole. As the iron wire slowly turned, a harsh but not too loud alarm accompanied by flashing red lights suddenly sounded. Their faces changed drastically. Brother Jia exclaimed in fear, "What's this noise? Make it stop." I don't know. Lai Weiyo didn't know what this was either. He had pried open countless locks and had never encountered such a situation. Warning! Warning! You are suspected of illegal entry. We have contacted the nearest law enforcement bureau. Please cease your illegal activities and surrender. My God! This thing can even call the police. Brother Jia looked shocked and immediately ordered, "Find a way to dismantle it. As long as it doesn't make noise, it's fine. Illegal person's inappropriate remarks have been detected. Suspected property damage. We issue another warning. Please cease illegal activities immediately. Number of illegal persons is 2. We have connected to the cloud and have recorded your information. Please do not resist unnecessarily. Await the arrival of the police. Hurry up. If they hear it again, they'll wake up." The two were sweating profusely, each holding a wrench, trying to pry and poke at the door lock. But the surface of the smart lock was not plastic, but some kind of alloy, extremely hard. Brother Jia, this thing is too sturdy. How about we retreat? Detected that illegal persons tend to escape. Issuing another warning. Please do not struggle unnecessarily. Lai Weiyo, graduated from Zishan Elementary School diploma, life motto, one cry, true love invincible. Sun Jia, nicknamed Sunja, graduated from Jiangqing 88 Middle School, junior high school diploma, hobby, playing video games. Lai Weiyo was shocked. Brother Jia, they've opened our accounts. Son of a b****. Did this thing really call the police? Brother Jia's attention was clearly not on account opening. He only felt that this smart lock was terrifyingly smart. Is this the door of a wealthy family? It's too smart. In his panic, he brandished the wrench and smashed and hit the door lock, making Lai Weiyo beside him tremble. Brother Jia, the alarm seems to be getting louder. Let's run quickly. Humph, trying to escape. You two are suspected of illegal intrusion, theft, property damage, verbal abuse, and disregarding warnings. We will now use compulsory measures. Click. The door suddenly opened. At the same time, the alarm stopped. The two were instantly stunned. Brother Jia, this door, it seems to have opened. Ha ha ha. I know. It must be that we broke it, and it malfunctioned and opened by itself. It's truly a case of searching high and low for something and finding it without effort, better than a foot massage at a foot spa. No, Brother Jia, it seems like there's something inside, coming out. In their terrified gazes, the door slowly opened, and a pair of eyes emitting a jade-green glow were particularly terrifying and chilling in the dark night. Holy crap! What is that? A cat! It looks like a cat! A very big cat! Hiss! Meow! The big cat leaped out of the darkness, its face ferocious, and descended heavily, scratching them madly. Ah! My face! Liwiu, quickly get it away! Brother Jia, I can't get it away. It's scratching my face too. Meow ah ah meow. Scratch, scratch. Hello, we are police officers from the nearby Law Enforcement Bureau. Your house was burgled, and it seems your smart lock reported the incident just now. The law enforcement officer curiously bent down to look. Where did you buy this door lock? It's so smart. This, Sun Wan looked at Su Sun doubtfully. This lock was replaced later, and she herself didn't know about this function. She only remembered that Su Sun had said he modified the door lock. Su Sun politely declined. Sorry, officer, you can't buy this. I modified it myself, and I didn't expect it to actually be useful. So that's how it is, young people are really amazing. To get back to the point, we've understood the situation with the two thieves. They are two unemployed thugs from Zishan town in the north of the city. We don't know how they ended up here, and they even moved into the apartment opposite yours. In the future, if you encounter any suspicious situations, you can report it immediately to avoid encountering this again. Su Sun nodded. No wonder there have been a few spiritual youths around here lately. So they were illegally entering premises. Thank you for your trouble. No trouble, it's our duty. But you should be more careful in the future. Sun Wan looked at the two on the ground and suddenly asked, then, officer, what happened to these two? Why are they lying on the ground? At this moment, Brother Jie and the blonde guy were lying on the ground, and their injuries were not visible. One of the officers stepped forward to turn over the unconscious duo. Speaking of which, they didn't escape, and we have to thank that big fat cat. Following their gaze to the corner, a fat cat was licking its paws. Sun Wan was surprised. Chocolate? When did she get out? Because of her cat hair allergy, she couldn't hold cats, so she could only walk up and push and shoo it away with her foot, scaring it back into the room. Chocolate slipped into the house and disappeared. So this is your cat. We saw this cat wrestling with the two thugs and pinning them to the ground as soon as we arrived. It's really fierce. I didn't expect it to be able to defeat two thieves. It's really worth raising it so fat, a good watchdog. Sun Wan smiled politely. Yes, but my cat isn't usually this fierce. By the way, don't we have to be responsible for them being caught like this? Special circumstances are treated specially, don't worry. Since everything is fine, we'll be leaving now. Be careful. After the police left, the two returned to their room. With such a big event happening, the others naturally woke up and were waiting for their response. Sun Wan explained, it's nothing, just encountered thieves, and it was those two blonde guys from across the hall, but they've already been taken away by the police. But the hero of today is Chocolate. The door was already open, and if it hadn't reacted quickly and run out to fight the thugs, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone was shocked. What? Chocolate? The big fat cat glanced at everyone disdainfully, licked its paws, and swaggered back to its small nest. The next morning, at the Su family residence. As soon as Su Kaiming woke up, he received a phone call. He thought good news was coming, but he heard news that made him laugh in anger. What did you say? The people sent to deal with Su Sun were arrested by the police? And they were killed by a cat. A cat? Are you kidding me? Useless. All of you are useless. Chapter 741 inch I'm not entirely clear on the specific details myself. Sang Biao should be calling you later. Oh, right, Mr. Su. In a couple of days, I need to go to the capital to handle some paperwork. Please stay in touch during that time. We'll meet in the capital, and at that point, our cooperation will conclude. Please don't forget your promise. After the call ended, Su Kaiming felt a little better, as he had finally heard some good news. Once matters in the capital were settled, coupled with the resources of the Qi family, he would truly have whatever he desired. He would not only achieve brilliance domestically but also write his legend, Su Kaiming's legend, across the entire world. As for the promise? Humph, naive. With such a capable and versatile assistant, how could he possibly let them go? Besides, he truly didn't have a complete antidote for the poison. Therefore, Ing Sha would have no choice but to continue working for him. A moment later, Sang Biao did indeed call. Although he was mentally prepared, Su Kaiming still found himself amused to the point of laughter. Mr. Wen, I sincerely apologize. I never expected my subordinates to make a mistake. We've never failed before. Originally, our people had a meticulously planned operation. A surprise attack in the dead of night, to cripple that kid right in the darkness. But who knew, when they were trying to pry open the door, the smart lock of the target's house automatically triggered an alarm. This completely disrupted our plan. Originally, there was enough time. At worst, we could have dealt with the target directly before the police arrived. But who knew, the target's family had a super huge fat cat. Under the stress of the door lock alarm and the creepy atmosphere of midnight, both of them became too nervous and were scratched by the cat. Then, the police arrived. Silence. A long, drawn-out silence. Su Kaiming was truly amused to the point of laughter. He sat on his chair, shaking with laughter. He simply couldn't understand how there could be such useless people. Useless. All of them are useless. He thought it was some kind of meticulous plan. Turns out, after staking out for more than 10 days, the result was sneaking into someone's house at midnight to pry open a door? Idiots. All of you are idiots. Su Kaiming roared in anger, holding his phone and cursing. What kind of person gets scared by a mere cat? Is this how you handle the money I gave you? Or are you just stringing me along? Are you joking with me here? The person on the other end of the line was clearly unable to refute. Mr. Wen, we didn't want this to happen, but that's just how it is. Nonsense. I think you didn't do anything at all. How can there be such stupid people in this world? Or is it that your management of the Blood Fawn gang is too lax, raising a bunch of useless people? 5 million. I gave you a whole 5 million, and you come up with such a joke. I think your Blood Fawn gang should rename itself the Idiot Gang. Sang Biao, Mr. Wen. Shut up. There's something I'm very curious about now. How do you know the specific details if your people were caught? You didn't go to the Law Enforcement Bureau to bail out those useless guys, did you? Are you afraid the matter won't be exposed or what? Mr. Wen, please calm down. In our line of work, if you're caught, you can only consider yourself unlucky. How could we possibly go to the bureau to bail someone out? Don't worry, we won't expose anything. Then how do you know so clearly? Do you have X-ray vision? Surveillance cameras. It's surveillance. My men installed cameras the day they moved in, specifically to observe the target's going out habits. But who knew the target never left the house, and instead, my men had an accident. As for the video footage at the time, I've already sent it to your email. You can take a look. With a hint of inquiry, Su Kaiming opened the email address they had initially used for contact. The moment he clicked on the video, he fell into a state of self-doubt. Did he send the wrong video? The beginning showed two young men with dyed yellow hair, wearing tight pants and sneakers. They wore red tight short-sleeved shirts pulled up high, covering their foreheads in an attempt to disguise themselves, revealing their bamboo-like bony waists, suspiciously approaching a room door. Su Kaiming was bewildered. He had assumed Sang Baiao's subordinates were fierce-looking thugs, or at the very least, some sharp-looking adults. Chapter 738. But these were actually two young delinquents. Exactly the kind of jobless, shifty-eyed punks you find on the street. Such people, let alone committing murder, with their scrawny frames, they probably couldn't even beat a normal adult woman. Anger. Uncontrollable anger. But surprisingly, Su Kaiming managed to suppress his rage, simply because of the overwhelming sense of helplessness and extreme speechlessness he felt. He was so speechless he couldn't utter a word, or rather, so angry he was rendered speechless. After a few seconds of silence, he let out a laughable sigh. All right, you're really good at picking people to do your dirty work. The phone immediately responded, Mr. Wen, although my men may not look impressive, they have always been reliable in their work. Enough, I don't want to hear your explanations. I'm giving you 2 more days. Whether they're alive or dead, I want to hear news of someone meeting their demise. Do you understand? Understood. I understand, Mr. Wen. I will handle this matter as quickly as possible. Humph, you'd better. Su Kaiming paused, then added, also, are your 2 subordinates tight-lipped? No matter how much they know, I don't want any third person other than them to be implicated. I don't want to see any risks. Rest assured, Mr. Wen, my subordinates are discreet and extremely loyal. Even if asked to die, they wouldn't betray their brothers. Confess and be lenient, resist and be severe. Sun Jie, Lu Yu, are you going to talk or not? If you don't, you'll have to. Speak. We'll speak. Uncle Police, don't shoot us. We'll speak. My name is Sun Jie, known as Brother Jie. He's Lu Yu, a graduate of Zishan Primary School. The two were so scared they spilled everything, without holding back a single detail. From embarrassing childhood incidents to their struggles, they revealed everything without reservation, almost to the point of divulging their parents' private matters. The interrogating police officers couldn't help but be taken aback. Usually, such idle individuals in society are quite arrogant, especially this type of illiterate person who has no concept of the law's severity. But these two before them, after being left out for just one night, had actually come to their senses? Uncle, we've confessed everything. We work for a guy called Young Master Wei from the streets. Actually, we weren't stealing last night. Young Master Wei told us to beat up the kid across the hall. No, he told us to cripple that kid. But we were beaten by his cat before we even entered the house. Everything we're saying is the truth. Don't shoot us. The two understood the law, but not really. However, they were truly frighteningly honest. While saying they just wanted to beat him up would have resolved the issue, they insisted on revealing their plan to cripple him. Upon hearing this, the police became serious. They had initially thought it was a simple theft, but now it involved a dispute. Why did that young Master Wei want to cripple him? Liu Yu shook his head like a rattled drum. I don't know, but young Master Wei is lecherous. He'll go up to women he finds attractive on the street and flirt with them. Once, a woman's boyfriend cursed him out, so he sneaked into their house in the middle of the night and beat that man up. He's a real scumbag. The general situation was understood. This young Master Wei was indeed a dangerous individual. The police quickly took action, and under Zich and testimony/pointing out of brother Jia and Liu Yu, they soon arrested young Master Wei. Interrogation room. A young man with curly hair, who was quite handsome, looked around, completely confused. What did I do that you arrested me? Confess and be lenient, resist and be severe. Yang Wei, why did you send people to harm Su Sun? I'll talk. I was just following orders. Li Deneade told me to do it. Confess and be lenient, resist and be severe. The police have fully grasped your criminal evidence. Li De2, why did you want to harm Su Sun? Confess and be lenient, resist and be severe. Wang Tianri, why did you want to harm Su Sun? Li Taizhu, why did you want to harm Su Sun? When Su Sun arrived at the detention center of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he was stunned by the sight of the 7 or 8 people before him. Officers, I don't know these people. They wanted to harm me. Chapter 739. The middle-aged police officer frowned. You really don't know them? Not a single one. I don't know them. Except for those 2 young delinquents, I've never even seen the others. Alright, I understand. You can leave in a moment. The faces of those confined behind bars grew increasingly grim, especially the later arrivals. Some had just woken up, some had just left their homes, and some were being dragged out of a foot bath. They were all brought here together. Brother Bald Head Taizhu was the most influential among them. He never would have imagined that one day he would be betrayed by his own subordinates. He considered himself loyal and righteous, caring for his brother's wife as if she were his own wife. In the end, he was tragically betrayed by his brother. His sincere efforts were all for naught. Though his brother was a scoundrel, he, Li Taizhu, was not an ungrateful person. Thus, he took responsibility, claiming he had developed lustful thoughts for the women around Su Sun and wanted to cripple Su Sun so he could take those women for himself, which was why he sent people to carry out the murder. Since Li Taizhu's connections had nothing to do with the Blood Fawn gang, the police couldn't find any leads for a while. They could only inform the victim, Su Sun, of this outcome. On the way home, Su Sun fell into deep thought. Others might not see the mystery behind this, but as the person involved, how could he not sense something was amiss? He wondered who had such guts. After all, he had offended more than 1 or 2 people in the past 6 months. Was it the Han family seeking revenge for their son, or the Wu family suspecting foul play, or Qin Yu's return, or Zhou Xiang's jealousy? Had he offended so many people already? These were just the ones he could think of, not to mention the random passers-by he had easily dealt with. Su Sun was surprised. What have I even been doing these past 6 months? Wasn't I just lazing around at home every day? At this moment, Su Muyen, who was driving, noticed something unusual about him and frowned slightly. She hesitated to speak, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Instead, she pulled the car over to the side of the road, her pretty face filled with worry. Su Sun came back to his senses. Aren't we going home? Why did you stop? Xiao Sun, what do you think about this incident? I feel like the situation is very wrong. Su Muyen had a vague suspicion, a suspicion that made her feel terrified. What's wrong about it? Didn't they say it was lustful thoughts? The rest can be left to the police. No, it's definitely not that simple. I feel like this isn't over yet. Those people's target is you, they won't give up easily. What are you afraid of? I'm Superman. Did you forget I can punch through the ceiling with 1 punch? No matter how many come, they won't be enough for me to beat. Yes, your strength is indeed terrifyingly great, but it's easier to dodge an open spear than a hidden arrow. This accident is too strange, and too coincidental. A hint of seriousness subtly permeated the air. Su Muyan had never felt such worry, such unease. She felt that some dormant forces were finally unable to hold back, and once those people made their move, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a few seconds of silence, Su Muyan continued, Xiaosun, I think they made a move. Su Sun was startled. They? Who? Su Muyan replied. The Qin family, or perhaps the Su family. Certain things that were unwilling to be exposed were finally revealed. Su Sun fell into thought, somewhat unwilling to respond. He actually knew that the Qin and Su families would not let things go easily. But Su Muyan and the others had unavoidable blood ties. Even if there was no official connection anymore, if it truly came to a head, the sisters would inevitably find themselves in a difficult position. But smart people were smart people after all. Even though he deliberately avoided it, the key to the problem was found. Su Sun turned to look at the side, his bright eyes filled with seriousness. I'm just saying if things really reach a point of no return, would you choose? I choose you. Su Sun paused. But they are your parents, your grandparents. You share similar blood. If I do something irreversible, will you really not blame me? Su Muyan smiled with relief, slowly reaching out to cover his hand, and said softly, not to mention that I have already severed ties with them, but based on their actions alone, I no longer hold any illusions about them. Yes, they are indeed my parents. Ordinary targeting, suppression, even some ill intentions behind the scenes, I could turn a blind eye and choose to endure. After all, I was born to them. I can't go all out to fight them. Sometimes I feel very weak, and I've even thought that if they go too far, I'll just distance myself from this mess. If you can't afford to provoke them, why not avoid them? As long as we all get along, what's wrong with me taking a step back? But they finally crossed the line. They harbored intentions they shouldn't have. I can tolerate their targeting and suppression, but I will never allow them to do anything that harms everyone. And this time, they actually wanted to cripple you, and even more than that, I think their goal is to make you disappear completely. Although I can't guarantee it's their doing, this incident is too coincidental, and my grandmother's family is definitely not someone who can be wronged. Even if they are not the masterminds, they are definitely accomplices who knew about it. The Qin family is currently in a period of turmoil. If no one is backing them, they likely wouldn't take such extreme risks. So, it's highly likely my parents' doing. I'm not saying all this so you'll appease them for my sake, but rather, if it's truly irretrievable, I hope you won't get yourself burned. I believe you have the ability to get out of this. Think about yourself, think about us, think about those who love you. Trust always brings warmth and makes people inexplicably moved. After hearing these words, the knot that had bound Su Sun's heart seemed to loosen, dispelling his concerns. With people to care about, he could no longer act as recklessly as before. With people around him taking care of him, he naturally had to consider their feelings. The relationship was never a one-sided effort, everyone was maintaining their small family in their own way. The understanding he just received was enough for him. He grasped her delicate hand in his palm and lifted it to gently kiss the back of her hand. Thank you, wife, for your unconditional support. I'm so lucky to have a woman like you supporting me from behind. Humph, sweet talker. With a charming smile, Su Muyan pulled her arm away, placed her hands back on the steering wheel, and started the engine to drive away. As the car made a turn at the second traffic light, a truck sped towards them. Bang! Flames erupted into the sky. Chapter 740. Muyan, are you okay? Not far from the car accident, a man and a woman lay in the bushes. The woman was sprawled on top of the man. Her delicate face was filled with shock, while the man beneath her, despite his scraped body, was anxiously checking the woman for injuries. Fortunately, there were no problems, not even a scratch. Su Sun's worried heart finally relaxed, and he helped Su Muyan slowly to her feet. Su Muyan was still in shock. She hadn't even realized what had happened. Suddenly, the seatbelt was torn apart by a large hand, and then she was pulled into the passenger seat and into Su Sun's embrace as they jumped out and rolled. It wasn't until the explosion that she realized the seriousness of the situation. Seeing Su Sun's clothes torn and his body scraped and bleeding in multiple places, Su Muyan's heart couldn't help but ache. Despite being seriously injured herself, his first reaction was to care for her. Moved, she also felt immense guilt. Su Muyan raised her arm, her fingertips trembling as she gently touched the area near Su Sun's wounds, her eyes welling up with heartache, her vision blurring. Xiao Sun, you're bleeding. It's okay, as long as you're okay. Su Sun glanced down. They were just ordinary scratches, not a big deal. After all, he still had a normal person's body, and injuries were inevitable. Su Muyan felt even worse. In situations like this in the future, don't worry about me. I'm not hurt at all, but you're bleeding. It's because of me. Shut up. I don't want to hear such discouraging words. Do you want me to abandon you and run away? Su Muyen choked out, if there's a life-threatening danger, I hope you'll prioritize yourself. Su Muyen, I'm angry. We just survived a disaster, and we should be grateful. Instead of throwing yourself into my arms, you're pouring cold water on me. Have you considered my feelings? I risked my life, not for you to blame and reflect like this, understand? Su Muyen slowly raised her head, her eyes reddening. I'm sorry, Xiao Sun. I'm just scared. I'm afraid something will happen to you because of me. If that happens, I'll never forgive myself in this life. Would I forgive myself if I watched you get hurt? Would you be happy if I died and you went to a massage parlor the next day with elation? Su Muyen suddenly threw herself into his arms. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have overthought things. I won't say anything more. After saying that, as if touching a wound, she suddenly pushed Su Sun away and anxiously felt him all over. I'm sorry, did I hurt you just now? Looking at her pretty, worried, and distressed face, Su Sun finally couldn't bring himself to be angry. Although he hated people who constantly denied and reflected on themselves, it was ultimately because they were too worried about him, so it was understandable. He could always punish her properly when they got back. Su Sun grabbed Su Muyen and pulled her into his embrace, his tone filled with dominance. A big man doesn't hurt. I'm not that delicate. If you want a hug, hug me tightly. Woman, what you need to do now is accept the overwhelming sense of security in my arms, and don't think about anything else. The domineering CEO's lines really worked. Under this serious and playful behavior, Su Muyen nestled in his embrace and gradually found peace, feeling the strong sense of security emanating from his broad chest. Despite the raging flames not far away and the panicked pedestrians, the scene here was one of intimacy, creating a stark contrast. Su Sun raised his hand and pinched Su Muyen's face, saying gravely, I'm very dissatisfied with your performance just now. Within a week of returning, you won't sleep well. I'm going to punish you properly. Su Muyen was taken aback. But I didn't do anything wrong, I was just worried. You're unwilling. As if intimidated by his somber expression, Su Muyen actually relented. Okay, I'm willing to accept the punishment. That's more like it. If I'm not satisfied, you'll be punished. Do you understand? Chapter 741. I understand. Su Muyen looked up and glared at him, then said helplessly, but can you not say such things in this tense atmosphere? Be serious, okay? Serious? You dare to question me? Increase the punishment. Don't blame me for not being gentle with you then. You're really annoying. Their playful banter managed to alleviate some of the tension. Especially for Su Muyen, she felt much better. The lingering fear and panic she felt moments ago had subsided considerably, and her pale complexion gradually regained its color. As they were whispering, a sleek black luxury car caught their attention. The car stopped right next to their bushes. With a bang of the car door, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie slowly got out from the driver's side. The man had black hair with white streaks, held a cigarette in his hand, and a weathered face with an inexplicable cold smile. As if he hadn't noticed the two people standing by the car, he leaned against the car, smoking and looking at the distant flames with a mocking gaze. Little beast, I told you I wouldn't let you go. Isn't this retribution? Even if I don't have evidence, my only son is still dead. Who told you to have a conflict with him? Even if it wasn't you, you'll have to be buried with him, buried with the sole heir of my Han family. Su Sun, after you go down, apologize to my son on your knees. The man's self-talk was like a vent. Unbeknownst to him, his words were overheard by the two beside him, their minds buzzing. Su Sun was stunned. Who is this old man? Why does he want to harm him? It wasn't until the middle-aged man inadvertently revealed his profile that he suddenly realized. Damn it! Isn't this the first brainless villain from the Han family he encountered? This is Han Baga, the head of the Han family who wanted to marry into the Su family back then, the one they called Hamburger. Han Ninjayo, Han Baga's son, was killed by him because he was threatening. The Han family, unable to find evidence, gradually disappeared in their impotent rage. He thought they were out of the picture, but they've made a comeback. It has to be said that the Han family is patient. Even Su Sun didn't expect the Han family to give up their plan for revenge. Things have already passed, and it would be fine if they minded their own business. Why must they come to deliver themselves? Why? Why indeed? What's more, he dared to appear at the scene after finishing his business. This indeed confirms the saying that the murderer always returns to the scene of the crime to admire his handiwork. He thought this accident was the work of that old man Su Kaiming, but someone else rushed to take the fall. Since that's the case, he wouldn't mind helping them out. Xiao Sun. Sure. Su Sun put a finger to his lips, stopping Su Muyen from speaking. He lowered his head and kissed her smooth forehead, whispering, "You go home first. I have some things to deal with. Don't go. It's okay, just trust me." Seeing his earnest gaze, Su Muyan had a vague premonition and stopped trying to persuade him. She had also recognized the middle-aged man. The accident today, combined with some previous events, brought terrifying conjectures to mind. She understood that some things, if not resolved thoroughly, would never end. She also understood that Su Sun had the ability to stay out of it. After so long, she had discovered his unique qualities. She only hoped that he would return safely. With reluctance, Su Muyan left. As for the car accident, someone would come to confirm her identity later, and she still had to deal with the police. Su Sun, on the other hand, walked out of the bushes expressionlessly, opened the rear door, and got into the black car, silently minimizing his presence. Han Baga returned to the car and drove away. This departure was not just leaving the scene but driving directly out of Jianqing. 2 hours later, the car was about to reach the city limits and leave Jianqing. Just then, a ghostly voice suddenly sounded from the back seat. Chapter 742. Hamburger, I died such a tragic death, such a tragic death. Looking in the rearview mirror, there was no one behind him. Han Baga was almost scared out of his wits. Holy crap! A ghost! Namo Amitba, by the authority of the Jade Emperor, protect me. Amen. You surnamed Han, we have no enmity or grudges. Why did you harm me? Why? Today, even the Jade Emperor and Jesus are useless. Han Baga stepped harder on the accelerator, as if the faster the car went, the more it could shake off the ghost. While gripping the steering wheel, he muttered, "When will the grievances end? Our grievances are settled. You shouldn't keep pestering me. What grievances do we have? I didn't kill your son, but you still caused me to die tragically. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Who told you you were the prime suspect? I had no choice. You shouldn't seek revenge from me. I don't listen, just take my life. Get out, get out. Mommy Hong, evil spirits, retreat. Lin Bing Doja Lijian Zai Qian, Miska Muska, Big Sweet Potato. Fuxing Wu Liang Tianzan, may the Lord have mercy on me and help me dispel the evil spirits. A snort sounded from the back seat. Han Baga's body stiffened, an icy chill piercing to the bone. He slowly glanced at the rearview mirror, but the back seat was still empty. In his sheer terror, as if possessed, he glanced again, and this time, there was someone in the back seat. Su Sun. It was the deceased Su Sun. Instantly, Han Baga felt his soul about to depart. His grip loosened, and the steering wheel slipped from his hands. Now on the highway, with the car spiraling out of control, Han Baga suppressed his fear and forced himself to calm down. He then activated the assisted driving and quietly composed himself. A hallucination, that must have been a hallucination just now. Su Sun is dead, he couldn't possibly be here. But who knew? A head slowly emerged from the gap in the armrest. A mere glance, and Han Baga's eyes rolled back. But fainting wasn't that easy. Su Sun slapped him, bringing him instantly back to consciousness. Thus, the regained composure Han Baga realized something was amiss. You're not a ghost. Su Sun sat back in his seat, a faint smile gracing his lips. My apologies, Mr. Han. I was lucky to survive. Isn't that infuriating? Speaking of which, Mr. Han has quite a broad knowledge base, quoting various sections. I am truly impressed. To everyone's surprise, Han Baga, upon learning Su Sun was alive, didn't show fear but burst into laughter. This open-minded attitude was a stark contrast to his earlier terrified demeanor. Good. You really scared me. I genuinely thought it was a ghost. So, you're all right. But if you're alive, you should be keeping a low profile. How dare you show yourself before me? Young people are just too impulsive. You got a ride in this car, but I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere. Su Sun looked confused, raising his arm and pointing to his forehead. Is this old geezer out of his mind? I haven't even said anything yet, and he's acting all high and mighty when death is staring him in the face. It's utterly unbelievable. Hamburger, as the saying goes, if you've done nothing wrong, you have no fear of a knock on the door. You fear ghosts but not someone seeking revenge. It seems you've done a lot of wrong. Kid, my name is Han Baga. Right, and translated into Chinese, it's hamburger. You. Seemingly realizing it was pointless to be angry, Han Baga withdrew his temper and let out a dismissive snort. Forget it. You can only win with your sharp tongue. You haven't experienced the harshness of society yet. Are you still being arrogant, you bastard? Su Sun grabbed the data cable from the armrest and plugged it into the driver's side. Han Baga, his neck choked, immediately turned red in the face, almost losing his mind. How dare he? Han Baga, tugging at the data cable around his neck, stammered, "Kid, this is the highway, if I die, you die too. Don't worry, I won't die with you. You're too arrogant, and I can't stand arrogant people." Feeling the tightening grip, Han Baga realized Susun was serious and panicked completely. "Don't be impulsive, let's talk slowly." "Talk, you ghost. Let's hit the road." The most terrifying thing in the world is not an enemy coldly and ruthlessly killing you after meticulous planning, but rather an enemy turning on you casually, as if joking, wanting to kill you. And Susun was that kind of person. Han Baga was stunned. He could never have imagined Susun was such a lunatic, so crazy that he didn't even care about his own safety. He was scared, truly scared. Wait for what? I preferred you when you were defiant." Han Baga's mouth hung open, drooling, his purplish-red face contorted. His eyes, filled with terror, seemed about to pop out, bloodshot and extremely horrifying. At this moment, he desperately wished for a car accident to save him, to free him, at least giving him a sliver of hope. But the car, with him having activated the intelligent driving, was smoothly cruising down the road without any abnormality, only the detachment warning beeping like a death countdown. Spare. Susun gave him no chance to speak. "Oh wow, your car is quite something, it can even overtake on its own." Han Baga was on the verge of tears. Was this the time to discuss the car? His face contorted, he struggled to speak. Spare my life." "What? Want your life? Don't worry, I'll let you feel the process slowly. I'll tell you." "What? You're enjoying it?" The old man is quite the player. "Then I can't spoil your fun." Saying that, Susun increased the force in his hands and feet, the data cable tightening around Han Baga's neck without a single gap. Chapter 743. Han Baga's brain was deprived of oxygen, his body's strength as if drained, unable to resist the force around his neck. As he suffocated, the fear of death gradually surged into his mind. Just as he thought he was about to die, suddenly, the restraint around his neck disappeared. Under the inertia, his forehead slammed hard into the steering wheel. However, he couldn't feel the pain in his face at this moment, his heart was filled with the relief of surviving, panting heavily and raggedly. "Oops, my hand slipped." Hearing that teasing tone, Han Baga froze, filled with immense anger. But after the ordeal, he no longer dared to retaliate with harsh words. After regaining his breath, he could only grit his teeth and say, "We can completely bury the hatchet, but I just want to know one thing, did you kill my son? If you didn't, I'll apologize to you. We don't need to fight to the death." The death of his son was a thorn in his heart. Even if he couldn't escape this ordeal, he wanted to clarify this doubt. At least knowing the truth would allow him to die with clarity. Susun smiled faintly. "All right, since it's come to this, I won't hide anything from you." Hearing this, Han Baga had a bad premonition. Could it be that his son was indeed killed by him? But who knew? Susun suddenly changed the subject. Actually, I don't know either. I just happened to pass by a few times. I really don't know." Han Baga was stunned. A few seconds later, feeling mocked, he became furious. "Susun, what are you shouting for? It's so noisy. Even though you're about to die, why should I answer you just because you ask? Your son might have been killed by me, or he might not have. It's been too long, I don't remember." "What?" Without an explanation, he was met with a sudden sense of weightlessness. The steering wheel was suddenly snatched away, shocking Han Baga immensely. He truly felt the extent of Susun's madness, not even caring about his own life. He wanted to stop him, but time was clearly insufficient. The car veered off the highway and crashed into a field, erupting in a violent explosion. Everything happened too quickly for Han Baga to react. What made him most unwilling was that, due to Susun's explanation, he never knew if his son was killed by Susun until his death. He might have guessed, but in the end, he never received that confession. With regret, he could only watch as the flames engulfed him. However, he was fortunate to have at least taken someone with him before dying. At least he hadn't lost. But even more terrifying things happened. When he used his last ounce of strength to turn his head, Susun was nowhere to be found in the backseat. A shrill howl echoed through the fields. "Susun! The Han family, far away in a foreign land. Dad, I'm feeling uneasy. There's been no news for so long. Has old Han gotten into trouble?" "Don't worry. If he doesn't do something, he'll do it flawlessly. Let's wait a bit longer." In the spacious living room, the woman and the old man spoke amiably, their words filled with concern for a certain man. It was the wife's concern for her husband, and the father's confidence in his son. Both were waiting for the man to return with good news. However, just as they were speaking back and forth, missing their son and husband, a strange voice suddenly sounded at the door, bringing unknown fear. "Still waiting? We're here to collect you." The old man suddenly stood up, his cloudy eyes coldly sweeping towards the door. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Han family? Since you're all going to die anyway, and you've asked, I won't be stingy with answering your questions. Actually, I am. Bang! An explosion suddenly came from the kitchen, accompanied by smoke. Soon, fierce flames rapidly spread. The old man was shocked and roared at the woman beside him, Run, it's on fire. However, Susan slowly backed away, silently closing the villa's glass doors. The old man was greatly alarmed, continuously banging on the glass, only to find that the villa's main door had been locked from the outside. Chapter 744. He roared in anger, Who the hell are you? Do you know this is murder? Since you're all going to die anyway, and you've asked, I won't be stingy with answering your questions. Actually, I am. Seeing the main door blocked, the woman tried to escape through the window. The window was wide open, and she could have escaped by climbing over the windowsill. But who would have thought that as soon as she poked her head out the window, a pebble was thrown at her forehead? She flinched back, and after a few seconds, she poked her head out again, only for a pebble to fly towards her. Her head in, the pebble flew. Her body leaped, the stone flew. After multiple failed attempts, the woman was finally smashed to the point of bleeding from her head and had to retreat back into the house. But the fire inside the villa was growing larger and larger. Seeing that it was about to reach the living room, if they didn't escape, they would die from smoke inhalation even if they didn't burn to death. Dad, we can't get out through the window. Of course, they couldn't get out through the window. The young man at the door, who had been throwing stones, was clearly visible to the old man. The old man roared in anger, Kid, who the hell are you? If you stop now, we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Since you're all going to die anyway, and you've asked, I won't be stingy with answering your questions. Actually, I am. Susan tossed the pebbles in his hand, repeating the same words like a broken record, just like the previous times, stopping mid-sentence. When had the old man ever been so mocked? His old face turned ashen. But no matter how he tried to pressure them with his authority, buy them with his wealth, or even seduce them with women, he received no response. Watching the fire grow larger and larger, the old man finally panicked, Kid, what do you want? We have no enmity, why are you trying to harm us? Yes, why would someone harm others when there's no enmity? Let me answer your questions before I die. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame. Again, the interruption at a critical moment made the old man furious. In a fit of rage, he took several deep breaths of smoke, almost choking to death, coughing incessantly, almost spitting out his stomach acid. The woman was even more pale with fright, covering her mouth and nose, fearfully observing the spreading fire. She was completely engulfed in an atmosphere of fear and despair. Dad, the fire is getting bigger. We're going to die. We're going to die. At this point, the old man no longer cared about his dignity. He knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Please, young man, let us out. We don't know how we offended you. If we have, the Han family will make amends with the highest sincerity after we escape. Please spare our lives. Open the door. Susan smiled and shook his head, humming, No, I won't open it. Your mom hasn't come back. Old man, when your mom comes back, I'll open the door for you. What did you say? The old man almost vomited blood from frustration. His mother had been dead for decades. How could she possibly come back to open the door? Who are you? The broken record repeated, Since you're all going to die anyway, and you've asked, I won't be stingy with answering your questions. Actually, I am. The familiar interruption, combined with the critical situation and his anger, caused the old man to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. You've gone too far. Ah, the fire is coming. The woman tried to crawl out the window again, but as usual, as soon as she climbed, a pebble flew and hit her head, causing it to bleed. Even though the path to survival was right in front of her, she was helpless. She despaired and immediately knelt at the door, begging for mercy. Sir, I beg you to let me go. As long as you save me, I am yours. Ew, old woman, don't disgust me. Susun's disgusted expression deeply hurt the woman's heart. The woman roared in anger, Why are you doing this to us? How did we offend you? Alright, since you're all going to die anyway, and you've asked, I won't be stingy with answering your questions. Actually, I am. The couple was in despair. They thought it was another teasing session, but who knew, this time it didn't end abruptly. Chapter 745. Actually, I'm just an unemployed youth seeking revenge. Mrs. Han, we've met before, haven't we? The woman suddenly realized. In her panic at the moment, her mind was filled with overwhelming fear, so much so that she didn't pay attention to the appearance of the person. But now, she remembered. She remembered it all. Combined with the phrase seeking revenge, she understood the reason and came up with a terrifying guess. It's you. It's actually you. You're still alive. She never dreamed that the person she hated enough to skin alive was not only fine but had also come knocking on her door. This meant that their plan had failed. Then that would mean, cough, cough, cough. The old man was shocked. Coughing, he asked, Xiao Wan, who is he? Who exactly is he? As if a command was triggered, the familiar words sounded again. Alright, since you're all going to die anyway, and you've asked, I won't be stingy with answering your questions. Actually, I am. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. The old man was truly infuriated. He still didn't get an answer, only his daughter-in-law muttering deliriously, Dad, we're finished. We're finished. It failed. It's a complete failure. He's here for revenge. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Amidst continuous questioning, the inferno descended. The old man, like his son, was engulfed by the flames with deep unwillingness and a heart full of doubts. The Han family fell into decline, later attributed to an accident. As for its subsidiaries, it was simply a matter of the head of the family disappearing. Naturally, someone else would step in. However, the once glorious Han group ceased to exist. Actually, the Han family still had collateral branches. But these collateral branches, which originally had no real power, how could they resist the encroachment of those jackals and tigers? Su Sun always repaid favors with favors and vengeance with vengeance. Originally, if the father and wife of this hamburger were kept in the dark, it would have been enough with a minor punishment. But after eavesdropping for so long, he heard them discussing how they wanted to grind him into ashes. Not only were they aware, but they were also accomplices. Alas, there was no way around it. His heart was fragile and sensitive. He couldn't withstand such immense pressure. To avoid living in fear in the future, he had to force himself to be ruthless. I swore to be a good person, but danger always comes knocking. Alas, why force me? Why must you force me? A mundane slice-of-life romance novel has turned into a treacherous and ruthless urban battle. I've never seen anything like it. In the evening, Su Sun returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he felt a deathly silent atmosphere. When everyone saw his appearance, they immediately swarmed forward, pulling and tugging at him, expressing their worry. Su Wanking's face was full of anxiety. Xiao Sun, you're all right. Su Qingxia's face was filled with relief. You scared us to death. I thought something had happened to you. Su Bainen's face was full of arrogance. Yeah, only big sister came back. I thought something happened to you. Why didn't you die outside? It felt good to be home. Su Sun smiled faintly at everyone. Didn't some people say? I'm basically Superman, what could happen to me? Don't worry, everyone. Saying that, he pinched everyone's face. First Su Bainen, then Su Qingxia, and finally, as he reached Su Wanking, a cough sounded. Su Sun's hand froze in mid-air. Su Wanking cast a displeased glance at Su Muian, then tightly pressed the large hand against her face, tilting her head up to reveal eyes filled with worry. Xiao Sun, the police contacted me saying you were in a car accident. Do you know how scared I was then? I prayed that nothing would happen to you, that you would return safely. But big sister really returned, but you didn't. You went out together, but only one person returned. Is that right? Big sister said you went out for something, but after the car accident, you suddenly disappeared and couldn't be contacted. I thought that was big sister's excuse to delay the bad news, and I thought you had really died. Fortunately, you've returned. Otherwise. Su Sun reached out and rubbed the corner of her eye, smiling helplessly. Don't worry, if I say I'm fine, I'm fine. The reason I couldn't be contacted was that my phone fell into the car and burned. Next time, I'll buy a phone first to contact everyone. You still want a next time? Su Wanking lightly punched him in the stomach, causing Su Sun to cry out in pain, clutching his abdomen. I'm injured. You've caused problems by hitting me, so you have to take responsibility. Su Qingxia, being observant, frowned and whispered into Su Bainen's ear, No, second sister, isn't this a bit too intimate? Why do I feel like it's flirting? Am I mistaken? Su Bainen rolled her eyes in exasperation. Kids shouldn't interfere in adult matters. Instantly, a displeased gaze fixed on Su Bainen. Su Wanking could no longer even pretend. She knew she was worried, but this transgression was clearly a provocation. Su Muian had to cough a few more times as a reminder. However, Su Wanking remained unmoved. Su Muian could only continue to cough, hoping the other person would be sensible. As a result, Su Wanking seemed annoyed and glared back fiercely. If big sister's throat is uncomfortable, go drink some medicine. Just coughing here won't make your discomfort better. Su Muian's face turned from green to white. Not only was the other person ungrateful, but she was also getting more and more demanding. I can't find the cough medicine. Second sister, why don't you come with me to find the medicine? It's not good if I keep coughing, right? I don't. Without giving her a chance to refuse, Su Lian grabbed her and left. Before leaving, one could still hear their bickering whispers. Su Qingxia became even more confused. Why do big sister and second sister always argue with that sarcastic tone? Su Sun was truly amused. He couldn't tell if this fourth sister was naive or just plain foolish. However, such a pure person was indeed rare. But purity had its advantages, at least her thoughts were transparent. As for people with deep thoughts, they were much more troublesome to deal with, like Su Xinruo. Su Xinruo was the only one who didn't rush forward. She was sitting on the sofa at the moment, her appearance cold and unreadable. Su Sun slowly sat down beside her and smiled softly. Little one, you're quite good at pretending. You're still acting out your disliked persona at this moment. Aren't you tired? Su Xinruo smiled playfully. It's okay not to pretend, as long as you're not afraid. Humph, what am I afraid of? But speaking of which, it's quite good like this. Su family. Old Su, I just received news from the son-in-law of the neighbor across from the Han family, and the parents of his wife, and the eldest daughter of his sister's family. That's the one who used to play mahjong with me regularly. Do you know what she said? She's been visiting her maiden home these past few days, and she said there was a fire at the Han family. Old Master Han and Mrs. Han were burned to death, and old Han died in an accident on his way back. I know. As if shocked, Su Kaiming got up from the sofa in a daze and staggered into the study, murmuring something to himself. How is that possible? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Chapter 746. A bad premonition lingered in his mind. The sudden decline of the Han family was too bizarre, but his suspicion was equally bizarre. There were many doubts purely based on the timeline. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Amidst all the doubts, Su Kaiming made a phone call. Sang Biao, tell me the details of this morning. Mr. Wen, since Su Sun left the law enforcement bureau, our people have been following him. When he and a woman passed a certain intersection, they were suddenly hit by a truck and got into a car accident. A woman. Su Kaiming interrupted and then fell silent again, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. When he spoke again, his voice carried a strange coldness. All right, I understand. Then what happened to them? There was an explosion on the spot. It said that their remains were scattered. Our people, fearing involvement, left in a hurry. Are you sure their remains were scattered? Confirmed. The accident was too sudden. Even our people couldn't react, and in that situation, there was no possibility of escape. The target isn't Superman. All right, I understand. Our cooperation ends here. Keep everything buried. The call ended. Su Kaiming lay powerlessly on his chair. His expression was dejected, and the sudden haggardness on his face made him look 10 years older. His face showed reluctance and grief, but these emotions were quickly replaced by determination and coldness. In the end, all that was left on his face was endless coldness and nothing else. Who told you to stay by that kid's side? This is the retribution for betraying your own. He muttered mockingly, then frowned and said to himself, was it you? But no matter who it was, as father and daughter, I, as their father, must still care for them. With determination in his eyes and coldness on his face, Su Kaiming picked up his phone and slowly dialed a few numbers. When he was halfway through dialing, a contact named Lao Wu appeared on the screen. Su Bainan was the most naive and ignorant among the five. To put it bluntly, she was foolish and easily fooled. If it wasn't Su Bainan herself answering the phone, it would mean something had happened to her. If she was unharmed, it would be convenient to extract information from her. This was also the simplest and most direct way for him to get the detailed information. What are you calling for? As soon as the call connected, the questioning tone immediately confirmed to Su Kaiming that something had indeed gone wrong on the other end. Lao Wu, how have you been lately? We haven't seen each other for a long time. Haven't seen each other for a long time? We just saw each other at the hospital not long ago. As for how I've been, you, the great head of the Su family, don't need to worry about that. Goodbye. Wait, don't hang up. I just wanted to check on you all. Did something happen over there? After a moment of silence, a voice filled with chilling coldness sounded from the phone. How do you know? Was it you? Lao Wu, is that how you see me? I'm a person of some standing in Jiangqing after all. Even if you don't acknowledge me, no matter how pathetic I am, how could I possibly lay hands on my own children? Is there a necessary connection between being a person of standing and not laying hands on us? I don't believe you're genuinely worried about us. Alright, I won't say more. I saw the news about your second sister's car accident. Just tell me the truth. Was it your second sister who was involved in the accident? No. No? Then who? It's Sob. Lawu, I know you're upset, but you have to make it clear. No matter what, I'm your father. Tell me who had the accident, and I'll help you find the culprit and punish them. As a father and daughter, this is the last responsibility I can fulfill. After that, the person on the other end of the phone seemed to lose control, and bursts of crying and shouting could be heard. Get lost. When Big Sister was around, you targeted her constantly. Now that Big Sister is gone, you're playing the role of a father? How hypocritical. The driver who caused the accident has already been caught. Do you need to meddle in this? What? It was the eldest sister who had the accident. Sob. Yes, that's right. Not only Big Sister but also Susun. The two people you hated the most are now dead. Are you happy now? Nyen, don't get excited. I also, after this happened. You also what? You're also sad? Are you sad for Big Sister or for Susun? I think you're overjoyed that Susun is dead. Also, don't call me that. We're not that close. Alas, Laowu, no matter what you think, please send my apologies to your sisters. I'm sorry, Big Sister. Others, I don't care about. Please send my regards to everyone. Tell us when your big sister's funeral is, and your mom and I will go to see her off one last time. Get lost. You're not worthy of seeing her one last time. A phone call ended unhappily. Su Kaiming got the answer he wanted, confirming which of his sisters had an accident, and confirming the news of Susun's death. But his heart felt inexplicably heavy. In fact, he had already guessed that it was Su Nguyen who had the accident, because only this eldest daughter would always be by that little beast's side handling trivial matters. But the more he cared, the more he would be dragged down. Big Sister, is it really worth it for you to do this? Living burdened by him, and still having to go down to take care of him after death, you are truly dedicated. In the study late at night, the lights were sparse, and only the dim desk lamp brought a sliver of light. Su Kaiming lay powerlessly on the somewhat hard chair, his back aching. He closed his eyes tightly, and the silence brought a sense of dullness to the room. His powerless appearance exuded a profound sense of vicissitude. Nguyen, don't blame your dad. If you have to blame someone, it's yourself. Dad didn't expect it to turn out like this. Hiss, woo. Alright, the phone is hung up. Why are you still crying? A large hand gently covered the delicate little face. The man slowly leaned down, his tone playful. But your acting is quite good. Anyone who didn't know would really be fooled by you. But what do you mean by repeating that I'm dead? Is it intentional or unintentional? Susun is dead. You bastard, Susun is dead. Stinky Susun is completely dead. Woo. Still crying. Don't pretend anymore, it's no fun. I'm not pretending. You bastard don't know how to cherish a woman, you might as well die. Su Banian stubbornly turned her head, and a few tears slowly dripped from the corners of her eyes, showing extreme grievance. Susun was stunned. He pinched his chin and turned her head back, asking doubtfully, no way? You haven't adapted after so long. So long what? At most, this is only the second time. You bastard, you big bastard. The more you call, the more mischievous you get. I'm ignoring you. Susun fell silent. If she hadn't mentioned it, he would have overlooked these details. Thinking about it, it seemed to be the case. Su Banian was already more delicate. The first time she cried buckets, and the second time, this reaction was also normal. So, it meant that she was really crying just now. Oh no! He had lost his composure. Chapter 747. Susun immediately suppressed the anger in his heart, pulled the delicate body into his arms, and remained still, trying to use the warmth of his body to soothe her discomfort. Su Banian buried her head in his shoulder, sobbing, her shy and wronged appearance instantly evoking boundless protectiveness. Susun gently patted her back and lightly kissed her forehead, which was covered in a thin layer of sweat, and said softly, I'm sorry, Nyen. I was careless and didn't consider your feelings. How about this, I'll let you punish me tonight. Add a little. A shy voice came from his arms. Susun smiled indulgently, his arms slowly tightening. Alright, little Nyen, today I will obey you unconditionally. As long as you are happy, I promise to do whatever you ask. Humph, I don't need your fake sympathy. Look, your mouth is still stubborn, isn't it? Susun gently cupped her small face, helplessly saying, as soon as I came back, you started spewing unpleasantness. It was you who provoked me and insisted that I come to your room, but now that I'm here, you're unhappy. And now that I've softened up, you're still not happy. Sigh, I'll go back then. Don't go. She didn't want him to soften up, but when Susun was really leaving, Su Banian became anxious and held on tightly, refusing to let go. Susun looked troubled. I've been away for so long, it's time to go back. If she wakes up, I'm finished. I'd better go back. I said don't go. You see, you're unhappy when I'm here, and you won't let me go when I want to leave. Isn't this purely making things difficult for me? I'm not unhappy, it's just. Just what? Just want me to soften up? But haven't I already bowed my head? But you're not satisfied? I'd better leave. Don't go. I agree then. The situation reversed. After much pulling and dragging, the two eventually had a verbal argument. Su Sun, angered, still didn't leave until Su Banian completely fell asleep, and he quietly returned to his room. Play is play, teasing is teasing, but ultimately, one must return honestly to avoid further trouble. Fortunately, everything was fine after he returned, and Su Sun slept peacefully until dawn. The next morning, Su Muyan rested her head on Su Sun's arm, lying on his chest, her eyes slowly opening. Her perfect face gently rubbed against his neck. Suddenly, her nose twitched, and she frowned. She slowly sat up and fell into deep thought. Su Sun opened his eyes hazily. What's wrong? You scared me early in the morning. Didn't you shower last night? Her nose is that sensitive? Su Sun's heart skipped a beat, and he calmly explained, wasn't I too tired yesterday? I just rinsed off casually. It was yesterday's business. You're not going to settle accounts later, are you? This shower gel scent? This seems to be the brand that fifth sister often uses, right? After all, they were all from wealthy families. Each of them had their own specialized skincare and washing products, and each was different. Su Muyan immediately recognized the source of the scent. Su Sun gave a stiff smile. I just rinsed off in the bathroom outside and casually grabbed a bottle of shower gel. I don't know whose it is, but it's normal for it to be hers, right? She's always clinging to me, so it's normal for her scent to stick to me. I know, I just said it casually. Alright, that was unnecessary. Su Sun could only hope that Su Muyan wouldn't overthink it, otherwise a world war would be inevitable. He trusted the others, but he was afraid that Su Banian would confess everything if she was yelled at. Troublesome, really troublesome. There was no time outside. I will make it up tomorrow. Chapter 748. He said he hasn't seen you in a long time and wants to see you, and to explain things from before. What things from before? You're not going to run over specifically to explain about that Zhou Ziyang, are you? Su Sun was speechless. If that old man Gu Tinwei really came over for this reason, there would likely be a lot of arguing. It was one thing that he was only friends with Gu Qingguan before. Now they had slept in the same bed on the cruise ship. Frankly, they had reached an ambiguous stage, and he couldn't lie to his conscience and say that he was completely indifferent. Therefore, he had to maintain some image in front of Gu Qingguan's old father. But the key problem was that he was now surrounded by women. If the Gu family saw it, wouldn't it confirm his scumbag nature? Then his greatness. No. Su Sun was suddenly stunned. What do I have to care about image with that old man? Even if something happened with Wanner, that old man couldn't control it. Little Sun, what are you talking about? Su Sun's tone sank. It's nothing. I just want to ask where your old man is, so I can go out to meet him. When I received the notification, he had already arrived at your. He should be at the door by now. What the heck? So fast. By the way, how did he? Alright, it's not strange that he knows. The Gu family's power in Jiangxing was such that they could cover the sky with one hand. If they wanted to find someone's whereabouts, it was simply easy. It was just that this old man's surprise attack made him very unhappy. Ding dong. Suddenly, the electronic doorbell rang from the living room. Su Sun turned his head and looked towards the door, his gaze seeming to penetrate the door and see the living room. That's right, he knew who was coming. Old man Gu had arrived. Living room. When the door opened, an elderly man and a middle-aged man appeared in the sisters' sight. The middle-aged man was dressed in a suit and looked solemn. The old man, however, had a ruddy complexion and a kind smile on his face. Everyone in the living room found the unexpected visitors unfamiliar, except for Su Muyan, whose gaze lingered slightly on the middle-aged man, because she recognized this person. To be precise, she had had the fortune to meet him before. Su Banian, who opened the door, curiously sized up the two of them and tilted her head, asking, Grandpa, did you come to the wrong door? Or who are you looking for? The old man immediately put on a brilliant smile and took the gifts from behind him, handing them over. You must be the little girl Nian Nian that my girl talks about, right? You are indeed innocent and cute. My Xiao Wan talks about you a lot. What small bowl, large bowl? Did you mistake us? While speaking, Su Banian's eyes were fixed on the exquisite gift box, looking with longing. The old man smiled knowingly, repeatedly pushing the gifts over, and explained, My Xiao Wan is Gu Qingguan, the one who went on vacation with you. Su Banian suddenly realized, so you are Sister Wan's family. Then you must be Sister Wan's grandfather, and this person beside you must be her father. Hello, Grandpa, Uncle. Su Pingshen's face immediately darkened at these words. Although his sister was indeed ageless, was he that old? We are siblings. Gu Tianwei, on the other hand, laughed heartily at these words and even praised, little girl, you're so interesting. But you guessed wrong, I am her father. And this person next to me is my son, and also Sister Wan's elder brother, as you call him. What? Sister Wan's brother is so old. As soon as she said this, Su Banian quickly covered her mouth, glancing apologetically at Gu Pingxing, whose face had turned dark. Oh no, her brain reacted faster than her mouth. In their usual interactions, she always subconsciously treated Gu Qingguan as someone of the same age as her elder sister, which made her almost forget her real age. Thinking about it now, the age of Sister Wan's elder brother was probably similar to her blind father's. Sun Weian stepped forward helplessly, with an apologetic expression towards the two. I'm truly sorry, old Master Gu. My sister is a bit slow-witted and speaks without thinking. Please don't blame her. Chapter 749. And Director Gu. Sun Weian slightly bowed. My sister is young, please be magnanimous and don't be angry. I apologize to you on her behalf. Hey, Weian, your words are too serious. How could we be angry? You say so, Pingxing. As he was smiling, Gu Tianwei turned around and the smile at the corner of his mouth instantly stopped. Gu Pingxing was actually wearing a sulky face. Wasn't this pure slap in the face? Angrily, he raised his hand and slapped him on the forehead. Why are you wearing a black face? Children speak without thinking, and you're still counting. Can't you be more open-minded? Rubbing the back of his head, Gu Pingxing was truly speechless. Dad, I am a celebrity, can you not be so hands-on in public? Besides, I was just thinking just now. How could I care about such trivial matters? Then why are you wearing a black face? You made me misunderstand. The slap hurts. Can't you just say what you have to say directly? Why do you have to resort to violence? In the end, it's my fault. Can you be reasonable? Hey, you darned brat. The way father and son communicated left everyone dumbfounded and amazed. Who argues while visiting someone else's house? Judging by this posture, if they didn't stop these father and son, they would really start fighting. Sun Weian quickly signaled to the others to act. Su Banian pulled Gu Tianwei's arm and sat on the sofa, making small talk that made the old man beam with joy. Su Wanqing and Su Qingxia went to attend to Gu Pingxing, making tea and pouring water. Although they were father and son, and both sat on the sofa, the distance between them seemed to be separated by a galaxy, and they were disgusted with each other. If Gu Pingxing was silent and lost in thought before, he was now completely sullen. The noble image he had created in front of outsiders was completely ruined by his damned old man. Yo, who is this? Old Master Gu, Big Brother Gu, you came from afar without informing me in advance, making it seem like Su was not a good host. Seeing the main guests arrive, the two immediately stood up and greeted them with smiles, as if they were the hosts. Brother Su, long time no see. Still so humble and respectful, still so mysterious and unfathomable. Even after not seeing each other for a long time, Gu Pingxing felt that Su Sun was increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. It's a pity. Such a good future son-in-law was alienated by his damned old man's clumsy move. Big Brother Gu, I thought I would never have any dealings with your Gu family in this life. I didn't expect you to come to my door. It truly brings glory to my humble abode. Gu Pingxin's smile froze. How could he not hear the sarcasm in these words? He quickly explained, Brother Su, the Zhou family matter was entirely due to my father's senility. You scoundrel! How dare you insult me? Dad, shut up. The old man glared, and Gu Pingxing was not to be outdone. What are you if not senile? Are you saying the Zhou family matter was intentional? Now it's bad. If he admitted it, it would violate today's purpose. If he didn't admit it, he would lose face. Gu Tianwei was in a dilemma and could only glare at his rebellious son with extreme displeasure. Old man, why are you glaring at me? Gu Tianwei's expression changed again. Only then did he realize that Su Sun was by his good son's side, and this glare was extremely inappropriate and easily misunderstood. When he met those disappointed eyes, Gu Tianwei felt as if he had done something wrong and could not refute. He was about to speak, but Su Sun didn't give him a chance to speak. Alright, old man, I know the purpose of your visit. It's nothing more than your marriage alliance with the Zhou family, and you hope I stay away from Wan'er. Don't worry, after the cruise trip, we will completely cut off contact. I won't affect her reputation. What is this? Gu Tianwei's face was full of smiles. No, my young friend, you've misunderstood. I'm not. That's enough, no need to say more. I know you feel indebted as friends and want to compensate me for something, but since you've come to my door, I naturally understand your intentions. As for compensation, I don't need it. Since we're breaking up, let's do it cleanly. Su Banian, see them out. Ah, me. Su Banian felt a bit reluctant, but they brought generous gifts. It wouldn't be good for me to see them out, would it? Are you stupid? What are a few gifts? Alright, then I'll return the gifts to them. No, I mean accept the gifts and kick them out. What do these gifts mean to a wealthy family like the Gu family? As expected, familiar shamelessness, familiar unpredictability. But at this moment, the two of them had no time to sigh. They just wanted to stay and explain a few more words. Gu Pingxing hurriedly said, "Wait, I think we need to sit down and have a good talk. There must be some misunderstanding between us." "Oh, that's right, that's right." Gu Tinwei pulled his old face and quickly agreed, "Misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. We need to have a calm and good talk." Talk. Susun stroked his chin and pondered for a few seconds, then finally nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's talk outside. It's inconvenient with so many people here." He glanced at his sisters, and the father and son indeed felt it was inconvenient. However, as long as there was an opportunity to discuss, it didn't matter where they talked, so the two hurriedly went out. Gu Pingxing said as he walked, "Brother Su, we truly value you, and you really misunderstand me." Bang! His words came to an abrupt end. The two looked up in confusion, and in their eyes, besides confusion, there was only confusion. "Dad, did I hear that correctly?" Gu Tinwei nodded weakly. "Ah, it seems I heard correctly. Why don't you look back? Maybe you really misheard." Gu Tinwei looked gloomy. "What if we didn't mishear, then what should we do?" "Whatever should be done, just do it." Gu Tinwei finally looked back, and all he saw was a closed door. In an instant, his old face changed drastically. "Oh no, we were really kicked out." Gu Pingshen's face turned ashen. "Isn't this all because of you? You have time to change your expression here, why don't you knock on the door?" Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking continued. Accompanying it was a weak cry that sounded old and feeble. "Little friend, open the door. Old man has something to say. Let's go. I owe nothing to your Gu family. From now on, we'll be strangers." When the merciless sigh came from inside, the father and son's hearts were instantly filled with deep regret. "Dad, you've completely ruined Wanner's future. Stop scolding, I know I was wrong. Little Wan, it's Dad's fault." Chapter 750. Su Sun looked surprised. Sometimes he truly felt that Sun Weian was terrifyingly magnanimous, especially when it came to major or minor matters. She would usually bicker over trivial matters, but when it came to crucial moments, her generosity was as vast as the sea, as if she were a different person. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, it's just that you seem unfamiliar to me." "Unfamiliar?" "Yes, unfamiliar. Don't you know why the father and son of the Gu family specifically came to explain? Aren't your words just pushing them away?" Sun Weian smiled at this, with a hint of helplessness. "I know. Not only do I know, but I'm also extremely sensitive to this aspect. They want to set you up with Miss Gu. Since you know, why are you still earnestly advising me? One thing is one thing. I don't want you to lose a friend because of external forces. As for other miscellaneous things, I will keep an eye on you at all times." Su Sun fell silent. For a moment, he really thought Sun Weian was magnanimous. It turned out she thought she could control him. But that was fine. At least it wouldn't be a life or death situation over trivial matters, which also relieved a lot of his pressure. Without lingering in the living room, Susan left a sentence about going back to sleep and returned to his bedroom. However, before going to sleep, he made a phone call. "Sister Wan, your two have been kicked out by me." "So soon? It's only been a few minutes." Gu Qingwan on the other end of the phone was quite surprised. It had only been 20 minutes since the call ended, and with her father and elder brother's personalities, they left so quickly? "How long did you think it would take? I don't have time to argue with them." Come to think of it, she remembered that little Sun brother had always been decisive in his actions, which was within reason. Gu Qingwan then said, "Did they say anything out of line? You know my father's mouth." "Hey, don't worry about that. I didn't even give them a chance to speak. Moreover, my attitude here is very clear. They think I have completely broken off contact with the Gu family. As long as you don't let the cat out of the bag on your end, that old man of yours will definitely not interfere with your private life anymore." That's good, then I know what to do." After a period of silence, Gu Qingwan weakly asked, "By the way, do you have time? Let's have dinner together." Susun agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll find you in a couple of days." But you'd better keep it low-key and not let your family find out, otherwise, our disguise will be for nothing. Don't worry, it won't happen. I'll wait for you. After saying goodbye, the call quickly ended. Susun leaned against the head of his bed, holding his phone, and felt a strange feeling in his heart. The conversation just now felt like sneaking around behind both sets of parents, carrying a sense of inexplicable excitement. This feeling was like. Susun was suddenly stunned. No, it's just a meal. What am I thinking so much about? What excitement or not? I'll not only go to dinner openly then, but I'll also tell Sungwean and the others. Forget it, I'd better not say it. Adhering to the principle of causing as little trouble as possible, Susan finally chose to develop silently. After all, it was indeed better to have one less thing than one more. After thinking it through, Susan picked up his phone and continued to browse videos. Business legend. Late bloomer future star. Who says you have to strive from a young age? 50-something is the prime age to venture. The birth of a new rich man in Beijing. Suddenly, a video on his phone caught Susun's attention. At first, he thought it was some marketing account spreading toxic chicken soup, but when he saw the end, he was completely dismayed. What the heck? This is Su Kaiming. Evening. The father and son returned home dejectedly and happened to see Gu Qingguan watering flowers in the garden. That figure was still so graceful and enchanting, still so beautiful and moving. Time seemed to have left no trace on her face, but it brought her a mature temperament. Clearly such a beautiful woman, but they could only watch her age increase, with no one to care for her. Chapter 751. Clearly, such a good marriage was right in front of them, but now it was all ruined. Gu Pingxing felt guilty towards his sister. If he hadn't been so unyielding back then, his father wouldn't have acted so recklessly. As a result, the more he looked at Gu Tinwei, his father, the more angry he became, and the more angry he became, the more he hated his inability to achieve success. He couldn't understand why he was messing around for no reason. Gu Tinwei glanced aside, his old brows furrowed. What are you looking at, boy? Staring at me. Gu Pingxin's face darkened. So what if I'm staring at you? Hey, you disobedient son. Gu Tinwei's old face changed. You're not even acting anymore. I think you've really gotten arrogant. As the slender arm was raised, Gu Pingxing no longer chose to endure, grabbed it, and a seriousness he had never shown before appeared on his face. Gu Tinwei was stunned, rebelling. You dare to lay hands on me now? Dad, stop messing around, okay? I'm messing around. What am I messing around with? Gu Pingxing pointed at Gu Qingguan, who was watering flowers. Look at Waner. Look at your dear daughter. Look at how lonely she is now. Don't you feel the deep loneliness and sadness behind her? She could have ended this loneliness, but it was all ruined because you kept causing trouble. How happy she was during that time, but since returning from this cruise, have you seen her smile even once? Other fathers try their best to think for their children, but you just keep causing trouble. From now on, your daughter can only live in this endless manner, can only continue to live in this rotten wealth, can only go shopping and buy bags when she has nothing to do, can only pull weeds and water flowers, can only live alone in this cold villa for her whole life. Are you satisfied if it's like this? Gu Tinwei was stunned. If you say so. I quite enjoy it. Dad. Gu Pingxing was furious. Don't you realize your problem yet? Does Waner need wealth? What she needs is a soulmate for life. And that person has been pushed away by you. Gu Tinwei was choked, and could even be said to be speechless. If it were any other time, he would have argued vigorously, but now he felt powerless. Yes, in the end, it was his own clumsy efforts, his own unnecessary meddling. Gu Tinwei sighed deeply, filled with self-reproach. Alas, I'm old and useless. I always think of helping my children with the ideas of the older generation, not realizing that the younger generation nowadays doesn't need anyone's help at all. It's good that you know. I'm afraid that if you know your mistake and correct it, you'll continue to make mistakes after correcting them. Hey, you brat. That's enough. He's still going on. Gu Tinwei's stubborn temper flared up, and he immediately rolled up his sleeves. Why are you two standing here? If you want to argue, go inside. Don't disturb my peace. He silently rolled his sleeves back down. Gu Tinwei laughed heartily. We're not arguing, we're telling jokes. Little Wan is watering flowers. Gu Qingguan glanced at her old father faintly, making Gu Tinwei's smile stiffen. Gu Pingxing patted his forehead, unable to watch any further. What was that old man talking about? Isn't this just making conversation out of thin air? Gu Pingxing quickly tried to ease the mood. Waner, why don't you go out for a walk? What's the point of watering flowers at home all day? I'll sign you up for an overseas tour group. You can go abroad and relax. Just me going. Just, Gu Pingxing was speechless. How could he answer this? He wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the implied meaning of these words? It clearly meant, originally, I could find someone to accompany me. What's the point of me going alone now? Alright, big brother, I was just saying it casually. Traveling isn't really interesting. If it's just for one person, it's better to stay home and grow grass and water flowers. Well, that was heartbreaking again, another implied meaning like a stab to the heart, making Gu Pingxing feel ashamed for his father. Fortunately, Gu Qingguan didn't dwell on this topic. Big brother, you rarely have time off, why aren't you staying at home and going out with dad for this long? Were you chatting with him for so long? Gu Pingxian's smile was a little forced. Actually, it wasn't long. We left less than 10 minutes after arriving. Brother Su was not very receptive to us, so we couldn't bother them further. Is that so? Then where did you go all day? We went to. The words stopped abruptly, almost let slip. Originally, the two feared being blamed by Gu Qingguan for looking for Su Sun if they went home early. So after leaving Su Sun, they went to the company and stayed for half a day. To dispel their gloomy mood, the father and son went to a footbath establishment in the afternoon to get their feet washed. Of course, this foot wash was legitimate, but even if legitimate, such occasions are still not suitable for direct mention. Gu Pingxing scratched his head, and suddenly, as if struck by a sudden realization, thought of an excuse. Well, since you asked, I won't hide it from you. Actually, I took Dad on a blind date today. He said he took a liking to an old lady and wants to get to know her. Gu Tinwei's face changed drastically. You damn grandson. You and #%. Seeing his father start spewing obscenities again, Gu Pingxian's commanding demeanor suddenly unfolded. With a cold face, he said, Dad, you've been through so much at your age, what's there to be embarrassed about? Am I right? Gu Tinwei looked left and right, glanced at his son, and then smiled at his daughter. Forced by the situation, he really couldn't deny it. He couldn't possibly say that father and son went to a club for a foot wash, so he could only grit his teeth and admit the embarrassing excuse. His old face was all smiles but not in his eyes, putting on a look of wanting to cry but having no tears. Yes, Dad went to see his old flame today. It's really embarrassing. After speaking, he turned his head and waved his hands prettily a couple of times. This whole operation almost made Gu Pingxian want to vomit. Fortunately, his years of business experience had trained him to maintain a poker face. However, if he could, he really wanted to say, it's too disgusting. At this moment, Gu Qingguan's pretty face was also extremely unpleasant. Were they treating her like a fool and lying? And such an exaggerated lie. But to be fair, the scene just now was really an eyesore. Just as she couldn't stand it and was about to distance herself from the two, suddenly, a warm shout came from a distance. Old Gu, you've been waiting long. I brought my Xiang to see you. Upon seeing the figure of that detestable person, Gu Qingguan's face instantly turned frosty. Dad, you lied to me. You promised not to interfere with my life anymore. Gu Tinwei was stunned. No, I didn't lie to you, I don't know what's going on. Then why did they say you were waiting long? How would I know? It's not. Gu Tinwei wanted to explain, but Gu Qingguan had already left in anger, leaving only a hasty retreating figure. He felt so wronged, this really wasn't his fault. He also didn't know why the Zhou family grandfather and grandson suddenly came. Could it be his good eldest son? Just as he was about to speak, a furious voice came from beside him. Dad, you broke your promise. You actually called the Zhou family over. Gu Tinwei almost vomited blood from frustration. No, I really didn't know. Chapter 752. Gu Pingxian was truly angered. After much effort, he dragged Gu Qingguan to the living room and exchanged a few words. Then, using his glib tongue honed by years in the business world, he appeased his sister. Seeing that her icy face finally showed a hint of a smile, his son, the scoundrel father, brought the Zhou family grandfather and grandson in. Without any surprise, the moment the Zhou family grandfather and grandson entered, Gu Qingguan, without a word, coldly got up. Gu Pingxian was truly speechless. He was fighting to the death on the front lines, but someone was dragging him down from the rear. Knowing what his daughter disliked, he insisted on bringing them to her face. With so many villas in the house, why did he have to bring them here? Wasn't this pure nonsense? Dad, get them out of here quickly. If you can't get them out, don't let them linger before my eyes, don't add fuel to the fire. Gu Tinwei looked around. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. I'm already speaking softly. Gu Tinwei nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I'm thinking of clarifying things. I promise to show Xiao Wan my determination. While whispering, Zhou Zion came over and interrupted them. He could see Gu Pingxian's distance, but he was here to bridge the gap today. He would make this future brother-in-law admire him. Brother Gu, I've heard a lot about you. Before I knew about the relationship between our two families, I heard there was a legend in Jiangxing named Gu Pingxing. It's truly an honor to meet you today. Gu Pingxing nodded perfunctorily, his face unreadable. He corrected him, you should call me Uncle Gu. Your father and I are the same age. Yes, that's what they say, but I'm only about 4 or 5 years younger than Kingguan, so I think calling you brother is more appropriate. With it said, Gu Pingxing found it hard to refute, only feeling that this Zhou Xiang was truly thick-skinned. However, it was normal. Coming from a business family, his skin wouldn't be that thin. However, he disliked those hidden ulterior motives. This was clearly targeting his honor. Alright, we're all old friends, why be so formal? Don't just stand there, everyone sit down. Pingxing, you sit down quickly too. Gu Tinwei's shout made everyone sit down, and the somewhat heavy atmosphere was broken. The two elders began to chat animatedly, reminiscing about the past. As for the two who were no longer young, they sat in silence, listening to the elders' legendary experiences. Towards the end, with a sigh, Gu Tianwei said emotionally, Old Zhou, those old buddies of ours from back then have all gone quiet, and there are very few we can still contact. It's already incredibly lucky that we can enjoy our old age now. Zhou Moren sighed and nodded. Yes, we're just lucky, otherwise how could we live such a life? I'm content with this life. My only wish is for Xion to get married soon, as he's already in his 30s and still hasn't even dated a girlfriend, or even held a girl's hand. I'm really worried. Nonsense. As expected of his father's old friend, their mouths were so similar, speaking off the cuff like that. Gu Pingxing scorned in his heart. Although he hadn't investigated Zhou Ziyang's past experiences, with Zhou Ziyang's proactive personality, how could he not have even dated a girlfriend? He still remembered that Zhou Ziyang had taken a liking to his sister on the cruise ship, and then contacted the family through the elders. Someone with this personality claiming not to have touched a woman? Who would believe that? Old Gu, I'm sure you know the purpose of my visit today. I'm here for Zion's major life event. I don't know why you dismissed the idea of marriage. Is it that you don't think highly of Zion, or are you dissatisfied with his performance, or do you want to wait and see? But, Old Gu, I really can't wait any longer. I believe you often worry about your Shaowan. If you ask me, it's really time to settle down. Chapter 753. How many decades does a person have? If we keep dragging this out, the two children will be approaching 40. By then, it will be difficult for them to even have a child. Do you still want to hold grandchildren? Hey. Gu Tinwei quickly interrupted, you're going too far. You're really going too far. Old Zhou, what are you talking about? It hasn't reached that point yet. No, it has already reached that point. We can't drag it out any longer. Old Gu, it's time for the children to get married. Our two families are well matched, we've known each other for many years, and the two children are of similar age and are both facing the predicament of being unmarried and older. They are simply a match made in heaven. Besides, you don't have any suitable son-in-law candidates, so it's time for your Shaowan to get married. You can start with a relationship and then slowly adjust. I believe the two children will understand each other's good qualities, and I can guarantee that my Zion can definitely meet your standards for a son-in-law. Otherwise, wouldn't you have let your daughter drag on until now? Zhou Moren appealed to reason and emotion, thinking that his words would surely resonate with Gu Tianwei. After all, he understood his old friend, who was very worried about his daughter's major life event. How could he possibly let such a good opportunity slip away now? But who would have thought? No, of course not. Gu Tinwei immediately denied it, his tone full of conviction. I never demand a perfect son-in-law. My wish has always been for Shaowan to be happy. No matter how outstanding the other party is, as long as Shaowan dislikes him even a little, I won't force her. But similarly, even if the other party is impoverished, as long as Shaowan has even a slight interest, I will do my best to match them. Old Zhou, I'm truly different from you. I never interfere with my children's feelings. The other half of your children is the person they want to spend their lives with, not the person you want to spend your life with. You shouldn't interfere too much. These words were spoken beautifully, portraying him as a noble figure. Even Gu Pingxing was stunned for a moment, thinking his father was boasting again. But thinking about it, it was true. Although his father urged his sister about her marriage, he never forced her. This time with Su Sun was the only exception. But Su Sun's good intentions had led to bad results, a blunder. In reality, his intention was good. Gu Pingxing praised inwardly, the old man finally said something decent. As for Zhou Moren, he was dumbfounded by now. So, after all that talk, wasn't he being a bad person by forcing his children? No, Old Gu, aren't you saying all this because you're worried about Shaowan's future? Since you have thoughts and I have intentions, why don't we just settle it? I know you respect Xiaowan, but do you really want Xiaowan to be alone for her entire life? You're also a widower. I don't believe you don't know the difficulties of living alone. Hey, what are you saying? Gu Tinwei's face darkened, and he immediately retorted indignantly, what do you mean by being alone for life? Am I not a good person, or is her eldest brother not a good person? Even at worst, there's a second brother who takes care of her. She won't be wronged. Can't she live without a man? Without a man, I can still take good care of my daughter. Even if it's until she's 80 years old. As long as I'm alive, I won't let her be helpless. Zhou Morin said earnestly, Old Gu, I know your thoughts, but without getting married and having their own family, there will always be outsiders. No matter how good your eldest and second sons are to her, their focus will definitely be on their own small families, right? When they are happy, your Xiaowan will eventually feel a sense of estrangement where she can't fit in. Now you are still accompanying her, and she can still find a sense of belonging, but when you are gone, she will truly be alone. A sister-in-law is ultimately a sister-in-law. Do you understand what I mean? Gu Tinwei snorted dismissively, that's the thinking of the older generation. As long as she's willing, I'll just support her. Old Gu, you really are. Alright, let's not ruin our friendship. Seeing his grandfather getting angry, Zhou Xiang had to step in to ease the atmosphere. Chapter 754. Since they couldn't come to an agreement, they would take it step by step, absolutely not blocking all retreats at once. Zhou Xiang changed the subject. By the way, Grandpa, who cured your legs? You just said it wasn't the hospital. If it wasn't the hospital, how did you cure your legs that have been paralyzed for many years? Young man, I'm really curious. Speaking of this, Gu Tinwei's spirits immediately lifted, his eyes gleaming, and his face even faintly showed admiration. You're talking about this, that person is truly a master. Oh, a master? Where did this divine doctor come from? What old divine doctor? He's not old at all. Oh, is that so? Zhou Xiang was somewhat surprised. With such medical skills in his early 30s, it seems that divine doctor is indeed extraordinary. What early 30s? He's only in his 20s. What? In his 20s? Zhou Xiang was stunned. Does that mean a young fellow cured someone's paralyzed legs for many years? Is this reasonable? His immediate reaction was that Gu Tinwei had been tricked, otherwise, how could a young novice have such extraordinary medical skills? What's with that expression? Do you think I've been tricked? As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. Gu Tinwei saw through Zhou Xiang's thoughts at a glance and snorted. Then I can tell you, I have absolutely not been tricked. After all, I haven't reached the point of being senile. Even if I had, it's impossible for all of us Gu family members to be senile. Zhou Xiang hurriedly explained, Grandpa, you've misunderstood. I'm just a bit surprised, a bit astonished. Humph, that's good. However, that master is truly the only one I've ever met. He's excellent in all aspects. A true proud son of heaven. It's just that his personality is a bit unrestrained and arrogant. He doesn't show any respect to this old man. After all, being a master, having a temper is normal. But I like this casual and unrestrained feeling. I've seen too many obsequious people, and sometimes I do want someone who doesn't treat me as a person. Gu Pingxing, who had been silent all along, couldn't help but interrupt speechlessly, Dad, what kind of description is that? He's always been polite to you, it's just that you often speak without thinking. Humph, my conversation with young friend Su is spontaneous. We don't need to pay attention to those details. Gu Pingxing nodded in agreement, yes, then don't blame him for not treating you as a person. You chose this yourself. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Xiang became even more curious about this mysterious master. Gaining the approval of the entire family was not an easy thing. That person must have real abilities. Especially to be recognized by someone like old Master Gu, just the favor of curing his legs is not enough. Zhou Xiang smiled in admiration, that's indeed amazing. Nowadays, many capable young people are immersed in the company of women. There aren't many young people who can calm down and cultivate their skills. Gu Tinwei laughed heartily. Yes, I even want him to be my Gu family's son-in-law, but he's not willing. Is that so? Becoming the Gu family's grandson-in-law is not easy. This will be a significant help to his future. What grandson-in-law? It's son-in-law. What? Zhou Xiang didn't react for a moment. After all, a grandson-in-law is also a son-in-law, but what he heard next struck him like lightning. I said son-in-law. I want to match him with my Xiaowan. Since we've come this far, I'll be direct. Weren't you asking if I already had a son-in-law candidate? Then I'll be honest. Actually, I already have a son-in-law candidate, and that is the master I'm talking about. You're too late. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo Ren almost cursed aloud. Old Gu, what do you mean? So you don't think highly of our family? Oh, what are you saying? How could I not think highly of your family? Then what do you mean? I came here with my face flushed to propose, and you rejected me, and now you say you have a candidate? Just now you said you wouldn't force Xiaowan, and now you say you're trying to match them. Are you talking nonsense? The sky cleared, the rain stopped. Gu Pingxing felt he was capable again. Now was the best time to make the other party give up his idea. Gu Pingxing quickly replied, Uncle Zhou, my dad isn't talking nonsense. Don't you remember his previous 2 sentences? He won't force Wanner, but as long as Wanner has the slightest intention, he will try to match them. In the end, we still respect Wanner's wishes. Ah, yes. Gu Tianwei said with an apologetic and helpless expression. Old Zhou, don't blame your old brother for not giving face. You know my attitude before. I created opportunities for the 2 children, but what did I get? I got my daughter's anger. So, old Zhou, our 2 families truly have no fate. Besides, young Zhou and my Xiaowan are really not suitable. If we consider ourselves of the same generation, won't their age difference be chaotic if they get together? Not suitable, really not suitable. Everything that needed to be said, rejected, and the necessary courtesy had been given. The Gu family's attitude was clear. There was no hope for the 2 families. What else could Zhou Mo Ren do? He could only grit his teeth and prepare to pack up and leave. In the end, it still depended on the other party's wishes. If the other party disagreed, their Zhou family could not force it. With a long sigh, Zhou Mo Ren understood that the matter was over. But Zhou Xiang was clearly unhappy. After waiting for so many days, he finally came, but the main person didn't even show her face, and the marriage alliance also failed. The most important thing was that he didn't feel he lost to love, he felt he lost to a favor. Gu Qingguan clearly mistook gratitude for affection. He was unconvinced. Suppressing his frustration, Zhou Xiang expressed his desire to see Gu Qingguan, hoping to make a last-ditch effort. Gu Pingxing naturally wouldn't agree. I'm sorry, Wanner doesn't even pay attention to me, so I really can't make the decision. Being rejected, Zhou Xiang could only bury his dissatisfaction in his heart and silently digest his frustration. However, even more frustration followed. Old Gu, are there really no hopes for the 2 children? Alas, I can't help it. My Xiaowan only has her little son brother in her heart, and no one can persuade her. What nonsense! Little son brother. Chapter 755. Zhou Xiang was stunned. The title Little Son Brother is extremely familiar. It was the same title Gu Qingguan had called the pretty boy beside her on the cruise ship. Speaking of which, that pretty boy's name seemed to be Su Sun. No, Su Sun. Zhou Xiang suddenly froze. Just now, he seemed to have heard someone mention young friend Su. Who said it? Gu Tianwei. Yes, it was old Master Gu who said it. Connecting various clues, Zhou Xiang suddenly had a bad premonition. Gu Tianwei said that Gu Qingguan had feelings for that master, and Gu Qingguan had a close pretty boy beside her. The key point was that they both had the surname Su, and their ages could match. Combined with Gu Qingguan's attitude towards that pretty boy, the answer was clear. That master was the pretty boy Su Sun. Zhou Xiang could no longer remain calm. Grandpa, the master you mentioned, his name is Su Sun, right? How do you know? Seeing Gu Tianwei's reaction, Zhou Xiang felt like the sky had fallen. So his opponent had appeared long ago. Suddenly, Zhou Xiang gave a bitter smile. Speaking of this Su Sun, I had already seen him by Qingguan's side on the cruise ship. Gu Tianwei slapped his forehead. That's right, I almost forgot about this. You've met before. Yes, we've met. Zhou Xiang's smile was forced. In other words, Su Sun is the mysterious master who cured Grandpa's leg ailment, and he is also the object of Qingguan's affection. With it said, Gu Tianwei knew there was no need to hide anything. Anyway, if Zhou Xiang was interested, he would investigate sooner or later. Since he knew in advance, it was better to extinguish his hopes early. Gu Tianwei looked at him deeply and sighed softly. I guess you know that every woman has fantasized about a hero appearing out of nowhere to save her from hardship, and my Xiaowan naturally had this laughable fantasy. It's just that this hardship was me, and my disability was a lifelong worry for her. Her only wish before was for my legs to recover and for me to walk again. And young friend Su appeared so suddenly. At first, I didn't quite believe him. After all, how could decades-old ailments be solved by a young person? But miracles just happened. He appeared like a hero in my Gu family, dispelled the hidden darkness beneath the surface of our Gu family's peace, took away Xiaowan's worries, and by helping me, he was like saving her from hardship. Because of this, contact began between the 2 sides, and because of this, I saw Xiaowan being so attentive to another man for the first time. So, little Joe, you came too late. Young friend Sue is like the hero in her heart. That kind of emotional stir is not something that can be easily achieved. My Xiaowan has a calm personality, but she is stubborn about things. She won't change what she has decided. Little Joe, you are a good child, but your fate is truly not enough. Give up. Zhou Zion didn't know how he left the Gu family. It was already late, and staying at the Gu family for a night was not a problem. He originally wanted to linger for a few days at the Gu family to find an opportunity to get closer, but in the end, he left as if he had been defeated, in a hurry. All the way, those words kept ringing in his ears, disturbing his mind and filling him with unwillingness. He had been single for so many years, and he had finally found a satisfactory marriage candidate. Regardless of family background, age, or the other party's looks, they were all incredibly suitable. But fate played a trick, and she already had someone. If he had lost to a powerful other wealthy family, he would have accepted it, but he lost to a scoundrel who used favors to achieve his goals. Su Sun, after all this circling, it's still you. What's so great about curing a leg? Don't think you can reach the sky in one step by using so-called favors. Achoo! Achoo! On the other side, Su Sun, who was in the restroom, couldn't help but sneeze twice. He rubbed his nose, wondering, why do I feel like someone is scolding me again? Su Xinro paused, then looked up with concern. What's wrong? Do you have a cold? Chapter 756. Su Sun touched his dark, shiny hair, looked down at her, and dismissed her concern with a cold tone. That's not important. What's important is that an apology should be sincere. Making a scene in front of so many people and calling me useless, I think you've gotten too arrogant. Su Sun was truly furious after that dinner. Because Su Wanqing had taken a sip of soup from his bowl, Su Xinro became jealous and started causing trouble. Saying things like men and women are different was one thing, but when Su Wanqing defended him, someone actually turned dark and called him a useless freeloader who couldn't do anything. He couldn't tolerate that. He immediately put down his chopsticks and left. However, the moment he left, Su Xinro, who was two-faced, came with a face full of apologies to admit her mistake, going through her usual apology routine. What else could he say? He could only teach her a stern lesson. Alright, I should go out now, or I'll be found out if I stay any longer. Seeing Su Sun about to leave, a pair of soft hands grabbed his arm. Su Xinro said with her head held high, "It's okay, I told everyone you went out for a walk. Now it's my bath time, and I can still wash for another 20 minutes. Su Sun frowned. Speaking of which, are you doing this on purpose? Why do I feel like I've been tricked again? What's deliberate and what's not? Don't say that now. Go to the bathtub, I'll help you bathe. Are you sure it's just bathing? Su Xinro smiled charmingly, stood up, took Su Sun's arm, and walked towards the bathroom, her voice full of seduction. I'm sure, but if you don't want to bathe, that's fine too. Water splashed, mist filled the air, and soft whispers of love could be heard from the bathtub, expressing the mutual love between a man and a woman. At the bathroom door, a sneaky figure was blocking the frosted glass door, her ear pressed tightly against the door. Her delicate little face furrowed from time to time and then relaxed. Strange, is third sister dancing in the bathtub? Why is there such a noise? Could she be scrubbing off dirt? As she muttered to herself, another figure quietly appeared behind her, her brow furrowed, her face full of confusion and solemnity. Suddenly, a fair hand reached out and grabbed the little ear of the head at the door, roughly pulling the sneaky figure up. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. My ear is going to break. Su Bainan, what are you doing? Su Qingxia faced her with anger. She knew Su Bainan sometimes acted despicably, but she didn't expect her to be so shameless. I'm not doing anything. I was just passing by. Let go, ouch. Do you think I'm blind? It's one thing to peek at men bathing, but you even peek at women bathing. And you're peeking at third sister. Aren't you disgusting? I'm not. I'm just eavesdropping. That's the same thing. You really have no ladylike image anymore. You're becoming more and more perverted. What are you two doing? As they argued, Su Muyan came over with a mop. Su Qingxia truthfully reported, eldest sister, fifth sister is peeking at third sister bathing. I'm not. Still trying to argue. You just admitted it yourself. I really didn't. I was just eavesdropping. I wanted to hear if there was any movement inside so I could get clothes to bathe. Besides, this door is locked. How could I peek? Damn Su Qingxia, if it weren't for the fact that I still have to explode gold coins from you, would I tolerate you? Su Bainan was furious, but for her financial plans, she could only endure her for now. When the time comes, I'll drain all your wealth. And then I'll see if you dare to interfere again. Su Muyan was extremely troubled and glared at her with a hint of disappointment, leaving behind a sentence, I'll deal with you later. Su Bainan was so frightened that she hurried back to her room, and Su Qingxia left with her. Su Muyan, on the other hand, was mopping the floor at the bathroom door with a mop, so meticulously that not a single stain was missed. After finally finishing cleaning and taking the mop away, she returned a moment later, holding a rag and wiping the bathroom back and forth. Su Sun, who was still inside, was scared out of his wits. Why hasn't she left yet? This is too serious. How can I get out now? But who would have thought that another person, who was also stuck inside, not only didn't panic but seemed to be subtly enjoying Su Sun's awkwardness. Xiao Sun, shall we do it again? Ha! Su Sun's scalp was tingling. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. Su Xinro, what are you doing? Why are you getting weirder and weirder? Third sister, isn't it done yet? I need to wash the mop and rag. The more they called from outside, the more Su Xinro was drawn to Su Sun as if she were possessed. Wait, don't mess around. Third sister, why aren't you talking? Are you also sulking? Xiao Sun, if I keep not responding, do you think she'll break in? If she sees us like this? Su Sun was completely dumbfounded, and he finally understood. This woman wouldn't be mistaking Su Muyan for an aphrodisiac, would she? Chapter 761. Meat is at your lips, can it be justified not to eat it? Su Sun could only grit his teeth and continue his bath, only hoping that the person at the door would leave quickly after the bath, otherwise he would really explode with anger. Third brother, why haven't you spoken? Su Muyan frowned as she muttered, are you dizzy from the heat? Wait for me to find the key to open the door. Wait, eldest sister. Su Muyan was stunned, are you okay? Then why haven't you spoken? It's just that the distance is a bit far, plus I'm a bit dizzy from soaking in the bath. I didn't hear you speak. So that's how it is. But why are you speaking intermittently? Aren't you dizzy from gas poisoning? Open the door, I'll come in and take a look. No need, it's just Third brother? What's wrong with you again? Why are you so jumpy? It's nothing, eldest sister. I just twisted my ankle while trying to open the door for you, the door. I'm not opening this door, actually, I'm fine, it's just that the water temperature is too high and I'm a bit confused, don't worry about me. Alright, then just be careful. Su Muyan lingered at the door for a long time, not only because there were stains nearby, but more importantly, she had something she wanted to make clear to Su Xinro. The relationship between the third brother and Su Sun had always been a problem. To be honest, every time she saw Su Xinro give him a cold shoulder, she, the eldest sister, also felt very conflicted. One was her beloved, and the other was her sister. Both were equally dear to her. But the commotion tonight made her realize that she was still too soft. If she hadn't been holding on to a fluke mentality, some people wouldn't have taken advantage of the situation with such a condescending attitude. Third brother, I've thought about some things for a long time and decided that I still need to make things clear to you. From now on, when you interact with Xiao Sun, I don't want those words from tonight to come out of your mouth again. A period of silence, no one responded. As an expected reaction, Su Muyan continued, I know you can hear me, so if you hear me, you must take my words to heart. I can turn a blind eye to your past sarcastic remarks towards Xiao Sun, but that's no excuse for you to push your luck. Xiao Sun is not the same Xiao Sun as before. If it weren't for everyone's sake, he wouldn't have held back even if you were a girl. He has tolerated you to this day out of respect for me and hasn't argued with you, but you haven't shown me the same consideration and generosity towards him. You have truly disappointed me. So from now on, I hope you can get along with him harmoniously. I will no longer make small demands of you like ignoring him, but you must be friendly and get along with him well. The only unstable factor in this family now is your attitude. I don't want any accidents to happen. I don't want Xiao Sun to be pushed to his limit by you. If that happens, it will be too late. If you want to stay in this family, you must do as I say, understand. Another period of silence. Su Muyan roared, Su Xinro, talk to me, do you understand? Finally, a suppressed response came from inside, I'll try my best. Not try your best. You must. Put down your pride. Put down your airs, and even more so, put down your prejudice. As for awkwardness and difficulty, discard all of them. When you see him, you must have a good attitude, even if it means smiling and trying to please him. You must get along well. Su Xinro, What? Can't you even say yes? Then today I not only want your agreement, but I want you to completely obey. Give me a guarantee. You are not allowed to give Xiao Sun any more cold shoulders, nor are you allowed to look down on him. You must treat him as you treat me and everyone else. Tell me. Su Xinro cried out helplessly, eldest sister, don't force me. I want you to say it. If you don't listen to me today, then get out. This family is so perfect, I don't want any problems because of you. Say it. Eldest sister. Say it. Eldest sister, did you call me? Su Banian suddenly appeared behind her, with a face full of panic. Eldest sister called me, right? Su Muyan slowly turned around. Do you think I called you or not? Don't provoke me when I'm in a bad mood. He gave a weak smile and took off running. Since it had nothing to do with him, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to get into trouble. But did she hear wrong just now? She really heard her name. Chapter 757. After scaring away the slippery one, Su Muyan turned back to face the bathroom, her cold eyes seeming to penetrate everything through the frosted glass door. She was waiting for a response from inside, waiting for Su Xinruo's submission. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a long silence, just as Su Muyan was becoming impatient, as if sensing her eldest sister's gaze, Su Xinruo inside finally made a sound again. A hesitant and struggling voice, stuttering, slowly sounded. I, Su Xinruo, promise. I will no longer give Xiao Sun any cold shoulders. I will no longer look down on him. I will interact with him like everyone else. Not enough. Su Muyan interrupted with a scolding, her face carrying undeniable authority. You, Su Xinruo, must not only do these things, but you must also treat him as you treat us. You must take care of him. You must care about him. You must treat him as the most important person in your life. Just like us. Su Xinruo's voice was mournful. I, Su Xinruo, will not only do those things, but in the future, I will also take care of him. I will care about him. I will treat him as the most important person in my life. Just like eldest sister and the others. Not only that, you must also like him. You must also love him. Just like you love us. You cannot be separated from each other. Okay. I will like him. I like Xiao Sun. I love Xiao Sun. My love for Su Sun is no less than yours. I will love Su Sun for a lifetime, to the point where we cannot be separated. With a roar, the bathroom suddenly fell into dead silence. Yes, Su Xinruo finally lowered her proud head. People can only reach a satisfactory level when pushed. Su Muyan was very satisfied with this response. Although she could still feel a lot of resistance, at least these words were spoken. Once something starts, it becomes much easier to handle later. If it were a situation of rather die than yield, that would be the worst case scenario. Fortunately, the third sister still had room to turn back. Third brother, I hope you remember what you said today. I hope to see you love each other. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. You should finish your bath quickly and come out. The figure at the door finally disappeared. It should have been a moment to rejoice, but Su Sun was not as relieved as he expected by the disappearance of the person blocking the door. It was because a more terrible accident had occurred. Su Xinruo had a problem. Su Sun's face changed drastically as he held the warm body. Wake up! Wake up! Don't scare me! Su Xinruo's inexplicable loss of consciousness was truly frightening. Could she have fainted from anger at Su Muyan? Su Sun was full of worry, but Su Xinruo was even more outrageous than he imagined. As he pulled her out of the bathtub to rescue her, a soft hand suddenly grabbed his arm. It's okay, let me rest here for a while. Two soft arms wrapped around Su Sun's neck, and Su Xinruo, like a little bird clinging to Su Sun's body, snuggled her delicate face against his neck. Xiao Sun, this is the first time I've felt like our souls are connected. I really can't leave you anymore. At this moment, Su Sun was truly speechless and incredibly frustrated. He was full of fear for someone, and it turned out that person had gone into that state. This greedy look, this clingy attitude, this desperate appearance. This is clearly a love-struck crazy woman. He was so scared just now. So she really treated her eldest sister as a troublemaker. Damn it. I was out all day and felt dizzy and uncomfortable when I got back, so I couldn't write. I'll make it up tomorrow. Chapter 758. That won't do. Su Muyan was mainly afraid that Su Xinruo would anger Su Sun. After all, if Su Sun were to be truly ruthless and disregard their relationship, no one could stop him. Therefore, the two must get along. As for Su Wanqing, she would no longer allow her to cause trouble for no reason. Alright, I'll persuade the third sibling. As for the second sibling, you'd better put away your little schemes. Not everyone is like you. With a warning, Su Muyan got up and left. Opportunities always present themselves. She felt she could still try to persuade her again, at least to prevent Su Xinruo from returning to her previous state. Su Wanqing fell silent, staring blankly at the breakfast in front of her, her beautiful eyes full of confusion. Did I think too much? Did the third sibling really take the initiative to show goodwill just because eldest sister forced her? That's right, second sister. You've gone too far this time. It's rare for the third sibling to be willing to get along peacefully with Xiao Sun. If you say that about her, won't you embarrass her? How could someone as proud as her tolerate that? What if she gets angry and starts hating Shaosun like before? Then your guilt will be immense. Looking back, Su Qingxia had a solemn expression, her face full of a seriousness that saw through everything. However, mixed with that seriousness were hints of confusion. By the way, what does it mean that not everyone is like you? What are eldest sisters and second sisters' little schemes? I don't understand. Hey, second sister? Why are you leaving? Answer my questions. Su Wanqing certainly wouldn't answer the confused fourth sibling, and silently left before finishing her meal. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Su Banian quickly finished breakfast and fled, turning back with a flattering smile. My dear fourth sister, I have a stomach ache, so I won't eat with you. Alright then, I'll put the dishes in the sink. Don't forget to wash them when you come out later. Speechless, truly speechless. As she turned, Su Banian rolled her eyes. So petty. She was so calculative about washing a bowl. I'm not going to wash it. Let's see if this bowl can clean itself without me. Half an hour later. Su Muyan's roar stirred up the commotion again. Su Banian, where are you? Are you leaving these bowls for me? Eldest sister, what are you talking about? Aren't I washing the dishes properly right now? Looking into the kitchen again, Su Banian was in a place that was empty just moments ago, meticulously wiping the bowls and plates, the sink, and the stove with a sponge. Su Muyan looked confused. Where did this person come from? There was no one there when she first entered. Why is eldest sister looking at me like that? Is there something little sister is doing wrong? Su Muyan's gaze sharpened. It's nothing, I'm just curious where you went just now. Where did I go? I've been washing dishes here all along. Are you sure? Then what's that pile in the sink? Oh, you mean just now? I had a stomachache and went to the restroom, and then I came back to continue my work. If there's nothing else, I'll continue my work. Eldest sister, please leave so you don't get your clothes dirty. Impeccable. Even Su Muyan couldn't find any loopholes in her words and wondered if she had misunderstood. After observing for a while, she silently left. Little did she know, as soon as she left, Su Banian patted her wildly beating little heart. Scared to death. Fortunately, she met someone in the restroom. Otherwise, she would have been scolded. Damn Su Qingxia for actually leaving the bowls and not washing them. Let's see how I'll deal with her later. Oh, fourth sister, can you lend me 100 yuan? I want to buy a lip balm on Pinduoduo, and use the remaining 10 yuan to order a cup of milk tea. Get lost. Didn't I give you 100,000? You didn't use it all, did you? How could that be? Am I that kind of extravagant person? It's just that eldest sister confiscated my money. That's why I'm borrowing a little from you. Chapter 759. After a series of clever arguments and witty retorts, Su Banian successfully earned another 100 yuan. Although she had another 100 yuan in funds, she immediately forgot about it. Stingy Su Qingxia. I'll suck your piggy bank dry again after my cooldown period. Although Su Banian's method of making money was effective, it couldn't be used often. If she wasn't careful, she might get beaten, or even face punishment from eldest sister. It was better to be cautious. Due to various reasons, her current savings were less than 10 yuan. Now, she had a cold 100 yuan in her WeChat, which was enough for her to order milk tea for a few days. Living room. Strange, where's my phone? Did Su Muyan take it to check rooms? I'm done. I knew I shouldn't have ordered cash on delivery. Oh well, I'll just find someone to pay for it. Just as Su Sun was anxious about not being able to pay for the arriving package, a mobile phone suddenly appeared before his eyes. Whose phone is this? Never mind, he'd use anyone's phone first. Anyway, he knew everyone's passwords at home. This seemed to be Su Banian's phone again. Borrowing it wouldn't be a big deal. Su Sun had bought 2 pairs of shorts online for a total of 129 yuan. When he opened the phone, it was a perfect match. There was a total of 130.66 yuan inside. After paying, there would be some left over. So, without a second thought, he entered the password and received the express delivery. After everything was done, he put the phone back in its place and quietly left, hiding his name and merits. When Su Banian came back to the living room with a fruit plate after cutting the watermelon, and picked up her phone, happily preparing to order another cup of milk tea, she saw the 1.66 yuan in her phone, and her eyes widened. She instantly broke down. A pig-like howl echoed throughout the house. Who touched my phone? Beijing. Su Kaiming had been in Beijing for a few days and had successfully taken over most of the Qi family's capital. Now, the Qi family was no longer what it used to be, and could even be said to be completely overshadowed by Su Kaiming. And all of this was due to the fear of death by the head of the family. Qi Delong had obtained the antidote and no longer felt like death was lurking around him. Although he couldn't be completely detoxified, he could live one day at a time. He found peace for himself, but the Qi family experienced violent turmoil. Upon learning that their industries had been seized, all the descendants of the Qi family, without exception, came to Qi Dalong to demand an explanation. But without exception, they all returned in vain. Dad, you're confused. You're handing over the Qi family to others. Dad, you're really old. You've been completely tricked. How could you not discuss it with everyone? Patriarch, you're about to plunge the Qi family into eternal damnation. The Qi family is in danger. Grandpa, didn't you say that the Qi family's future would be inherited by me? But how can an outsider control the family's industries? And when will you help me get revenge? Is that B*TCH from Jiangcheng just going to get away with it like that? The accusations of the Qi family members were like fleeting clouds to Qi Dalong. He never paid attention to them, but his stupid grandson almost made him break down. Damn brat, if it weren't for helping you get revenge, how could I have ended up in this situation? Revenge! They were lucky not to take your life. Qi Dalong was as strong in his rise as he was in his fall. Because of his strong personality, he suffered calculations while trying to stand up for his grandson. But also because of his strong personality, he had always held absolute power in the family. His few excellent children could at most be considered his capable assistants. With his power in hand, no one in the Qi family could oppose him, and this power was genuinely concentrated in him alone. It could be said that as long as he was alive, the Qi family belonged only to him, and in all aspects, it belonged only to him. Therefore, after being calculated, he could choose the future of the Qi family and unilaterally divide the hard work of countless members of the Qi family to save his life. If it weren't for the unavoidable handover of industries, the members of the Qi family would probably still be kept in the dark. One day they were a noble family, and the next day their family was inexplicably at the mercy of others. How ridiculous! Qiyun Building, this towering skyscraper can be said to be synonymous with the Qi family. Silently, this landmark building that had stood in Beijing for many years changed hands, and the legend belonging to the Qi family gradually came to an end. Su Kaiming stood in the office on the 88th floor of Qiyun Building, by the huge floor-to-ceiling window. His figure was inexplicably proud and bleak, as if the burden on his shoulders had changed a lot. Increased responsibility was a sign of success. Su Kaiming looked down at Beijing, a smile of unprecedented confidence on his face. This confidence was arrogant and transcended everything, no longer just the arrogance of having achieved some success. Qiyun Building, it truly reaches the clouds, but in the future, it won't be the Qi family soaring with the clouds, but my Su family, Su Kaiming. At this moment, Su Kaiming seemed to disregard everything, and also to have seen through everything. Of course, this was just superficial. His ambition went far beyond this, but his outward composure had increased. Compared to his change in demeanor, Qin Xinlan clearly didn't have such a good mentality. Ever since she came to the top floor, she couldn't suppress the smile on her face, looking as happy as if she had reached the pinnacle of the world. Old Su? Am I dreaming? You really did it. You really brought me to the peak. Su Kaiming smiled faintly and sighed. It's still early. This isn't even the tallest building in Beijing. It isn't. I'm already afraid of heights. I never dreamed that such a magnificent building would one day belong to us. I suddenly feel that the Su Corporation's building is too petty. As expected, the more you see, the broader your horizons become. Su Kaiming's expression was calm. I told you that if you followed me, you would prosper. My promise to your parents back then wasn't just empty words. Yes, I knew my old Su was the most capable. It's just that even though we've soared to the heavens, don't you feel like something is missing? Missing what? Su Kaiming asked with a frown. Family. Seeing Su Kaiming fall silent, Qin Xinlan quickly explained, don't misunderstand, I'm not thinking about those ungrateful people. I just feel that after achieving fame and fortune, it's empty without someone by my side. How about? No, how about? Su Kaiming immediately refused sternly without thinking. Wanting those unfilial daughters back is impossible. No, I mean we should have another child. Saying that, Qin Xinlan blushed and stomped her foot shyly, hitting him hard on the chest. You're so annoying, do I have to say it so explicitly? Su Kaiming was truly stunned, so much so that the calm and composed expression on his face just now completely vanished. It couldn't be helped, let alone whether he had the ability. Qin Xinlan was already 50 years old this year. They could sleep in the same bed, but he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Even if he did, could she still give birth? Cough, cough, cough. He coughed twice, and Su Kaiming's expression became serious. Well, let's forget about this matter. Is your age not risking your life to have a child? I can't disregard your safety just because I want to pass on the family line. This is absolutely not allowed. Old Sue. What is it now? Old Sue. I knew I would stick with you my whole life. Her eyes lit up, and her love-struck nature made Qin Zinlin even more firm in her decision. I've decided, Old Sue. For the sake of passing on the Sue family line for you, I'll risk it. Chapter 760. Su Kaiming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't afford it, he really couldn't afford it. At their age, having a child as an old couple would be like a bombshell if it spread within their circle. As newcomers, he didn't want to give others any gossip. Whether Qin Zinlin's body could give birth was a question, and he was unwilling to take that risk. If he really needed an heir, it wouldn't be impossible to find a younger person to help. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Zinlin, stop fooling around. Health is the most important asset. I don't need any children. Qin Zinlin's eyes were full of emotion. But Old Sue, I want to have a child for us. Otherwise, who will inherit this vast empire in the future? Alright, there's no need to mention this again. Don't we still have Xiao Wen? Xiao Wen. Qin Zinlin suddenly fell silent. Su Wen had been missing for several months, and they didn't even know what he was doing. Moreover, with his unpredictable personality, if he returned, he might not inherit the family's responsibilities, but directly snatch the family's assets. Su Wen, she feared him. It was precisely because of his madness that she dared not trust her son who had killed someone. Seeing Qin Zinlin become hesitant, and afraid that the matter of having children would be brought up again, Su Kaiming quickly spoke again. Alright, we already know what kind of person Xiao Wen is. We can't count on him, but we are not without an heir. Ah, who? Qin Zinlin was surprised. Miao Miao. Think about it, Miao Miao is an orphan, and she's my brother's daughter, my goddaughter. Her status as his nominal wife played an indispensable role in my successful acquisition of the industries behind Qinyu. Rather than having an heir whose future is uncertain, it's better to use the one we have now. Miao Miao is also my daughter now, and she is intelligent, well-behaved, honest, and sensible. Isn't she the perfect heir? Anyway, Su Miao Miao was his own daughter, so there was no need to have another child. After the incident with Su Wen, Su Kaiming understood that whether it was a boy or a girl didn't matter. What mattered was ability and obedience. Nowadays, live-in sons-in-law were everywhere. He was not afraid of his industries being snatched away. After thinking for 2 seconds, Qin Zinlin hesitated and said, "That's what you say, but Su Miao Miao is a girl after all, and she's not your biological daughter. What if she's deceived in the future and has ulterior motives? What boy or girl?" Su Kaiming snorted in refutation. "You're prioritizing boys over girls. Does it matter if it's a boy or a girl? Does it matter if they are related? If kinship were useful, how could our own biological children betray the family?" Qin Zinlin fell silent. Su Kaiming continued, "Miao Miao has no one to rely on except her grandmother. She can only rely on me. She is my biological daughter. I believe she is a grateful child. Think about it, wasn't the eldest daughter the one we designated as heir before? Even though she's a woman, she managed Su Corporation like a well-oiled machine. Since she could do it, why can't Miao Miao?" Qin Zinlin frowned. "But. No buts." To prevent Qin Zinlin from dwelling on this matter, Su Kaiming had to drop the final bombshell to divert her attention. "Qin Zinlin, to be blunt, we can only rely on Miao Miao from now on. Don't hold on to any expectations. Those unfilial daughters will never come back in this lifetime. Rather than thinking about unrealistic things, it's better to be realistic." Qin Zinlin immediately denied, "I don't expect them to come back. Whether you expect them to or not, I'm just reminding you, and I'm not just saying it casually. It's because of some grievances. Even if they come back, they won't be our daughters anymore. Do you know? Su Sun is dead." What? Qin Zinlin was stunned for a moment, and only when she saw Su Kaiming's serious expression did she realize she hadn't misheard. Immediately, a surge of overwhelming joy filled her heart. "Isn't this a good thing? That little beast is finally dead. You say they have grievances, doesn't that mean eldest sister and the others will resent us because Su Sun is dead?" Chapter 761. Yes, but not entirely. In fact, this point alone was enough, but the two of them clearly underestimated Su Sun's status in the hearts of the women. "What do you mean yes, but not entirely? What does that mean?" Su Kaiming suddenly fell silent, his eyes calmly fixed ahead without any waves. Qin Zinlin felt a pang of panic under his strange gaze and forced a smile. "Old Su, what's with that look? It's a bit creepy." "Qin Zinlin, I hope you can prepare yourself for what I'm about to say. What is it that's so mysterious? Am I someone with a fragile heart? That's good." Having experienced various ups and downs, Qin Zinlin considered herself unflappable, but Su Kaiming's words carried considerable weight. Or rather, she could never have imagined that Su Kaiming would say such a thing. Eldest sister, she's gone. I know, she ran away with that little beast. Speaking of which, if I curse these 3 words now, he really won't appear, will he? Qin Zinlin, don't get carried away. I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about Muyan, she's dead. Our eldest daughter, she's dead. What? She felt like a bolt of lightning had struck her brain. After all, she was still her daughter. Despite her extreme disappointment, upon hearing this news, Qin Zinlin couldn't help but gasp, and a strange sense of discomfort welled up in her heart. That was panic. Are you serious? Meeting her shocked gaze, Su Kaiming slowly nodded. That's right, it's true. Eldest sister is dead. She died with Su Sun in a car accident. The car exploded, and they died on the spot. How could this be? How could she suddenly die when she was fine? Qin Zinlin's face was complex, a mixture of heartache and sorrow, stiff with disbelief. Su Kaiming sighed softly. I had people deal with Su Sun. Those people stumbled upon them accidentally. In that situation, they had no possibility of escape, and those people saw no one escape. They are indeed dead. I'm telling you this so you understand. The eldest sister of those ungrateful daughters is dead. They will definitely shift their resentment onto us. After all, if it weren't for us, how would they have ended up living in exile? Therefore, they will never forgive us. So, our only reliance from now on can only be Miao Miao. Digest this properly first. Su Kaiming left. The spacious office was extremely quiet. Qin Zinlin stood alone, gazing into the distance through the window, lost in thought. Suddenly, she smiled. Her smile was full of helplessness, tinged with deep sorrow. After all, she was flesh and blood. No matter what, she couldn't truly remain unmoved. Her daughter's death reminded her of her current predicament and served as a wake-up call. What Su Kaiming had just said was true. With Sun Weyan's death, the impression the remaining sisters had of their parents would only worsen. The relationship between her and her daughters could never return to what it was before. It's good that she's dead. It can serve as a reminder to those ungrateful wretches that this is the price of betraying the family. However, old Su, you said your people stumbled upon an accident. Was this stumbling upon truly an accident? With her suspicions aroused, Qin Zinlin still cast these thoughts aside in the end. She had no time to consider right or wrong, nor was there any need to delve deeper. She only knew that she had to stand by her husband's side to get everything she wanted. You stinking Su Sun, speak quickly. Did you touch the money in my phone? Ugh, are you done yet? I already told you it wasn't me. It wasn't me, why do you keep blaming me? Do I look like I need your measly $100-something? It must be you. Otherwise, why are you acting guilty? It's really not mine, my dear grandmother. Where do you see me acting guilty? I'm very open and honest, okay? Then why are you afraid to look at me? You thief, who told you not to look at me directly? Su Sun was speechless and simply rolled his eyes to express his attitude. Was he afraid to look? He was clearly trying to protect certain people's privacy. Yet, his good intentions were being twisted. Chapter 762. Su Sun pulled up the collar of Su Banian's pajamas, reminding her, what kind of lousy pajamas are these? The collar is so loose it's showing too much. If I look, you'll say I'm being a pervert. If I don't look, you'll say I'm guilty. It seems like everything is my fault. I beg you, let me go. Su Banian glanced down, her pretty face blushing, and weakly covered her collar, saying, you've seen it before anyway, stop being so prudish. But this still doesn't clear your suspicion. You're really sick. You've been bothering me for 3 or 4 days over 100 yuan. At most. Okay, at most, you can give me 100 yuan. Then I won't bother you anymore. That won't do. Her attitude changed drastically. Su Sun thought he couldn't spoil this little idiot in front of him too much. He didn't agree with such a consumption concept, where 10 yuan was barely acceptable, but 100,000 would be spent freely. Most importantly, Sun Weyan would nag, and her nagging was endless and truly annoying. Su Banian's face instantly turned angry. If you don't tell me, then what good is it? Then give me my money back. You must have some serious issues. With so many people in the family, why are you only suspecting me? I should be suing you for defamation. Because you know my payment password. Am I the only one who knows? Don't the others know? Think clearly before you answer. Big sister knows, second sister knows too. I'm not sure about third sister. Su Qingxia seems to have seen my password last time, and I haven't had time to change it. Su Banian was a little embarrassed. Thinking about it, it seemed like everyone knew her payment password. This infuriated Su Sun. So everyone knows, but you're only suspecting me? How can you be so righteous? Don't forget, I'm the one who gives you the most pocket money. Do I need your 100 yuan? It's really not you. I can't be bothered to explain. Alright, only then did Su Banian finally believe him. But a bigger doubt arose: how did her money disappear? Her money was transferred to an unfamiliar account at the time, which seemed to be a courier's account. But since she wasn't the buyer, she couldn't find any information about the item. She could only stare blankly at the successful payment of 129 yuan. Could it be that someone bought something and used her phone to pay? Su Banian's voice weakened. She muttered softly, if it wasn't you, then who was it? Big sister wouldn't do something like this. Second sister always values rules and wouldn't break the law. Third sister wouldn't either. Could it be Su Qingxia? Why are you mumbling? Why don't you go and ask? Can you figure it out by guessing? I asked them. They all said they didn't take it themselves. Did you ask everyone? Including Su Qingxia? Yes, I even asked Big Sister, but I still can't find the mastermind. Su Sun quietly shut his mouth. He had to admit that this silly girl's intuition was indeed sharp, and she had actually guessed him. Originally, it was a small matter. The money was indeed spent by him, but at that time, Su Banian had such an imposing attitude, as if she was going to expose the sky, that he chose to remain silent. The result was endless nagging. To avoid further entanglement, Su Sun had to bring out the bane of the fifth child. Ahem, that, perhaps your big sister bought something with cash on delivery. The courier happened to come, couldn't find her phone, and casually used your phone to pay. Ha, how do you know? You can even provide details. Nonsense, if I did it, how could I not know? However, Su Sun certainly wouldn't admit it. He explained, because I saw your big sister bought a new set of underwear, and she said it was over 100 yuan. I guessed. Underwear. Su Banian's eyes narrowed. Hey, what's with that look? Nothing, I just think it's not right. Big sister never buys cheap intimate apparel. It was like that before, it's like this now. Haven't you noticed your big sister becoming more and more stingy? Buying something cheap is very normal, isn't it? Besides, is this the point? The point is who spent your money. If you ask me, she did spend it. You know your big sister's personality. She won't tolerate her authority being questioned. If you openly questioned her, wouldn't that be embarrassing for her? Of course, she wouldn't admit it. So, it's best not to pursue this money, to avoid getting burned. Su Banian was indeed convinced. If it was truly Big Sister's doing, then everything made sense. To be fair, because of the money, Big Sister had been angry, and for a while, she really didn't dare to provoke her. Helplessly, Su Banian gave a bitter smile. The money I finally borrowed is gone just like that. I haven't had bubble tea for 3 days. Others give a carrot after a stick, but Su Sun gave a bribe and then went to buy bubble tea. Su Sun immediately took her out for a walk and bought Su Banian several cups of bubble tea and some snacks, which finally made her quiet down completely. When they returned home, Su Muyan's expression darkened as soon as she saw someone holding bubble tea again. Su Sun bravely stepped forward, disregarding his safety, saying that it was all his voluntary action and that Su Muyan shouldn't meddle. His determined expression and unquestionable tone made Su Banian feel like she was facing not a person, but a majestic mountain. With Su Sun stepping in, how could Su Muyan refuse to give face? She said helplessly, sometimes I really don't know who is older and who is younger between you two. Little Sun, you'd better not spoil her. Her several cups of bubble tea a day are already exceeding the limit. Look how much weight she's gained. Okay, I'll pay attention. You go about your business. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Su Muyan. As soon as Big Sister turned away, Su Banian's disdainful complaint immediately arose, when did I get fat? All my weight is on the right places, on my chest. I think Su Muyan is just jealous of me. What did you say? Su Muyan turned around with a cold face. Su Banian was so scared that her soul was scattered. Big Sister, I didn't say anything. Just as Su Muyan was about to say something, Su Sun let out a cold snort and blocked her again. Big Sister, if you have nothing to do, go lie down and play with your phone. Stop being so noisy here. Today, Su Banian is under my protection. Being rude to her is being rude to me. Alright. You'll protect her. Then protect her. We'll settle this later tonight. Su Muyan did not cause trouble in the end, perhaps due to Su Sun's intervention or because she didn't intend to make a fuss. But in Su Banian's eyes, Su Sun transformed into light at that moment. Sun, you're so man. Chapter 763. Time flew by, leisurely and colorful. During their nap, Su Sun and Su Muyan practiced together for a while, then secretly went shopping outside, hiding from everyone. They walked and stopped along the way. To apologize, Su Sun paid for all the expenses today. They had a lot of shopping bags filled with spoils. Little Sun, does this one with lace look good? Under the warm yellow light of the fitting room, Sun Weyan bit her red lips, her fingertips hooked onto the black shoulder strap. The silk camisole slid down her fair shoulders, gathering at her waist like a hidden, surging cloud. Su Sun leaned against the mirror, his Adam's apple bobbing. Although he had seen everything before, why did he suddenly feel a stir of desire? At this moment, Sun Weyan's swan-like neck had a faint pink hue. Her usually cold brows looked like glazed pottery soaked in spring water, and even her gaze held an ambiguous glow. Feeling shy under his direct gaze, Sun Weyan asked again in a playful tone, "I'm asking you, what looks good?" "It looks good. Everything looks good. Besides, didn't you call me over just to look?" "Scram, I was just asking which one was suitable, you insisted on coming in yourself." "It's all the same anyway. Besides." Su Sun deliberately tugged at his collar, revealing fresh scratches on his collarbone. "Look, you scratched me here. What's wrong with me looking a couple of times?" "Shut up." Sun Weyan hurriedly covered Su Sun's mouth, her face showing displeasure. "It's not like you haven't been endless. How have you been treating me these past few days? Scratching you a few times is already considered light." Su Sun smiled, "I already told you I was going to punish you. Did you think I was just saying it? But the time has long passed." "Then I don't care. If I say it hasn't passed, then it hasn't passed." Sun Weyan was both shy and annoyed. She realized that Su Sun was sometimes infuriatingly rogue, but she was helpless and could only let him have his way. Sun Weyan tried on one innerwear after another, and Su Sun offered his opinions right in front of her. They whispered in the narrow space, occasionally erupting in laughter and giggles. Outside the fitting room, a few shop assistants were whispering, "Oh my god, that guy is so handsome, is he a celebrity? That girl is also beautiful. Her aura, her looks, are they filming a reality show? Isn't there any hidden camera?" Speaking of which, those two seem to have gone into the fitting room. "This is an underwear store, could it be?" "Don't talk nonsense, they're a couple. It's normal for the man to help the woman when she's changing." Sun Weyan flinched as if electrocuted and pulled her hand back, the tips of her ears turning crimson. She grabbed a mint green style and held it against herself. The ice silk fabric clung to her curves, making her look stunningly alluring. "Why aren't you trying it on anymore? You did it on purpose." Su Banian suddenly looked up and stepped on Su Sun's shoes. "Ever since you shamelessly came in, you've been planning to see me embarrassed, haven't you?" Su Sun chuckled, putting his arm around her waist and rubbing his nose against her dark hair, inhaling her faint, elegant fragrance. "What are you talking about? What am I planning? Can you stop overthinking? If you think about me like that, I'll be very hurt. Stop being so pretentious." Sun Weyan pushed him away, but she couldn't move him. She could only stubbornly say with her eyes, "You're still hurt now? Your thick skin is thicker than the city walls now. You should think about how I'm going to get out of here. If someone sees me, I'm not done with you." "How are you not done? Will you take the initiative next time?" "Su Sun." The angry shout was cut short, but the sound still attracted attention from outside. "There's movement in the fitting room. I heard it too. Young people these days really don't." Seeing Su Sun making another move, Sun Weyan's voice trembled, and her eyes welled up with fear. If her past suitors saw her like this, no one would believe this was the unapproachable ice goddess of the business world. Unexpectedly, the hand on Sun Weyan's back suddenly let go, but before it did, there was a clink sound. Su Sun smiled faintly at her. "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to say this one looks great, let's buy it. Hurry up and change back, we need to go out." Chapter 764. "Miss, you've been in there for so long. Did you encounter any problems? Do you need me to adjust your shoulder straps?" Just then, a shop assistant knocked on the door from outside. The moment the door opened, Sun Weyan quickly switched to a calm expression. The shop assistant was stunned to see the two of them inside, looking flustered as if they had witnessed someone's embarrassing moment. "Thank you, no need. My husband has already adjusted it for me." Sun Weyan's statement eased the atmosphere and also clarified their relationship, dispelling the shop assistant's doubts. The shop assistant's gaze lingered on the two of them before returning to a professional attitude. "You two are truly a perfect match. Then would you like to try our new couple's pajamas? These are our newly arrived styles today." Couple's pajamas. Looking at the shop assistant's smile, Sun Weyan seemed thoughtful. After Su Sun paid, he suddenly leaned close to her ear. "Wife, tonight we'll wear these couple's outfits." "You must not be." Before he could finish, his instep was fiercely stepped on by high heels. Sun Weyan grabbed him and they bolted out the door. Behind them, whispers of onlookers could be heard. "That girl earlier, why did she suddenly get angry? That handsome guy looks quite weak, could he be her sugar daddy?" Nonsense, that much consumption was all paid for by the guy. If anyone's being kept, it should be the guy. As dusk settled into the mall's floor-to-ceiling windows, Soo Muyen's hand still tightly gripped a large hand. Susan was secretly smiling at his phone screen. In the lock screen photo, her icy and beautiful face looked incredibly shy in the fitting room mirror, with his smug smirk reflected behind her. Susan had taken a photo of her embarrassing moment at some point. Little Sun, when did you take that? Delete it quickly. In the afterglow of the sunset, two figures were seen playfully quarreling. The scene at that moment was so enviable. Upon returning home, Soo Muyen carefully put away her spoils of war as if she had obtained a treasure, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Susan watched her slowly tear open the packaging, take out the clothes, and then carefully put them into the closet. It was as if these weren't just a few simple pieces of clothing, but extremely precious treasures. Susan lay on the bed, his hands propping up his head, and asked in confusion, "They're just a few pieces of underwear. Why do you seem so happy?" "Yes, I am particularly happy." Soo Muyen was humming a happy tune, which left Susan completely bewildered. After all, opportunities to see Soo Muyen express such emotions were rare. "Why? Why what?" I asked. "Why you're so happy? Don't tell me you're happy just because you bought some clothes? You, Soo Muyen, shouldn't be this easily pleased, right?" "Well, yes, and no." This answer left Susan completely confused. What did yes and no mean? Could it be that a few pieces of underwear had truly made Soo Muyen overjoyed? Although Soo Muyen wasn't materialistic, she shouldn't be this easily satisfied. She was almost as easy to fool as Soo Banian. Soo Muyen smiled charmingly. "Indeed, I'm happy because I bought some clothes, but not because I bought new clothes. It's because you bought them." Soo Muyen sat next to Susun. Only in private would she nestle against Susun's shoulder like a little bird. "I don't know if my desires are too low or what, but I felt inexplicably happy when you said you'd take me shopping. Especially when you generously paid for everything along the way. It made me feel like you were incredibly charming at that moment. It was also at that moment that I realized that, in fact, I also need to be taken care of. Even the most outwardly strong person has an unexpected softness." Susun was truly stunned by this answer. So it turned out to be about buying things, a small matter. But weren't all his money in her possession? All my assets are with you. If you want anything, just buy it. As long as you're happy." "It's different." Soo Muyen's expression suddenly turned serious. "What I lack isn't expensive things, but the of someone giving unconditionally. To put it bluntly, buying things myself and receiving them as a gift from a loved one are entirely different matters. Little Sun, speaking of which, this is the first time we've received a gift from you since we've been together." Susun was taken aback. Buying a few clothes and underwear is what counts as a gift? Besides, was I this stingy before? Didn't I ever give you gifts? Upon hearing this, Soo Muyen's expression dimmed, as if she recalled something unpleasant. She rested her head on Susun's chest and slowly closed her eyes, her voice barely audible. "It's because I didn't value it enough before. From now on, I will cherish every effort you make." Susun hadn't noticed Soo Muyen's murmurs at all. His mind was filled with her previous words. Buying it himself, receiving it from a loved one. Aren't they both spending the same person's money? What's the difference? It seems there is a difference. According to this, he seemed to have thought of a way to properly handle the emotions of the sisters. Chapter 765. Big Sister. With a bang, the door opened, and Soo Banian burst in excitedly. Soo Muyen had just stood up when she saw Soo Banian, and her face immediately darkened immensely. "You better have something important to say." Soo Banian grinned. "I just wanted to inform you that dinner is ready." "So, you burst in without knocking for this reason? Didn't I teach you to be polite before entering someone's room?" Fortunately, their intimate moment hadn't been caught, otherwise, Soo Muyen wouldn't have known how to face others. Although after interacting with Susun for so long, everyone could more or less notice some clues, being caught red-handed was another matter entirely. Moreover, if Soo Banian knew, it would be equivalent to everyone else knowing, and who knew how this big mouth would spread rumors with embellishments. However, she didn't realize that her concerns were completely unfounded. Soo Banian was well aware of her little matters. Although Soo Banian was usually careless and a bit silly, her mouth was surprisingly tight in some aspects. For instance, she had figured out the secrets of each of her sisters. "Everyone, I didn't deliberately not knock. Why are you so angry? What do you think? What if I was changing clothes? Would it be appropriate for you to burst in like that? We're all women, what's inappropriate about it? Besides, if it's okay for that stinking Susun to be here, why isn't it okay for me? Or does only he get to be here?" Her tone was weak, but surprisingly effective. Sun Weian was momentarily choked, unsure how to refute. Admitting it would mean acknowledging her relationship with Su Sun, while denying it would leave her speechless against the fifth sister. Even Su Sun marveled at how sharp Su Banian's mind had become, managing to stump even her eldest sister. Big sister, I was just saying, if you don't want to answer, then don't. I'm just a little curious, where did you and Su Sun go this afternoon? I didn't see you. One wave of trouble after another. Sun Weian couldn't possibly say they went on a date, so she could only reply, we went to the mall to buy some clothes. Do I need to report this to you? It's nothing, I was just asking. By the way, dinner is ready, let's go quickly. Tonight's dinner was personally prepared by Su Wanqing, allowing the laden Sun Weian to rest for a while. After a cold glance, she walked past Su Banian towards the dining room. As soon as Big Sister disappeared from view, Su Banian immediately clung to Su Sun, sniffing his body frantically. Su Sun was bewildered. Are you a dog, sniffing around like this? Humph, don't think I don't know, you went out shopping with Big Sister, and it was to buy her underwear. How do you know, your sister? I was eavesdropping by the door. Su Sun's face changed drastically. He almost jumped up. You're eavesdropping again. Su Banian, can you not change this creepy habit? Do you even have any manners as a girl? Su Banian pouted indignantly. I didn't do it on purpose. I was just bored and wanted to play games with you. Who knew I'd hear the commotion inside? Don't think I don't know the purpose of your shopping trip. It's because you tore Big Sister's something, and you went out to compensate her. How shameless. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. You must have misheard. Still pretending? I saw the damaged items and those clothes in your bathroom hamper. This time, Su Sun was truly speechless. So, not only was she eavesdropping, but she also sneaked into his room to look at the evidence. This is truly the height of shamelessness. Su Banian. Oh no, I need to get out quickly before they get suspicious. When the situation turned unfavorable, it was time to escape. Su Banian had become smarter now and didn't give Su Sun a chance to lash out. Although he couldn't rectify the situation, Su Sun learned from this experience. That is, he had to lock the door whenever he went out in the future. This time it was just looking through clothes, but next time it would be stealing clothes. Then it would escalate to recording videos, and finally, she would use the stolen videos to blackmail him. Su Sun, you don't want the video I have to be discovered by others, do you? Thinking of this, Su Sun shuddered. This was too perverted. No, this behavior had to be stopped. The next morning, following Sun Weian's suggestion, after breakfast, Su Sun began his plan, and the first target was Su Banian. First, he took her out to buy several cups of bubble tea and then took her to a $2 store to buy over 10 plush toys for a few dollars each. With a simple operation, Su Banian was dizzy with joy. With his promise, as long as Su Banian guaranteed not to eavesdrop again, such good things would happen frequently. Helplessly, Su Banian could only grit her teeth and hold up 4 fingers, swearing an oath. A mere few hundred yuan in exchange for a period of honesty was worth it. Of course, this strategy wasn't just for one person. After returning, without even eating lunch, Su Sun took Su Qingxia out again. Chapter 766. Su Qingxia was a former big star and had seen all sorts of grand occasions. Su Banian's method naturally wouldn't work. Moreover, ordinary methods wouldn't work either. To deal with someone with artistic talent, one naturally had to go to artistic venues. Coincidentally, a famous foreign orchestra was on tour, so Su Sun took Su Qingxia to a concert and watched the Bijart Ballet Lausanne perform with great enthusiasm. Su Qingxia was so moved that she wished she could participate herself. Seeing her desire, Su Sun went all out. Although Su Qingxia couldn't participate, he could, standing beside her. As the performance ended, the audience was still wanting more. But suddenly, another melodious tune echoed from the audience. It was a beautiful melody played by Su Sun on a harmonica, and the flute was a souvenir he had bought at the entrance. This was a song no one had ever heard before, like a breathtaking masterpiece that captivated everyone. Not only were the audience members mesmerized and stunned, but even the spotlight on the stage lit up again, revealing the surprised expressions of the orchestra members. As if summoned, the orchestra members began to play again. When various instruments combined with Su Sun's harmonica playing, a complete piece of music entered the world. The two sides complemented each other perfectly, supporting and elevating each other. The two sides harmonized, leaving countless audience members intoxicated and reminiscing. At this moment, Su Sun was like a scorching ray of sunlight, making Su Qingxia's already excited heart burn even brighter. She stared blankly at the standing figure, at his earnest performance, her eyes no longer seeing anything else, her face filled only with deep admiration. How high was little Sun's musical attainment to be able to play the harmonica to such a level? When the song ended, the concert hall was silent. Clearly, everyone was savoring the soul-stirring scene they had just witnessed, savoring the ethereal and melodious sounds that echoed in their ears. Is it inscribed with 6 names, Nianqing? Before the spotlight had even dimmed, the orchestra conductor, impatient, rushed off stage and, in his broken Chinese, inquired about Su Sun's identity. His eagerness was a clear indication of his desire to recruit him, but Su Sun didn't want to get entangled in a debate. He quickly pulled Su Qingxia away and they fled in haste. Seeing their muse about to escape, the tuxedoed conductor became anxious and, using an unusually large vocabulary of Chinese words, managed to blurt out, "May I know the name of the approaching general?" Wunai Changshan Zhao Long. However, he still didn't get the answer he wanted. All he saw was their figures disappearing from view, accompanied by this nonsensical phrase. What kind of dragon is Zhao Zilong? Is his name Wunai, or this? Zhao Zilong? The confusion remained, and it was likely that no one would ever answer, leaving it a lifelong mystery. Meanwhile, Su Sun, having escaped, had already hailed a taxi with Su Qingxia and they were heading to their next destination, the theater. The play was quite engaging, but Su Qingxia's attention was mostly focused on Su Sun's performance earlier. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she was once again completely awestruck by Su Sun. She even felt that Su Sun might suddenly reveal his extraordinary abilities during the play, as in her eyes, Su Sun was almost omnipotent. But did Su Sun reveal himself? Naturally, he did not. Music could be a form of communication, but if you suddenly let out a loud yell during a play, you'd likely be mistaken for a lunatic. After watching the play, the two went for a cup of coffee and then went shopping. The shopping was purely for browsing, they didn't buy anything. It wasn't that Su Sun was stingy, but rather that Su Qingxia had no material needs. However, going out was meant for gift-giving. While the concert was a sort of gift, a tangible gift would be more memorable. Finally, Su Sun took Su Qingxia to a craft workshop and spent 50 yuan to mold a clay figurine for her. Did you think the gift was just this clay figurine? Of course not. The real gift was the harmonica, the one he had played. Su Sun took a carving knife and inscribed their names on the golden harmonica, then tied a red string into a bow as a decoration, solemnly handing it to Su Qingxia. The commemorative harmonica, priced at 88 yuan and 80 cents, felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, so weighty that Su Qingxia almost couldn't hold it. Su Qingxia embraced Su Sun, her heart filled with emotion. This gift, she would cherish it for a lifetime. Little Sun, I really like it. I'll cherish both the clay figurine and the harmonica. I used to be so harsh, yet you're still so good to me. I truly don't know how to repay you. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I'll agree. You'll agree to anything? Then I want you. I agree. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Realizing she had spoken a bit carelessly, Su Qingxia's face flushed red. Su Sun hadn't expected Su Qingxia to agree so quickly. He had intended it as a joke, but now he felt he was being inappropriate. Don't misunderstand, I meant that you should pay more attention to me in the future. If my elder sister or second sister gets angry with me, or if I'm ostracized by the whole family, at least you can mediate. At least you'll be by my side, and I won't be isolated, right? Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll unconditionally stand by your side. Although she felt this situation was unlikely, Su Qingxia was prepared to stand up to everyone. Su Sun's objective today was to win over Su Qingxia by taking this opportunity, making plans for the future. Seeing her so resolute, he could only hope that if things were exposed in the future, Su Qingxia could pacify the situation, or at least mediate the conflict. It wouldn't be a waste of his 50 yuan for the handmade clay figure and the 68 yuan and 80 cents for the personally signed imported Mozart commemorative harmonica. Fourth sister, I hope you can shield me for a while before the storm arrives. The little house. Where did you two go all afternoon? When they returned home, the first thing they encountered was Su Muyan's questioning upon entering the door. Su Qingxia excitedly recounted her afternoon's experiences and then happily presented the gift Su Sun had given her. Elder sister, look, this is what little Sun made for me. Do I look like it? And this harmonica, this is the one little Sun played at the concert. It even has both our names engraved on it. Seeing her carefree demeanor, Su Sun was utterly defeated. He couldn't stop rolling his eyes, feeling so suffocated that he almost spat out blood. Fourth sister, be more mindful. Chapter 767. Alright, fourth, go eat first. I have something to say to little Sun. Oh, okay. Before eating, Su Qingxia went back to her room to put away the gifts she had received, a smile never leaving her lips. Coincidentally, Su Banian walked towards the living room and saw this excited scene, her eyes occasionally fixing on the items in Su Qingxia's hands. What could be so precious? It seemed she needed to take a look. For a moment, Su Banian stood thoughtfully, then turned back the way she came. In the living room. Don't tell me you skipped lunch and ran off for a date with fourth sister. Su Muian's gaze was sharp, filled with scrutiny. However, this was no challenge for Su Sun, who immediately denied it. What are you talking about? We just went out for a stroll, how can that be called a date? Are you jealous of Su Qingxia too? Besides, it was she who insisted on dragging me to the concert. I happened to be free, so I went. Isn't that normal? Then what about the harmonica and the clay figurine? Su Sun looked helpless. Those things are just souvenirs from the concert. I happened to play it when I bought it. Su Qingxia said she didn't want it at the time, but she regretted it when we were leaving. Since she wanted it, could I not give it to her? It's just a small matter. The clay figurine is even less of a thing. We went to the craft workshop when we were tired from shopping and coincidentally made a few clay figurines. We molded them for each other, but Su Qingxia's craftsmanship was too poor, so I disliked it and threw it away. But am I an ordinary person? The one I molded was so lifelike, so she naturally couldn't bear to throw it away and brought it back, right? Su Sun casually put his arm around Su Muian's waist. Look at you, you're even wary of Su Qingxia. Why don't you trust me? You should trust her more. She's very pure. Don't overthink it. I'm not overthinking it, I'm just asking casually. Su Muian slowly pulled his arm away. And be more careful in the living room in the future. I don't want them to see. Alright, let's eat. With his silver tongue, Su Sun successfully shifted all the blame onto Su Qingxia. After all, Su Qingxia would take the blame if something happened. Even if it was obvious she was being made a scapegoat, she probably wouldn't refuse. Dinner passed uneventfully, and the entire evening could be described as peaceful. The only difference from usual was that Su Xinrou acted much more intimately towards Su Sun in front of everyone. And in everyone's eyes, this was all thanks to their eldest sister's credit. With nothing else to do, everyone gradually went to sleep. But as night fell, a heart-stopping incident occurred. Su Sun, under the guise of punishment, severely educated Su Muian again, causing Su Muian to fall into a deep sleep, unable to bear the disturbance. At 1 in the morning, a dark figure opened the door and quietly crept in. Su Sun almost jumped out of his skin. Wasn't the door locked? Could it be Su Banian sneaking in to eavesdrop again? Eavesdropping was one thing, but was she now bold enough to provoke him directly? The soft, delicate body snuggled into his embrace. This scent, this physique. Wrong. This wasn't Su Banian. Su Xinrou. What are you doing? The one he feared most had arrived. Su Banian could be suppressed by force, but Su Xinrou was truly someone who enjoyed causing trouble and never tired of it. Little Sun, do you do this every day? I suddenly envy elder sister, for getting the initiative every night. Her fingertips drew circles on his chest, making Su Sun itch and feel inexplicably uneasy. He grabbed Su Xinrou's wrist and said with a hint of seriousness, "Stop playing. If she wakes up, we'll both be finished." Hearing this, Su Xinrou giggled charmingly. "If we're finished, we're finished. Anyway, I'm still by your side. We can just run away together." Su Xinrou. Su Sun's tone deepened. "Have you forgotten what you promised me? You won't disrupt the stability of this family. Do you want to make things difficult for me now?" "I was just saying, you're taking it seriously." Burying her head in his neck, drawing in his rich scent, Su Xinrou's breathing gradually became heavy, and her hands started to become restless. Su Sun dared not make any big movements. If the person behind him woke up, it would be all over. He could only hold the figure in front of him tightly to restrain her excesses. But who knew, it only made her sink deeper into it. "Little Sun, want me?" Su Sun's head buzzed, and he felt an inexplicable urge to throw Su Xinrou out. He was speechless. "Didn't you say you were serious? Are you currently suffering from madness? Are you afraid she won't find out?" "I don't care, anyway, if others have it, I want it too." Saying this, Su Xinrou truly undressed, her nightgown sliding down. Su Sun was dumbfounded. "I'm fucking." This was clearly going to kill him. What if Su Muian woke up? Wouldn't he explode completely? "Stop messing around, stop messing around." "Not now. I still have her perfume on me." "It's okay, I don't mind." Su Sun's eyes widened. "Don't you have mysophobia? At least let me take a shower. Can't we go to your room?" "Mysophobia is second sister. I'm just clean." "What's the difference?" "There's a difference. I don't have so many rules. Anything that's yours is fine." With that, Su Xinrou directly attacked. Su Sun was furious. "Stop messing around." Unexpectedly, with this low growl, Su Xinrou actually stopped her actions and said in a low voice, "Okay, then turn on the desk lamp." "What desk lamp for? Come in the dark and leave in the dark." "No, I mean, turn on the desk lamp and let me see what elder sister looks like now." She must be very alluring when she's undressed, right? I want to see if she's developed again, otherwise, why would you be so infatuated with her and have no feelings for me? I'm going to. A curse almost slipped out, but he managed to hold it back. A wicked woman is indeed a wicked woman. Her thoughts are truly unfathomable. Susan was truly convinced. Fine, I'll spend the night with you tonight. You go back first. You have no right to refuse, otherwise, you'll wake her up. Everyone has their own secrets. Knowing Susun's bottom line, Su Xinro wouldn't deliberately overstep. In short, as long as the goal was achieved, it was fine. After driving Su Xinro away, Susun went to the bathroom to wash up. He still had Su Muyan's perfume on him. Although someone said she didn't mind, she might truly go crazy if she smelled it. He had originally planned to take Su Wonking out tomorrow, but now it seemed he should focus on placating Su Xinro first. Click! The door opened, and dim light entered, with a hint of ambiguity. Susun looked down and saw Su Xinro, wearing a loose nightgown, kneeling on the ground, on the verge of tears. Looking pitiful. Your little son, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to force you just now. Don't leave me. You can punish me however you want, please don't leave me. Looking at the figure prostrating before him, Susun felt a surge of blood. This wicked woman, she's still so good at stirring up emotions. Chapter 768. Su, you get back here. At Chiyun Building, early in the morning, Su Kaiming stood by the window, looking down at the city, feeling immense pride. This was the empire he had built with his own hands. However, his pleasant morning mood was disturbed by a few unwelcome guests. He turned around and saw several unfamiliar figures. Who are you people? How dare you trespass into Chiyun Building? The three visitors were two men and one woman. The middle-aged man with glasses leading them immediately yelled, "You thief! How dare you accuse others of trespassing? This entire building belongs to my Qi family." "You're from the Qi family." Su Kaiming frowned. He had repeatedly instructed Qi Delong to manage his family properly, but they still showed up to cause trouble, proving to be utterly incompetent. "Since you know we are from the Qi family, then hand over everything that doesn't belong to you. My old man is senile, but we younger ones are not dead yet. When did the Qi family's long-standing foundation become managed by an outsider?" "Su Kaiming, I investigated you. I thought you truly had some unfathomable background that made the old man hand over the family assets. But I never expected that you're at most a nouveau riche from a small city. The leading enterprise of a backward city in Jiang province. What kind of person are you? How dare you take my Qi family's things? Be sensible and hand over everything that doesn't belong to you, or don't force us to be impolite." "Impolite? How impolite?" Su Kaiming sighed inwardly at their stupidity. Coming from such a large family, didn't they know that meat that's in your mouth isn't sent out? Besides, why were they confronting him in such a direct yet foolish manner? Wasn't it because they had exhausted all other options? If that was the case, what did he have to fear? "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the eldest son of the Qi family, right?" "You're wrong. I'm the second son. My elder brother is not someone a petty person like you can easily meet." Su Kaiming sneered. "Fine, the second son is the second son, but it makes no difference. You don't need to put on airs in front of me. You have no way to deal with me, otherwise, you wouldn't be using such a foolish method to threaten me. For the sake of old Master Qi, I won't hold you accountable. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless. Come here, take these idle people away." In fact, the Qi family's intrusion into the building had already attracted the attention of security guards and others. Because they were from the Qi family, the guards dared not stop them. And because they were from the Qi family, the guards didn't dare to act. The people at the entrance were all employees who didn't understand the hidden dynamics of power transitions. They were afraid of offending the wrong person if they made a mistake. Seeing that the security guards and secretaries remained indifferent, Su Kaiming became furious. "What are you standing there for? This building may be named Qi, but its future owner will be named Su. Don't you know who you should listen to?" With this reprimand, the people at the entrance felt a bit relieved. They quickly made their choice to obey the new boss. Soon, the three members of the Qi family were dragged away by the security guards. "Let me go. I am Qi Lia He. I am your master. How dare you disrespect your master?" "Su, this matter is not over. I will make you pay the price." The harsh words gradually faded from his ears until no sound could be heard. In the past, Su Kaiming would not have been afraid of such threats, but now, they were just clowns. He walked to the bed, his gaze deep, and slowly took out his phone to make a call. "Old Master Qi, your second son came to me early this morning and cursed me profusely. This is not a good sign." "I don't care, but my son happened to be there today and ran into him. If I hadn't stopped your second son, he might already be dead." He asked me to tell you that this is the only time. Otherwise, it won't just be your son who suffers, but you too. Chi family. After the phone call ended, Chi DeLong's face turned pale, his heart almost leaping out of his chest from fear. Damn brat, isn't he intentionally trying to harm his old man? He had repeatedly warned everyone not to cause trouble for the Su family, but someone still didn't listen to his advice. After barely surviving, he was now once again teetering on the brink of death. What's more, Suwon had appeared, and he still harbored a lingering fear of that madman's ruthlessness. Prodigal! You prodigal! Chi DeLong was furious. It seems my words as the head of the Chi family are no longer effective. Someone, call Chi Liaohei back here. I want to convene a family meeting. While some were experiencing one crisis after another, others continued to live a simple and fulfilling life. 2 hours ago, at 6 a.m, Su Sun's biological clock alerted him that it was time to return to his room to avoid causing trouble. Su Muyan had a very good quality of sleep. As long as no one disturbed her, she could sleep until dawn, but the downside was that she woke up early, usually at 6 o'clock sharp. Seeing that it was already a few minutes past 6, he might still make it back in time. But just as Su Sun was getting out of bed and picking up his clothes, two delicate hands reached out from behind him. Su Xinro, didn't you fall asleep? Su Sun's expression changed. They had talked for a long time last night, and in the end, Su Xinro had fallen asleep early from exhaustion. This was less than 3 hours in total, and she was already awake? She had been fast asleep just now. Su Xinro nestled her face against Su Sun's back, tightening her arms and saying in a voice full of dependence, "Little Sun, let's continue. It's still early, stay with me for a little longer." It was early, but the person in question was about to wake up. "Stop messing around, get some good rest. I'll take you out in the morning. If you don't rest well, how can we go?" Su Xinro was taken aback. "Really? We're going out together in the morning?" "Of course, it's true. I never say things I don't mean. Have I ever lied to you about what I've said? Rest well and recharge. I won't disturb you anymore. I'm going back." Just as he thought everything was settled, Su Sun prepared to get out of bed. But as he moved, the arms around his waist didn't loosen at all. Let go, I'm going back." Su Xinro dismissed it, moved his arms over his shoulders, buried her head in his neck, and breathed softly. "I know you're afraid she'll find out. It's okay. With her impression of me, even if she sees you spending the night in my room, she won't think much of it. At most, I'll explain it. Now, you just stay with me. Little Sun, I want it again." His earlobe was bitten by her teeth, and Su Sun felt a current surge through his body. He looked back and saw her alluring eyes locked onto him, like a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey. "It's bad. She's addicted again. Little Sun, don't dawdle, hurry." Helplessly, Su Sun was forced to stay. Su Xinro was having an episode again. If he didn't watch her, something would happen sooner or later. Time flowed by. Just as the two were immersed in their own world, the door was suddenly knocked. "Third sister, is Little Sun in your room?" Chapter 769. To be honest, Su Sun was panicking at this moment. His first instinct was to escape, but he didn't dare to. If certain things were exposed and discovered by Su Xinro, it would certainly lead to more unrest in the future, and even allow Su Xinro to take advantage of the situation and become more presumptuous. With his normal demeanor, Su Xinro might be more hesitant to act. Otherwise, she might not refrain from hatching any devious plans. Unless he completely broke ties with Su Xinro, but was that possible? Su Sun glanced at his phone. It was already 7:30. An hour and a half had passed. It was only natural for someone to come looking. Su Sun quickly grabbed his clothes, put them on while searching for a hiding place. But just as he wanted to hide, someone clearly didn't want him to have it so easy. "Third sister, are you in the room?" The knocking at the door continued. Su Xinro finally responded, but she uttered a shocking sentence. "Elder sister, Little Sun said he's not in my room." My God! Su Sun was greatly shocked, his pupils trembling. What was that supposed to mean? When did he say he wasn't in this room? He never said that. Damn Su Xinro, trying to harm me. As expected, Su Muyan's tone at the door changed. "What did you say? Say it again." "Little Sun said he's not in this room, elder sister." "You don't need to come in and look. Su Xinro, open the door for me. Now, immediately." Su Xinro was still fanning the flames, while the door was being knocked frantically. At this moment, Su Muyan's delicate face was filled with a dark expression. The person in question had disappeared since waking up this morning. Combined with the current situation, she immediately had a bad premonition. "Su Xinro, open the door for me. Big, elder sister. I can't open it. Please leave. Su Xinro." Susun inside was completely enraged, his voice suppressed to a terrifying degree. He covered his mouth with his hand, as if to silence her with a forbidden spell. He was truly exasperated. No wonder this woman had been so obedient recently. It turned out she had been brewing something big. With this, my life is over. Third sister, open the door. Why were you being so hesitant just now? Speak to me. Don't pretend to be dead here. If you don't open the door, don't blame me for kicking it down. We of you will. Third sister. Su Zinro, stop it. At this moment, Susun's heart was pounding, afraid of Su Zinro making any noise. Fortunately, his composure was strong enough that he didn't reach the point of being terrified, but he was extremely annoyed at being outmaneuvered like this. If Sun Wen really broke in later, he would have no way to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. No, it depends on the situation, he still needs to escape. Just as he was lost in thought, Su Zinro, with her bare shoulder exposed, winked at him charmingly. Her soft fingertips gently removed the hand from his mouth, and she said casually, "Anyway, she'll come in sooner or later. You have nowhere to hide. At worst, we can do the opposite." What opposite? Can you stop causing trouble? Su Zinro's expression softened. I'm causing trouble? If I were really causing trouble, I would have laid it all out. But for you, I chose to endure silently. Isn't that good enough? You call this not causing trouble? She's about to come in. Have you considered how she'll react when she sees us like this? I have, and that's why I'm doing this. Crazy, truly crazy. Su Zinro's thought process was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Susun could only hope that she really had a way to escape. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. Wait, that's not right. Speaking of which, why is there no more movement at the door? Just as he was wondering, suddenly, there was the sound of unlocking the door. Then, to Susun's widening eyes, he saw the doorknob turn. At this moment, he had already thought about where to bury himself. It's bad, it's all over now. With a bang, the door was pushed open heavily. As it opened, a tragic cry also rang out. Elder sister, save me. Susun is trying to rape me. Good, good, good. Susun's eyelids rolled up. He was truly amused by anger. He had just said he had a way to solve the problem, and it turned out the solution was to ruin himself and frame him. He was done for, completely done for. Su Zinro sobbed incessantly in the covers, only revealing a tear-streaked face that seemed to convey her grievances. Her messy hair, her pitiful posture, and her trembling appearance would evoke pity in anyone who saw them. And Susun, with his bare upper body, was kneeling on the bed, bending over and reaching out as if about to commit indecent acts. In fact, he was truly innocent. He just wanted to tell someone to stop yelling. At this moment, Sun Wen stood frozen, her face revealing an unprecedented gloom. Her cold eyes were fixed on the two of them. Haha, if I told you that your third brother was talking nonsense, would you believe me? It could be said that they were caught red-handed. Knowing that explanations were futile, Susun still wanted to defend himself. Whether Sun Wen believed him or not was unknown. Her first reaction was to turn and gently close the wide-open door, as if not wanting others to see this sordid scene. The inside of the room became secluded again, and at the same time, a heavy sense of oppression followed. Well, seeing this scene, Susun already understood the outcome and gave up. Forget it. Since you don't believe me, think whatever you want. Anyway, I'm just here to fix the air conditioner. This reason is absurd, but it's true. As for anything else, you can do whatever you want with me, kill me, or torture me. Sun Wen did not respond to this resolution, nor did she even glance at Susun again. This demeanor made Susun recall the indifferent and ruthless Sun Wen of the past. Go on, keep going on. Susun, how could you have trusted Su Zinro? Now it's good, right? You've messed up big time. Sun Wen slowly walked to the bedside and sat down. She reached out and pulled the still-crying Su Zinro into her arms. At the same time, she gently lifted a corner of the blanket. Upon seeing the naked body inside, her cold face instantly turned furious. Did he do this? Su Zinro nodded aggrievedly. Yes, elder sister, it was him. I didn't expect him to go this far. Elder sister, you must drive this scoundrel away. Yes, don't worry, if it's true, I will definitely help you get justice. Su Zinro wiped away her tears and nodded, choked with sobs. Then, elder sister, please drive him away now. I don't want to see this scum. That won't do. Su Zinro's expression froze. What do you mean? I said, if it's true, I'll help you get justice. But the problem is it really true? Sun Wen's gaze turned cold, and the arm around Su Zinro gradually loosened as she slowly stood up. As she looked down, her eyes no longer held any concern for her sister being harmed. Although her eyes were calm, everyone could sense a deathly indifference. Third sister, you've really gone too far this time. You shouldn't have used these methods. Chapter 770. Big. Elder sister, what are you talking about? Su Xinro still wanted to act weak, her face full of helplessness and sadness, but Su Muyan had already seen through everything and was indifferent to her pretense. You know what I'm talking about. Third sister, you can go. With these words, Su Sun and Su Xinro were both stunned. They had expected Su Muyan to get angry, be disappointed, or even break down in tears from sadness. But they had never imagined a situation like this, calmly asking someone to leave. Even Su Xinro herself hadn't expected her eldest sister's initial reaction to be this way. She had to retract some of her wronged expression and force a smile. Eldest sister, what are you saying? Where would I go if I leave? Do you mean I should go out and cool off for a few days? If that's the case, it's really unnecessary. It's the same at home. This was already quite tactful, but Su Muyan clearly had no intention of letting her off the hook. Instead, she said directly, you should leave. Leave this home and find a place to live yourself. You're not suited for communal living. Don't worry, we'll still help you out, and we won't abandon you if you need anything. Su Xinro was taken aback. Eldest sister. That's enough. There are some things I don't want to say, but it's precisely because I haven't said them that I've indulged you to this extent. I thought you could truly turn over a new leaf, but I didn't expect that you were faking it for everyone from beginning to end. You can hate Xiao Sun, and I would have turned a blind eye to your past actions. But you've actually demeaned yourself with your own purity. You're truly incorrigible, and you've disappointed me immensely. You should leave. Words are always the sharpest, most hurtful swords. An unintentional remark can often bring about unexpected damage, let alone the bluntness of the present. Even though she had foreseen this, Su Xinro couldn't help but feel distressed upon hearing these words. Her heart felt a stinging pain, as if it were being pricked by needles. It wasn't about Su Sun, she just felt that as sisters, being so easily abandoned by her was too casual. Even if she pretended not to care about her eldest sister's attitude, she could no longer deceive herself at this point. Su Xinro slowly raised her head and asked in a dazed tone, you believe him that much? You concluded I was framing him without any verification. Yes, I believe him. Although he was bare-chested, and although he looked like he was about to do something improper just now, I just believe him. It's because this accident is too coincidental. At least, the Xiao Sun I know wouldn't do such a thing, let alone let you succeed if anything were to happen. But you were naked. If you two didn't already have something going on, it wouldn't have come to this point. Third sister, think carefully about what I just said. I'll give you half a day to pack your things. With that said, Su Muyan's attitude was clear, she was kicking Su Xinro out of the house. Only this way would it be good for Su Sun, good for everyone, and good for herself. Seeing the stifling atmosphere and the stalemate, Su Sun, who had been pretending to be dead, finally couldn't sit still. Being unconditionally trusted was indeed touching, but Su Xinro being kicked out was not the outcome he wanted. Moreover, she had fallen into such a state for his sake. Haha, everyone, please relax. With an awkward laugh, Su Sun spoke up to explain, both of you, calm down first. Things haven't reached this point. Especially you, Su Muyan, you've misunderstood this time. It's not as serious as you think. Calm down, calm down. Su Muyan's expression turned cold. She treated you like that, and you're still speaking up for her. Yes. I'm naturally very angry about being framed, but things are not as you think. Su Sun, still bare-chested, helped Su Muyan to a chair nearby and said slowly, actually, as soon as I entered the room, I noticed her little scheme and knew she wanted to frame me. She even provoked me, saying that she was undressed and if she shouted, would I be ruined? Originally, this was just a joke, and it would have passed with a laugh. But I didn't expect you to actually come. Su Xinro wanted to see how I would react and actually acted it out. In reality, she was just joking, it's really not that serious. I believe your third sister will explain truthfully. Who would have thought you would directly pass sentence on her? So, you should withdraw your order. Don't let me affect your sisterly relationship, or she'll hate me even more. Su Muyan furrowed her brows. Are you unwilling to trouble me, or do you have some other intentions? Her attitude just now clearly showed she was serious. As the person involved, wouldn't I know if it's true or false? Besides, does a good person frame someone else and then announce it beforehand? It's really not me defending her, it's just an excessively over-the-top farce, nothing major. With the conversation reaching this point, Su Muyan couldn't help but doubt if she had overreacted. But everything that had happened didn't seem fake. Her third sister was clearly serious. However, she couldn't simply dismiss Su Sun's words. If it was truly a misunderstanding, it would leave a scar in everyone's hearts. It just felt strange. For a moment, Su Muyan looked at Su Sun with a meaningful gaze. Su Sun grinned. What? Is there something on my face? Nothing, just, are you sure you're not going to pursue this matter? I won't pursue it. It was never a big deal. Alright, I understand. Su Muyan sat back on the bed, her gaze fixed on Su Xinruo's stunned face. Third sister, is what Xiaosun said true? Were you really just joking? Does it matter? I'm being kicked out anyway. I'm asking you, answer me. Don't bring up other things. Yes. Alright, I know. Su Muyan knew her third sister's personality well. If she truly disliked someone, she wouldn't deign to refute anything related to that person. Even if her admission wasn't guaranteed to be true, it at least meant there was a joking element involved. Some things don't need to be said. A lack of response is often also a response. Su Xinruo's issue ended there. Su Sun's problem was now the key. Su Muyan reached out and grabbed Su Sun's ear. Unfortunately, Su Sun instinctively dodged and missed. Want to try again? With a cold glance, Su Muyan pinched his waist, finally pulling him out of the room. As the door closed heavily, peace was restored inside. Su Xinruo quietly got up, slowly put on her clothes, her face devoid of any emotion. Living room. Ouch, ouch, let go, you're going to peel my skin off. After bringing him to the living room, Su Muyan had intended to speak privately, but she didn't expect the other sisters to be sitting on the sofa. Her tugging and pulling with Su Sun was completely observed by everyone, especially since Su Sun was still bare-chested, which made everyone particularly confused. Su Wanqing immediately couldn't sit still. What was this? Was this showing off after eating their fill? Were they not even pretending anymore? Eldest sister, why are you pinching Xiaosun? What if he gets hurt? Su Wanqing immediately got up, disregarding Su Muyan's cold face, and forcefully squeezed her aside, affectionately rubbing Su Sun's broad waist. With someone taking the lead, Su Qingxia followed suit. She also ran to Su Sun's side and said to Su Muyan with a serious expression, Eldest sister, don't you know that once guys develop muscles, their skin becomes very thin? Xiaosun's waist isn't like ordinary people with fat and flesh, it's just a thin layer. Your long fingernails could easily draw blood. Su Muyan didn't want to bother with her second sister's intentions right now, but her fourth sister was sometimes truly foolish, even more foolish than her fifth sister. Su Muyan almost laughed out of anger, but she couldn't be bothered to argue with the two of them. Instead, she looked past their gazes and locked her eyes directly on Su Sun. Speak, why were you in third sister's room without your shirt on? And where were you this morning when you disappeared? Chapter 771. What? Bare-chested, and even went into third sister's room. At once, the others showed expressions of shock and confusion. Some looked like they were enjoying the gossip. Su Wanqing found it hard to accept. The palm on his waist gradually tightened, and her eyes were fixed on Su Sun's profile. Hey, don't think wildly. I'm just bare-chested. Silently prying away the hand on his waist, Su Sun helplessly spread his hands to everyone. Can't you all have purer thoughts? Can't you think of the good? Su Muyan snorted coldly. Fine, then explain to me why you were in third sister's room without your shirt on, and why were you in her bed? Originally, Su Muyan wanted to resolve some issues privately, but since everyone had witnessed it, she might as well conduct a public trial. This would also eliminate some of Su Sun's attempts to quibble. Su Sun's expression immediately darkened, as if he didn't want to answer the question. It's all in the past, why dig into it? You can't get past it without explaining, and it's best to answer truthfully. Do you really want me to say it? Yes. Then I'll say it, but don't get angry. Su Bainian watched the gossip with great relish, her face filled with schadenfreude. Someone had been arrogant for so long and was finally facing retribution, which was truly satisfying. But suddenly, Su Sun's gaze turned towards her, his expression showing a hint of difficulty. Su Bainian was immediately dumbfounded, feeling a sense of dread in her heart. Why are you looking at me? This is bad. Why do I have a bad feeling? They say women's intuition is very accurate, and indeed, what she feared has come to pass. Su Sun looked deeply at Su Bainian and adopted a let my comrades die, but I won't attitude, saying slowly, fine, then I'll tell the truth. Actually, I'm bare-chested because of Su Bainian. She insisted on touching my abs and forcibly took off my clothes. What the hell? Su Bainian instantly froze, her mouth agape and her face filled with horror. The lollipop in her mouth fell to the ground. She immediately looked at Su Muyan and explained, Eldest sister, I didn't. Don't listen to his nonsense. Damn bastard, he dares to shift the blame onto me. If I had actually taken advantage and been bought off, it would have been one thing, but I didn't do anything, so why should I take the blame? This is so unfair. Eldest sister, you don't actually believe his lies, do you? I was with second sister all morning. I haven't even seen him. Su Wonking frowned upon hearing this. Didn't you just sit next to me for 10 minutes? When were you with me the whole time? Second sister, you're selling me out. Who's selling you out? Isn't what I'm saying the truth? Su Bainian was flustered. Second sister was undermining her. If she had told the truth about waking up not long ago, would anyone believe her? Damn it, explaining is just concealing. I should have told the truth from the beginning. Just as Su Bainian was filled with infinite dread, fearing the sword of Su Muyan hanging over her, a chuckle broke the stifling atmosphere. Su Sun immediately became cheerful. Alright, I'm not joking anymore. This has nothing to do with Su Bainian. Su Muyan's expression was blank. Do you think I don't know? Answer my question from before. Seeing that the matter couldn't be glossed over, Su Sun could only resort to his glib tongue. Ah, it's exactly as you see it. I disappeared this morning, right? Actually, I went for a run. You all know that I exercise occasionally. I came back covered in sweat, so I took off my clothes to cool down. I was thinking of taking a shower when Su Xinro suddenly called me and said her air conditioner was broken, asking me to take a look. The rest is history. As for why I got into bed, it's because she was shouting loudly, trying to attract you. I just wanted to shut her up. It's that simple, don't overcomplicate it. As soon as he finished speaking, several pairs of eyes were cast upon him. From his brief words, everyone analyzed what had just happened. Su Xinro had become restless again. Su Sun felt the gazes on him, especially Su Muyan's. He could feel Su Muyan observing his belt. That's right, his belt. Fortunately, he had put on his pants quickly, and he was wearing pants that required a belt, which was a bit troublesome. Although troublesome, it indirectly cleared some suspicion. It's just that he couldn't find his short-sleeved shirt, no matter how long he looked. Are all the questions answered? If you have anything else to ask quickly. The offer expires soon. Su Muyan was never one to be aggressive. Now that the matter was clarified, it could be considered concluded. After giving Su Sun another cold glance, she stopped speaking and turned to the kitchen to clear the dishes and prepare breakfast. You damn bastard, you framed me. I'll beat you to death. As soon as she left, Su Bainian's temper flared up. She jumped on the sofa and pounced on Su Sun. What are you causing trouble for now? However, Su Muyan's sudden turn interrupted her performance. Her foot slipped, and she landed on the floor, awkwardly forcing a smile. The small farce finally ended, and Su Bainian temporarily abandoned her thoughts of revenge. Su Sun silently picked up the small hands that were constantly trying to oil his stomach and stared speechlessly at the ill-intentioned Su Qingxia. Why are you acting as perverted as Su Bainian? Have you taken enough advantage? Su Qingxia avoided his gaze and said matter-of-factly, I'm checking if you're injured. I'm not like that dead girl who's always thinking about such things. Humph, I hope so. As he spoke, Su Sun noticed Su Wonking's expression was also strange. The moment she turned to leave, he grabbed her. Where are you going? Nowhere special, just going back to my room to change. You're usually in pajamas at home, so why are you changing? Are you going to find Su Xinro? Su Wonking looked up and met Su Sun's gaze. Even though she didn't say anything, Su Sun knew he had guessed correctly. Alright, it's fine now, why are you still going? Don't you think the situation is complicated enough? Su Wonking's eyes were mixed with anger. Don't think you can hide it from me by avoiding it. I can tell what you and eldest sister were arguing about just now. Third sister framed you, didn't she? And the cost this time was not small, otherwise, eldest sister wouldn't be so angry. I've warned her many times. Since eldest sister can't control her, I will. You're not controlling anything. Come back here. Are you kidding me? Now that the situation was finally over, how could Su Sun let Su Wonking cause more trouble? Su Muyan, as the eldest sister, would consider the bigger picture, but once Su Wonking started causing trouble, she would be completely reckless. Pushing her towards the sofa, Su Sun immediately instructed the two by his side, you two hold her back. If you don't want to see her and Su Xinro fight, hold her. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop them either. Oh, okay. Although they were foolish, they caught some clues, which was that third sister seemed to be scheming again. Despite their anger, they didn't want their second sister and third sister to really fight, so they each held one of her arms, afraid she would run away. You two let go. I'm angry. Su Bainian muttered, it's useless to be angry. Since eldest sister isn't pursuing it, it means the matter is over. Second sister, don't add to the trouble. She is she, and I am I. As the eldest sister, she has to consider everyone, but I don't have to. Moreover, I've been very tolerant of you, third sister. Let go. No way. Xiao Sun, tell them to let go. Su Sun ignored them and continued to instruct them, you two must be careful today. Absolutely do not let her meet Su Xinro alone. Stay by her side at all times, understand? Su Baiyan raised her hand and saluted. Yes, sir. Chapter 772. Third sister. Su Qingxia, oh, second sister. Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. Third sister, you. Su Baiyan, yeah, second sister. I can't finish this bread. Can you help me finish it? Su Wangqing cast a cold glance. You want me to finish something you've bitten? Su Sun doesn't mind, so I'm sure you won't mind your cute sister, right? Su Baiyan chuckled, even extending the bitten side towards Su Wangqing. However, she just got a cold reply, what do you think? Instantly, Su Baiyan's face darkened. She shouldn't have asked a rhetorical question and brought trouble upon herself. Third sister. Yeah, second sister. Su Qingxia deliberately dropped her chopsticks on the ground. My chopsticks fell at your feet. Can you pick them up for me? Third sister. Ah. You two, shut up. The continuous calling finally caught Su Xinro's attention. She asked in confusion, second sister, do you have something to say? Yes, I. Ah, we're done eating. Second sister, I just bought some clothes. Let me take you to try them on and pick a few. Ah, yes, yes. Su Qing, fourth sister bought us clothes. Let's go try them on. Su Qingxia really wanted to say, what does my buying clothes have to do with you? Why are you joining in? But she couldn't refute, so she could only nod in agreement. Su Baiyan secretly smiled. If there's a benefit, why not take it? She hadn't bought new clothes recently, so why would she let such a ready-made opportunity slip away? Su Wangqing didn't even have time to confront Su Xinro before she was dragged back to the room by the two sisters. Only after they left did Su Sun let out a sigh of relief. The two were a bit foolish, but they were truly there when needed. Su Muyan glanced at him and said faintly, you instructed them, didn't you? It seems they are somewhat useful. However, second sister's temperament won't change just because others dissuade her. If she doesn't say it, she'll always find an opportunity to say it. It's okay, just have those two keep an eye on her. For as long as they can. You're really going to great lengths. Su Muyan snorted and turned her gaze to Su Xinro. Although you haven't given up your wicked intentions, he's always been thinking of you. I hope this is the last time. Su Xinro wasn't foolish, she knew what those words meant. Her eldest sister was warning her. Regardless of whether today's events were a farce or not, her eldest sister had developed reservations about her. Seeing the atmosphere turn somber again, Su Sun quickly tried to liven things up. Alright, it's no big deal. Don't overthink it. Actually, Su Xinro and I get along quite well. After dinner, she's going to take me shopping. The real plan was no plan at all. Su Sun directly employed the strategy of hiding in plain sight. If he had said this before, Su Muyan would have been suspicious, but now, it was a compromise made to ease the relationship and speak up for Su Xinro. This shopping trip wasn't for the two of them to spend time alone together, but merely an excuse to prove their relationship. Seeing Su Muyan remain silent, Su Xinro's face showed some difficulty, and she said weakly, eldest sister, if you think I'm not sincere, then I'll go by myself. But I really just want to build a good relationship with Xiao Sun. I want to buy him some things, that's all. I didn't say that. If you want to go, then go, Su Muyan said, getting up to clear the dishes, her voice calm and steady. It's good to be closer. Second sister will probably stop bothering you if she sees your close relationship. However, you'd better be as you say. If you cause any more trouble, even if I turn a blind eye, your second sister will not let you off. After all, a certain someone is now a treasure to her. She would even go against me for him. As she spoke, Su Muyan's gaze remained fixed on Su Sun. Su Sun was instantly dumbfounded. Where was this intense jealousy coming from? Wasn't she warning Su Xinro? Why was he inexplicably under pressure? Alright, before you go, explain clearly to your second sister, lest she think you're scheming again and be resentful. Su Xinro smiled and nodded. I will, but I believe second sister isn't that petty. Despite her words, the reality was. In Su Qingxia's bedroom. Oh, second sister, forget it. Let's not bother with her. Calm down. That's enough, the two of you. Let me go quickly. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Su Xinro can't be protected by just the two of you today. Seeing that Su Qingxia's persuasion was useless, Su Baiyan had to resort to her eloquence. Oh, second sister. Don't make things difficult for us. We have to support both sides. How can we let you go and argue with third sister? I'm not arguing. I just want to ask her what she means. Oh, what is there to ask? Didn't they say it was a misunderstanding? The person involved doesn't mind anymore. Shaosun doesn't mind because he's always been soft-hearted, and besides, he doesn't want us to be in a difficult position when we're here. Why should only he accommodate us? He's already endured enough grievances. If he continues to endure them in silence and no one speaks up for him, that's what's truly heartbreaking. Oh, second sister. Calm down first, okay? You're making me really afraid you'll fight with third sister. I can't calm down. Su Baiyan, get off me. I won't. If you don't calm down, I won't. Fine, fine. Now you're almost riding on my head. And you, Su Kingxia. If she's being foolish, why are you blindly following her? At this moment, the dragon and phoenix duo were using all their might. One was guarding the front, and the other was guarding the rear. It had to be said that Su Wangqing's strength was truly great. Whether it was the power brought by anger or the fact that the two hadn't found the right method, they could barely suppress her together. At this moment, Su Wangqing felt extremely wronged, being forcefully held down on the bed by the two. Su Kingxia sat with her back to Su Wangqing's lap, bending over and holding her kicking legs tightly, gritting her teeth, as if afraid these beautiful legs would run away. And Su Baiyan almost rode on second sister's head. She sat on Su Wangqing's proud chest, clamping Su Wangqing's wrists high above her head with both hands. One step further, and she would be sitting on her face. Su Baiyan, your butt, get off me quickly. No way, I'm afraid you'll hit me if I get off. If you really sit on my face, do you think I won't hit you? Then I definitely can't get off. Fourth sister, put more effort in. I can't hold on much longer. Su Baiyan, Su Kingxia, you two just wait for me. While they were fighting with all their might inside, Su Xinro knocked on the door of the room. After a few knocks, she received no response from Su Wangqing, only intermittent strange sounds could be heard. Fifth sister, I can't do it anymore. Second sister's legs are too strong. Let's switch positions. Setting aside whether we can switch or not, the problem is I'm done for. I really just sat on second sister's face. What? Oh no. Second sister is about to break free. The two outside the door. Oof. Strange, truly strange. Su Sun frowned, a question mark on his face. No, what are they doing in there? Chapter 773. In business matters, Jiaro would put aside her temper and call her boss. In private matters, Jiaro was the only one who dared to call him by his first name. Xiaoyi never cared about these rules and regulations, but precisely because of his indulgence, he had cultivated some of Jiaro's minor tantrums. As long as it concerned him, she would not listen even if he himself objected. Xiaoyi's expression softened. Don't overthink it. I just don't want you to be in danger. The Qin family's site is clearly a trap, designed to lure in those who covet it and catch them all in one go. You going there would be dangerous. I don't care. As long as I can help you get the final materials, it's all worth it. Besides, I'm not as useless as you think. I was trained by you. As she spoke, Jiaro's eyes turned sharp, no longer the alluring, passionate older sister. At this moment, an assassin's aura enveloped her entire body. Xiaoyi immediately stopped her. Stop, stop, stop. You don't care, but I do? If something happens to you, have you ever thought about how sad I would be? What? Jiaro was instantly stunned, disbelief flickering in her eyes. What was this? Was this an expression of affection? Speaking of which, this was the first time Xiaoyi had spoken such ambiguous words to her, making her doubt the reality of it all. Either give no hope and remain indifferent, or if a signal is given, don't blame her for overthinking. Xiaoyi didn't pay attention to her emotional changes and continued earnestly, think about it, how many people dare to risk their lives? Don't mistake the young master of that family for a good-for-nothing playboy, or you'll be the one to suffer. I've met Qin Tian a few times. He's deep-thinking but not superficial. Even with a simple contact, I can conclude that he's no ordinary person, especially his mouth, which can be described as twisting black and white. I have a feeling that he's suspicious of my identity, and the fact that he kept you to do things only strengthens this suspicion. If you go undercover by his side, he might subtly ask you if you know me and then casually say how unbearable I am. Even if he doesn't mention me, he'll pretend to be indignant and lament the unfairness of the world, all to stir up your sad memories and make you recall how many grievances you've suffered in the past. Of course, I'm not suspecting that you'll be incited by his few words and betray me, but if some things are left in the heart, they will eventually leave a trace, and I don't want an unsavory image to be left in your heart. Just for the sake of my great image, won't you go? There was no other way. Force wouldn't work on Jiaro, so he had to resort to gentleness. In Jiaro's heart, he was always great, so he could only use this to dissuade her, under the guise of maintaining a supposed impression. As expected, after his heartfelt words, Giaro's determined expression finally faded, and a hint of emotion appeared on her beautiful face. E.g., actually, no matter what, in my heart, you will always be the greatest, and it will never waver. Xiao Yi was somewhat speechless. It wasn't that he didn't trust Giaro, but that's how urban villains always acted. The most trusted subordinate went undercover, vowing never to betray, but after a few days of instigation by the villain, they treated their former boss as an enemy. This was a fundamental rule he had learned from reading so many villain novels. Chapter 779 Inch Xiao Sun, I'm really tired from walking. Shall we find a place to rest? After strolling for half the day, eating and drinking what they wanted, and buying everything they planned, Su Xinruo was still unrepentant, secretly plotting her own little schemes. But Su Sun, now embodying the Sigma male, was not about to be swayed by her charms. Then let's find another place to rest. Don't even think about anything else. Su Xinruo genuinely laughed, truly exasperated yet helpless. After all, when Su Sun put up his defenses, he was truly impenetrable. Fortunately, this time Su Sun didn't just find any random place to sit. Instead, he took Su Xinruo to a restaurant, where they could both rest and have lunch. Seeing the private booth, Su Xinruo was not entirely satisfied. When the waiter finished serving the dishes and the wooden sliding doors closed with a SLRRRP, leaving the two of them undisturbed. With a smile plastered on her face, Su Xinruo forcefully squeezed herself next to Su Sun, leaning into him with infatuation. Su Sun had a bad feeling and quickly grabbed a piece of sushi, shoving it into Su Xinruo's mouth. He warned her warily, although it's secluded here, the soundproofing isn't as good as you think. Don't get carried away. She shot him a glare. Su Xinruo said with dissatisfaction, am I the kind of person who has no sense of propriety? You are. When you get carried away, you really do. With an eye roll, Su Xinruo was speechless. How far apart are we sitting face to face? I just wanted to be a little closer to you. So that's how it is, I thought. Hey, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, his heart, which had just settled, began to race again. As if resting her head on his shoulder wasn't enough, Su Xinruo directly squeezed herself to face him, kneeling and pressing herself onto Su Sun's lap. Her hands rested on his shoulders, her gaze focused, her eyes alluring. This gesture, this gaze, it certainly didn't look like she just wanted to be closer. Seeing Su Sun's astonished expression, Su Xinruo smiled charmingly, lowered her head, and pecked his cheek. She whispered into his ear, her breath like orchids, don't worry, I just want you to feed me. Make sure it's mouth to mouth. Turning, she picked up a piece of sashimi and put it into Su Sun's mouth. To his utter astonishment, Su Xinruo slowly lowered her head, her red lips parted slightly as she leaned in. At this moment, Su Sun had only two words in his heart, enchantress. Happy times are always short. Although Su Xinruo still felt unfulfilled, she had to choose to go home. In the latter half of the day, Su Sun was completely taken the lead by Su Xinruo. Su Xinruo was truly wild, seizing every opportunity for an intimate encounter. Once, when passing a public restroom, she even dragged him inside. It was the first time he, a grown man, had entered a women's restroom in such a manner, but thankfully, no one was inside. Originally, Su Xinruo was already impatient, but the fragrance of the restroom dampened her spirits. In fact, the restrooms in high-end shopping malls were cleaned by dedicated staff, making them much cleaner than those outside, but there was still a faint odor. Su Xinruo could only leave disappointed. In the living room, the large and small bags on the coffee table were conspicuous. Su Banian rummaged through the various shopping bags for her share, but no matter how she looked, there was nothing suitable for her. It was either mature women's clothing or various men's clothes. The women's clothes were all bought by Su Sun, while the men's clothes were personally selected by Su Xinruo. It could be considered mutual contribution. But in front of everyone, these were all bought by Su Xinruo alone. Big sister, second sister, there are a few pieces here that are very suitable for you. I bought them specifically for you. As for these men's clothes, I bought them for Xiao Sun. I don't know what he likes, so I could only buy him some clothes and shoes. Su Muyan picked through them but didn't find any styles she liked. Instead, Su Qingxia quite fancied the clothes in her hand, so Su Qingxia accepted them on behalf of her elder sister. After all, Su Qingxia was a celebrity and had tried all sorts of fashion styles. She could easily carry off the mature and sexy look. But Su Banian immediately felt indignant. Why could everyone else wear so many new clothes, but there wasn't a single style suitable for her? Wasn't this nakedly targeting her? I don't get lost. Su Wanqing pushed Su Banian aside with the palm of her hand, her face full of surprise. At home, she had argued fiercely with some people because of the relationship between the two of them, but the people involved were out shopping all day? Were their relationships really that good, and was she overthinking everything? Su Wonking suddenly felt like a clown. Seeing her expression change, Su Xinro smiled and stepped forward. Second sister, this morning was just a joke. I wanted to explain to you, but you never responded when I knocked, and it was noisy inside, so I didn't disturb you. Speaking of this, Su Wonking felt indignant and turned back abruptly. With a glare, the two of them immediately felt a tremor in their hearts. The scene from that morning was still vivid in their minds. Su Qingxia was fine, but Su Banian was miserable. As soon as Su Wonking broke free, she pinned the foolish fifth sister to the bed and beat her soundly, even grabbing a belt in the end. Su Banian cried out miserably. If Su Muan hadn't come out to save the situation, she would have had a hard time today. Su Xinro smiled knowingly and continued, second sister, it really was a misunderstanding. Look, Xiao Sun and I have been shopping all day, isn't that proof of my attitude? Don't worry, I won't hate him like before. On the contrary, I'll treat him even better than you. Su Xinro saying this was actually comforting to Su Wonking, but there was a strange feeling to her words. It felt like provocation. Chapter 774. At dinner, Su Xinro once again took the initiative to show affection. Based on their behavior at the moment, one could truly say they were inseparable. It was as if the joke had ended, and everyone watched as Su Xinro gradually became more and more overly affectionate. But because of this, the strange feeling in some people's hearts grew stronger. Su Wonking asked herself, why can the third sister openly laugh and talk here? But if it were me, would the eldest sister be as oblivious as she is now? At this moment, the two were too close. Su Xinro was almost clinging to Su Sun. No, not almost. She was already clinging to him. They were already sitting on the same chair. Su Xinro playfully teased Su Sun about his physique and even started touching him, which was blatant flirting. Didn't the eldest sister see that? Su Wonking had to suspect that if she dared to touch him like that, the pampered eldest daughter Su Muyan would immediately drag her to a dark room to discuss life philosophies. The most restless one was acting with impunity, while she, the most devoted one, could only watch from the sidelines. A sense of imbalance arose within her. One could say that she didn't feel this way even when Su Banian took full advantage of Su Sun, but she did with Su Xinro. That feeling was like jealousy. Why did the third sister gain Xiao Sun's favor so easily? Su Wonking was extremely depressed that night. She, who cared the most about Su Sun, had to maintain distance at all times, while some ungrateful people could openly be intimate with him. She really wished Su Sun would be more careful, so he wouldn't be tricked again. Su Xinro, being the most calculating among the sisters, was someone even her second sister couldn't fully trust. She was afraid that the innocent Su Sun would be harmed. However, Su Muyan's constant attention, coupled with the clinginess of some others, made it impossible for her to say much to Su Sun. Su Wonking didn't know when she fell asleep, filled with various inexplicable emotions. She didn't know what time it was. Just as she had fallen asleep, she seemed to hear the sound of a door opening. But as sleep deepened, she dismissed it as a hallucination brought on by her anxiety. The door closed gently, and footsteps stealthily approached. Strangely enough, Su Wonking had the illusion that someone was staring at her. Suddenly, the bed shook, the covers were pulled back, and a large hand moved from her abdomen up to her collar. Su Wonking was greatly alarmed, her sleepiness vanishing completely. This was no illusion, someone had actually broken into her room. There was a thief in the house. You, who are you? The intruder had a strong scent, but it wasn't a familiar one, and the scent was very low quality. She was certain no one in the house had this smell, and it certainly wasn't Su Sun's. Moreover, it was impossible for Su Sun to be here at this hour. Telling you to educate me. I finally caught my chance. Tonight, I'll make sure you can't sleep. Fifth sister. Su Wonking was confused. Was that fifth sister's voice? No, this sounded more like a recording, and the figure behind her was significantly larger. Moreover, the person was right behind her, and she couldn't feel any feminine characteristics. Who are you? I have money. If you want money, I can give it to you. Just please don't hurt me. Her stomach churned. This was not only a physiological reaction to fear but also a repulsion towards a strange man. Su Wonking's eyes welled up, and she was so frightened she almost cried. She couldn't believe that she would suffer such a misfortune one day. Feeling the trembling of the delicate body in front of him, the dark figure behind her paused, turned her over, and the silent figure finally made a sound. What's wrong? You're not that timid, are you? It's me. Su Sun was bewildered. He hadn't done anything. He hadn't even dressed up as a villain to scare her, only played a recording of Su Banian's boastful words. Could it be that she was scared by Su Banian? Xiao Sun. I'm not. Suddenly, a sharp pain in her neck, Su Sun let out a muffled groan, and before he could say anything, a gentle touch reached his lips. After a brief entanglement, Su Sun held Su Wangqing's small face and asked in confusion, "What was your reaction just now? You're not afraid of ghosts, are you? Get lost. I thought a thief broke in. Why do you smell like that cheap stuff? You scared me. Could your thief get a recording of your foolish fifth sister? Besides, this is our home. Other than the few of them, only I can come into your room. You've been too neurotic lately and tend to overthink." Perhaps. Su Xinruo's show of affection had muddled her thoughts and inexplicably gave her a sense of crisis. She had spent the entire night lost in her own thoughts, indeed being overly neurotic. "You haven't answered my question yet. What's with the smell on you? It's terrible." Speaking of this, Su Sun was speechless. "It's not your fifth sister. A couple of days ago, I took her out for a day and gave her a small gift. She said it was a return gift and bought me a bottle of body wash. It must have been industrial-grade poison. The smell was terrifying. After checking online, it cost $1.66. You dare to use that? Fifth sister is really becoming more and more out of line. I think she's deliberately playing a prank on you." Hey, you really can't blame her for this. At her current financial level, being able to produce $1 is already quite something. Humph, that brat deserves it. Who told her to always irritate people? She'll never get a cent from me again. Although Su Wangqing was cold in nature, she had always been lenient with Su Banian, the youngest. This was the first time Su Sun had seen her get so angry with Su Banian, and his curiosity was instantly piqued. "Wangqing, what did she do? Why are you still not over it? Is it just because she stopped you from going to trouble Su Xinruo? If it were just that, it would be fine. She actually dared to sit with her butt." The words stopped abruptly. Su Wangqing felt too ashamed to say some things. "So," she said, "don't mention her. You just need to know that she dared to ride on me. She'll have to fend for herself from now on." Su Sun was stunned. Could this riding on me mean physically? If that were the case, then someone truly wasn't wrongly accused. "Alright, stop talking about other things. Hurry up and take a shower, the smell is terrible. Let me help you wash it off properly." Chapter 775. Shower? Is it necessary? After all, the smell on him was just from body wash. Apart from the smell, he was clean. "I don't like this smell. I'll personally get rid of it for you and restore you to that fragrant and soft Shaosun." Is it a bit disgusting to describe me with that word? Stop talking nonsense and get up quickly. Su Wangqing turned over and sat up, her shoulders half exposed. She tried to pull Su Sun off the bed with force. However, a word from Su Sun stopped her pulling. "Are you sure you want me to go wash? If I make noise or get discovered, I might not be able to come back. Are you sure you want me to go?" Then perhaps not. The thought came and went quickly. Su Wangqing lay back down, resting her head on Su Sun's arm. At this moment, she no longer cared about the smell. She clung to Su Sun's arm tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Actually, Su Sun just wanted to see how serious Su Wangqing's germophobia/obsessive cleanliness was, whether it varied from person to person, or how tolerant the so-called was towards him. Just now, he could feel that Su Wangqing genuinely disliked the smell. But now, it seemed she could tolerate it. He pushed away her arm in front of him and prepared to get up. "I was just joking. Since you don't like the smell, I'll go wash it off. It's late at night, and everyone is asleep. It's not that easy to get discovered. Don't go." But who would have thought that now that he wanted to go wash, Su Wangqing became reluctant. She grabbed him and pulled him back, pressing him down. Not daring to risk even a little bit, Su Sun naturally couldn't go back to his room to shower. If he woke that person up, he would truly not be able to return. Furthermore, he couldn't shower in the living room's bathroom. After all, Su Sun rarely showered in the living room's bathroom. If someone went to the toilet in the middle of the night and discovered this strange behavior, it would still attract attention, and even that person would find out. Thinking of that person, Su Wangqing suddenly realized she had forgotten some important points, and her expression immediately became solemn. "No, how did you dare to come over? Aren't you afraid of the eldest sister finding out?" She scoffed. Su Sun said with his nose in the air, joking. "I'm not afraid of her." Su Wangqing was speechless. If he wasn't afraid, then why didn't he come before? "She sleeps very soundly and won't wake up until dawn." Fine, as she expected, it was because that person was asleep that the person who dared to be bold was given an opportunity. Since that was the case, she didn't want to stir up trouble. Actually, the smell was still acceptable, she could just endure it. "Why aren't you talking? Do you look down on me? I came here specifically to accompany you. What's with your attitude?" Hearing this, Su Wangqing's face immediately broke into a smile. "Where do you get that? I'm very happy you came to accompany me. I wish my Xiao Sun could accompany me every day." Seeing that your attitude is good, let's go on a spontaneous trip tomorrow morning. I'll take you, the busy person, for some one-on-one time and explore the beautiful scenery of Jiangqing. Su Wanqing was startled. Having time alone together was indeed her long-held desire, and Su Sun actively bringing it up moved her deeply. However, there was a major obstacle at home, making it not as easy as she thought. But what if the eldest sister doesn't agree? No, she definitely won't agree. Then Su Sun was immediately confused. Why did Su Wanqing seem even more cowardly than Su Banian? What are you afraid of? If you don't tell her, then that's it. But what if she finds out? If she finds out, she finds out. She's just your sister, not your master. I'm not afraid, why are you? After saying this, it was as if something exploded in Su Wanqing's mind, a word that enlightened her. She was in a daze. Yes, she was just a sister. She had her own thoughts. She wasn't her puppet. Why should she always be subservient to her? Why should she always go along with her? Those words just now seemed to have opened a new door for her, making her understand her own problem. Su Wanqing had an epiphany. It was precisely her repeated timidity that led to her passive situation. Every time she finally mustered the courage to resist, she would return to her original state due to some inexplicable fear, gradually being controlled by it. What was she afraid of? She didn't have the right to control my thoughts. However, Wanqing, let's set off at 6 in the morning tomorrow. I think it's best not to wake the others, not to disturb their sleep, right? Call me what? Su Wanqing turned over and sat up, pressing herself onto Su Sun's waist. In the moonlight, she held his chiseled handsome face, and a proud aura suddenly appeared in her eyes. This scene made Su Sun feel as if he were seeing the Su Wanqing of the past, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Why do you seem like a completely different person? Did you get possessed by a ghost? Don't change the subject, call me what? Xiao, Ching. As if she had received the correct answer, Su Wanqing's face lit up with a smile, and she held Su Sun's face, pressing it deeply. After a long while, Su Wanqing looked up. Now it's my turn to answer your question. What were you saying just now? This. I said we'll leave quietly tomorrow morning, so as not to disturb the others' sleep. Su Wanqing shook her head, her tone filled with disdain. No need. What if they find out? You're right, what am I afraid of? Let alone them? Even if the eldest sister finds out, so what? I want to go on a date with you in front of her. She has no right to control me. Su Sun was immediately confused. Wasn't it supposed to be like this? He seemed to have switched on something incredibly important within Su Wanqing. That night, Su Wanqing was particularly wild. If it weren't for the travel plans the next day, she probably wouldn't have let Su Sun off easily. Su Sun also realized that Su Wanqing had indeed changed. Because of a few unintentional words, it seemed she had unleashed the devil suppressed within her. To be honest, he was a little panicked. The next day, when Su Moyan woke up, she found someone missing from her side again. Su Sun's continuous unusual behavior caught her attention, so she went to check each room one by one and couldn't find the familiar figure. As for morning runs, she naturally didn't fully believe it unless she couldn't find that figure in the last room. And that room was Su Wanqing's bedroom. The door was open. Fortunately, Su Sun was indeed not inside. But unfortunately, Su Wanqing was also not inside. Su Banian was woken up and smelled the scent of gossip, which she followed closely behind her eldest sister. At this moment, seeing the empty room, she was so scared she didn't dare to breathe. It's over. Second sister is rebelling. Meanwhile, at a street breakfast stall, Su Wanqing, come and sit down. Who says it's unhygienic to people's faces? Aren't you causing me to be scolded? Chapter 776. Sorry, boss, he's talking about me, not you all. Su Sun was speechless. Su Wanqing immediately brought him trouble. Thinking that she had never been to such a place and wanted her to experience the common touch, she immediately said it was unhygienic upon entering. The key was that he had eaten the food here before. Didn't he eat it just fine when he couldn't see it? Hurry up and come sit. Didn't you eat very happily when Su Banian came to buy breakfast every day for a while? Why are you being so picky now that you're here? Su Wanqing hesitated, but I really can't accept the environment here. How about we switch to another store? What can't you accept? Su Sun was truly exasperated. Although the environment here looks a bit bad at first glance, aren't the tables, chairs, and dining areas all clean? The most important thing is that the food is fine, isn't it? But I just saw someone at the next table with their bare feet on the bench, picking their toes while eating. Wouldn't your butt have been stepped on by someone too? And I'm wearing a short skirt today, so I won't sit. Upon hearing this, Su Sun glanced at the next table and found that they had already left. However, he remembered the person from earlier. But the problem was, what was the relationship between the next table and their table? That's next door. Even if they have athlete's foot, can it spread to us from 2 meters away? I've already ordered the food, are you going to eat or not? But actually, Su Sun could understand Su Wangqing's fussiness. After all, he knew what kind of person Su Wangqing was. She already had a germophobia problem, and seeing uncivilized behavior would naturally make her feel disgusted. So, Su Sun moved the bench under him backward, spread his legs, patted his thigh, and said helplessly, "Then sit on my lap. You won't dislike sitting on my lap, right? If it's really not okay, we'll pack it up and eat on the way." "No need, it's inconvenient to eat on the way, so I'll sit on your lap." He thought he would have to try harder to persuade her, but he didn't expect her to be so straightforward this time. The faint fragrance entered his nostrils, and her delicate body entered his embrace. Feeling the weight on his lap, Su Sun was stunned. "You weren't deliberately waiting for me here, were you?" "Waiting for you for what? Didn't you ask me to sit on your lap? If you feel uncomfortable, we'll take it to go." Seeing her sincere expression, Su Sun could only say helplessly, all right, just make do and eat. Let's fill our stomachs first." He said it casually and didn't feel anything, but when Su Wangqing actually sat on his lap, the surrounding customers naturally couldn't ignore it. Handsome men and beautiful women are always the most attractive scenery, especially in such ambiguous situations. The older ones were fine, just smiling knowingly and not paying too much attention, while the young people queuing at the entrance would occasionally look inside with envy. But it was normal. With Su Wangqing's current attire, even those people would probably look at her more than twice if they were Su Sun. The light pink short skirt accentuated her graceful figure. Her beautiful face was always expressionless, but once that coldness faded and she smiled, she was as pleasant as a spring breeze. Beneath the short skirt that didn't reach her knees, a pair of flawless legs were white and slender, straight like jade, and naturally formed. On her feet, she wore a contrasting pair of pure white sports shoes, adding a touch of fresh naturalness. In Su Sun's memory, Su Wangqing was either wearing pajamas and wandering around at home or a professional urban woman in uniform. This fresh girly style was the first time he had seen it. However, with Su Wangqing's elegant and somewhat cold demeanor, it not only had a girlish charm but also a strong aura of an older sister. "I didn't expect this store's appearance to be poor, but the taste is actually quite good. Simple hulu tang with steamed buns, the taste is really good, it seems even better than what I bought before." Naturally. Before, I had to buy it from afar and wait for everyone to eat together, so it would have gotten cold by then. Things like this taste best when eaten hot. If you like it, eat slowly, there's no rush. Chapter 777. Su Wangqing smiled somewhat awkwardly. She wanted to eat slowly like this, but their behavior was too conspicuous, and their styles were out of place with the surroundings, attracting more and more attention. After finishing their simple meal, Su Wangqing pulled Su Sun and left in a hurry. Before leaving, they attracted many longing gazes. Slow down, or you'll expose yourself if you run any faster." "Don't worry, I'll be careful. Besides, I'm wearing an underskirt." "Really? Then let me see." "Get lost." Swatting away the outstretched hand, Su Wangqing's face flushed as she stubbornly said, "Even if you want to watch, you should find a place with no people. Are you trying to die on the main road?" Su Sun let out a soft chuckle. "I was just trying to scare you. I didn't expect you to take it so seriously." Another slap landed, lightly hitting Su Sun's arm. "So prudish. You should think about where we're going next. You promised to take me out, but I feel like you have no plan at all." "Who says I don't? Our first stop is to experience nature and wildlife. Let's go to Jiangcheng Wildlife Park." The two didn't drive themselves but chose to take a taxi. Before, they always used their own car for errands. It was only when they got into a stranger's car that Su Sun realized Su Wangqing's cleanliness obsession was even more severe than he imagined. The first thing she did upon getting in the car was spray and wipe the seats, making the driver's face full of melancholy, as if to say, "Is my beloved car really that dirty?" Su Sun didn't even know when a compressed towel had been stuffed into his backpack. He watched helplessly as Su Wangqing spread the towel on the seemingly spotless seat. Even so, Su Wangqing still seemed uneasy, fidgeting. Su Sun had no choice but to use his own arm to cushion it for her before she was completely at ease. Actually, Su Wangqing's awkwardness was partly due to her short skirt. If he had known, Su Sun would have preferred Su Wangqing to wear pants, at least it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Her current posture was a bit unseemly. Fortunately, the driver didn't notice anything unusual. But compared to her inner resistance, Su Wangqing felt that this situation was actually quite good. There was just one thing, she was afraid Su Sun would try something mischievous halfway, especially since they were now in close contact. Fortunately, Su Sun was very well behaved. Even upon arriving at their destination, he was extremely gentlemanly, causing her no discomfort. However, after getting out of the car, Su Sun's arm was numb. Damn, my arm is numb. The two walked side by side, preparing to enter. Su Wangqing massaged his wrist, saying softly with a hint of embarrassment, "Tell me if you're uncomfortable. Why are you enduring it? Or you could move a little, I'm not stopping you." Su Sun was speechless. "Are you serious? You were sitting on my arm. You were leaning on my hand, how could I move? What if moving caused trouble?" Su Wangqing's pretty face turned red. "I'm sorry, am I being too sensitive? I'll try to overcome it next time. I'm not blaming you, I'm just stating facts." Glancing around, the queue ahead had dispersed. Su Sun immediately pulled her along to enter. "All right, don't overthink it, let's go in first." The two held hands and walked side by side, embarking on their journey with gentle smiles. In a zoo, one would inevitably encounter landmines on the ground, and the smell was quite noticeable. At first, Su Sun was worried Su Wangqing wouldn't be able to handle the environment, but her performance along the way was much better than he expected. Except for the times she would tug at his clothes to cover her mouth and nose, stretching his collar quite a bit. Zoo, a certain reception room. Normally a place no one visits except tourists, today it welcomed a distinguished guest. "Young Master Zhou, a pleasure. I apologize for the delay due to some matters, it's truly negligent." "That's enough, Director Young. Let's cut to the chase. What do you think of the proposal? As long as you agree to my investment and reform plan, I will make your zoo the largest scenic spot in the province, or even the entire East China region. Others have 5A. I'll give you 18A. I've considered it. I am considering it. However, young Master Zhou, you..." "Wait." Zhou Ziang suddenly interrupted, frowning as he looked out the window. Director Yang was stunned. "Young Master Zhou, what's wrong?" "Nothing, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I thought I saw someone I dislike." Chapter 778. Beijing. After his clansmen caused trouble at his home, Qi Delong, as the head of the family, had no choice but to personally visit and apologize. The once highly respected head of the Qi family now had to lower his stance and even flatter someone a generation younger than him. After one incident of him causing a scene, he offered a gift worth hundreds of millions, all in the hope of obtaining forgiveness from that nightmare-like young man. If he performed well, he would continue to live. If he performed poorly, once he consumed the 2 bottles of life-saving spiritual medicine in his hand, it would be the time of his death. "Old Master Qi, I am, after all, a junior. You don't need to be so polite to me. Please just call me by my given name." Su Kaiming's tone was humble, but his confident demeanor carried a hint of disdain, masked by a well-practiced arrogance. "Chairman Su, please don't be so modest. Your career is going smoothly, and you've even made a legend in a place like Beijing, which is full of hidden talents. In this society, it's ability that matters, not age. If I were to address you by your given name, it would be too impolite. You flatter me, Chairman Su. How could I possibly deserve such praise? No need for modesty, this is your capability." As he spoke, Qi Delong paused, his brow suddenly furrowing. "However, to have a smooth journey in Beijing, capital alone is not enough. You either need official support, or a background that inspires fear, or you need many, many friends, that is, your network of contacts." The tea had grown cold, its taste not as vibrant as when it was first poured piping hot, so the so-called fragrance of tea couldn't be savored. However, it was the most suitable time to quench one's thirst. The entry was no longer accompanied by that burning sensation that scraped the throat. Instead, it allowed for a deeper appreciation of the flavor during the tea drinking process. Su Kaiming poured in drank cup after cup of the cool tea. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. He was never a hasty person. He had been in Beijing for many days. He acted with high profile but was not a high-profile person. Why was this? It was all to wait for an opportunity. To wait for the opportunity for someone to proactively come to him, to wait for someone to exert their last bit of influence. Su Kaiming feigned ignorance. "What do you mean, old master? Are you saying that even if I abide by the law, I will be ostracized? I know that in this world, friends are needed everywhere, but 1 or 2 friends are enough, aren't they? Too many isn't necessarily a good thing, right?" Qi Delong chuckled dryly, shaking his head. "Chairman Su, I understand what you mean. Perhaps because your time in Jiangxin was too smooth, you believe that as long as you are honest and diligent, everything will go smoothly. But Beijing is not like that small place like Jiangxin. In small places, money is king. But here, besides money, you also need power. Let me put it this way, the ground we are standing on is a large circle where power and wealth converge. In this circle, if wealth is not supported by power, it will be impossible to move forward. Su Kaiming naturally knew these things, but at this moment, he was deliberately pretending not to understand. Having reached this point, how could he not have his own plans? He was currently entering the game as a prey so that he could firmly establish himself in this circle. Then what does Old Master mean? The simplest and most direct way is to build good relationships. Qi Delong put down his teacup and said forcefully, the key to having power is primarily the fear of suppression from competitors. As long as you have enough friends by your side, that is also a good path. Of course, it's almost impossible for an outsider like you to integrate into the local circles in a short time. After all, people are greedy, and they fear their businesses being snatched away. However, if there is someone with high prestige to help you get started, it would be twice as effective with half the effort. As for this person of high prestige, I will recommend myself. Here it is, the sentence he had been waiting for. Su Kaiming smiled knowingly. Appropriate pressure indeed makes people shed their stubbornness. If he had actively requested it, Qi Delong would not have been so compliant. But once he applied a little pressure, what he couldn't obtain would become a valuable gift offered by others. Suppressing his inner delight, Su Kaiming feigned seriousness. Old Master, are you suggesting I meet these wealthy and influential figures in Beijing? But you mentioned that outsiders would be rejected. Even if you take the lead, will they accept me? Qi Delong snorted, acceptance depends mainly on your strength. In fact, not all of those influential figures are locals of Beijing. I am merely helping you enter their sight as quickly as possible and making your path smoother. Moreover, don't blame me for being direct, but your current achievements were built on the foundation of my Qi family. Your concerns are not problems at all. You have the shadow of the Qi family behind you. To them, it's just a change in a friend's family, not directly affecting their interests. This was clearly the opportunity Su Kaiming had been longing for, yet now he appeared indifferent, having persuaded Qi Delong for so long. Fortunately, Su Kaiming knew when to stop, and grudgingly accepted this opportunity. Then, Old Master, I thank you here. I won't say much, some things are beyond my control, but if you need anything, please come to me, Su. Qi Delong nodded with relief. Chairman Su is very thoughtful. If I need anything, I hope you will help me a lot. It's just, your son. I hope Chairman Su can speak well of him. I have already severely punished those unfilial children. Su Kaiming smiled and nodded. Don't worry, he will see your sincerity. Old Master, you don't need to worry too much. Good. That's good. Then I'll go make arrangements now. Chairman Su, you go ahead and be busy. When the office was empty, Su Kaiming stood by the window, overlooking Beijing. He couldn't help but spread his arms, as if wanting to embrace the entire world. Is this what it feels like to be at the top of the pyramid? It's truly wonderful. Jiangqing, Zhu. After 2.5 hours of strolling, Su Sun and Su Wangqing's sweet time encountered its first challenge. Ah, I don't want these shoes anymore. Throw them away quickly. Su Wangqing stepped in poop. Chapter 779. The thing they feared most had happened. A person with cleanliness obsession stepped in a minefield. They had just witnessed the hippopotamus spraying feces, and they had even prepared to avoid it in various ways, but they didn't expect to still be hit. And it was Su Wangqing who got hit. For ordinary people, it would be at most a frown, but for Su Wangqing, she wished she could remove her foot and throw it away. Actually, Su Sun couldn't understand it. They were almost leaving the hippo viewing area, which was known as the shit-spraying king. Logically, there shouldn't be any landmines, so how did she step on one? Could it be that the saying the more you fear something, the more it will happen was true? Su Wangqing covered her mouth and nose, with one foot resting on the grass-covered guardrail, but her sole didn't fully touch the ground. Instead, her toes were pressing against it, as if she had encountered the most disgusting thing in the world, her face filled with disgust. Su Sun followed behind, holding one of her shoes, and was predictably rejected. Don't hide, it's okay. I've cleaned it. You can't walk barefoot, can you? If you want me to wear these shoes, I'd rather walk barefoot. Alright, then walk. If you can step in that, I'd like to see if you can step in bird droppings barefoot. It might even cure your cleanliness obsession. Suddenly, Su Wangqing fell silent. Only her resentful eyes were fixed on Su Sun, her teeth slightly clenched, as if expressing her dissatisfaction with Su Sun's sarcastic remarks. But it had to be said, Su Sun's words did scare her. Even walking barefoot on the clean floor at home was a great challenge for her, let alone in an environment as messy as the zoo. However, wearing the shoes that had stepped in excrement was still impossible for her. She still remembered the squishy feeling when she stepped in it, and her heart resisted it. Su Sun held the shoe and walked up to her, then slowly squatted down. Just as he was about to put the shoe on her foot, her right foot, wearing a semi-sheer white lace sock, immediately dodged. Su Sun looked up, frowning. What are you doing? Do you really plan to wander around barefoot? I don't want these shoes anymore, and I won't walk barefoot. What do you mean? Susun asked in confusion. Do you want me to take off my shoes and give them to you? But can you wear them? Su Wonking fell silent again. To be honest, she didn't know what to do now. Seeing this, Susun asked again, are you really not going to wear them? Seeing Su Wonking nod in agreement, Susun was completely resigned. If you're not wearing them, should I throw them away? I can't just carry shoes around, can I? He had originally intended to scare Su Wonking into putting on her shoes quickly, but who knew that as soon as he said it, Su Wonking became even more eager than him. Then hurry up and throw them away. I don't want to see them. The way she said it, it carried a hint of dominance. Those who knew understood she was talking about the shoes, while those who didn't might have thought she was talking about a person. Susun didn't dwell on the matter. He threw the shoes away without hesitation, finding a trash can and discarding them. When he retraced his steps, Su Wonking was still standing in the same spot, one foot suspended in the air, her pair of fair legs radiating a rosy glow in the sunlight. A beautiful woman standing there foolishly barefoot would naturally attract the attention of other tourists, and it wasn't a good thing to continue like this. At the same time, Susun finally understood why there were clothing shops in the zoo. He walked up to her, slowly bent down, and with Su Wonking's surprised gaze, he said with his back to her, all right, you dislike this and that. I'll carry you. Remember those shops we saw? There should be shoes there. I'll take you to buy some. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Su Wonking slowly climbed onto Susun's strong and sturdy back, her pretty face filled with satisfied joy. As Susun slowly carried her, she might have thought of something and picked up the shoe from her other foot, holding it in her hand. When they passed a trash can, she also threw it in. Susun was speechless. Are you not leaving yourself any room for maneuver? We haven't even bought shoes yet. Su Wonking smiled charmingly. Then you'll carry me all the time. Anyway, you have inexhaustible strength. Susun smiled helplessly. Okay, I can carry you, but I'm afraid you won't be able to stand the attention. It's okay, we'll talk about it if I can't stand it, but for now, you have to carry me, and you absolutely cannot let my feet touch the ground. Yes, I definitely won't let your noble jade feet touch the dirty ground. Hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. The act of a couple embracing on the back was originally a trivial matter, but with Susun running like this, one might think something had happened and draw attention. Su Wonking felt the gazes and was so embarrassed that she buried her head on his back, afraid to look up. She pinched Susun's waist with her fingers. Slow down, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Susun seemed not to hear her, completely unconcerned about her embarrassment. Su Wonking finally understood. Susun was deliberately making her feel awkward. Fortunately, this awkward scene didn't last long. Soon, Susun found a place selling shoes. Wow, so many shoes. Now you can wear them with peace of mind, right? The shop assistant, an auntie, greeted them with a smile upon seeing customers. Young man, what's wrong? Why doesn't this young lady have any shoes on? Oh, she stepped in shit, and she threw her shoes away. As soon as he said it, Susun suddenly felt something was wrong. Speaking of which, do you know that it's easy to step on landmines here, so you sell shoes here? I'm going to die. Su Wonking hit him hard on the shoulder, her face full of embarrassment. Why are you saying this so directly? It's not something worth boasting about. Why are you shouting it so loudly? Stop talking. I suspect this zoo is deliberately setting traps. Otherwise, why would there be shops selling clothes and shoes in the zoo? The shop auntie looked wronged. Young man, don't talk nonsense. We're conducting legitimate business. We have no collusion with the zoo at all. At most, we have professional specialization. For example, some people are pooped on by monkeys, some are urinated on by tigers, or some are sprayed by hippos. We just earn a little convenience money from others. Susun frowned. Isn't that pretty much the same as what I'm saying? Alright, stop teasing her. Hurry up and help me pick out shoes. Su Wonking interrupted Susun's chat with the auntie and got down to business. The two looked around, and in the end, Su Wonking didn't choose comfortable sports shoes but picked a pair of 10-centimeter stiletto heels. According to her, it made her feel safe. The higher her soles were from the ground, the more at ease she felt. Seeing her persistence, Susun didn't object. He watched as she took off her socks, threw them away, and stepped directly into the high heels. However, it had to be said, wearing high heels made Su Wonking's appearance perfectly match her outfit today. With the pale pink high heels enhancing her slender legs, Susun subconsciously touched them a couple of times. Su Wonking patted his hand and glanced around hastily, a blush rising on her face. Stop fooling around, there are so many people around. Touching his forehead, Susun grinned. I couldn't help myself. Really? Is it because of the high heels or because of my legs? Legs. Su Sun blurted out. Suddenly, Su Wangqing's eyes were playful. Then tell me, between me and the others at home, whose legs do you like more? Whose legs are the most beautiful? Chapter 780. You, of course, you. Su Sun said this without the slightest hesitation, blurting it out. If he had to think about whose legs he liked, he would need to consider for 2 seconds, because Su Banian's legs were just to his liking, the most elastic and fleshy among them, and not too thick, just right, like the legs of a manga girl. To be honest, he did like the pink, plump type. But overall, it was definitely Su Wangqing. It was precisely because Su Wangqing's legs were too perfect, so perfect that he had nothing to say, that he liked them beyond liking them. Slender and straight, without any bony protrusion, so white they seemed to glow like jade. Even if you held them up to your eyes, you couldn't see the slightest flaw, as if they were naturally fitted with skin-colored stockings. They were like perfect works of art, captivating anyone who looked at them at a glance. Most importantly, Su Wangqing usually wore uniforms and long pants. Even though he had known her since childhood, he had rarely seen Su Wangqing show her legs, which might be why her legs were so perfect, and at the same time, they had a rare sense of rarity. Actually, the few people around each had their own strengths and advantages. Some had chests, some had legs, some had a deadly allure rooted in their bones, some had versatile styles, and some were innocent and playful. But now, there was no doubt that what he liked were her legs. However, what was said often didn't represent true feelings. The body's subconscious actions were the real recognition. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Su Sun pulled Su Wangqing into his embrace and placed his hand on her delicate and soft thigh, kneading it vigorously. Su Wangqing had initially felt that Su Sun's attitude was perfunctory, but this subconscious reaction dispelled her doubts and made her feel very satisfied. Shyly hitting Su Sun's chest, Su Wangqing didn't resist but let him do as he pleased. It was only when his large hand became more and more restless that she grabbed Su Sun's wrist, signaling him to stop. Coming to a tree where no one was passing, Su Sun slowly leaned towards Su Wangqing, took a deep whiff of her hair's fragrance, and whispered in her ear, "My dearest Qing, I didn't feel it until you said it. Now that you've said it, I feel like your legs are seducing me, and I can barely control myself." Being doted on by the person one liked was very satisfying for anyone, male or female. Seeing Su Sun so engrossed, Su Wangqing felt inexplicably satisfied, but she couldn't indulge him too much. After all, this was a zoo with crowds. Once again rejecting Su Sun's advances, Su Wangqing frowned and said helplessly, "Be normal, there are so many people here, don't mess around." But Su Sun's hand reached out again, his tone playful, "These snow-white legs are seducing me." At these words, Su Wangqing's face immediately turned red. She was embraced by Su Sun, her thighs being caressed at will. Of course, the boundaries were not crossed, which also meant Su Wangqing had no reason to resist. But at this moment, no one knew that the surface resistance was just a momentary pretense. At this moment, Su Wangqing was extremely pleased. Her outward resistance was just superficial. The more engrossed Su Sun became, the more satisfied she felt. No one wished for their beloved to desire them. After a series of actions, Su Wangqing stopped asking tricky questions like who was better. Su Sun sneered. Got her in minutes. Of course, lovers could prove their feelings through actions. If it were someone they had just met and they directly laid hands on them, they would be considered hooligans, and a single mistake could be a disaster. The two walked under the scorching sun, but their hearts held a temperature hotter than the sun. Afterward, Su Wangqing's smile never ceased, her face occasionally flushing. This was because Su Sun had taken the initiative several more times later on, and Su Wangqing had to gradually lower her defenses, allowing Su Sun to touch her legs once in a while. She was afraid of the strange glances from people around her, yet she was also deeply engrossed in it. "Are you done yet? If you keep doing this, I won't go out with you wearing a short skirt next time." Unable to resist Su Sun's advances any longer, Su Wangqing's shyness deepened. She suspected that their actions were being noticed by people around them, and the surrounding gazes became extremely piercing. Su Wangqing felt speechless. Who touches a thigh every few steps? Those who don't know might think they are playing some exciting minigame. "Are you done? Take your hand away." On the bench, after Su Sun's hand was pried away, his face instantly showed disappointment. Looking at Su Wangqing's shyly averted head, his tone deepened. "You said you'd do anything I asked before. Look, now you're going back on your word. I knew women never speak the truth." Su Wangqing was stunned, then turned her head with a look of indignant shame. "When did I ever lie to you? But you can't get more and more excessive, can you? This is outside. No one's noticing, and I haven't been excessive. In the end, you're just impatient with me." "I'm not." "Really? Then let me test it. You go to hell." Shattering Su Sun's fondling dream with a palm strike, seeing Su Sun's stunned expression, Su Wangqing chuckled. Finally, she softened her heart. "Do you really like seeing me show my legs? Otherwise. All right then. A hint of haughtiness appeared on her face. Su Wonking reached out and gently took Susun's palm, her tone a bit shy. Then I'll wear a skirt next time. But don't get too happy too soon. Next time, I won't wear such a short skirt. I'll wear a long skirt so you can only look. If you want to be improper, you'll have to bend down. It won't tire you to death. Susun raised an eyebrow. But this isn't short either, is it? Or should it be at this level? It's not below the knee yet, so it's not short. I think you just want to take advantage of me. Dream on. Amidst their playful banter, they saw many more animals. For Su Wonking, today was a wonderful day. In fact, it was good at home every day, everyone was happy all the time, but today she felt true happiness, and it was her own happiness. Public restroom. Little Sun, I'm going to the restroom. If you're not coming, wait for me at the small shop ahead. The two were about to finish their morning trip to the zoo. Before leaving, Su Wonking went to use the restroom, while Susun waited in the shade at a small shop a little further away. During this time, Susun finally took out his long-neglected mobile phone, and it was full of various missed calls and message notifications. Putting aside Su Muyan's numerous calls, the messages made Susun feel uneasy. Su Muyan, answer the phone, don't worry, I won't get angry. I just want to confirm if you and second sister are together. Su Xinro, where are you? You promised to stay home with me. Tell me where you are. Don't force me to find you. Su Qingxia, little Sun, if you are out, don't come back. I feel like eldest sister and third sister are arguing again. The atmosphere at home is very oppressive. Su Banian, Sun, run. Eldest sister is very strange. You and second sister must not go home. It's over. Eldest sister ZH. Looking at the content on his phone, Susun couldn't help but exclaim, what a thrilling and exciting trip. Chapter 787. As June approached, although summer hadn't fully arrived, the temperature sometimes remained stubbornly high. Fortunately, Susun found refuge in the shade. At the small shop behind him, on a whim, he bought an ice cream and sat on the steps waiting for Su Wonking's arrival. However, even after finishing his ice cream, he still hadn't seen Su Wonking appear. So, he went to buy another popsicle and slowly savored the cooling sensation, suppressing his restlessness. But he never expected that even after finishing the popsicle, the familiar figure still hadn't appeared in his sight. Susun wondered, can't I just go buy another one? Strange, why is she taking so long? I didn't see anyone queuing for the women's restroom either. Just as he was about to lose his patience, finally, a figure with a completely different style from everyone else appeared in his vision. When Su Wonking's clear and graceful figure came into view, the sun seemed less scorching. Just seeing her fair, glowing skin and beautiful legs seemed to cool the surrounding temperature. After Su Wonking emerged, she seemed captivated by the flower bead at the entrance. She stood there for a while, the various vibrant flowers complementing her exquisite figure, creating a breathtaking scene. This scene was beautiful. Susun quietly took out his phone and captured this beautiful moment. Su Wonking, in the distance, seemed to notice his actions. She stopped, and with a smile, walked towards Susun, giving him ample opportunity for candid shots. Susun focused on capturing the beautiful moment. But suddenly, an unexpected guest shattered this pleasant atmosphere. "Heh, I didn't expect you to be a peeping Tom. You're secretly taking pictures of people. What was that noise? Was he talking about me?" Susun felt completely bewildered and, at the same time, found the voice somewhat familiar. Just as he was about to turn and see which righteous person was intervening in an injustice, his raised phone was snatched away by a large hand. Good heavens! If you were taking pictures of people, I could say you were admiring them. But so many of them are just legs, and all magnified. You're a shameless loser. Damn it! Can taking pictures of my own woman be called being a loser? Susun rolled his eyes, wanting to see who the smart aleck was. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a familiar face with a playful, schadenfreude look at him. Ha! Isn't that Zhou Ziang? Honestly, Susun was very surprised to see Zhou Ziang here, as it didn't quite fit with Zhou Ziang's usual persona. He snatched his phone back, preventing Zhou Ziang from flipping through it further, and Susun calmly replied, "Isn't this young Master Zhou? Out with your girlfriend. But why is your girlfriend a man?" There was no other reason for someone like Zhou Ziang to be in a place like this except to accompany a girlfriend, but today he had brought a male assistant with him. Hearing the sarcastic remark, Zhou Ziang thought Susun was alluding to his marriage with Gu Qingguan, and his expression immediately changed. However, the change was fleeting. He felt it wasn't worth getting angry with a pervert and quickly reverted to his condescending demeanor. "Oh, I don't have time to play in places like this. I'm just here to discuss a small collaboration. It's just that I didn't expect us to be so destined. It seems the serious-looking brother Su would do such despicable things." secretly taking pictures of people, molesting them. Truly, the times are indeed changing for the worse. Susun was speechless. Hey, when did I threaten anyone? Isn't secretly taking pictures considered molestation? Zhou Xiang's voice grew louder and louder. The small shop was crowded with people cooling off, and this immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many confused people cast strange glances at Susun. Zhou Xiang hadn't expected that the figure he'd seen earlier was indeed Susun. Seeing the disdainful looks from the surrounding people, he was not entirely satisfied, as if all the grievances he'd suffered on the cruise ship were now being vented. A smile played on his lips. Of course, he couldn't show too much happiness, and the smile on his lips quickly faded. After scanning his surroundings, he immediately put on a righteous and indignant look. Everyone, look! Some people look decent but are secretly taking pictures of others here. The person in front of me has just been caught red-handed. It's one thing for him to take pictures of others, but more importantly, he's taking pictures of people's underwear. If you don't believe me, you can check his phone. Some people appear human on the outside, but are actually very depraved on the inside. Everyone, please don't be deceived by appearances. Susun was too lazy to explain to this fool, but he had to admire Zhou Xiang's embellishment. Taking a photo in broad daylight was called secret photography, but how did he become a pervert taking pictures of underwear? Zhou Xiang sneered, waiting for Susun's face to show embarrassment and eventually anger. After all, Susun's secret photography was a fact, so what if he added some embellishment? If anyone really checked his phone, even if they couldn't see photos of underwear, they could still see the pictures of legs, and Susun would still be drowned in the disdainful gazes of the crowd. The commotion here grew larger and larger, and Susun was gradually surrounded. Su Wanqing, in the distance, realized something was wrong and could no longer afford to admire the flowers. She immediately rushed over with her slender, jade-like legs. When she arrived, she was confused. She didn't understand why Susun was surrounded by people, but judging by everyone's expressions, it didn't seem to be a good thing. When Su Wanqing, the victim, appeared, everyone was undoubtedly stunned. The crowd never expected that the secret photographer was such a beautiful woman. The young man was so handsome. If he had just gone up and asked for her contact information, perhaps there would have been some progress, but he had to use this method of secret photography. He had really gone down the wrong path. Zhou Xiang's gaze was now completely fixed on Su Wanqing. It could be said that this was the third woman to stun him, after Gu Qingguan. The woman in front of him also possessed the gentle aura of Gu Qingguan, but she was even more aloof. Although she didn't have Gu Qingguan's approachable charm and innate allure, her entire demeanor was like a noble ice lotus, proud yet gentle. Beneath her fair skin, a jade-like luster flowed, as if a 1,000-year-old lotus seed had been steeped in a glacier, exuding a soft warmth. When the wind blew, her subtle fragrance wafted, and even from a distance, he could smell her scent. When the raven-black hair on her forehead was blown by the wind, brushing past the small mole at the corner of her eye, she appeared like a fairy descending to earth with her own aura, exuding ultimate beauty. Especially those legs, they were simply astonishing. Zhou Xiang was mesmerized. But soon, he composed himself. Because he knew his chance had come. He wanted to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor and his charm to the beauty in front of him. Pushing aside the onlookers blocking his path, Zhou Xiang walked up to Su Wanqing and said indignantly, "Miss, I didn't want to disturb you and planned to handle this myself, but I didn't expect you to come over." Su Wanqing looked at the unfamiliar man in front of her with confusion, asking, "What do you mean? What happened here?" Alas! Zhou Xiang sighed helplessly, casting a disappointed glance at Susun. "Miss, some things are truly hard to speak of, but for the sake of your reputation, I must say them. Miss, you've been molested by a pervert and secretly photographed. This person has been sitting here, coveting your beauty, and has been doing indecent things to you. It's truly a sign of moral decay." Suddenly, Su Wanqing was a little stunned. She pointed to herself and then to Susun, who was sitting on the steps. "Me, secretly photographed by him." Chapter 781. "Yes, miss, you absolutely cannot let this kind of person go. Don't worry, everyone has seen it. With us here, we will definitely uphold justice for you. Don't choose to suffer in silence due to embarrassment. It's not you who is wrong, it's this perverted secret photographer." At this moment, Zhou Xiang seemed to represent the masses in shaming Susun, standing tall with an intolerance for any wrongdoing. He believed his righteous intervention would surely impress the beauty before him, and he was already imagining their future encounter. However, Su Wanqing was not moved in the slightest. Her pretty face was as cold as ice. She was clearly taking beautiful photos and was immersed in that tacit understanding and ambiguous atmosphere, and now some people had to come out and disrupt the mood. It could be said that her good mood had vanished. How could she not see that this playboy was targeting Su Sun? It was one thing to state the facts, but to exaggerate and lie so brazenly was truly disgusting. Seeing Su Wangqing's silence, Zhou Ziang thought she was overwhelmed by the situation as it was her first time experiencing something like this. He immediately patted his chest and assured her, "Miss, don't worry. Since you don't know how to handle this, leave it to me. I will definitely get a satisfactory answer for you." Just as Zhou Ziang was about to act and apply more pressure on Su Sun, unexpectedly, Su Wangqing suddenly said something astonishing, "But I don't think this young man is a bad person." What was that? It was truly a shocking statement. Zhou Ziang's heart skipped a beat. Could this beautiful girl be attracted by his looks? And with this attitude, would she not pursue the matter? No, he absolutely couldn't let her be infatuated. So, Zhou Ziang's expression darkened, and he put on a passionate and righteous demeanor. "Miss, a person's appearance can never represent their inner self. Some people are beasts in human clothing. You must not be deceived by this false appearance. With me here, I will definitely make a decision for you." Adding a little embellishment, "Why is he so passionate?" Su Sun interjected speechlessly, "Zhou, are you done? She doesn't care anymore, so why are you acting like a big shot? Look, you finally admitted to secretly photographing." Su Sun frowned. "Nonsense, who admitted to anything? If you don't admit it, what do you mean by that just now? Besides, when did she say she wouldn't pursue it?" Everyone. Wait. Zhou Ziang's instigation was suddenly interrupted. Su Wangqing slowly walked towards Su Sun, a serious expression on her face. "But I really don't think he's a bad person. It's probably just a misunderstanding. Let's just forget about it. Harmony brings wealth." Damn, she really is attracted by looks. Not only was Zhou Ziang stunned, but the surrounding onlookers were also surprised, all lamenting that this young girl was too inexperienced and so easily fooled. Zhou Ziang's expression was extremely unpleasant at this moment, but it soon turned into smugness. "Yes, it's a good thing she's easily infatuated. He wasn't bad looking either, and he was rich. As long as Su Sun's matter was resolved, wouldn't it be easier for him to win over this woman?" Zhou Ziang suddenly felt like a windfall. Such a gem was so simple, wouldn't she be delivering herself? However, imagination is beautiful, but reality is often harsh. What happened next pained Zhou Ziang immensely. The beauty in front of him actually reached out to Su Sun. Su Wangqing held Su Sun's hand, her face full of concern. "Are you okay?" At this moment, Su Sun's gaze met Zhou Ziang's, and he subtly curved his lips, channeling his inner actor. "Oh, little sister. Thank you for trusting me. Actually, I'm not a pervert. I just thought you were too beautiful and wanted to take a photo of you, and I didn't photograph anyone else. Look at my phone if you don't believe me." Taking Su Sun's phone, Su Wangqing began to browse. The photos were indeed very good. Although most of them were focused on her legs, it was all the same to her. Chapter 782. I've seen them all, and I like them very much. As for the rest. Su Wangqing turned off her phone, looked around, and thoughtfully explained, "Everyone, please disperse. This young man doesn't have many photos on his phone, and he only took pictures of me. The gentleman just now said he secretly photographed others, which must have been a misunderstanding. I don't mind anymore, so please disperse." Zhou Ziang almost lost it. They're actually understanding each other. And she even touched him first? How naive could she be? No, beautiful lady, he was secretly photographing. Even if he didn't photograph anyone else, he was secretly photographing you. Su Wangqing replied coldly, "I already said it was a misunderstanding, and I don't mind it anymore, so why are you being so aggressive?" "Little sister, are you serious? You can't possibly be fooled by his face, can you? He's a perverted secret photographer. That's enough. His face is enough. He looks like a good person to me." Silence fell into the air for a moment. Even if the surrounding people wanted to chime in, since the parties involved didn't care, why should they interfere? Finally, Zhou Ziang chuckled. He couldn't help it, he really couldn't help it. Adhering to the principle of slandering when unable to reason, Zhou Ziang sneered, "Honestly, miss, could it be that you've taken a liking to him? You're condoning bad behavior, you know." "So what?" Su Wangqing pulled Su Sun to his feet, grasping his arm without yielding. "What if I've taken a liking to him? It's his face. And the muscles on his arms. I like handsome, muscular guys." As if to prove her words, Su Wangqing lifted the corner of Su Sun's shirt, revealing his defined abs, and couldn't help but touch them twice. "He has abs. What's wrong with me liking him? What business is it of yours if I like him?" Zhou Ziang's worldview was completely overturned. The woman had a cool and detached aura, but her behavior was even more infatuated than a fangirl. Is this the legendary love at first sight? Forgiving someone for secretly photographing her? Just because he has a good body and looks handsome? Even if that were the case, what followed was even more devastating. Susan suddenly faced Su Wonking in front of everyone, placing his hands on her soft, boneless shoulders, his demeanor deep and meaningful. "Little sister, thank you for speaking up for me. Actually, I like you too. May I hold your hand?" Su Wonking didn't speak, but her silence was more eloquent than words. A noticeable blush spread across her delicate face, adding to her captivating beauty. Zhou Ziang nearly had a heart attack. He saw Su Sun, in front of everyone, actually take her hand. What was more, the woman didn't refuse. What was with that shy expression? However, Su Sun wasn't done yet. After holding her hand, he said, "Little sister, in this restless society, true love can hardly withstand scrutiny. Often, mutual love at first sight is true destiny. If it's possible, may I kiss you?" Su Wonking lowered her head and shyly responded with a mm. Zhou Ziang was utterly shocked because Su Sun actually kissed her. Not only did he kiss her, he kissed her on the lips. WTF. "Then I kissed you, can you kiss me back, little sister?" Secretly glancing around, Su Wonking still overcame her shyness and returned Su Sun's kiss. After kissing him, she was pulled into his embrace, like a loving couple. No, they were a loving couple, but outsiders didn't know it. They walked arm in arm, leaning on each other, and finally left the crowd's sight, chatting and laughing. A couple, just like that, in front of everyone's eyes, began their destiny. At this moment, Zhou Ziang completely lost it. His face was contorted with rage. He felt like he had lost billions. If he had known that woman was so easily fooled, he would never have let her come before Su Sun. "Su Sun, ruining my good deeds again. Do you think it's over just like that?" Staring in the direction they disappeared, Zhou Ziang's gaze turned sinister as he followed them. Chapter 783. After leaving the zoo, it was approaching noon. Su Sun took Su Wonking to a restaurant for dinner. It was a Western restaurant, the kind that pursued a sense of ceremony, which perfectly complemented the sweet atmosphere of the two today. However, while the atmosphere was there, the feeling of fullness was not. Su Sun considered himself a bumpkin, and bumpkins naturally couldn't accept this kind of flashy but unsubstantial food. Each dish was so exquisitely portioned and so small, who could get full? So, Su Sun ordered several tomahawk steaks to satisfy his hunger, which astonished the restaurant staff. It was the first time they had seen someone treat their restaurant like a buffet, considering that a single steak cost over 1,000. But Su Sun didn't care much. He wolfed down his steaks, of course, not eating messily or drawing attention to himself, but rather eating slowly and deliberately, finishing one portion before ordering the next. The meal took quite a while, and Su Sun was quite satisfied. There was just one downside: he saw that clown Zhou Ziang again. Zhou Ziang witnessed their entire meal and looked at Su Sun with contempt. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. Even if he's managed to curry favor with a rich person, he can't change his provincial ways. If this person hadn't somehow healed Mr. Gu's leg and his net worth hadn't skyrocketed, he probably wouldn't even have the courage to dine here. However, despite his contempt, Zhou Ziang still harbored immense hatred. He couldn't feel any aroma from the high-grade delicacies in front of him. His entire attention was drawn to the interaction between the two not far away, and he was almost driven mad by jealousy. He was never someone who gave up easily, and he certainly wouldn't give up halfway when pursuing a prey. Su Wonking was truly eye-catching, a stunning presence in the crowd, especially those incredibly beautiful legs that still echoed in his mind. Even now, he didn't even know her name. If he missed this opportunity, he would truly be unwilling. Progress with Gu Qingguan was currently stalled, so he had to quickly win over this woman. Just as he was preparing his lines, ready to stage an accidental encounter, Su Sun's table had finished eating. "Oh, I'm full. Are you still eating? If not, I'll go pay." Su Sun stood up and rubbed his stomach. Seeing Su Wonking nod, they concluded their lunch and walked hand in hand to the counter to pay. The bill was 13,000, and frankly, Su Sun had eaten the bulk of it. Just as he was stylishly paying with his phone, a low balance reminder left him awkwardly frozen. What the heck? Opening his WeChat balance, he saw he only had less than 3,000 yuan left. This was truly frustrating. He had no money to pay. He rarely had places to spend money. His savings were either in cash or unlinked bank cards. The key was that these were all with Sun Weian. Every time he needed money, he transferred it from Sun Weian's phone, transferring whatever amount he needed. Sometimes, after receiving the money, he had to transfer it to Su Banian. Over time, he never paid attention to how much money he actually had on his phone. Now, it was perfect. He had gone out to eat and have fun, completely ignoring his current financial situation. "I'm speechless. If I had known, I would have transferred tens of thousands from Su Muian's phone before coming out. Su Sun mumbled so softly that Su Wonking only heard the name Su Muian. However, at this moment, she noticed Su Sun's awkwardness, and combined with the waiter's expression, she quickly understood the situation. I'll do it. With a smile, Su Wonking proactively paid. To save Su Sun's face, she didn't say much and hurried Su Sun away. Outside, seeing Su Sun's silent demeanor, she thought he had lost face. Indeed, for a man to insist on paying outside and then be short of cash was a very embarrassing situation. Thinking this, she couldn't help but empathize and comforted him. It's okay, nobody really cares about such trivial matters. What trivial matters? Su Sun was startled. Su Wonking didn't answer but continued to ask, Little Sun, do you not have money on you? It's alright, I still have over 2,000 yuan. It should be enough for the afternoon. Satisfied with just 2,000? Hearing this, Su Wonking suddenly felt a surge of righteous indignation. Some people were simply too excessive. They took nearly 10 billion yuan from him, yet they only gave him a few thousand. She was entrusted with managing his finances, yet she truly treated that money as her own. I really didn't expect Big Sister to be so unreasonable. No wonder I never see you buying anything expensive, only seeing you eating junk food. Big Sister knows you're easily satisfied and compromise, so she's becoming more and more demanding. Su Sun was a bit bewildered. Whether Su Muian was unreasonable or not was a separate issue, but what did she mean by him eating junk food? Didn't he often buy some refreshing drinks, often order fried chicken with someone, and often order skewers, stinky tofu, and loa sifen at someone's instigation? In a certain sense, it did seem like junk food. No, he was focusing on the wrong thing. What are you talking about? What do you mean Su Muian is unreasonable? What did she do to me? Su Wonking replied coldly, she took your money and didn't let you spend it. Isn't that doing something to you? She's still treating you like a child. As a man, not being able to afford a meal when going out, and she didn't consider your face at all. As if she felt she had said the wrong thing, Su Wonking immediately changed her tune. I'm not saying you don't have money to pay or that you have no dignity, I just feel indignant for you. Why should she take your money and not support you? I always thought you were used to being simple and had no desires, but I didn't expect you to be restricted everywhere and have no money to spend. What's the difference between this and your life before? You have so much money, yet you're doled out scraps like charity, and sometimes you're reluctant to even give 2 scraps. How can Big Sister be so selfish? That's clearly money you earned yourself, and she's really treating herself as the mistress and controlling the finances. I'll go back and make her spit out the money to you. There was another period of silence. Su Sun had nothing to say. So, she misunderstood and thought he was being oppressed by Su Muian, but in reality, it wasn't as serious as she made it out to be? That, you might have misunderstood, actually. You don't need to explain for her. Just tell me, does she usually give you money? She really doesn't, because. Alright, I get it. Little Sun, you're still too kind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become so presumptuous. She indeed didn't give him any, because he secretly transferred it from Su Muian's phone. However, Su Muian didn't object when she found out. Oh, you've really misunderstood. Actually, she. What a coincidence, miss. We meet again. Just then, Zhou Ziang appeared again with a smile on his face. Miss, did you also just finish dining at this restaurant? I didn't expect us to be so destined. By the way, I still don't know your surname, Mississippi. Could you please leave your name? Chapter 784. Sir, don't you find this awkward? Awkward. Zhou Ziang was taken aback. Why should I be awkward? Why would I be awkward? You tell me? Who tries to hit on someone so creepily like you? If you had just asked for my phone number directly, I might have thought a little more of you. By going through these detours, do you think you're a gentleman? Su Wonking's words struck Zhou Ziang to the core. Since childhood, his pride in his social skills had been shattered by someone calling him awkward. It really hurt. Miss, Enough, when will it end? I don't have time to play these chance encounters with you. I'm not interested in you. Stop bothering me, okay? What? Zhou Ziang was hurt again. He didn't expect her to be so dismissive, not even giving him a chance to get acquainted. Just as he was about to salvage his image, he saw Su Wonking turn and link arms with Su Sun, their sweet embrace being incredibly glaring. Wait, I have something to say. Zhou Ziang shouted, but the footsteps of the two in front did not falter at all. Zhou Ziang was indignant. Women had always fawned over him. When had he ever been ignored by a woman? Miss, if you don't stop, you will definitely regret it. It concerns the character of the person next to you. This time, Su Wonking finally stopped. Zhou Ziang rejoiced. knowing his chance had come. Once he exposed Su Sun's philandering nature, he believed the beauty before him would surely develop reservations. Miss, actually, you're. Joe, are you still not done? Don't you like Gu Qingguan? Why are you pestering here like this? Can you just get lost? However, Su Sun beat him to it, preemptively labeling him with the tag of a philanderer, completely throwing him off guard. Zhou Ziang was stunned. Those are my lines. What do you mean my lines? Do you also think you've moved on too quickly? Since you know that, then you playboy, get lost. Don't disturb our sweet date. Su Sun. Zhou Ziang roared in anger, how dare you say that about me? You're even worse than me. Hey, lost your composure. But don't spread rumors just because you lost your composure. How am I worse than you? I'm a pure lover. Loving everyone, how is that not pure love? Su Sun figured this wasn't exactly lying. Zhou Ziang was so angry he started laughing. Su Sun, others don't know, but I do. On the cruise ship, you were arm in arm with 2 women, acting all intimate. And now, you're deceiving this naive girl again. Do you have any moral bottom line? Su Sun retorted loudly, and you do. Aren't you looking at the bowl while also eyeing the pot? If you can't get Gu Qingguan, you shift your target. Have you no shame? Heh, I'm different from you. Do you really think you can compare to me? Let me tell you, Gu Qingguan will be my woman sooner or later. I'm not afraid to tell the truth, I'm just attracted by her beauty. When she's older and her beauty fades in a few years, I'll find a new love. See if she dares to say no. As for you, aren't you? Hey, Sister Warner, did you hear? This is the true face of this young Master Zhou. I heard. Suddenly, Zhou Ziang was struck as if by lightning. No, he was just trying to drag Su Sun down with him since there was no profit to be made. After all, who would lie about their own integrity? And the result? Su Sun called to complain. This chapter will be supplemented tomorrow. Chapter 785. Although it wasn't a video, Zhou Ziang held up his phone, pointing it at Su Sun and incessantly listing his faults. Su Sun secretly photographed someone today. Su Sun is on a date with a woman he just met. Qingguan, you need to open your eyes. Su Sun can kiss a woman he just met. If I'm not a decent person, does that make him one? Looking at the scene before him, which resembled a clown's performance, Su Sun's inner thoughts were: does this person even have the demeanor of a young master from a wealthy family? He's completely a resentful woman who goes crazy when she can't get what she wants. This Zhou Ziang must have some serious mental issues, otherwise, why would he be so brainless as to chase after me with his phone? Are you done talking? If you are, I'm blocking you. Qingguan, did you hear that? If you don't believe me, we can video call. I'll show you that Su guy and the woman next to him being intimate. I'm not lying to you. I don't need to. As long as he's happy, that's fine. Since there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. You're really annoying. The call ended, and Zhou Ziang stood there blankly. Just like that, she hung up? Is Gu Qingguan this tolerant of the person she likes? She doesn't even get angry when he goes out with other women? Why does Su Sun get all the good things? A surge of jealousy rose in his heart, and Zhou Ziang gritted his teeth. If soft tactics don't work, then don't blame me for using force. Su. He looked up, but Su Sun was nowhere to be seen. Su Sun, how dare you fight me for a woman? I won't let you go. The seed of jealousy was quietly sown in his heart. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a truck rushed straight towards them, and a dark figure was sent flying out like a streak of blood. How could? What was that noise? It sounded like a car accident. Su Wanqing turned her head at the sound and saw that the place where they had just been was in chaos. Xiao Sun, it really was a car accident. Did that person just now get hurt? Su Sun shrugged. I don't know, it has nothing to do with us. Even if something happened, it's his own bad luck. Let's hurry up and go to the next place. The museum. Okay, the two left the scene hand in hand, only their conversation seeming to linger in the air. But that young Master Zhou is quite something. If he has something to say, why does he have to wave his phone around on the road? Does he really think the road is his own? But why do I feel like that person actually got hurt? I don't know, who cares? In fact, Su Sun had noticed the moment the commotion happened, it was indeed Zhou Ziang who had the accident. When he looked back just now, he had indeed seen some fragments in the bushes, and he had only one thought, my heavens. This Zhou Ziang really hit the jackpot. Tomorrow on accidents, you never know which will come first. He hadn't even found an excuse to have a few words with Zhou Ziang, and then this young Master Zhou preemptively hit the jackpot. Alas, 10,000 ways to walk, safety first. Young Master Ong, don't wander around on the road next time. Su Sun was completely convinced, This Zhou Xiang was probably the unluckiest villain he had ever encountered, without exception. For the next half of the day, the two went to the museum and the water park. In the evening, they checked into a hotel for a 2-hour hourly room to rest, and then in the evening, they went to a snack street full of fireworks to experience the nightlife. It wasn't until early morning that the two returned home. At this time, everyone else was already asleep, and Susan naturally didn't go back to his room to disturb the sleeping person. He spent another wonderful night with Su Wangqing. It could be said that this entire day was the most fulfilling day Su Wangqing had ever had. Both psychologically and physically, she was filled with happiness. Therefore, it also made her understand that weakness would not get her everything she wanted. The next morning, even though she had stayed up all night and slept for less than 2 hours, Su Wangqing still woke up very early. Before 6 o'clock, she was inexplicably excited, sitting quietly in the living room watching television, waiting for the storm to arrive. As expected, after a while, she waited for the storm she was waiting for. However, the storm was exceptionally calm at this moment. She couldn't feel the torrential surge. When Sun Wen came into the living room, she exchanged a silent glance with Su Wangqing as if it were a routine, without saying anything more. After a few seconds of staring, she turned and left. However, she wasn't heading back to her own room, but to the opposite side. When the door opened, and she saw the figure sleeping sprawled inside, Sun Wen silently walked to the windowsill, watched for a few seconds, and then suddenly raised her hand and slapped the sleeping back fiercely. Slap! This slap was incredibly loud, and Susan sprang up from the bed. Damn! However, the person woke up, but Sun Lian didn't even look at him and left expressionlessly. After she left, a small head poked out from the doorway, nervously swallowing, glancing at the situation in the room from time to time, and then glancing at the water cup in her hand. You damned mouth! Why are you so thirsty for no reason this early in the morning? Fifth sister, pour me a glass of water. Ha! What? Eldest sister, are you calling me? Stop pretending, pour the water quickly. Yes. Giving Susan a sympathetic look, Su Banian rushed to pour water. In fact, she didn't want to get involved in this dispute, but she was involuntarily dragged into it. Why is this dead girl up so early? Su Banian had never woken up this early, even to buy breakfast, and besides, she didn't need to buy breakfast recently. Suddenly, Susan's expression changed. Bad. This guy isn't eavesdropping again, is he? You're focusing on the wrong thing. Susan reached up and scratched his back, frowning as he walked to the dressing table mirror. In the mirror, a bright red slap mark was clearly visible. I'll be damned. In the living room. Eldest sister, here's your water. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. The surrounding atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. Su Banian put down the water cup, feeling only the urge to escape. But just as she turned, a voice whose tone was impossible to discern entered her ears. Since you're awake, don't sleep. I have something to tell everyone. Sit. Su Banian was stunned. She forced a smile and said, haha, no need. Eldest and second sisters are busy. I'll go back to my lazy sleep. Sit when I tell you to sit. Yes. Sitting down, Su Banian sat up straight, her eyes firm, as if she wanted to join the party. But in her heart, she was stunned and wanted to cry but had no tears. She really didn't want to pry into others' secrets, and she really didn't want to get into trouble again. Second sister, you seem to have changed after going out for a day. Really? Perhaps it's because I've thought through some things and sorted some things out, and my mind has suddenly become enlightened. It seems you're not going to pretend anymore. Have you thought about how the other few will react? Will they accept your relationship? What about you? Aren't you the same? What's the meaning of keeping fifth sister here? Don't you also have plans to reveal your cards? Sun Lian smiled calmly, a deep confidence appearing in her eyes. You broke the balance first. Now that you've made your choice, don't blame me for reacting. Fifth sister. Yes. Go and get the marriage certificates, both of them. Chapter 786. Su Banian was completely stunned. This was clearly the rhythm of starting a world war. Is the peace of this home about to be shattered? Although she was flustered, she didn't dare to object. She quickly obeyed the order and played her role as a minor subordinate. She brought the red books to her eldest and second sisters, and especially when these books appeared in the living room, she could feel the temperature around them instantly drop several degrees. Big, eldest sister. I've brought the items. Yes, just put them on the coffee table. Now, use my phone to order breakfast. We'll have takeout today, and call the other sisters to eat breakfast too. When she picked up her eldest sister's phone, Su Banian felt that the things in her hands were so heavy that she could barely lift them. What did her eldest sister mean today? Did her eldest sister want to control the lords with the red books? Did her eldest sister want to reveal her hand? Multiple question marks appeared in her mind, which made her lose the desire to order food. She only ordered soup dumplings, char siu bao, and pan-fried dumplings to barely satisfy her hunger. At first, she felt sympathy for Su Wonking, thinking that her second sister might have resisted due to the eldest sister's dictatorship. But now, she felt that her second sister was being excessive. Why did she have to break the subtle balance that once existed? Because she knew her eldest sister's personality. Once her eldest sister stopped being tolerant, she would completely transform into a tyrannical demon king. What did these books mean by being brought out now? Wasn't it to declare ownership and monopolize? How could her eldest sister be so selfish? Carrying a heart full of anger, Su Banian ordered a few more steamed buns, vegetable buns, big meat buns, and a LV bag. If you don't give everyone a chance, then don't blame me for spending your money. I will punish you severely. After cursing in her heart, she quietly deleted the purchase records. Anyway, the contact number had been changed to hers, so she thought this way it wouldn't be discovered. In less than half an hour, breakfast was delivered to the door. And everyone had already been woken up. Su Xinro and Su Qingxiu were still a bit confused as to why breakfast was so early today. Usually, it was after 7 o'clock at the earliest. The breakfast was exceptionally rich, but it always felt like a final meal, and the atmosphere was truly heavy. Su Wonking already understood Su Muyan's intentions. This was clearly intended to completely extinguish her thoughts in front of everyone, and she would never allow such a thing to happen. What if there was a certificate? If we really talk about who came first, she was the first one. Where is Su Sun? Why hasn't he come? Su Qingxia suddenly froze, looking at Su Muyan with confusion. Something was wrong. The address had changed. In her impression, her eldest sister had never called someone by their full name in such a tone, except in the past. No wonder Xiao Sun was in the second sister's room so early this morning. Did their eldest sister and Xiao Sun have some conflict? Where is he? Does he need someone to invite him to eat? Su Qingxia was uneasy. Eldest sister, Xiao Sun said he wasn't hungry. He said he wanted to sleep in, and asked us not to worry about him. Is he really sleeping? Call him over. The order was given, and Su Qingxia dared not disobey. A moment later, Su Qingxia returned with a nervous expression. Forget it, eldest sister. I see Xiao Sun is really sleepy right now. He's so sleepy he can't open his eyes. Sleepy? He's full of energy. Call him again. Helplessly, Su Qingxia went to call him again. A moment later, she returned expressionlessly, shaking her head at everyone. Su Muyan smiled. Fine, he's also afraid of something? Since he's not coming, then let's talk about something else. In fact, based on all the signs this morning, Su Xinro had already had some bad premonitions. However, when Su Muyan threw those 2 red books onto the table, her calm, unwavering eyes suddenly contracted, and she began to realize that the problem about to arise was more serious than she had imagined. This was trying to. What is this? Is it some kind of certificate? With curiosity, Su Qingxia leaned closer to the red books. At first, she thought it was some kind of certificate, but when she saw the gilded characters on it, she was so shocked that her soul almost flew out. Marriage certificate? Whose is it? At this moment, Su Banian looked at Su Qingxiu with a strange expression, muttering to herself, what the heck? Doesn't she know about this marriage certificate? Didn't I tell her earlier? Honestly, Su Banian didn't trust her own broken mouth, but the matter was right in front of her, and Su Qingxiu really knew nothing. After so long, she could still be so oblivious, truly as pure as a blank sheet of paper? Purer than me? Big. Eldest sister, this isn't Xiao Sun's. Su Qingxia finally understood the strangeness of today. She felt that Su Sun must have secretly dated a girlfriend outside and was discovered by her eldest sister, or perhaps even got a license without reporting it, which was why her eldest sister was so angry. For some reason, Su Qingxia felt extremely indignant at this moment, as if something of hers had been taken away, and she felt an extreme sense of imbalance. How could it be like this? When did Xiao Sun start dating a girlfriend? He actually hid it from us. This is too outrageous. Su Banian almost fell off her chair. Good heavens, she thought someone had found out, but it turned out that someone was still the same old idiot. Do you want to open that little book and see the bride's name? At Su Banian's reminder, Su Qingxia suddenly realized, right, I must see who that damned woman is. He must have tricked him by relying on Xiao Sun's youth, otherwise, he wouldn't have kept such a thing from us. That woman is definitely not a good person. With trepidation, Su Qingxia flipped open the red book, and when she saw the photo and the names, she was struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. She flipped open another book. As a result, the facts were before her. The words Su Muyan were deeply imprinted in her eyes, and a strong sense of dizziness rushed into her brain. Impossible, this is impossible. Chapter 787. The most impossible thing had happened. Su Kingxia stood there in shock, her mind in a mess, trying to process the information she had just received. The names and photos on it were actually of her eldest sister and Xiaosun? Her worldview seemed to have collapsed. She suddenly felt that this world was so unreal, making her unable to distinguish between what was real and what was fake. Fourth sister, are you still cursing? That woman is right in front of you. If you have anything to say, you can say it to her directly. Su Muyan asked expressionlessly, seemingly not caring about Su Kingxia's shock. Big, eldest sister, Su Kingxia began to feel flustered. She really didn't know how to speak, even though her heart was full of questions. Seeing that she remained silent, Su Muyan placed the two red books side by side and said leisurely, "It's been so long, it's time to come clean about some things. This certificate was actually the result of Xiaosun helping me avoid an arranged marriage. At first, it was just a desperate measure when I was pushed to a dead end. But over such a long period of time, so many things have happened. You all must have noticed that Xiaosun and I have been sleeping in the same bed for so long. If nothing is said, no one will believe it. So, I'll say it directly, this certificate has now become a reality. I'm not a good eldest sister. I didn't set a good example and did such a ridiculous thing, but now it's too late. Even if all of you are against it, I can't give up on Xiaosun. You can curse me or despise me as you like. I'm not trying to get your understanding by saying this, but you have the right to know the truth. If you really can't accept it, then I will take him away from your sight." Su Muyan's words were very tactful, and some direct words were difficult for her to utter, but the general meaning was very clear. She couldn't turn back, and if forced to choose, she would choose Su Sun. "You wish." As soon as Su Muyan finished speaking, another cold voice that was not at all forgiving immediately rang out. It was Su Wangqing's roar. Her cold eyes met Su Muyan's silent gaze, showing no intention of backing down. Su Banian trembled all over, her heart in a panic. "It's over. The world war is really about to begin. Which side should I stand on then? Eldest sister, don't get your hopes up too high. You want to use this as an opportunity to take Xiaosun away. It's not that easy. So what if you have the certificate? You yourself said that your starting point was fake, so why are you using this identity to occupy Susun and not let go? That's not love, it's just your possessiveness as the eldest sister acting up over the years. If we're really going to talk about it, the first person Xiaosun had a genuine connection with was me." Another wave of dizziness. Su Kingxia almost couldn't bear it. She knew that her second sister had some thoughts about Su Sun. The eldest and second sisters had even argued about this before, but she had only thought it was the second sister's occasional twisted idea. But the first time? At this moment, Su Kingxia's brain felt like it was being struck by lightning again and again. After so many years of interaction, she had also developed some improper thoughts about Su Sun. She had felt ashamed and guilty about this countless times, and even thought she was a bit perverted. After all, she had been an older sister for so many years. How could she have such thoughts? Unexpectedly, she felt ashamed countless times, suppressing the desires in her heart, but some people had already taken the opportunity to cut through the chaos and started a real fight. "Eldest sister, second sister, how could you?" Su Wangqing frowned slightly and said helplessly, "Fourth sister, I know you can't accept it, but you also know my situation. If you haven't enjoyed luxury, you naturally won't understand what it tastes like, but once you've tasted that kind of wealthy life, can you still live a poor life? Do you understand what I mean? But, there's no but. I don't regret my decision, nor did I make the wrong decision. Unlike my eldest sister, whose possessiveness is driven by habit, my feelings are sincere from the bottom of my heart. Fourth sister, you just need to support me, if you really want what's best for Xiaosun." Hearing this, Su Muyan's expression instantly turned cold. "What do you mean, second sister? What do you mean by what's best for Xiaosun? Have I treated him poorly? You know in your heart whether you have or not." "I don't know. Stop making things up." "Fine, do you want me to speak plainly?" Su Wangqing nodded repeatedly, a cold smile on her lips. "Then let's speak plainly. I won't mention how you suppress Xiaosun all the time. Let's talk about something practical. Xiaosun earned 10 billion yuan from the Gu family. He trusted you and handed the money to you for safekeeping, but you actually treated it as your own. Do you know that when he went out with me, he couldn't even afford a meal? Do you know how he feels when others look at him with strange eyes? Someone who spends millions in minutes is so broke that he can't afford to pay for a meal. Have you considered his dignity? If I hadn't accidentally discovered this matter this time, I wouldn't have known that this is how eldest sister manages the finances. I'm really eye-opening." Su Muyan was stunned. What did you say? He has no money to pay. Yes. Are you going to deny it? Have you given him any money? Do you dare to tell the truth? Yes, I haven't, but he. Su Wonking immediately interrupted. Since you admit it, stop arguing. Your main purpose now is to return the money to him. Or you cannot return the money, but you must let go of the person. You can't have both the person and the money, can you? That would be too selfish of you. The argument entered a white-hot stage. Su Muyan, of course, would not agree to Su Wonking's outrageous request. She would never let go of the person. Not only would she not let go, but she also wanted others to give up their improper thoughts. Upon hearing this, Su Wonking could no longer tolerate it. These words were clearly directed at her, and she was using minor matters that Su Muyan usually got angry about as an excuse to gain the support of others. The two argued back and forth, and finally, even the smallest trivial matters were disputed. Su Banian was extremely depressed. She also wanted to take this opportunity to express her attitude, but she had nothing. She needed to find someone to cheat money from to order a meal. With this kind of condition, how could she compete with the two people in front of her? They probably wouldn't even take her seriously. Forget it, it's better to continue to muddle through and take it one step at a time. Hiss. Eldest sister and second sister are arguing so fiercely. Why is third sister not reacting? When she turned her head, Su Xinro was nowhere to be seen. Su Banian subconsciously thought of Su Sun. In the current situation, third sister must have gone to find Su Sun. So she quickly ran to the second sister's room to look for him, and when she did, her mind was buzzing. Ah, eldest sister and second sister, it's not good. Third sister and that smelly Su Sun are fighting. Someone is hitting a woman. Chapter 788. Get up. While pretending to be asleep, Su Sun heard a cold voice by his ear. This voice was full of seriousness, suppressing anger, and sounded like a resentful woman who couldn't vent. The moment the door opened, Su Sun thought Su Muyan had come again, but when he heard this voice, it was Su Xinro. Su Xinro dared to speak to him in this tone now? Get up. You must give me an explanation. Opening his eyes and sitting up, Su Sun looked confused. Explanation? What explanation? Could it be that she discovered he slept here yesterday and was starting to have a fit of jealousy? However, the explanation Su Xinro wanted was far more serious than he had imagined, so serious that he found it truly difficult to handle. Why did eldest sister suddenly reveal her hand? Did you promise her something? What? Su Sun was stunned. Reveal what hand? What did I promise her? Still pretending. She's already shown her hand with the certificates. If you hadn't promised her something, why would she suddenly be like this? For a moment, Su Sun was struck by lightning. He was stunned. Su Muyan revealed her hand? No, why would she reveal her hand out of the blue? This was not logical. Suddenly, Su Sun glanced around and then looked down at the large bed beneath him. He seemed to have understood. Could it be that something happened with Su Wonking, so she revealed her hand and at the same time made others give up their thoughts? Su Sun was completely convinced. No wonder Su Wonking looked so awakened yesterday. So she had truly awakened. This was going to cause chaos in the family. He knew this scene would come sooner or later, but it was too fast. He wasn't prepared at all. Just dealing with the current situation was not easy. Talk to me. With a roar, Su Xinro pounced on the bed and pressed down on Su Sun. She leaned forward, her beautiful face only inches away from Su Sun's, her eyes red. Are you planning to run away with her? Are you planning to be a real couple and live happily together for life? Then I'll tell you, it's impossible. Never in this lifetime. Don't even think about it. Su Sun forced a smile and comforted him. Let's not get too excited, okay? It's not what you think. I really don't plan to leave. Then why did she suddenly reveal her hand? Her attitude clearly shows she wants to monopolize. Why would she be like this? Calm down. You calm down first. The reason is obvious, isn't it? Look at whose room I'm in. It must be that the two of them started arguing, so Su Muyan made a countermeasure. But I'm also confused. After all, I'm sleeping here. What? Are you saying you and the second sister were caught by her? Was she forced into a corner? Probably, I'm not sure. No, you're not sure. It's all your fault for not controlling yourself. Su Xinro's pathological side showed, her expression gradually becoming crazy, and she started to crave Su Sun's scent. Isn't it enough for you to have me? Why did you come here? Why were you discovered by her? If she has no worries, then no one else can even think about it. What do you expect me to do? What do you expect me to do? Su Xinro became increasingly frenzied, and her actions became more and more excessive. Su Sun was startled. Was this going to get out of hand again? But it was early in the morning. Wait, what are you doing? Let go of me. It's because you weren't satisfied with me that you ran off to do bad things and got discovered, so I'll make sure you can never think about such things again. Su Xinro, are you crazy? You said they were arguing outside, and if they come in, we're all finished. So what if we're finished? At most, I won't pretend anymore. Then you must leave with me. Su Xinro. Then why are you forcing me? Su Xinro suddenly sat up, turned, and got off the bed, leaving directly. Where are you going? Su Sun immediately had a bad premonition, but Su Xinro didn't reply, and her steps didn't stop. Seeing that she was about to leave the room, Su Sun rushed over and grabbed her back. What are you doing? What does this mean? I'm going to kill them. Looking at each other, a pair of ice-cold eyes appeared in her eyes, and a chilling sensation inexplicably rose in Su Sun's heart. Su Sun was shocked. Are you crazy? Don't worry, they are my sisters after all. I won't go too far, but I want to teach them a small lesson. Let them understand the consequences of fighting with me. Su Sun was truly convinced. If she really went to hack someone, that would be terrible. Without another word, he closed the door and pulled her back to the bed. However, Su Xinro was very stubborn at this moment, determined to go out. The two of them pulled and tugged. Seeing that Su Xinro's emotions were out of control, Su Sun directly pinned her down on the bed, pointed at her, and roared angrily, "Have you forgotten what you promised me? This kind of thing was bound to happen sooner or later, it just came a little earlier. What can't you accept? I'm not going anywhere. But I just can't accept it. Then do you still want to really kill them? Su Xinro, don't force me to turn on you. Otherwise, I really won't be polite to you." Just then, the door was pushed open abruptly. From Su Banian's perspective, she heard, "I won't be polite to you." She saw Su Sun pinning Su Xinro on the bed, raising his arm as if to strike. Ah, eldest sister and second sister, it's not good. Third sister and that smelly Su Sun are fighting. Someone is hitting a woman. Su Sun's body stiffened. He glanced blankly behind him. He was stunned. Why was this darn Su Banian here again? Soon, Su Muyan, Su Wanking, and Su Qingxia rushed over, and they all froze upon seeing the scene before them. Su Sun quickly got off the bed, raised his hands to signal his innocence. "I didn't hit her, I really didn't hit her, I never hit women." Su Banian shouted, still quibbling. "We all saw you pinning third sister under you just now." "Your sister, pinning is one thing, but when did I commit violence?" "I saw you swing your palm." Chapter 796 Su Banian, stop talking nonsense. "When did I slap you? You're adding fuel to the fire." Su Sun was indignant. He had only raised his finger twice just now, and although he did touch her face, he had only reached out and pinched her twice fiercely to scare her a little. When did he slap her? Stupid fifth, wait until this is over and I'll deal with you. Cough, cough, what are you all looking at? Look at yourselves, you're all just overthinking. We were just messing around. Alright, I understand. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Su Muyan's cold voice. Su Sun felt like he had a fishbone stuck in his throat. He had a whole stomach full of explanations ready but couldn't use them. However, he was afraid they would misunderstand that they were involved in something improper. But in reality, they hadn't thought in that direction at all. Instead, they felt he had been wronged, and that Su Xinro had heard those words, couldn't accept it, and had come to settle scores with him. Su Muyan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless towards Su Xinro, "Third sister, I know you can't accept this kind of thing, but it has nothing to do with Xiao Sun. It's all my fault. If you have any complaints, come to me." Su Wanqing echoed with a cold snort. She wouldn't indulge someone. "Su Xinro, I'm warning you. If you have any dissatisfaction, go to eldest sister. If you take this opportunity to attack Xiao Sun again, don't force me to turn against you. If you really can't accept it, then we'll find a place for you to live alone, out of sight and out of mind." Su Xinro stood up, tidied her messy hair, and sneered coldly at them. "You want me to leave? Impossible. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for him, but..." Su Xinro slowly walked in front of Su Wanqing, her gaze sharp. "If there's something, I'll not only go to eldest sister, but I'll also go to you, second sister." After speaking, Su Xinro left with a cold face, leaving behind only an indifferent back. Su Wanqing frowned, a trace of doubt appearing in her mind. She didn't understand Su Xinro's reaction. Could it be that she couldn't accept their behavior and felt that their image had collapsed, resenting them as well? But it didn't matter. In her impression, Su Xinro's personality had always been rather gloomy and awkward. Some things were indeed not easy for her to accept. If she were indifferent, that would be truly abnormal. Then, Su Wanqing looked at Su Sun. "Xiao Sun, are you okay? Did third sister do anything to you just now?" Su Sun didn't know how to answer this question, so he replied, "Actually, you should be worried about what I might do to her. It doesn't matter. If she goes crazy again in the future, feel free to act. If you don't teach her a lesson, she'll always think you're easy to bully. Someone has indulged her time and again, but I won't. Su Sun fell silent, surprisingly speechless. Su Muyan also admired him in her heart. At such a time, she could still sow discord and insinuate her faults. After giving Su Wanqing a cold glance, she returned to the main topic. Alright, we'll talk about third sister later. Now, let's continue our previous topic. All of you, come out. Following Su Muyan's command, the two exchanged glances and left the room, preparing to discuss important matters again. Su Qingxia, still in a daze, followed closely behind, while Su Banian had a glum face and trailed behind silently. Just as she was about to leave the room, disaster struck. A large hand grabbed the back of her neck. Su Banian's whole body turned cold. Before her mind could even react, she saw the room door slam shut heavily. A sudden feeling of weightlessness struck her, pulling her backward. She felt as if her soul had been ripped out. She didn't dare to turn around, looking up uneasily behind her. In the inverted perspective, she saw a tall figure with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Instantly, a smile squeezed out from the corner of her lips. Su Banian bared her teeth. Haha, is something the matter? Without giving her a chance to beg for mercy, the hand of fate once again covered her mouth. At this moment, Su Banian's eyes widened, watching Su Sun straddle her body. Another wave of weightlessness quietly arrived. She wanted to question it, but being silenced, she couldn't say a word. Only the familiar probing on her buttocks made her tremble. She understood. When she was straddled on his leg, she should have understood. She was about to be spanked. Wait. Slap. Su Sun gave the signal to attack. The long-lost sensation made Su Banian howl. I'll teach you to add fuel to the fire. I'll teach you to sow discord. I'll teach you to cause trouble for no reason. I think you're too long without being spanked by my great mighty heavenly dragon and your skin is itching. Slap. Slap. Ah, you damn bastard. Oh ho, you dare to insult me? Take this, great mighty heavenly dragon. Slap slap, slap slap clap. After a thorough beating, Su Banian almost lost her soul. Su Sun was really putting in effort this time. She hadn't felt that splitting sensation in a long time, but she didn't dare to have any complaints. The repeated slaps on her buttocks had already smoothed out the sharpness in her heart. She could only limp away silently, cursing Su Sun's entire family in her mind. When she arrived in the living room, her unusual appearance immediately attracted the attention of those who were discussing important matters. Su Muyan paused, her brow furrowed. What's wrong with you? At this moment, her inner grievances erupted. Su Banian said pitifully, Big sister. Su Sun hit me. Let's continue. Second sister, either you give up on those thoughts of yours, or you move out. On what grounds? Do you really consider yourself the mistress of this house? It's the same sentence again. You have no right to order me around. Su Muyan and Su Wanqing entered into a heated argument again. Su Banian was stunned. No, you're supposed to be standing up for me. With the two older sisters ignoring her, Su Banian had to settle for the next best thing and hoped Su Qingxia would help her. Fourth sister, I was beaten. However, Su Qingxia completely ignored her. Don't bother me with such trivial matters, my mind is very confused right now. Su Banian swayed precariously and sat down on the chair with her butt, then bounced up again. She burst into tears. She was beaten? And it was just a trivial matter? What would be considered a major event then? Enough, you all. Can't you just? Su Banian, shut up. If you keep arguing, don't blame me for dealing with you. Su Muyan and Su Wanqing, in a rare moment of telepathy, spoke in unison. Instantly, a smile was squeezed out from Su Banian's lips. Haha, actually, it's nothing to me. Eldest sister, second sister, how about I go cut an apple for you to moisten your throats? Chapter 789. The smoke of battle continued, but later transformed into a silent struggle. Because they hadn't reached an agreement in the morning, Su Muyan and Su Wanqing maintained a cold war until the evening. Neither of them gave in, and the once deeply affectionate sisters almost became enemies who turned against each other upon meeting. With such unpleasant things happening, the two cooks of the house naturally had no heart to cook. At dinner, everyone ordered takeout and hastily finished their meal. This suited Su Banian perfectly. Having no money, she was able to order a few cups of milk tea, which was simply wonderful. After dinner, Su Sun sprawled on the sofa, wishing he could stay there forever, feeling extremely comfortable. He watched TV leisurely, as if he couldn't sense the atmosphere around him, leisurely eating potato chips and drinking happy water. Hiss! Ice cola is so refreshing, the more I drink, the more addictive it gets. Su Muyen chose to do housework to calm her emotions when encountering problems. At this moment, she was mopping nearby. Hearing this, she could only feel speechless, thinking Su Sun was truly heartless. Her cold eyes silently watched him. Sensing something was wrong, Su Sun turned his head and smiled, beckoning. He was met with a dismissive eye roll. For some reason, Su Muyen really didn't want to talk to him right now, not at all. If she wasn't talking to him, then he'd continue watching TV. Su Sun smiled. The current situation was not good, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to take sides. Playing dumb was the best option. Hey, whose phone is ringing? Come and get it quickly. Someone's phone rang on the coffee table. Su Sun yelled without even looking. Su Muyen walked over and slowly picked up the phone. However, it wasn't her phone ringing, but Su Wanqing's. Seeing the unfamiliar number on the screen, she hesitated for 2 seconds before deciding to press connect, and then turned on the speakerphone. Just then, Su Wanqing and Su Qingxia came out of the room together, talking about something. Su Muyen happened to see this scene and immediately became angry. What did she mean? Snooping on my phone? Who told you to touch my phone? Do you know you're invading someone's privacy? Su Muyen was truly speechless. Before she could utter the word crazy, the voice on the phone caught her attention first. Privacy? Who is invading your privacy? Suddenly, everyone was stunned. That familiar voice was their blind biological father. Su Wanqing no longer bothered to hold Su Muyen accountable. She snatched the phone, looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen, frowned, and said displeasedly, "Why are you still contacting us? I have nothing to say to you. Second sister, there's no need to be so aggressive. I'm not here to argue with you this time. I just want to ask about your recent situation, see how you're doing, and care about you." Su Wanqing snorted, "You care about us? I'm afraid you're after something again. Whether you believe me or not, I truly have no ill intentions. After your eldest sister died, I thought about many things. There are some things I no longer want to bother you with, nor do I need to. Just consider it a moment of pity on my part. Also, I want to ask where your eldest sister's grave is. Your mother and I plan to visit, after all, we are family." When she finished, Su Wanqing was stunned on the spot. Su Qingxia also looked as if she had heard something ridiculous, her face full of confusion. As for Su Muyen, who had already died, she stood in place holding the mop, her mouth moving, as if saying, "I'm dead." Hu Hu Lang Ji Hui Tailang, carrying a backpack of explosives to school. Just then, Su Banian happily hummed a little tune, holding a milk tea and sipping it as she walked into the living room. As if by unspoken agreement, everyone inexplicably looked at her. A chill descended, and Su Banian's steps suddenly stopped. A powerful sixth sense gave her a bad premonition, especially her eldest sister's deathly gaze. Did something happen? Seeing no one responding, Su Banian cast a questioning look at Su Sun. Su Sun, however, rolled his eyes and pretended to be asleep. She was so angry she gritted her teeth, but due to the surrounding gazes, she could only suppress her distorted expression and force a smile. She didn't understand. What mistake had she made again? Was it just because she secretly ordered milk tea when ordering takeout? It shouldn't be that much, right? Besides, hadn't eldest sister already lectured her? Wouldn't it be that she was unhappy and was settling old scores again? Second sister, after all, we are also your eldest sister's parents. You can emotionally disown us, but you cannot disown the blood relation. We just want to see her one last time, and you're hiding it. If you are worried about Su Sun, you don't need to worry. Su Sun is already dead. Even if they are buried together, we will only choose to ignore it. Are you afraid I'll do something to a dead person? Su Wanqing smiled coldly. She was too lazy to expose him, and instead said slowly, "So, you're generous only after they're dead? You continue to hold a grudge as long as they're alive? What were you doing before? You say that generously, and anyone would think you're so magnanimous. In reality, you can't do anything to a dead person. Is your concern now genuine concern? It's just your desire to show yourself as a winner in the capacity of a living person. How hypocritical." Su Qiming's voice on the phone sank. "Su Wanqing, you are the eldest now, can you not speak emotionally and maliciously speculate about others? Whether I'm speculating or not, you know it in your heart. I don't have time to chat with you. Su Wanqing, what's your attitude? I'm giving you an opportunity this time, don't be ungrateful. Keep your opportunity to yourself. We don't need it." Su Wanqing directly hung up the phone, and the atmosphere became heavy again. Unforeseen fear gnawed at her. Su Banian, taking advantage of everyone not paying attention, secretly turned around and chose to become invisible to avoid trouble. However, the back of her neck was grabbed again. Su Muyen picked her up and threw her onto the sofa, her expression blank. Su Banian was numb. She stiffly put on a smile, as if she understood something. She frantically pinched Su Sun's calf with one hand, trying to ask for help. As a result, Su Sun feigned death and didn't move. In the end, he even kicked her off the sofa. Ouch! Su Banian fell to her knees on the floor, looking up and smiling awkwardly. Eldest sister, will you believe me if I say this has nothing to do with me? What's wrong? Did I say something? Su Banian suddenly covered her mouth, her pupils trembling with fear in her eyes. It's over. I spoke too much. Chapter 790. The matter had come to this. Su Banian knew she couldn't escape, so she came up with a new plan. Since she was already suspected, she might as well admit it boldly and be a brave warrior facing it head-on. A spark appeared in her eyes. Su Banian's small face tightened, and her eyes narrowed. She rolled her eyes and fell backward, deciding to feign death just like him. Unfortunately, her thoughts didn't consider her timid nature. She still didn't have the courage to challenge eldest sister and decided to temporarily evade her sharp edge. Su Sun, feeling the movement, opened one eye and glanced over. His heart was filled with amazement. This was too fake. He had at least tried to pretend to be asleep, even yawning in advance as a prelude, but she just closed her eyes and fell asleep. Wasn't she treating them like fools? As expected, Su Muyan's voice was cold, showing no intention of playing along. Stop pretending to be dead. I'll count to 3. If you don't wake up, don't blame me for being impolite. 1, 2, 3. After 3 seconds, there was no reaction. Su Muyan smiled coldly and winked at Su Qingxia. Su Qingxia was startled. Me. Su Muyan nodded. Go to her room and throw all her broken toy dogs over here. Instantly, Su Banian's alarm bells rang. Her whole being sprang to life, her eyes wide as saucers, a fawning arc on her lips, and she let out a hearty laugh. What was wrong with me just now? I must have been possessed by a ghost. But eldest sister, I'm fine now. My mind is very clear. Hey, you dead Su Qingxia, come back here. I'm awake, and you're still going. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Su Qingxia returning to the bedroom. Su Banian pounced and hugged her calves, her brows furrowed and her face contorted. I'm awake, and you still want to throw my things away. I think you're doing it on purpose. However, Su Qingxia was not as childish as she thought. You're sick. I just wanted to get a glass of water. Who cares about your broken toys? Oh, is that so? She let go of her hands and stood up. Su Banian turned to Su Muyan with a standard smiling face. Eldest sister, were you looking for me just now? There was no way around it. The things that had to be faced still had to be faced. But even if she died, she had to drag someone down with her. Oh, I know. Eldest sister, you must be wondering why our heartless biological father said you were dead, right? Actually, this really has nothing to do with me. Su Sun told him you were dead. At that time, you were in a car accident, and Su Sun mentioned it again. Of course, he thought you were dead. But if you ask me, it doesn't matter if he thought so. We've already broken off relations with him, haven't we? Why care about his thoughts? However, Comrade Su Sun is indeed detestable. To slander someone with something as unlucky as death is simply unreasonable. Su Sun, unnoticed in a corner, twitched his lips. He was truly speechless. This could also be blamed on him? He was just relying on the fact that he was feigning death and couldn't speak to shift the blame onto himself, right? Since someone was not benevolent, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Ha ha ha. Another hearty laugh, but this time the source was not Su Banian, but Su Sun. Su Sun woke up at some point, sat up straight, his gaze deep, and a wild and unrestrained expression on his face. I remember. I was just vaguely hearing your conversation. I was also wondering why the old man Shi Ming said our comrade Muyan was dead. After thinking carefully, it's all thanks to our books not being read by Banian. Sowing discord, she shouted, and Su Banian leaped towards Su Sun, covering his mouth with her small hand to silence him. Villain! How dare you slander me? Fortunately, I'm exceptionally intelligent and have shattered your scheme. However, no matter how calm she appeared on the surface, she couldn't hide her inner panic. Damn Su Sun, how dare he betray me? I will make sure you pay. But in such extraordinary circumstances, even the proud her had to lower her noble head and frantically make eye contact. She shook her head and twitched her cheeks, as if saying, I beg you, don't sell me out. Please save the cute Nianze. I'll listen to you in everything from now on. Chapter 791. However, how could the iron-willed Su Sun fall into a woman's trap? Eye contact is useless. Today, I must expose your ugliness. Ah, shut your damn mouth. Grabbing a pillow and hitting Su Sun on the forehead, Su Banian had the urge to smother Su Sun. At this moment, she was so nervous that sweat was beading on her forehead, and she could feel killing intent brewing behind her. Her eyelids fluttered, and she felt a moment of dizziness. This time, Su Banian wanted to faint. Big sister. Believe me. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. It's Su Sun. It's all this bastard Su Sun's fault. Su Muyen smiled, her smile devoid of any emotion, her smile without the slightest warmth. Her words struck Su Banian like 5 thunderbolts. You mean, he, a dead person, told a living person that I was dead? Excuse me, did he tell her in a dream? Upon hearing this, Su Banian instantly turned to stone. She almost forgot that Su Sun was also playing the role of the dead over there. This is bad. I blamed the wrong person. Sigh. Why bother? Why do you have to do this? With a sigh, Su Sun pushed Su Banian's control aside, sat up with a face full of helplessness, and said, Why, can't you let me finish speaking? Why are you blaming me when you could blame someone else? You haven't even noticed the flaws in your illogical reasoning. You really read your books in vain. You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Su Banian was heartbroken. So, Su Sun was planning to help her just now? Then didn't she just lift a rock only to drop it on her own feet? Swallowing hard, Su Banian looked up nervously to meet those cold eyes, feeling as if she had fallen into an abyss. Alright, be sensible and come with me. And bring the broom too. The verdict was passed. With the demeanor of being led to the execution ground, Su Banian slowly followed, silently picking up the broom in the corner. The moment she touched the broom handle, some unknown courage surged within her, igniting a torrent of anger. She could no longer tolerate it. Why should only she be punished? It's the same sentence again. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Su Sun, you die for me. Su Banian gripped the broom, turned around, and attacked. As she leaped into the air and swung the broom, she seemed to transform into a war god, envisioning the scene of revenge, a mad smile curving her lips. I'll go to your sister. Su Sun was dumbfounded. Su Muyen, hearing the commotion, turned back and her pupils widened in shock. Su Banian, stop it. Su Wanqing and Su Qingxiao were stunned by the sudden situation. By the time they reacted, Su Banian had already arrived. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone had their own expressions of shock. They subconsciously raised their arms to stop her, all pointing in one direction. And in that direction, there was a suspended figure, its teeth bared, the weapon in its hand held high, the entire person exuding an unparalleled aura. This scene was like a world-famous painting. Even if I get beaten, I'll let you taste it. Complete madness, ha ha ha. What are you babbling about? Su Sun casually waved his hand, and the broom was swatted away. His large hand seemed to have a suction force, grabbing Su Banian's collar, then placing her over his knee, and directly administering the great mighty heavenly dragon. Slap, slap, slap. Ah, her astonishing attack was thwarted just like that? Su Banian was stunned. She hadn't even reacted before she was subdued. This shouldn't have happened. She was not convinced. But no one cared if she was convinced or not. The blade of judgment quietly fell. Su Muyen picked up the broom and fiercely swatted her backside. Ah! With a howl, Su Banian felt as if her soul was about to fly out. Su Sun was dumbfounded. Isn't it, Muyen? We're just saying, a little bit is enough. There's no need to be so harsh, right? If she's not taught a lesson, will she remember? I haven't even settled accounts with her for her mistakes, and she's coming at me head-on. This is all because she's been spoiled. Su Banian shouted in defiance, You're going to spank me in the confinement room and you haven't settled accounts yet. I don't care. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Chapter 792. Su Sun rolled his eyes. Fine, I was wrong again. Come on, hit me a few times and I'll definitely pay it back on that scoundrel Su Sun. I respect you as eldest sister, but someone else won't get away with it. This broom must be hit on Su Sun before you can hit me. At this moment, Su Banian was resolute and iron-willed, her skin thicker than steel bars. She suddenly wasn't scared anymore, her heart was only filled with the pleasure of revenge. She didn't dare to resist her eldest sister, but that didn't mean she feared others. Su Muyen was almost about to explode with anger when she heard this. She swung a few more times with the broom. Who wants to hit you? I asked you to take the broom to sweep the garbage in your doghouse. But you, instead, you're playing the last stand here. I think you're really getting more and more forgetful. What? You want to be spanked? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Wait. Suddenly, Su Banian's expression sharpened, and her tone carried a depth never before seen. Give me some face. How about, we let this matter go? Give you face? Your face is already gone because of your actions. Ah. The next morning, Su Banian felt the familiar sensation of not being able to get out of bed. This was the most severe scolding she had received from Su Muyen, and also the time Su Muyan was most enraged. Feeling the burning pain on her backside, Su Banian bit the quilt, tears of regret flowing from the corners of her eyes, tears squeezed out from yawning in the morning. In the morning, no one even called her for breakfast. She foolishly thought that today's breakfast was delayed. And Su Sun, who was the only one in the family who cared about her injury and brought her food, was now receiving her contempt. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll feed the cat. I don't want to eat. Since breakfast is about to be served, I don't need your insincere kindness. I still remember you selling me out yesterday. This matter isn't over. If it's not over, then it's not over. Since you want to starve, then starve. I'll see if your eldest sister will call you for a meal. Su Sun, too lazy to argue with this ungrateful girl, picked up the breakfast and left the room. This girl was proud, but he wondered if she would still be proud when she was hungry later. However, speaking of which, he truly admired Su Banian. Every time she had a flash of inspiration, it was always for something bad. Whenever he was fine, she would always get a sudden impulse to dance on the tip of a knife, perfectly touching the minefield, and then suffer punishment. Like this time, she must have gathered a lot of courage to dare to resist the dictatorship, but in the end, the other party didn't intend to settle scores, and she herself was full of youthful passion and got carried away. Indeed, racking her brains to cause trouble was not as good as Su Banian's inspired moments as a talented contestant. She truly deserved it. Several hours later, in a spacious and bright room, there was a figure crawling in the dark on the bed. Su Banian held her phone, muttering in despair, "Is anyone replying? I'm starving to death, hurry up and answer the phone." After lunch, everyone gathered in the living room. Even though only one person was missing, the world seemed much quieter. As they were chatting, Su Muyan suddenly asked, "How is fifth sister now? Why has she been shouting that she's hungry in the group chat? When you deliver food tonight, add a little more, so she doesn't keep sending messages and calling." Su Wanqing was surprised. "Didn't you deliver the food?" "What?" Su Muyan's eyebrows furrowed. "If I was so angry yesterday, and I were nice to her today, she wouldn't learn her lesson. How could it be me delivering the food? Then who delivered the food?" Su Wanqing was confused and looked around. Su Qingxia hesitated and replied, "After dinner, I saw third sister taking a plate from the kitchen to serve the dishes." "Wasn't it third sister who delivered the food?" "Ah, what?" Su Xianro asked in confusion. "I was serving the dishes to feed the cat." "Xia Xia, didn't I ask you to deliver the food to fifth sister at that time? Didn't you go?" "Ah, I thought you went yourself." After a series of questions, all four were stunned. Su Muyan asked again, "Then what about breakfast? Surely no one delivered breakfast, right?" Su Sun raised his hand to indicate there was. Breakfast was delivered. Su Muyan breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. At least breakfast was eaten. It's not a bad thing to let her go hungry for one meal. However, she didn't appreciate it when I delivered the food this morning. She insisted that you call her before she would eat, so I had no choice but to take the food away. And I didn't deliver it at noon." Silence, a persistent silence. Su Muyan finally understood why someone had been bombarding the group chat with messages. It turned out they were truly hungry. Half an hour later. "We have you, big sister, I'm so touched. I knew you still loved me." In Su Banian's bedroom, the bedside table was piled high with delicious food. There was braised pork, salted pork trotters with soybeans, and salted pepper spare ribs, all her favorite dishes. She devoured them with rice, her mouth greasy. Su Banian was truly touched. She knew her big sister wouldn't stay angry with her forever. Hitting and scolding were signs of love. Big sister loved her. All right, eat slowly, have some water." "It's fine, I just love rice." "Fourth, go get that milk tea from the coffee table." When she saw her big sister bringing the milk tea to her lips, Su Banian's eyes sparkled with happy tears. Big sister is truly too good. Su Muyan. Su Sun. What is this? Is this a case of the scar heals and the pain is forgotten?